Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Crack. An ordinary zombie's skull would have been cracked and the creature would be dead by now. But this one didn't die easily. It twisted its waist in an odd way and wrapped its two legs around my body, and reached out to choke me around the neck with its arms. I wondered how many joints its arms and legs had. I thought I had broken its arms at the gym, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Its flexible joints allowed it to make abnormal movements. Scrunch. It was choking me harder. My arms weren't long enough to reach it and I couldn't come up with a plan against its unpredictable movements. I was slowly losing consciousness. I knew that I would die if I didn't do something. You think you can get me? I gritted my teeth and glared at it. My glowing red eyes flashed, and my pupils contracted into slits, like a cat's. I could feel my body grow warm as my blood began to flow more quickly. All my muscles tightened, and I felt them increase in strength. Channeling all my strength into my arms, I pushed apart its legs that were wrapped around me. Crack, crack. I heard its joints creak as I strained to push apart its legs. It didn't possess as much physical strength as me. I grabbed onto its thighs as soon as my hands were free. I knew that a heavy impact wouldn't be enough to break it, because of all the joints it had. I was well aware that flexible beings were difficult to break. Since I couldn't break it, I just had to tear it apart. I squeezed its thighs and my fingers pierced through its thick flesh. Once my hands were tightly locked onto its thighs, I used all my strength and ripped its legs out. Crack, crack. Its bones shattered and its flesh was torn apart. Kia. Its eyes went crazy, darting all over the place. Is it feeling pain? Or is it angry at the fact that its legs got torn off? Once its legs were torn off, it released its arms, which had been choking me. It desperately grabbed a tree branch and got ready to swing away like a gibbon, as if it knew that it could not defeat me. Of course, I didn't miss my opportunity to end the creature once and for all. I grabbed onto its right arm. Planting my left foot on its neck, I ripped its right arm free. Kia. I ripped off every appendage it had like a crazed serial killer. This daddy long legs, with all of its arms and legs torn off, shook its head and wailed hideously. Please, save me. I really hated the creature's cry. I frowned and looked straight into its eyes. I wanted to end its life right then, but there was something else I had to confirm. Do you hear me? Please, save me. You don't hear me. Please, save me. I'm hungry. It seemed like it couldn't hear my voice, but it also wasn't saying what it was thinking. Its request to be saved wasn't coming from its consciousness. It was unconsciously spitting out these words, the same way the street zombies made their throat-rending noises. I wondered if it was repeating what people had said before they were killed by it. I pursed my lips bitterly. I raised my right foot high as I looked into its horrendous face. Every eye the creature possessed was looking at my foot, but there was nothing that this daddy long legs could do anymore, now that its arms and legs had been ripped away. Thud. The blunt, sickening feeling traveled its way from my right foot all the way up to my head as I stomped on its face. The creature stopped moving. I exhaled, releasing the tension within me. I rubbed the soles of my bloody shoes against the ground and walked down from Daehyun Sand Park as if nothing had happened. ******. I knocked on the storage room door, and Lee Jong-uk's cautious voice answered. So Yeon's dad. Gore. I acknowledged him in my throat-rending voice, and the tightly shut door creaked open. Since Lee Jong-uk could tell the difference between my affirmative and negative cries, he probably figured out that the being that was knocking on the door was me. As the door opened, I saw Lee Jong-uk and the students. Shin Ji-hai and Bae Jae-won were calming their friends down. Everyone was curled up, barely making eye contact with me. Bae Jae-won asked me in a rather agitated voice. So the mutant. What happened to the mutant? I took out my notepad and wrote a few words. I killed it. Bae Jae-won stared at me in wide-eyed awe after reading what I had written. Shin Ji-hai's expression grew surprised, and she examined me from top to bottom. Did you get hurt anywhere? I shook my head. She teared up but then quickly turned her face to the side. It seemed like Shin Ji-hai had been going through a lot as well. She was probably worn out by the suffering she endured each time one of her friends disappeared while heading out to get fresh water. As a leader that had to make decisions, she probably felt that she was helpless in the face of the weight of responsibility and of life. I understood how Shin Ji-hai would be feeling, and so I carefully lifted my hand and patted her on the shoulder. She flinched, but then burst into tears and collapsed to the floor. I quickly stashed my hands in my pockets, not knowing how to react. I looked at Lee Jong-uk and smacked my lips. Lee Jong-uk smiled gently. How dare you make a girl cry? You're a bad boy, aren't you? I couldn't believe he was making jokes right now. As I took a deep breath and let my head sink, Lee Jong-uk came up to me and put his arm around my shoulders, speaking in a low voice. She's just loosening up. She's just relieved, that's all. I looked at the students grimly. Some of the other students were following Shin Ji-hai's example and were tearing up a little. I was proud of what these young students had gone through, having survived to this day, but at the same time I felt bad and sorry for them. After a while, some of the students came up to me and thanked me by bowing deeply toward me. Thank you very much for saving us. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, we would have been long gone. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. They were the students that had been in front of the window when the mutant's arms had broken through it. If I had just screamed without grabbing onto the mutant's arm, these students would have died in that instant. I nodded slightly to acknowledge their thanks. I'll be outside. Please calm the students. I headed toward the gym entrance after showing Li Zhongyuke my message, but he grabbed onto my shirt. So Yeon's dad. Gore. As I turned to look at him, he flashed a gentle smile. Smile, man. You deserve to smile today. I didn't know why, but his words hit me differently. They went straight to my heart. I bit my lips and frowned, trying to contain my sadness. Li Zhongyuke patted me on the back. You're doing a great job, even to the point that I respect you. I could tell that Li Zhongyuke wasn't just mouthing empty words. I nodded slightly and left the gym, going outside. The cool fall breeze and the smell of grass tickled my nose. I took in the fresh air and stared into the pitch-black darkness. Even when the world was this dark, the air was surprisingly fresh. I knew there were still more people in this world that had the desire to live on, just like the students in the gym. They were probably praying for someone to help them as they waited in safe havens. And it wasn't because they were weak or useless. As a human, it wasn't wrong to be afraid in this situation. They could only hope for an almighty figure to save them. I knew this because I, too, had prayed for somebody to save me while I'd been trapped in a room before all this happened. I recalled the sad face Li Zhongyuke had made when we decided not to allow new members to shelter Haeyoung. A safe buffer zone, huh? I stared at the night sky blankly and pictured a map in my mind. I wanted to expand our safe buffer zone, but I realized that this was the time to reinforce our shelter internally. I wanted to take care of all the zombies in Hangdang Wendong and Meijangdong first, and then find the hidden survivors. But after finding them, there was no need to bring them back to shelter Haeyoung. I could just make a place for them on their own. It was the only way to protect shelter Haeyoung from the dogs while saving the survivors. I believed that I could save everyone by creating a network of shelters, instead of being restricted to one shelter. However, I would have to act as a gatekeeper for all of them. Everyone was weak individually, but I knew we could achieve more if we worked together. A reliable alliance would be safer for me and my family and would become the backbone that supported our lives. I could only think about my only ally, the being that I could trust with all my heart. I needed to have a serious talk with Kim Hyun-jun once he woke up. The next day, I led all the survivors outside. The cool morning air, heavy with the scent of grass, tickled my nose. After a moment, Shin Ji-hai spoke up. We're ready. Let's go. I took a quick glance at the students gathered in front of the gym. A lot of students, including Shin Ji-hai, were staring at my back. After I had taken out the mutant, the way they were looking at me had changed. Just yesterday, everyone was looking at me with distrust. But the way they were looking at me now wasn't just a simple feeling of relief. It was hope. I saw a glimpse of hope in their eyes. They knew they weren't heading for a utopia, but I could sense that they believed they could dream of a better future if they followed me. I nodded slightly to Shin Ji-hai and started walking toward shelter Haeyoung. I didn't call in my underlings to reduce the chances of getting caught by the black creature. I kept an eye on the street zombies and guided the survivors along safe routes. Unfortunately, the breathing of so many survivors together agitated some zombies, and they ended up charging toward the survivors. I knew better than to agitate the attacking zombies, so we just kept walking while I recruited the ones that charged toward us as underlings. Shin Ji-hai, not knowing what was going on, whispered to me. Why aren't they attacking? All the zombies that I touched lost their aggressive instincts and tagged along with the survivors. I guess she was surprised at this interaction. I smacked my lips, and Li Zhongyuke, who was next to me, answered in my stead. So Yeon's dad can turn zombies into his underlings. Huh. Shin Ji-hai gasped, her eyes wide. Li Zhongyuke quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. I'm sorry. I was just so surprised. Someone like you getting surprised by something like this? You weren't even surprised when you saw zombies. Well yeah, obviously right. Shin Ji-hai answered bluntly, and Li Zhongyuke smirked. You're in for a ride if you're already this surprised. Shin Ji-hai muttered inaudibly instead of answering and blinked her round eyes. As we made our way down from the hill, avoiding zombies, Shindong apartment slowly came into sight. I gave orders to my underlings who were waiting there for me. Everyone, come out. But don't answer back. Be quiet. My underlings came piling out from the apartments, their footsteps soft. Shin Ji-hai and the other students grew anxious as they watched the zombies coming out. It's a wave. A wave. Shin Ji-hai gasped and screamed again, and this time Bei Jae-won calmed her down. Ji-hai, calm down. They're on our side. Huh? What? Those zombies. They're on our side. What in the... At novel bin at. Shin Ji-hai fell to the ground and looked at all the zombies that were piling out of the buildings with a dumbfounded expression. Bei Jae-won wasn't nervous or on guard when he saw the zombies come out, since he had already heard more than enough about the blue-colored zombies. Li Zhongyuke offered Shin Ji-hai a hand, as he knew exactly how she would be feeling. Everyone reacts pretty much how you did at first. It's normal, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. Shin Ji-hai got herself together and patted her bottom as if she was embarrassed by what Li Zhongyuke had told her. Li Zhongyuke quickly stashed his right hand back into his pockets in embarrassment. Did you say wave? Yeah, the way the zombies gather up in one area. Shin Ji-hai answered him straightforwardly, and Li Zhongyuke grew thoughtful. Oh, are you talking about resonance? Is that what you call it, Ajasi? Is it because you guys are young? That's why you use English phrases. It's more suitable to say wave. It's weird calling it resonance. Li Zhongyuke kept a straight face. I quickly got my notepad out and wrote, "Why are you trying to talk back to a kid?" This was the perfect opportunity to get back at Li Zhongyuke. He mumbled something under his breath and strode into Shindong apartment complex first. I followed him, smiling. I ordered my underlings to take over the stuff that the students were carrying. We headed straight past Yungbong Crossway to get to shelter Haeyang. Kang Ji-suk and Baiyan Hyukjin pushed aside the barricade that was blocking the entrance. Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai came running out. Did something happen? I nodded slightly in response to Li Zhonghyuk's question. I then opened my notepad and asked him to bring the elder over. He acknowledged the request and headed to apartment 104. After a few moments, Li Zhonghyuk came back with the elder. I laid out the vegetables, soil, and chickens I'd brought over from Daehyun San Park. The elder's eyes went wide. Amazing. Where did you get these precious things? They were on a farm in Daehyun San Park. Fufu, I guess God is watching over us after all. But sir, there's barely any chicken feed for the chicken. I tried to bring as much as I could, but I know it won't be enough. We can get more chicken feed when we go out to get food. I'd say don't worry about it. We can also give them millet or make stew out of the sweet potato or potato roots that we can't eat. They eat that kind of stuff too? That's what everybody did back in the day. The elder smiled gently and examined each of the 9 chickens closely, muttering comments about each of them. Look at this one, look at how plump this one is, clearly still in awe. The Lee brothers and Choi Dahai looked at me. We're going to have to make a hen house. Is everyone willing to help? Everyone nodded without showing much objection. The moment Li Zhongyuke tried to start working, I grabbed his shoulder and shook my head. So-yeon's dad, what's wrong? You should look after the students. Oh, got it. I was self-conscious, feeling their gaze on me. The students we'd brought over from Daehyun San Park Gym were just looking at what we were doing, and hadn't been able to even sit down. We had to show them to their rooms and explain to them how the shelter operated. I thought Li Zhongyuke could be in charge of that. Okay everyone, gather up here. Li Zhongyuke had an easy expression as he walked toward the students. He flashed a quick smirk. I hope everyone's done some shoveling or farming in their lives. I placed a palm on my face and sighed. He wasn't giving them a single second to rest. In fact, he was subtly pressuring them to help out. However, they did have to do their part now, since they were now part of Shelter Haeyang. The students were astute enough to know that they had to abide by new rules now. They all nodded and followed Li Zhongyuke. Li Zhongyuke smiled brightly and called out to the elder. Elder? The students here said they'd help too. I haven't seen young people like them in a while. I pretended that I saw nothing and started heading toward apartment 104. I wanted to meet So-yeon as soon as I could. But then someone grabbed my shoulder. So-yeon's father, you're going to help out too, right? It was Choi Dahai. I smiled sheepishly, trying to come up with an excuse. I quickly frowned and acted like I had a headache. I should have known that it wouldn't work on Choi Dahai, though. I was sure it would have worked if it was either of the Lee brothers or the elder. Choi Dahai's face turned to disappointment after she took a close look at me. So-yeon's father. Gore. Even if you have the opportunity to become an actor later on, I don't think you should become one. You look pretty alright, but your acting is terrible. Choi Dahai passed me the shovel she was holding as I smacked my lips out of bitterness. Alrighty, if you could take care of the sweet potatoes, please. Gore. You know you can't go to see So-yeon anyway. She's studying with everyone else. Remember what Sun-hui Uni said the last time you tried to do so? Of course I remember. A couple of weeks ago, Han Sun-hui had smacked my back and shooed me out when the children were busy studying. Back then, I'd been so sad and embarrassed that I couldn't help but let my shoulders sag on my way out. Thinking about it now, though, it was entirely my fault. It was my fault for bothering their studies, and I also hadn't thought of the other children. When the world turned into this mess, most of the kids would never see their parents anymore, and I could tell that those kids were probably jealous of So-yeon deep down. That's probably why Han Sun-hui smacked me, since she'd figured it out before me. I grudgingly took the shovel from Choi Dahai and helped the elder with his work. As it passed 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the kids piled out of apartment 104. After the children were done with their classes, we all got together to eat lunch. Their laughter was a kind of reminder for us to get together and take a break. Daddy. So-yeon's backpack swung from side to side as she came running toward me. I beamed at her and got to one knee to welcome her into my arms. As I lifted So-yeon and whirled her about in circles, everyone who was watching burst out laughing. The college students that had just arrived looked So-yeon and I, dumbfounded. I quickly took out my notepad and wrote down some words. Were you a good girl today? Yes? Aunt Sun-hui told me a funny story. Funny story? It's about a turtle and rabbit? They raced against each other. Daddy, do you know who won? Daddy's not sure. The rabbit? Nope. The turtle. It seemed like children under the age of 11 were learning about fables as well. It made sense, since these fables held many lessons that the children could understand easily and could eventually help them grow emotionally. So-yeon kept going on about the race between the turtle and rabbit. I grinned while I paid attention to what she had to say. It felt great just to be able to hear her talk. I was so overwhelmed by joy, and I even wondered if I was allowed to feel so good and happy. Out of the blue, I felt a deep respect for all the fathers that sent their daughters off to get married to other men. I wondered how they could leave their precious daughters in the hands of a different man. I couldn't imagine it at all. The Lee brothers were laughing cheerfully as they played with the other children. After a moment, the principal came out with the teenage students. He came up to me and whispered in my ear, "So-yeon's father, Ji-suk didn't come to class again." He gave the excuse that he had to be on guard duty. I thought of Kang Ji-suk after I heard what the principal said. Wait, isn't Kang Ji-suk still 16? I didn't even realize earlier that he shouldn't have been manning the barricade. For some reason, it seemed natural for him to be doing that. The principal took a look around before whispering again. I think Ji-suk is slowly losing his grip on his emotions. I couldn't help but be surprised by that. Kang Ji-suk was a cheerful boy who chattered away every time he saw me. But if the principal feels this way, does this mean that Kang Ji-suk is having a hard time getting along with the other students? I titled my head and wrote down a few words. Do you think he isn't trying to fit in? Yes. I think it's been about a month. I think it has something to do with Eun-jong. Kang Eun-jong. She was Kang Ji-suk's older sister in her 20s. She was a bold woman. Unfortunately, she'd been down with a cold for over a month, but the medicine we brought from the pharmacy hadn't helped her recovery. She wasn't able to eat porridge properly, and barely ate at all, constantly saying that she didn't have any appetite. She was staying by herself in an empty room in apartment 104 for now. Kang Ji-suk, Han Sun-hui, and Choi Ta-hai took turns taking care of her. She'd developed a mysterious fever and was dry heaving at first, but thankfully, she'd gotten a bit better after taking some medicine. Unfortunately, that was it. Although the early, severe symptoms had gotten better, she was still very sick. Despite this, she still insisted on doing laundry and cleaning. She could work for at most an hour before her condition deteriorated and she turned pale. At that point, everyone sent her back to her room. Kang Eun-jong was growing weaker by the day. We didn't know her exact symptoms, and we had no way to help since we didn't have a doctor. The rest of us in the shelter could only wish that she would fight off her mysterious symptoms on her own and get back to her healthy self soon. But it seemed like Kang Ji-suk's attitude and personality had changed ever since his sister had fallen sick. He didn't care much about his studies anymore, and he would spend more than half the day guarding the barricade. I frowned sadly, and a sigh escaped my lips. The principal sighed as well. I think it's best if you have a talk with him. He doesn't seem to listen to us anymore. Has Ji-suk threatened anyone or done anything that was disrespectful toward others? Has he crossed the line? No, he hasn't. But whatever we say seems to go in one ear and come out the other. He doesn't even try to listen to what we have to say. I've heard he's like this too when Lee Jong-uk talks to him. Kang Ji-suk called Lee Jong-uk uncle, showing just how close they were. If he was unwilling to talk to Lee Jong-uk as well, this was a serious matter. I'll try to talk to him. Please. Everyone is worried about Ji-suk. He's just a child who's supposed to have fun right now, you know. The principal trailed off and shook his head. I was more than aware that he'd been guiding students onto the right path so that they wouldn't go astray his entire life. Even for someone like the principal, it wasn't easy for him to understand the change within Kang Ji-suk. The world had changed. It almost felt as though the things we were certain of previously were now useless. I wondered if the principal was being more cautious than usual in approaching him, just in case Kang Ji-suk decided to go down the wrong path. Perhaps this was why he was asking people around for help, and he'd even turned to me, the leader of Shelter Hayoung, for help. He'd probably considered the situation carefully before coming to me. Ultimately, it was the principal's responsibility to take care of the children. He might have thought that he wasn't adequately discharging his responsibility. If he had to come to me with this issue, did it mean that the situation was that severe, or that he was that desperate? Or was it just a sign that he was worried about the students from the bottom of his heart? I nodded and wrote down some words. I'll try talking to him later. You should go have lunch first. I'm sorry. I know you're already so busy, but to bring this up to you, it's all right. In fact, I'm glad that you told me. The principal pursed his lips and didn't say a word. I looked at his face and wrote down more words. We're basically a family now. We need to take care of each other's pain. Let me know anytime. I'll try my best to help if I'm able to. Thank you. The principal barely croaked out his thanks. As I patted him on the back, he gave a slight nod and went to join the rest of the community. So-yeon looked at me with her head tilted to the side, as if she sensed something wasn't right. I tried my best to smile at her. So-yeon sweetie, you should go eat with everyone else. Daddy, aren't you coming? Daddy's going to go get Ji-suk Appa. Okay? Ji-suk Appa should be at the entrance. Is that right, sweetie? I don't have to waste any time looking for Ji-suk Appa, thanks to you, sweetie. Thank you, darling. I smiled gently and gestured for her to join the others. So-yeon scurried away to join the others, and told me to be back as soon as possible. I smiled slightly and stared at the crowd of people for a while. Once I saw that So-yeon was eating lunch and laughing along with the others, I headed toward the entrance. So that's how Ji-suk's been doing these days, at novel bin at. It seemed like there was a strong connection between his current actions and Kang Eun-jong's illness. Despite it being lunchtime, I didn't see Kang Ji-suk. I prayed that he wouldn't go down the wrong path. *****. As I got closer to the barricade at the front entrance, I saw Kang Ji-suk sitting on the floor with his stainless steel spear. He got up quickly as if he had felt my presence. I'm sorry, Ajasi. I just sat down. I smiled gently and gestured to him to sit back down. I took out my notepad and wrote down some words. Aren't you eating? It's lunchtime. Oh, I'm not that hungry right now. Still, you have to eat so that you can keep going. I'm okay. Kang Ji-suk chuckled and looked off into the distance. He had the face of a teenager with a lot on his mind. I let out a breath and then wrote down more words. Is there something on your mind you want to talk about? No, Ajasi, nothing at all. What would I be worried about when I'm here thanks to you, Ajasi? Thanks to me? Yes. No. It's because everyone tried their best. I couldn't have done anything by myself. Ajasi, you don't have to be so humble. Everyone knows it's all thanks to you. It's just that no one here says it out loud. I let my face go blank. Kang Ji-suk carefully avoided my gaze, although he seemed surprised. I looked at him calmly and wrote down more words. Do you really think so? Well, this shelter was built thanks to you, and you even got rid of all the zombies nearby. And thanks to that, everyone can laugh this loud in this apartment complex. I placed my hand on Kang Ji-suk's shoulder, and locked eyes with him. He met my gaze for a moment, but eventually swallowed and looked down. After a moment, he smirked and chuckled. I know, Ajasi. I know that everyone played a part. But I also know that you're in the middle of everything. I'll try my best to. I'm good at working, you know. Looking at Kang Ji-suk, I began to sense why he was acting the way he was. I wrote out a message slowly. If there's anything you feel bad or disappointed about, tell me. I can't talk with you, but I can surely listen to you. No, Ajasi, there's nothing like that. It's all right. Spill the beans. There's really nothing, Ajasi. Kang Ji-suk smiled a bitter smile, and his head sank. However, I could tell that he had something on his mind just by the way he was playing with his fingers. Just like his wiggling fingers, I knew that this tangled up and complicated issue on his mind was slowly eating away at his body and mind. Although he wouldn't tell me the reason directly, I was now certain as to why he was acting in this manner. I let out a quick breath and wrote down some words. It's not your fault. What? It's not your fault. Why are you suddenly saying this, Ajasi? Like I said, it's not your fault. Kang Ji-suk looked at what I wrote and stayed silent for a while. Perhaps my words of comfort, reassuring him that he wasn't to blame for this situation, had touched his heart. However, I noticed that his jaw was trembling. He quickly turned away and sniffled once. I quietly patted him on the shoulder. Oh geez, why am I? Kang Ji-suk put on a bitter smile as he kept on sniffling. His eyes were bloodshot. All the tears he'd been holding back flowed out in a torrent. With sorrow in my heart, I wrote down some words. Are you worried about your sister? Kang Ji-suk didn't say anything after he'd read what I had written. Instead, he frowned and kept his mouth closed. I waited until Kang Ji-suk calmed down, hoping that he would open up once he organized his thoughts. I sat next to him for a while and looked to the horizon. I knew better than to lecture him about the stuff that he already knew. Sitting with him was the best thing I could do right now. After a while, Kang Ji-suk let out a deep breath. Do you think my sister will be okay? She'll be all right. Please don't kick her out. I'll take on whatever my Nuna is responsible for as well. Despite his calm expression, Kang Ji-suk's voice was trembling. However, his eyes looked more determined than ever. Everyone in shelter Haeyoung was responsible for their own thing and everyone moved in unison, like a set of gears. It seemed like Kang Ji-suk had been worried for a while, since Kang Eun-jong seemed like a malfunctioning gear that wasn't working together with the other gears. I wondered if the last officer meeting had affected Kang Ji-suk. I wondered if it had given him the impression that his take on the situation was true. Kang Eun-jong hadn't been able to participate in the last meeting with the other initial members of the shelter as she was sick. He might have thought that everyone was slowly excluding Kang Eun-jong, which probably led him to think that, if he didn't do anything, the two would get kicked from the shelter. Kang Ji-suk had been doing everything he could, even shouldering his Nuna's responsibilities, in order to stay in the shelter. He was on guard duty day and night, and looked for whatever work he could do. He looked for any place that seemed short-staffed and helped out with laundry, cleaning, farming, risking his life to get food from outside, and did guard duty with his stainless steel spear when there wasn't any other work for him to do. It was a lot for a 16-year-old to handle, not only physically, but mentally as well. I was proud of Kang Ji-suk, but felt sorry at the same time that I hadn't taken care of him as much as I should have. I patted Kang Ji-suk on the back and let out a sigh. I had absolutely no clue what I should be saying to him. Kang Ji-suk sighed along with me. To be honest, I'm confused these days. I get that all the people here are good people, but I feel like there's this gap opening up between us now. Am I the only one who feels like this? In this world, forming relationships with others is one of the most difficult things to do. For some reason, it seems like, along the way, something got twisted. I'm scared that we might never be able to mend our relationships. I felt his honesty. I looked up to the sky for a moment and organized my thoughts. The sky was as clear as it could be, unlike our complicated reality. I took out my notepad and wrote each word as neatly as I could. On one hand, you don't want to break ties, but at the same time, you hold a glimmer of disappointment toward them, don't you? And trying to untie whatever you had in the past seems difficult too, doesn't it? Yes, exactly. Well, that's the thing about relationships. Let me ask you a question. Kang Ji-suk tilted his head to look at what I had written, then looked at me with a serious face. I smiled gently and wrote down my question. The cardigan you're wearing, how was it made? What? Kang Ji-suk looked down at his knit cardigan and tilted his head again. I chuckled. The entire cardigan is knitted together with knots and ties. Yes, that's how relationships are. You fight, you forgive, but you'll be left with a sense of uneasiness even after making up with the other person. During that process, you get to learn more about the other person through understanding and consideration. That's how you get to know each other. Kang Ji-suk concentrated on reading what I'd written, but still looked clueless. I peered into his face, then kept on writing. You wouldn't have gotten involved with another person if they were someone you didn't need to get close to. And even if you had, you would have left them behind in the end. But we're no longer in that kind of relationship, are we? Yes, you're right. The thing is, emotional conflicts are inevitable whenever people are gathered. Even in the best relationships. Families have conflicts all the time, right? In fact, it'd be strange to not have any conflicts. If there aren't any issues, that means nobody has talked about their true feelings, ever. How about you approach others first? Or are you afraid that people will avoid or ignore you? Everyone here knows that your sister is sick at the moment, but there's really no cure to her sickness right now. No one knows how she will get better, including myself. So you should go up to others first. Go ask them what you could be doing right now. What if everyone tells me and my sister to both get out? Do you think the people here are that sort of people? Or am I the only one who has the wrong impression of them? I raised my eyebrow, and Kang Ji-suk pouted silently. I softened my face and continued writing. Don't be afraid to get hurt by others. It'll become the motivation for you to become a better person. Well, at least, that's what this Ajasi thinks. I cleared my throat and scratched my neck. Kang Ji-suk just stared at me without saying a word. I let out a quick breath and wrote down more words. You know, at one point, I came to realize something about people. Whoever gave me harsh advice was someone I could count on, while those who sugarcoated everything turned out to be against me. That's how every relationship was for me. Are you telling me to get scolded by everyone? Kang Ji-suk's naive answer caused me to roar with laughter. I couldn't believe he took my message in that way. This naivete was the reason why I missed being young. I patted Kang Ji-suk's head and gently smiled at him. His face reddened and he hung his head as if he was embarrassed. Go show them your true self. And don't be shy while you're at it. Okay, I bet everyone is waiting for you to open up first. Okay, Ajasi. Kang Ji-suk grumbled and got to his feet. He then walked toward the crowd of people that were laughing away. Looking at them made me ponder on the mechanism through which trust was built. The first step was being disappointed by others and not having our expectations met. I knew that a boy like Kang Ji-suk would later realize that's what real relationships were. Full of knots and tangled up things. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Everyone dispersed back to their workplaces after eating. So-yeon and the children went to apartment 104 to help with cleaning, under Han Sun-hui's supervision. I waved at So-yeon as she got further away. She raised her right hand high and yelled back, "Daddy, let's play again at night." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard her voice. Lee Jong-UK, who was next to me, snorted. "If you're thinking about playing through the night, go play in a different room." I nodded slightly without answering. Lee Jong-UK massaged his tight neck and crept closer to me. "What did you tell Ji-suk to make him open up?" he whispered. I shrugged. Kang Ji-suk had told everyone about his feelings, along with his sister's story. Everyone listened to him as if his worries were theirs. There was still no plan to figure everything out, but I knew for sure that they had grown closer together. Lee Jong-UK clicked his tongue at me. "I remember when you told me you didn't want to be the leader. Why'd you try to put it on me when you'd be doing this good of a job?" Lee Jong-UK smacked my back and walked toward the college students while chuckling. He was going to wrap up the farming tasks for the day. I looked up at the sky and let out a sigh. Didn't even know I was going to say stuff like that. I wondered if everything I had said to him came out subconsciously, or if he'd decided to open up as well since I'd approached him sincerely. Whether it was on purpose or not, I was glad that they talked through their misunderstandings. I stashed my hands in my pockets and headed toward apartment 101. I wanted to check on how Kim Hye-yeongjun was doing. It had been a long time since I last checked on him. I entered the security office of apartment 101 and laid eyes on Kim Hye-yeongjun, who was still sleeping. If he was really going to sleep for a week, there were still 3 more days to go until he woke up. I planned on taking care of the zombies in Hangdang Wondong and Maejangdong in the meantime. I had to clearly define our borders and work on improving the shelter's defenses. "Everybody, come out." All of my underlings in apartment 102 gathered outside as soon as I gave the order. I looked them over, and began to assign them to new squads and platoons. I sent the ones that weren't yet painted blue back into apartment 102, and assigned the ones painted in blue into new squads and platoons. I started with the 1st platoon and made my way up to the 4th platoon. I had a total of 807 underlings with me. Among them, almost 400 of them weren't painted blue. Leaving the unpainted scouts in Maejangdong out of the picture for now, I still had to get the ones with me painted blue no matter what. I needed to look for blue markers and spray paint when I went to clean up Hangdang Wondong. Alright, listen carefully to what I'm going to say from now on, and be ready to execute. I gave each squad a thick rope and explained how to use ropes. After I finished educating them, I took my underlings to the entrance. Lee Jong-UK, who had seen everything, came up to me. "Where are you trying to go again?" "It's about time to work on, safety." "What, the safety buffer zone you were talking about last time?" When I nodded, Lee Jong-UK smacked his lips. "Don't bite off more than you can chew before Kim Hye-yeongjun wakes up. I'm going to clean up Hangdang Wondong and Maejangdong first. It won't be that dangerous, since they're both already my territory. You want me to come with you? You might get in trouble if you meet a survivor. I'll come back and let you know if that happens. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips and nodded. I looked at Li Zhongyuke and asked him to be clear about one thing. When I'm not here, you're the leader of Shelter Haeyang at Novel Bin at. Like I said, being a figurehead is my thing. When I'm not here, you're the leader. Don't let the people go astray. This is a favor I'm asking you. I put on a serious expression, and Li Zhongyuke stopped laughing. He nodded back, his expression serious as well. I couldn't let another Kong Ji-suk incident happen again. If everyone broke down like Kong Ji-suk, there would be no turning back. I nudged Li Zhongyuke in the arm and went outside with my underlings. I then heard Li Zhongyuke from behind. Take care. I waved slightly and addressed all my underlings from the 1st platoon to the 4th platoon. Remember what I told you earlier. Gur, if you see any zombies, tie them up instead of killing them. Tie them by their waist and bring them back. I handed out thick coils of rope to each squad. I was planning to send each squad of my underlings to patrol different parts of Hangdang Wendong so that the operation could be performed more efficiently. My underlings would tie up and bring back any zombies that were still hidden. I say this again, but if you see any survivors, do not attack. Inform me first. My underlings answered in a lively manner and went to their pre-designated locations. No matter how good an idea was, it was no use if it wasn't put into practice. I was planning to use the remaining time I had effectively in order to realize my plan. Since we were just about done taking care of Hangdang Wendong, I assumed that we would be done cleaning up zombies by the end of the day. Once I was done cleaning up Hangdang Wendong, I was planning to move on to Meijangdong the next day. I wasn't sure when Kim Hyeongjun was going to wake up, but I wanted to get this done before he did. I was going to make more plans so that once Kim Hyeongjun woke up, we could move on to the next plan. As the saying goes, if there is virtue in the man, there is order in the family. If there is order in the family, the country will be strong. If the country is strong, there will be peace in the world. I had to establish the foundation before Kim Hyeongjun woke up. The zombie hunt went on for 4 days. I had initially thought it was only going to take a day to take care of Hangdang Wendong. It ended up being 4. I was almost done cleaning up the zombies in the streets, but the problem was the ones that were scattered about and hiding in buildings. Most apartments here were built so that they could house around 1,000 individual households each, and Hangdangdong was one of the densest residential areas in Gangbuk. I had to comb through all of these apartments and high-rise buildings carefully. I spent considerable time going through bathrooms, storage rooms, underground parking lots, and boiler rooms. Taking care of zombies afterward was also a problem. Throughout the 4-day zombie hunt, my underlings brought me at least 7,000 zombies. I tried to recruit as many as I could, but there was a limit to how many underlings I could control. Once I got to around 1,400 underlings, I couldn't push any more zombies and convert them. My body had grown stronger since the Meijangdong incident, which was why I could even have 1,400 underlings. Songdong District 1 had a population of 300,000 people. Even if Songdong District's population was halved after the zombies appeared, that would leave at least 150,000 people. Even taking into consideration the number of months that had passed, there still had to be at least half of that, or 75,000 people. I couldn't even fathom how many more zombies were left in the other areas of the district if there were 7,000 zombies in Hangdang Wendong alone. I didn't dare picture myself cleaning up Meijangdong. I had to think of something else. I used the apartments next to Yungbong Crossway as a zombie prison. I placed 1 zombie in each prison cell. I blocked all the apartment entrances to keep the zombies under control. I had to prevent the possibility of a mutant from appearing, and I wasn't sure if the zombies might end up eating each other. Kill any zombie if they try to attack another zombie or escape. That's what I ordered the underlings I assigned to take care of the prison. I considered the zombies in the cells as a backup in case I lost my underlings. Someone raised the idea of killing all of them during one of our meetings, but that was impossible to do. There was no way we could get rid of all those dead bodies. It was impossible to burn 7,000 zombies when we didn't even have enough oil for ourselves. There was also a limit to burying them as well. And if an epidemic spread because of it, there would absolutely be no turning back from that. This was why I ended up creating a prison and placing my underlings to take care of them. I decided to call the underlings that were taking care of the prison cells the barracks troops. I had 1,400 underlings in total, but almost 200 of them were scouts or stationed as barracks troops. Considering the fact that I had to leave some underlings at Shelter Haeyang for defense, I could only field around 900 or close to 1,000 troops in battle. However, getting more underlings wasn't all good news. My scouting network was more extensive, with underlings scattered all over the place, which seriously jumbled my mind. What sickened me the most, though, was that I hadn't been able to find a single survivor on my zombie hunt. I'd begun with a glimmer of hope, but this only intensified my disappointment. I wondered if too much time had passed for them to survive. People who tried to survive on their own, or people like me who were waiting for a rescue team had probably been eaten by zombies or committed suicide by now. I saw plenty of ropes tied to ceilings in the apartments. I also saw bathtubs in which people had committed suicide. All these images crippled my mind. So Yeon's dad. Li Zhongyuke's voice came from beside me. Surprised, I turned around, and Li Zhongyuke tilted his head to one side. What's on your mind? You haven't answered me for a while. Oh right, I'm in the middle of a meeting. I massaged my temples and let out a sigh. Li Zhongyuke looked at me closely and announced to the others that the meeting was adjourned. Everyone nodded and left, though they were tactfully keeping an eye on me. I didn't want to create this kind of atmosphere, but it was hard for me to take in what I had seen over the past 4 days. Although my body was a zombie, my mind was still very much human. I remained seated as everyone left the meeting room, then slowly closed my eyes. I contemplated whether or not I had to give up on my plan to expand our safe buffer zone. I was exhausted both physically and mentally after cleaning up Hengdang Wendong. I wasn't sure if I was capable or even qualified to think about cleaning up other areas when I hadn't even touched Meijiangdong. I put my head in my hands and let out a deep sigh. Knock, knock. Li Zhongyuke entered. He looked closely at my face and smiled sheepishly. It's not easy, is it? I chuckled. Honestly, it was tiring. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to protect shelter Haiyang from an attack from the gang members, that the current system we had was built on my arrogance and bravado, and that the safety we'd built up would be taken away someday. Li Zhongyuke stashed his hands in his pockets and walked toward me in a cocky manner. He grabbed my shoulder. You're getting too into it again. I looked at him in surprise, and he laughed gently. You think too much. That's your problem. You've done well to this point. But there's just one problem. As I titled my head, his smile widened. You don't give yourself a rest, you know. I couldn't say anything in reply. If I let go of everything we had right now, we could lose everything. I took out my notepad. We can't pretend that nothing's happening around us. Who told you to pretend anything? I just told you to take a break. Remember when we brought the college students in? I nodded, and he took a seat next to me. You have a tendency to hold in what you're really feeling, to the point that it gets unhealthy. I said it that day and I'll say it again. You can laugh every once in a while, you know. I nodded slowly as I recalled that day. Li Zhongyuke leaned back in his chair. You know, back when the world wasn't like this, you know what the first thing I did after I got off work every day? Drink beer with my wife. Li Zhongyuke smiled gently. Despite the softness of his voice, his eyes were full of nostalgia, and it seemed as though he was going to shed a tear any second. Li Zhongyuke stared at the ceiling for a while, as though lost in thought. I joined him in staring at the ceiling. After a few moments, he picked up where he had left off. It felt like all that day's worries and tiredness went away when I drank beer and talked with my wife. We weren't even talking about important things. Just ordinary talk, you know? I don't know why that felt so good. Li Zhongyuke's words triggered a memory of mine as well. I recalled the time when my wife and I attended Soyeon's elementary school entrance ceremony. My wife had made a fuss about that day. On the other hand, I didn't feel anything. I was just thinking about work. She got fully dressed up in the morning and even took out her branded bag that she treated as her heirloom. She even wore the heels that she complained about all the time, as they made her ankles hurt. In her full suit of armor, she said these words to me. Let's go. She had looked so heroic, I couldn't help but smile. The way she strutted about, so that the other parents couldn't look down on her. It almost seemed like she was getting ready for her inauguration instead of Soyeon's ceremony. But once she met up with the other parents, she had no trouble getting along, chit-chatting away. She was the one who had the time of her life smiling and laughing with them. After the ceremony, we all went to a family restaurant and the conversation kept flowing. Well, my role was to listen to the two of them talk. My wife listed out everything that happened earlier at school. I liked the way my wife was. I respected her for being emotional and confidently saying what she wanted to say. I was happy when I reacted to whatever she was saying or when I played along with her, smiling gently as the words tumbled out of her. I would forget how tiring my day had been when I saw Soyeon and my wife going on non-stop. I sort of understood what Li Zhongyuke meant by the little things. Those happy moments with my wife felt like an eternity ago, but realizing that it hadn't even been a year since this all happened saddened me. Li Zhongyuke let out a sigh. After my wife got pregnant, we continued talking every day after work, drinking ion drinks instead of beer. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to keep up a conversation with her. So you were relying on the alcohol all the while, huh? I chuckled as I made my comment, but he shook his head in disagreement. Not at all. In fact, I liked it even more. It felt strange, having serious talks when we were sober, since we were tipsy every time we talked about anything. I looked at him with a straight face, and he let out a loud, hearty laugh. All right, I'll stop here. Anyways, what I wanted to say was, Li Zhongyuke trailed off and rubbed his chin. As I waited for him, he smirked and laughed. Stop thinking about work after you get your day's work in. Have some time to yourself. Time to myself, huh? How am I supposed to have time to myself when there isn't any time at all? I let out a sigh and smacked my lips. Li Zhongyuke got up. A long time ago, someone told me this. That you're not given time. You make time. He then left the meeting room. I sat motionless and stared at the front door through which Li Zhongyuke had exited. I thought about what he had just told me over the past couple of minutes. You're not given time, you make time. He sure knew his quotes. Perhaps I'd tunnel-visioned onto the thought that I had to constantly get stronger, which was why I thought I didn't have time to myself. Perhaps my obsession had been slowly eating at me mentally. I let out a deep sigh and got up. Maybe whatever Li Zhongyuke had said to me was something his wife had told him. ******. The next day, Soyeon and I spent the day doing whatever we wanted to. I was so busy hunting down zombies the past 4 days that I hadn't had any time to spend with So-yeon. I was planning to take the day off, just like Lee Jong-UK had told me the day before. Daddy, can the other kids join us as well? I looked around after hearing So-yeon's question, and my eyes fell on the children on the 5th floor of apartment 104. They were all standing against the window, staring blankly at So-yeon and I playing. That moment, I remembered Hansen Hui smacking my back. I couldn't ignore her suggestion that I should be considerate of the other children as well. I gestured to the children to come down, but the children just looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Then a woman appeared and said something to the children. She grabbed the children's hands and came outside. It was Hansen Hui. The children were laughing as if they had forgotten the way they were a couple of minutes ago, and started playing around in the apartment complex. Hansen Hui crossed her arms as she came and stood next to me. That was very nice of you. I smiled gently after hearing her compliment. I shouldn't just be looking after So-yeon. As long as I thought everyone here was family, I had to treat the other children just like So-yeon. After a while, the elder and Lee Jong-UK came up to me. Lee Jong-UK looked out at the children and said, "Are you letting the kids loose because you cleaned up Hangdang Won-dong? You know there's no going back from this, right?" The elder chuckled loudly as he watched the children, but almost immediately, his eyes widened. No, you kids. Not there. Don't step there." It seemed like some of the children had stepped on the place where the elder had planted potatoes. Eventually, the elder, Lee Jong-UK, and Hansen Hui ran forward to calm the children down, but in minutes, they were playing along with the children as well. After that, Lee Jong-hyuk, Choi Da-hai, and even the principal came outside. We were able to hear children laughing again in shelter Haeyoung. This was something I had never imagined would happen. Soon after that, the teenagers and the college students we'd rescued from Hangdang Tudong all came out to play. The original members and new members got together and bonded, not caring whether they were new or old. The college students, who were experts at drinking games, introduced everyone to fun games that all the children and adults enjoyed. As I watched them with a gentle smile, So-yeon ran up to me and grabbed my hand. She spoke to me with the most innocent and lovable smile. "Daddy, you should join us too." Then all the others who were gathered there scolded me for not joining in before. Smiling widely, I walked with So-yeon toward the gathered crowd. I couldn't help but smile. I was happy. I wanted to cherish this happiness, no matter what happened in the future at Novel Bin Adat. Enemy located. However, God didn't give me a second to take a break. I stopped in my tracks, halfway toward the others. I heard the signals my underlings had sent me. The signals were coming from Seoul Forest. Wonseongdong District is one of 20 districts in South Korea. It is divided into 20 administrative divisions, of which Hangdangdong is one of them. My face darkened, and the faces of the others grew concerned as well. Lee Jong-UK came up to me and asked, "Did the gang members show up?" He knew what was going on without me having to explain everything to him. I nodded and took out my notepad. "There are gang members at Shelter Seoul Forest. Is it going to be dangerous? We don't know how many of them there are. But if they're planning to attack Shelter Seoul Forest, we shouldn't take it lightly." Shelter Seoul Forest had suffered attacks from the gang members and their dogs multiple times already, but their shelter hadn't gone down, and the gang members had probably taken notice of that. Clearly, they viewed it as a difficult shelter to take down. This meant that the gang members were going to give it their all if they attacked again. But I wondered why they'd decided to attack the shelter out of the blue. There hadn't been any activity from the gang members for a while now. Are they low on food or something? Or are the other areas bereft of survivors just like Hangdang Won-dong? At that moment, it hit me. It might have been because of the incident in Maejangdong. If that was the reason they were planning to attack, I couldn't just stand here doing nothing. It was reasonable for the gang members to think that the survivors of Shelter Seoul Forest had attacked Maejangdong. They were the most probable ones to do so. According to their data, the closest shelter from Maejangdong, and therefore the place that had the highest probability of carrying out the attack, would be Shelter Seoul Forest. This meant that I bore some responsibility for this incident as well. It would be easy for me to avoid my responsibility right now, but the price I would later have to pay down the road could put me and my family in peril. If Shelter Seoul Forest went down, the gang members might not come to Hangdang Won-dong through Hanyang University, which was to the east. Instead, they could just come through Yungbong Bridge to the south. For me, Shelter Seoul Forest was like the first line of defense, almost like a breakwater. If they went down, it would be impossible to block off the waves that would come rolling into Hangdang Won-dong. My confusion must have shown on my face, since Lee Jong-UK grabbed onto my arm. "Don't worry. Go take a look. Leave this place to us." I could see his determination on his face. I bit my lip and nodded once. The others then came up to me, each of them grabbing my hand while offering encouragement. "Take care. We'll take care of the children. Don't bite off more than you can chew." I braced myself for what was waiting for me as I looked into everyone's eyes. Lastly, So-yeon came up to me and grabbed my shirt. "Daddy." She was looking up at me, her eyes filled with nervousness. I kneeled on one knee and hugged her skinny body tightly. I tickled her wrist and flashed a gentle smile. She pursed her lips and looked straight into my face. She then nodded in a lively manner. "Take care, Daddy. I'll see you soon." It felt like I was on my way to work on an ordinary day before the world had turned into this. I used to hear her habitual farewell every day before heading off to work. If there was something different from before, it was the fact that I wasn't in a suit. The premise itself wasn't any different. Just as I used to go to work for my family, I was now going to work for the safety of people at Shelter Haeyoung. I patted Soyeon on the head and thought to myself, "Sweetie, Daddy will be back." I rose and gave orders, looking in the direction of apartment 102. First and second company, follow me. Gur, ga. I had combined the 1st to 5th platoons into the 1st company. I formed companies once my underlings exceeded 1,000. My 1,000 underlings from 1st and 2nd company answered in a grand voice and came flooding out like a tide. The blue wave that was rolling out from the entrance of apartment 102 was grand and magnificent. I took my 1,000 underlings and headed towards Seoul Forest. I corrected myself, I took my army to Seoul Forest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On my way to Seoul Forest, my mind churned through all sorts of useless thoughts. I was worried that Kim Hye-young-jun hadn't woken up even after a week, and if the gang members had gotten their hands on a mutant. I also had to think about the possibility that there could be multiple enemy leaders. If I jumped the gun, there was a chance that the survivors at Shelter Seoul Forest would think that I was their enemy and possibly start shooting at me. I also had to come up with a clever way for me to differentiate between the survivors and the dogs in Shelter Seoul Forest, if there were any. I had to be cautious with everything. I had to think in order to minimize my casualties and take care of the situation. As I passed Yungbong Bridge, a dense forest welcomed me. The trees looked sturdy like chains, as if warning zombies to stay away, and that they wouldn't allow them through. I didn't go to Shelter Seoul Forest, but to a building where I had posted a scout. I hid the 1st and 2nd company in nearby buildings while I headed toward the rooftop. 2 of my scouts were waiting for me on the rooftop. I stared at them. "Where are the enemies?" My scout pointed. As I followed its fingertip, an enormous, endless red tsunami was preparing to attack. I couldn't close my mouth as I took in their overwhelming numbers. I wondered if one leader alone could control an army this large. It seemed impossible. It made no sense to me. Just by eyeballing it, I could tell that there were around 3,000 underlings. It was more likely that there was more than one leader. It seemed like the gang members weren't here to take over Shelter Seoul Forest. I was certain they were here to raze it to the ground. I swallowed hard and fell into deep thought. I felt bad for the survivors, but it wasn't the time for me to head to their rescue yet. I knew that Shelter Seoul Forest had guns. Even if they had guns, though, they couldn't shoot them forever. There certainly was a limit, and I knew that that would be the right time for me to intervene. Gur? At that moment, fierce cries arose from the boundless red ocean. The army of 3,000 split into 6 blocks. Bang, bang, bang. Guns were being fired inside Shelter Seoul Forest. But the bullets weren't heading toward the 6 blocks of the gang members. They were heading for the people inside. I heard guns being fired and people screaming. It was the dogs. The enemy leaders' cries were like the sound of trumpets signaling the start of a war, and the dogs had moved accordingly. I crouched down as I took a look at what was happening inside Seoul Forest. There were people popping out from the ground. The dogs looked no different from animals. They were dirty, had sunken cheeks, and their clothes were half torn. I could tell who were the survivors and who were the dogs right away. At that moment, I remembered what Kim Hye-young-jun had told me. Shelter Seoul Forest has a lot of different strategies under their belt. One of them was using underground tunnels. Some aren't even used anymore. But the dogs and gang members were already prepared for these underground tunnel attacks. In fact, they were making use of the underground tunnels themselves. Flames rose across Seoul Forest. I saw people hurriedly running with water jugs. They were throwing the jugs toward the underground tunnels, and some of the people that followed threw Molotov cocktails. I belatedly realized that they weren't throwing water, but oil. They were fighting back against the dogs that were trying to get in. The survivors at the shelter had decided to burn down their base in order to protect it. It was a decision that cut off most other possible strategies, but it was the best decision the survivors could make at the moment. As the shelter descended into chaos, the gang members started moving accordingly. 4 of the red blocks spread it out like wings and started banging on the shelter entrance. Chaotic screams and ear-splitting explosions echoed through the air. My hands trembled as I watched the devastation unfold in front of me, but I knew I had to wait for the right moment. I had to wait and wait. As I challenged my patience, my mind grew increasingly anxious, and I could feel my nerves trembling. Just looking at the battlefield made it harder for me to breathe, but I still had to endure all of this. I knew I had to wait until the commander that was overseeing everything made a move. I also had to wait until I knew how many enemy leaders there were. The 2,000-strong vanguard of the gang members came crashing down like a wave, and the first barricade started to break. The pressure from the gang members was relentless, like a raging wave. With the first barricade on the verge of collapsing, the survivors that were manning the first defense line all withdrew in unison. I wondered if their barrels had melted, or if they were short on ammunition already. Get the Molotov cocktails out. Molotov cocktail ready. Molotov cocktail ready. I heard loud voices repeating orders from the interior of the chaotic shelter. The survivors gathered in front of the second defense line. As the first defense line went down and zombies piled in, the people behind the second defense line started rotating a large pulley. The floor in front of the second defense line started to sink. They were making the entrance impassable as soon as the survivors that were holding the zombies off at the first defense line had joined the second defense line. The zombies that were following the survivors began falling into the pit. So did the countless Molotov cocktails that were flying toward them. Even from where I was, I could smell the pungent petroleum smell. I clenched my fists and let out the breath I've been holding onto. There seemed to be hope. If they kept them off like this, the survivors could fight off their attack. Growling? With the vanguard stalled, the two other blocks that were being held in reserve started moving. But they didn't choose to attack from the front. On the left side of the shelter, there was a man-made wall about 3 meters high. The survivors had concentrated all their defenses on holding the second defense line. They didn't have enough manpower to take care of the sides at the same time. The bulk of the forces moved to the west side, and the zombies stared up at the tall wall. After a while, 4 zombies that had seemed to have glowing red eyes started grabbing the other zombies by their collars and throwing them across the wall. I bolted upright as I saw what was happening. I wondered how they could even think of such a strategy. I wasn't sure if they were being stupid, or if they were taking advantage of the zombies' infinite survivability. I never imagined that they would resort to throwing zombies over the wall. These 4 zombies that seemed to have glowing red eyes also had superhuman physical capabilities. These were the leaders. These were the leaders that had decided to bring 3,000 of their underlings to attack Shelter Soul Forest. I couldn't help but smirk as I looked at them. There's 4 of them. If there were only 1 or 2 leaders, it would have been much more dangerous. If there were 2 leaders leading the 3,000-strong army, that meant the leaders were as strong as me. But since there were 4 of them, this meant that each of them controlled fewer zombies, which meant that I would be able to deal with them easily. I knew it was time to enter the fray. I reached the first floor in a single leap and gave orders to my hidden underlings. Everyone, thanks for waiting. Grr, quiet, let's fight. My blue-collared underlings emerged as one, and me and my underlings ran toward the side of the shelter. Grr. The leaders that were throwing their underlings over the wall all stopped at once and started looking around when they heard my underlings cry. They saw my blue-collared zombies flowing toward them like the tide. They hesitated for a moment, but quickly got themselves into position to mount a defense. Before they had gotten fully into position, I charged toward the enemy leader, who was slightly out of position, and hurled my fist at it. Smack! A wave of ecstasy flooded through me as I felt the impact through my fist. My punch had sunken deep. The zombie leader's body twisted strangely and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, I stomped on its face with my right foot while it was still trying to come back to its senses. Crack! The feeling of its face splattering traveled up through my entire body, causing a thrill. I locked eyes with the other enemy leaders. I could sense their bewilderment. That's right. Be startled. Be hesitant. Be afraid. I'll end your lives for you. As I stared at them with my glowing eyes, I felt a rush of adrenaline. My pupils contracted. My muscles tightened and my nerves tingled with precision. My murderous aura wrapped around my body like a carefully sharpened knife at novel bin at. I was in full berserker mode. That's one, I mumbled to myself. Kill that motherfucker. Grr! All the red zombies charged toward me at once. I smirked and tore through the zombies that were in my way. The closest leader kicked out desperately at me. Its movements were terribly slow and pathetic, as though it were moving in slow motion. I grabbed its legs and lifted them. The zombie leader lost their balance and landed on its back like a turtle. I jumped on top of it right away and hurled my knee into its face. The 4 leaders had 3,000 underlings in total. This meant that each leader commanded at least 700 to 800 underlings. 700 to 800 underlings was not a trivial number. It was good in most situations. They probably strutted about arrogantly most of the time. However, to me, those numbers meant nothing. Even the leader in Meijangdong had around 1,000 underlings. The leaders here were even weaker than the leader in Meijangdong, and that one couldn't even leave a scratch on my body. If there had been only 1 or 2 leaders here, it would have been difficult. However, since there were 4 of them, it was good news for me. They were no match for me. That's 2, I thought to myself. You son of a bitch. The remaining 2 leaders charged toward me, howling death cries. I kicked the one charging straight toward me in its stomach, at the same time grabbing the collar of the one sprinting in from the right. I was used to fighting zombies with red glowing eyes, and I knew I had more than an even chance of winning, especially against ones that were weaker than me. As long as they didn't pull out a joker like bringing in a mutant, I was going to beat the living hell out of them. I smirked and talked to the one I had grabbed. This is the end of you. I got you good. Without warning, it burst out in laughter. Ha, ha ha ha. I wondered if it was going insane. Perhaps it was losing its mind before it died. The creature flashed a cunning smile. No, I got you. I frowned and looked into its eyes. It let out a disturbing laugh. So it's you. The one that attacked Meijangdong. I knew it. I knew there was no way a human being would have been able to kill a Dong leader. It seemed like they called the leader of each area a Dong leader. I looked it straight in the eyes. This attack on Soul Forest. Is this revenge for Meijangdong? Revenge? You're more naive than I thought. You have your head in the clouds or something. It snickered as it made fun of me. I grabbed onto its collar and slammed it to the ground as hard as I could. Enough of the bullshit. Cut to the chase if you don't want to die. Ha ha ha. If I don't want to die? Hey Ajasi, you and I are already dead. It was right. We were no different from the dead since we were zombies. However, as long as we had our human minds, I could torture it to the point that it would beg for death. I broke its arms and legs without even the slightest hesitation. I thought it would beg for its life once I did so, but instead, it kept on laughing. It boggled my mind even though I was the one torturing it. It screamed while laughing like an insane person. You crazy son of a bitch. You're no different, you know? You break people's arms and legs like it's nothing. Ha ha ha. Shut it, you bastard. Hey Ajasi, you got baited. What? Smash? My earlobe stung from the impact and my vision grew hazy. The enemy leader I had kicked earlier wasn't dead. It had gotten back up and had kicked me in the head. Its sudden attack caused me to lose my balance, but I quickly got myself together and got into a defensive stance. Beep. My ears were ringing. Soon after, my legs gave way under me. It felt as though my eardrums had burst. The one that kicked me was glaring at me as it rubbed its lower belly. Its voice came to me, cutting through the constant ringing that I was hearing from its kick. Oh fuck. I think my intestines are fucked up. Hey, Ajasi, how about we stop it here? I don't think anyone's going to benefit from this if we keep at it. What? I couldn't hear its voice clearly because of the constant ringing. It felt like there were multiple voices. I shook my head and squeezed my temples. My vision was blurry and I couldn't feel my legs. My inner ear felt damaged. I blinked and looked it in the face. It stared at me blankly and then chuckled as it looked down at its comrade with broken arms and legs. Without warning, it stomped on its comrade's head. My mouth fell open. It had killed its comrade. I knew these gang members didn't share a sense of camaraderie, but I wasn't expecting it to crush its comrade's head in front of me. It looked around and collected its comrades' cracked heads one by one. I wanted to stop it, but my legs weren't moving the way I wanted them to. As the condition of my inner ear deteriorated, my lower body slowly grew paralyzed. It was difficult just for me to keep myself standing. After it had retrieved the 3 skulls, it looked me in the eyes. I'll see you again. You son of a bitch. Never mind. I don't think we will be seeing each other again. It chuckled and looked around. It was laughing, but its movements were nervous. I wondered if it was waiting for someone. But no, he wasn't behaving the way that someone waiting for someone else would behave. Instead, it looked like it was being cautious. As I took a shuffling step toward it, it looked at me and spoke up. Ajasi, you're going to die here. Funny. I'm not going to die because of you. Haha, not by my hand. I frowned, and he slowly stepped back. Ajasi, you bit the bait. Are you saying that you baited me? Shelter Soul Forest was a trophy from the beginning. We thought the creature that attacked Meijiangdong would appear if we attacked Shelter Soul Forest, but we didn't actually think it would really appear. You son of a bitch. Our bosses only issued us one command, to kill the creature that killed the Meijiangdong leader. I've got 3 skulls to take back now. Thanks a lot, Ajasi. It vanished an instant after it was done saying what it wanted to say. I tried to follow it, but I collapsed to the floor because of my wobbly legs. I gritted my teeth and gave orders to my underlings. Second company, follow it. Run it down and bring me back its head. Grr. Second company disappeared into the darkness, chasing after the creature. I assumed that it would have suffered injuries to its hip or thigh muscles since I'd attacked it in the abdomen. I knew I had to catch it before it got away, and before it ate its comrades' brains to grow stronger. The first company was taking care of the zombies that were running about like headless chickens after losing their leader. In the meantime, I hid myself in the tall grass. I couldn't help but swear. Out of all the body parts that could have been destroyed, my eardrums had popped. Ordinary zombie attacks weren't threatening to me. My only weaknesses were if I lost my sight or my hearing. I assumed that the gang member, knowing this, had gone after my ears. I knew I had to wait until my eardrums recovered, instead of chasing it down right now and risking more injury. If whatever it had said was true, their main body would make their move soon. It said the 3,000-strong army had been bait. I wondered how large their organization was. Whoever was at the top of the organization might not be someone I could consider taking down. Damn it. I pounded the ground in frustration. As I stared at the holes in the ground, my fists trembled. I wondered how much stronger I had to become. It seemed like whatever strength I gained only served to show me how weak I really was. Thud, thud, thud. After a moment, the ground started to rumble. Even though I couldn't hear properly because of the constant ringing in my mind, the slight trembling caused all my senses to perk up. I lifted my head slightly and looked in the direction of the vibration. A red tsunami was sweeping down toward me. The main body was making its way toward where I was. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Grr. Violent howls filled the air. The zombies were making their way here with the sole objective of getting here as quickly as possible. They were like bulls in a china shop, like wild animals gone insane. They were relying solely on their instincts to get to where I was at Novel bin at. Their physical capabilities seemed different from the zombies I had come across up to that point. The underlings were running almost at the same pace as the red zombies that were sent as bait. But they were just underlings. My underlings took care of baits easily now, but they weren't as threatening as these zombies, and I couldn't ignore the sheer number of them coming this way. I couldn't count them out exactly as they were running in blocks. I assumed there were around 1,000 or even 1,200 of them. But I was certain of one thing. There were more of them than the number of underlings I had brought over. And judging by their physical capabilities, I was certain that there was just one leader controlling all of them. I could tell that the enemy leader was on the same level as me or possibly stronger than me. A predator. As I watched the wave of red rolling toward me, I asked myself, am I afraid? No. Am I scared? Also a no. The incident in Meijiangdong was something I had started, and it was something I had to put an end to. I wouldn't have started anything if I wasn't willing to take responsibility for it. Of course, I didn't have any intentions in dying here. I had looked So Yeon in the eyes and made a promise that I would be back after taking care of work. PSHHH. My body began to heat up. Ka. My blood started to warm, and began flowing faster. The constant ringing started to fade away, and the muscles in my body started tightening up again. My blurry vision went away, and the red glow in my eyes intensified. My quivering body finally came back to its senses. I had recovered. I got up and looked over at my first company. Everyone's still good to go, right? Grr. Kaa. The first company was done taking care of the red zombies. Their dead bodies were scattered across the ground. My underlings sent throat-rending cries toward the enemy's main body as if they were still fired up from their battle. My underlings weren't howling because they were nervous or afraid. Instead, their cries signaled that they wanted to kill and fight some more. I let out a quick breath and gave them an order. Let's get this over with. Gur. *****. The interior of Shelter Soul Forest started to rattle. People started whispering amongst themselves. They were having a hard time seeing what was going on. It was no different for the guard leader. Zombie cries rang out in front of the second defense line, and from every wall around the shelter. But these weren't cries of zombies trying to get inside. Instead, they were cries being made by the zombies that were colored entirely blue. They were fighting fiercely with the other zombies, clawing and biting at them as the other zombies fought back. The guard leader assessed the overall situation and bit their lower lip. After a moment, the guard leader yelled, "Fire! Shoot! Shoot who? What do you mean? Zombies are our enemies." Under the guard leader's orders, the survivors that were holding the second defense line started firing at the zombies in front of the defense line. Stop. That moment, a man with a desperate voice came running toward them. The guard leader looked at him, their eyes wide. "Gichio Ajasi? What did you come all the way here? What about the dogs? The dogs have retreated. I'm not sure why, but it seems like they're retreating right now. How about the zombies on the other side of the wall?" They suddenly became dumb. They stopped moving. Huh. The guard leader interrogated Park Gichio about what he meant, and Park Gichio scratched his head. "I don't know either. But it seems like there's something going on with the zombies that we're not aware of. Wait, what in the world? I need to speak with the group leader. Where is she? I think the group leader is checking the rafts. I'll go talk to her. Until then, stop shooting." "Huh? What do you mean, stop shooting? There are zombies right in our faces. How much ammunition do you have left?" The guard leader didn't answer Park Gichio's question. Park Gichio pointed his finger at the guard leader and said in a serious tone, "Don't shoot. I'm in charge of the guards. Then you should be more rational than ever. You don't have enough bullets, and there are more of them out there. The ones here are totally different from the zombies we've faced before. Look at their movements. And you're telling me you're just going to shoot when the blue-colored zombies are keeping them away from us?" Park Gichio frowned, and the guard leader shut their mouth, their clenched fists trembling. The survivors that were holding the second defense line had expressions that seemed to agree with Park Gichio. The guard leader clicked their tongue and swept their gaze over the survivors. All of them were looking at Park Gichio and the guard leader nervously. None of the survivors had anything left in their vest pockets. They had already used the 2 magazines they'd been given, and there were tens, even hundreds of bullet casings on the floor. The guard leader bit their lip and ordered, "Everyone, save your bullets. Don't attack first. Only shoot the ones that approach us." "Yes, sir." The guard members moved in unison. They strapped rifles to their backs and took out Molotov cocktails or wielded bamboo spears. The guard leader glared at Park Gichio. "If things go south from here, you'll be responsible, Gichio Ajasi." "Huh? Okay," Park Gichio scoffed, then ran toward the river. When Park Gichio got to the river bank, he encountered some survivors that were fighting the dogs that hadn't been able to get away. Some of the rafts had been set ablaze by the dogs, and the remaining rafts weren't in good shape either. A distance away, he saw the group leader, who was trying to protect the remaining rafts. Park Gichio pierced his bamboo spear through one of the dogs and ran toward the group leader. "Group leader Agassi. Gichio Ajasi." The guard leader brandished her hunting knife, keeping the dogs from getting close to her. Park Gichio helped the guard leader clean up the remaining dogs and yelled in a desperate voice, "We have support." "What did you say?" The group leader frowned and stared at Park Gichio. She knew that they didn't have any allies. She wondered what Park Gichio meant by support. The group leader subconsciously looked out into the Han River. Park Gichio couldn't help but wonder why she was looking out toward Han River when he said there was support. He was suspicious, but he knew it wasn't the time to ask her about that. There was something more important at stake. After a moment, the group leader asked Park Gichio, "You mentioned support? What do you mean by that?" "They're zombies." "Huh. The support we have are zombies." The group leader looked at Park Gichio, confusion written all over her face. She had no clue what Park Gichio was saying. She saw the shelter burning with her own eyes. This was the biggest attack they had suffered since the shelter was founded. They've done so well to this point. The group leader tugged her hair as she took in the devastation that was laid before her. Park Gichio grabbed her by her shoulders and shook her. Wake up, wake up. Ha, you have to be the one standing strong. You have to get yourself together to save everyone." As Park Gichio yelled at her, her eyes slowly regained the vitality they had momentarily lost. After pulling herself together, she calmed her voice and began questioning Park Gichio. "Zombie support, what do you mean by that? There's something I haven't been able to tell you up to now. I'm sorry I kept it a secret. I'm sorry that I'm telling you this right now, but in this world, there are zombies that fight for humans. Park Ji-cheol let out the secret he had been keeping to himself. The group leader tilted her head and frowned at Park Ji-cheol's sudden and unexpected statement. She advanced on Park Ji-cheol and pointed her hunting knife at his throat. Ajusi, have you been lying to us? A zombie that fights for humans? Ajusi, are you a dog? No, I'm not a dog. I just didn't know when was the right time to tell you this. I just couldn't bring it up. I know how people here think of zombies. That's why I couldn't say anything about this. What are you talking about, Ajusi? How dare you say something like that when you know how much I've trusted you? I'm sorry. I'll take whatever punishment for my wrongdoings later, and I won't try to get myself out of it. But for now, you have to listen to what I have to say. The group leader gritted her teeth and then cut the throat of the next dog that approached her. She then looked at Park Ji-cheol. If you try anything funny, I'm going to treat you as a dog. I have no time to explain. It'll be faster if you see the zombies for yourself. Park Ji-cheol and the group leader ran toward the second defense line together. Zombies were there in a tangle, shedding each other's blood. The group leader's jaw dropped to the ground after seeing what was unfolding in front of her eyes. She placed a palm against her face and asked Park Ji-cheol, what's going on here? The murderous look she'd had was nowhere to be seen, replaced by utter confusion. Park Ji-cheol swallowed. They're the support I've been talking about. Did you ask them for help? No, I think they knew that we were under attack and came here to help us. The group leader frowned and bit her lips. A mixture of emotions whirled up inside her. Resentment, anger, and the desire to kill zombies was what made the current group leader the way she was. But now, there were zombies that fought for the sake of humans. The group leader had never seen these kinds of zombies. She let out a quick breath and asked Park Ji-cheol, what in the world are these blue zombies? These blue zombies, I've seen them just once before. Before I came to Shelter Soul Forest, a zombie saved me and my people. These are that zombie's underlings. Underlings? A zombie can control other zombies. The group leader frowned and tilted her head. In her mind, if these were underlings, that meant there was a chain of command, which also meant there was a leader. The group leader ground her teeth and looked at Park Ji-cheol. She felt a sense of unexplainable betrayal. Her teeth were grinding away in anger, now that she was realizing how ignorant she had been. But at the same time, she was rooting for the blue zombies. Maybe that was the cunning side to human beings. The group leader looked at Park Ji-cheol. Ajusi, whatever you know, tell me all of it. Right now. If not now, then when? Don't make me more miserable than I am right now. Well, first, let's support them. Support? Are you going to throw Molotov cocktails at them? Or start shooting? There's nothing we can do that will count as support. Park Ji-cheol shut his mouth and nodded slowly. After a moment, he let out a dry cough and glanced at the guard leader. The group leader, noticing Park Ji-cheol's actions, called the guard leader over. Guard leader, move the injured somewhere else while the blue zombies delay the attack. Ji-cheol Ajusi and I will take care of the situation here. Yes, group leader. The guard leader called in the medics and ran toward the injured. The group leader watched as the guard leader moved away, then spoke up. All right, let's hear it. Okay. There are some zombies with glowing red eyes. They're the leaders. What? Glowing red eyes? You knew all of this all along and you never said a word. I'm sorry. If I'd known this early on, the people here, they shouldn't have died like that. I trusted you, Ajusi. That's why I put you in charge of the rescue team. God. The group leader started to tear up, but her eyes still flashed like those of a fierce lynx that was ready to chew up Park Ji-cheol at any minute. The feeling of betrayal had her gnashing her teeth. Park Ji-cheol returned her glare with a serious expression. If I had told you earlier, would you have believed it? Huh. You go crazy every time you see zombies, don't you? How in the world would I have been able to persuade you that there were zombies in the world that helped others? As Park Ji-cheol began to raise his voice, the group leader looked at him, uncomprehending. It seemed like she had a hard time wrapping her head around his nonsense. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. It seemed like she couldn't find a reply to what Park Ji-cheol was saying. The two of them were getting angry at each other when there wasn't even enough time to talk. Park Ji-cheol massaged his temples with a sad expression. After a moment, he let out a sigh. I'm sorry. No, it's all right. Finish your story. Among them. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Park Ji-cheol was about to offer an explanation for the zombies, a huge crash came from the left side of the shelter. Despite the earlier order to conserve their bullets, the survivors manning the left side of the shelter chose to disobey it. The group leader flicked her gaze toward them. She didn't see any zombies making it over the wall, and wondered what they were shooting at. With a frown, she yelled, "Stop! Stop shooting! Stop shooting!" An instant later, a large shadow passed over her, leaving her speechless. There was a gigantic hand on the top of the wall, as though something was trying to climb over it. A large collection of eyeballs was peering at the survivors inside the shelter. All the survivors, not just the group leader, were astounded. They turned pale, and the shadow of despair loomed over them. Save me. It's okay, son. I'm hungry, Mom. A mutant had appeared. To make things worse, there were 3 of them. The group leader tightened her grip on her hunting knife and ran toward the mutants. Group leader? Wait. Group leader. Park Ji-cheol yelled at her, but she did not listen to him. The mutants began to attack the survivors indiscriminately using their long arms. The survivors were no match against the strange, twisted bodies and the attacks that were coming from unpredictable angles. Bang, bang, bang. The group leader drew her pistol from her belt and fired at the mutants. The mutants covered their faces with their hands and kept on attacking the survivors. The pistol's bullets could not penetrate the mutants' tough skin. As long as they weren't struck in the face, none of them would go down. A few breaths later, one of the mutants noticed the group leader and dashed toward her. One of its long legs came sweeping toward her. Park Ji-cheol tackled her from behind, and the two of them fell to the ground. Swoosh! The mutant's kick missed her by a hair, but the strangely twisted mutant's legs were not obeying the laws of physics at all. The leg that passed over them twisted around somehow and positioned itself above Park Ji-cheol and the group leader. Their eyes went wide, and they rolled away in opposite directions, as if they'd planned it ahead of time. Thud! A thick cloud of dust was kicked up as the mutant's foot hit the ground. The group leader quickly got up and took out her hunting knife, striking the mutant's Achilles heel. The mutant's foot flapped as its Achilles tendon was severed. However, the mutant kicked the group leader with its flapping foot, as though the attack had done no damage. Ugh! The group leader rolled several times on the ground. With just one attack, the group leader was done. Her trembling body betrayed the severe condition she was in. The group leader threw up blood and couldn't get up. As he watched her go down, Park Ji-cheol yelled at the other survivors, "What are you all doing? Shoot, shoot it, damn it." The survivors, who'd been running around like headless chickens, desperately mounted their K2s and fired toward the mutant. Bang, bang, bang. The survivors who were holding the second defense line joined them, and they concentrated their fire on the mutants. Kiaa! The countless bullets flying toward the mutants tore up their flesh. The mutants quickly curled up and covered their faces with their hands and legs. If they had been ordinary zombies, they would have run toward the survivors without caring what happened to their bodies. But these mutants had given up on attacking and adopted a defensive stance. This meant that they had the capability to learn. They possessed some form of intelligence. Park Ji-cheol made his way through the flying bullets and crawled next to the group leader. Group leader, group leader. Adat novel bin adat. Ajasi, wake up, get yourself together. Hup. The group leader spewed out blood and looked at Park Ji-cheol. Her vision was turning blurry. Park Ji-cheol, his face a mask of despair, yelled for help at the top of his lungs. Medic, medic. Ji-cheol Ajasi. The guard leader came running with some medics in tow. The group leader was crying out in agony. The medics performed first aid while the guard leader kept calling the group leader's name anxiously. Roll. Click, click, click. A huge explosion assaulted the survivors' eardrums, silencing all other sounds. The bullets stopped flying immediately. The cries of the zombies at the second defense line sounded like mere echoes. The cartridge cases rolling on the floor made an eerie sound. The heated muzzles were giving off steam. Most of the survivors were frowning at the smell of gunpowder that stung their noses. Everyone was staring at the same place. After a moment, several survivors began to speak in uncertain voices. Are they dead? Everyone was looking at the mutants, silent as mice. Grr. At that moment, the motionless mutants made an eerie sound. As the mutants uncovered their faces, the countless eyeballs behind their torn-up hands began to look around in all directions. They weren't dead. Instead, their eyes were now full of hate. Grr. The mutant in the very front made a throat-rending sound and got up. It did not stand up on its two legs, though. Instead, it crouched close to the ground, on all fours. The mutants next to it did the same. Grr. With deafening cries, they started moving again. They rushed at the survivors in a nightmarish position that brought chills down the survivors' spines. They were like enormous cockroaches. Their movements were quick, throwing the survivors into confusion. They were moving more quickly and with much more agility than they'd been on two legs. Fix your bayonets? Bayonets. They were at least 100 meters away, but the mutants were upon the survivors even before they could fix their bayonets. No, let go, help me. The survivors were set upon in an instant, before they even had the chance to get into formation. Despairing cries filled the air, and human blood splattered all over the ground. Oh my goodness, Mom. A male student in his uniform was curled up on the floor as if he had lost all hope of surviving. He had his hands over his ears and was looking for his mother as though he had gone insane. In a flash, a long shadow hovered above him. The monstrous hand reached down and ripped off the boy's head. The mutant chuckled as it chewed on the boy's head. With a wide grin, it muttered to itself. Mom. The survivors all turned pale. Run away, let's run away. Hide. The survivors lost their will to fight and scattered. This was no longer a battle. They were being slaughtered. It was nothing more than a massacre. The mutant's appearance engraved fear into the hearts of the survivors. The glimmer of hope that they had been holding onto before the appearance of the mutants started to fade away, and with the mutant muttering the words Mom, their last ounce of hope had been shattered. The organization of the shelter had collapsed, and all the survivors had lost their sanity. The people here were no longer human beings that were rational and had emotions, but prey animals whose only instinct was survival. Park Ji-cheol yelled and grabbed those who were running away. Everyone, get back to your senses. We'll all be wiped out if we don't stand together. No matter how hard Park Ji-cheol pleaded, no one stopped to listen. They were all in a rush to get away, their eyes unfocused. Soon after, one of the mutants titled its head, having heard Park Ji-cheol. The strangely titled head looked at Park Ji-cheol right in the eyes, and then the mutant that it was attached to came running at him with a wide grin. Park Ji-cheol's eyes went wide as he stared at the mutant coming toward him, and he grabbed the bamboo spear lying next to him. He knew that the group leader and guard leader would die if he ran away. He knew he stood no chance, but all he could do was to resist with what he had. Come at me, you bastard. The veins on the back of his hands popped out as he wielded the bamboo spear. When the mutant was right in front of him, Park Ji-cheol gritted his teeth and hurled the bamboo spear as hard as he could. But the mutant stopped in its tracks and lifted its right hand high, as if it had already anticipated Park Ji-cheol's move. Park Ji-cheol's gaze was subconsciously drawn to the mutant's right hand. The mutant's arm, 2 meters long, looked like a scaffold, ready to put an end to his life. Fuck. Park Ji-cheol felt all his useless thoughts disappear. He knew he wouldn't be able to avoid its attack. He knew his end was near, that everything was going to end here for him. At that moment, something flashed in between the mutant's hands. There was something in the night sky that didn't belong there. It wasn't a satellite, or a plane with its blinking lights, or even a star. It was a glowing red light, moving swiftly. That red light was dropping like a meteor toward him. Thud. Something fell on top of the mutant's head. It dropped so fast that nobody could tell what it was. Park Ji-cheol covered his face with his hands and coughed constantly. Thick dust flew everywhere. Through the dust, a human figure could be seen. Park Ji-cheol, the guard leader, and the group leader who was frowning saw a pair of glowing red eyes piercing through the dust. The mutant took a while to get back to its senses. Kiaa. The sound drew the attention of the glowing red eyes. There was the sound of a watermelon cracking, and several round marbles rolled toward the trio. The rolling marbles came to a halt as they reached Park Ji-cheol's feet. He looked down subconsciously. His jaws dropped to the ground. The marbles were the mutant's eyes. A bunch of unfocused eyes rolled and came to a rest at Park Ji-cheol's feet after the mutant's head had been smashed in. The figure with glowing red eyes began to walk toward him through the dust. The glowing red eyes in front of Park Ji-cheol belonged to So-yeon's father. You. Park Ji-cheol's eyes widened after he saw me. He was clearly startled. The guard leader behind Park Ji-cheol braced their K2 on their shoulder and pointed their gun at me. Park Ji-cheol gasped and placed his hand on the muzzle. What are you doing? Huh, what? He's on our side. What? It's a zombie. The guard leader spluttered, taken aback by the statement. The guard leader was having a hard time comprehending what was going on. They looked back and forth between me and Park Ji-cheol, not knowing what to do. The group leader, who was on the ground, spoke up. Don't shoot. He's the man that Ji-cheol Ajasi was talking about. The group leader coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell back onto the ground before she could finish her sentence. Park Ji-cheol examined her, instructing her to calm down. Don't move. You have to rest for now. Ajasi. Soldiers without a commander are mere remnants to be swept away. There's no tomorrow if you don't make it alive. The group leader wiped off the blood around her mouth and looked me straight in the face. Her eyes were a mix of suspicion, distrust, and caution. However, she knew she couldn't do anything at the moment, so she seemed to make a decision to wait for the situation to develop further. Kiaa. The mutants that had made their way to the second defense line howled in our direction. It seemed they had noticed that one of their comrades had been killed. Without a moment's thought, I clenched my fist and prepared to spring toward them. But then Park Ji-cheol grabbed my arm. What are you trying to do? You think you can take on them by yourself? I replied with a sharp nod and charged toward them. For some reason, I felt sorrow toward the mutants. You guys seem more human than some others I know. The enemy leaders that had led the attack with their 3,000 underlings had been tripping over themselves to kill each other. They had no sense of camaraderie. But these mutants, who were charging me now that they'd figured out I'd killed one of their own, seemed more human than them. I wouldn't have been able to save Park Ji-cheol if they hadn't made it past the second defense line. I had been fighting the zombies on the other side of the wall, but then I heard shooting from within the shelter. When I saw mutants on top of the second defense line, I entered the shelter without hesitation. I was well aware that the survivors could have shot me thinking I was an intruder, but I assumed that they were out of ammunition since they weren't shooting at the mutant. Everything was just the way I had predicted it. Swoosh. The mutant's long arms swept above my head. Thick blood was dripping from the flesh hanging from it. I grabbed onto one of the loose flaps of flesh and vaulted off the ground, aiming for the top of its head. I grabbed its 2 long arms and swung them like a long jump rope, wrapping them around the mutant's neck and using them to choke it. Using my momentum, I slammed it onto its back. I smashed my right foot into its face. Its arms and legs went limp and dropped to the ground. Kiaa. The remaining mutant ran toward me, howling away. As I glared at it with my glowing red eyes, the mutant that was dashing toward me suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its eyeballs began to roam around the area, as if they had lost focus. Is it thinking? That can't be. No way. As I ran toward it, I saw it hesitate for a moment, before laying flat on the ground and gathering its arms and legs around itself, trying to curl up at Novel bin at. Is it getting defensive? I put all my strength in my right leg and kicked it as if I was kicking a soccer ball. With a crack, the mutant went flying. I was certain I heard its bones crack. Grr! It wailed and uncurled itself. I wondered why it was suddenly acting in this way. I couldn't help but be suspicious. They can learn, came Park Ji-cheol's voice from behind me. I whipped around, and Park Ji-cheol continued to yell in a high-pitched voice, "There's no time to lose. You have to kill it before it realizes what you're up to. The capacity to learn, huh?" I twitched my eyebrows and looked at the mutant once again. The mutant was writhing on the floor in agony, but it quickly found its feet again and stood staring at me. Its eyes, which had been drifting all over the place, finally locked on me. Is it actually thinking? Did it curl up because that defensive stance worked in the past? Did it realize that it shouldn't be attacking thoughtlessly after seeing its fellow zombie mutants go down? From the look on its face, I could only think of it as a being that was thinking of its next move. As I came to this conclusion, it only reinforced the feeling in me that I couldn't let it live. If it had learning abilities, it meant it gained experience, and experience was closely tied to compatibility. I couldn't even fathom what would happen in the future if these mutants were able to improve their physical capabilities in the manner that the zombies with glowing red eyes could. I sprung from the ground and charged toward it. It lay on the ground and began to wave its long arms and legs about it. Observing its movements made me more certain that what Park Ji-cheol had said was true. It most certainly had the capacity to learn. It was executing a strategy knowing that it had an advantage in terms of reach. I could tell that it was trying to keep me away and not allow me to get close. But there was one thing that the mutant had forgotten. No plan could survive in the face of overwhelming power. I grabbed onto its arms, which were flying about it like whips, and pulled as hard as I could. The mutant was pulled toward me as if I were a magnet and the mutant was made of iron filings. Grr. I let out a battle cry and then started spinning. The mutant wailed in agony as its arm was unable to withstand the centrifugal force. I heard its muscles tear and rip apart and its joints being dislocated. I spun more and more quickly until it was difficult even for me to keep balance. The mutant's arms were torn off, and its body flew into the wall. I massaged my temples to relieve my dizziness and blinked to clear my vision. The mutant's body was lying in a heap, twitching. I put all my strength in my legs and ran toward the mutant right away. I did not want to give it time to get up. The mutant's eyes were still unfocused. Crack! I kicked it in the eyes with my right foot. The mutant's head exploded, leaving a large crack in the wall. I sighed deeply and turned around, staring into the faces of the survivors who had watched me fight the mutants. All of them were staring at me, utterly dumbfounded. I wondered what was going through their minds at that moment. Perhaps they were trying to process whether I was an enemy or an ally. Exterminated. At that moment, I heard a message from my underlings inside my mind. It was a signal from the second company. It seemed like they had taken care of the zombie that had popped my eardrums. I let out a breath and gave orders to second company. Listen up, second company. Go back to Shelter Soul Forest and help the first company out. One of you, retrieve the enemy leader's head and wait for me there. I didn't hear an answer. I smacked my lips and rephrased my order. Who killed the enemy leader? Gur? You, get the enemy leader's head and wait for me. Everyone else, get over here as soon as possible and help the first company. Gur? I realized that, with 500 of them around, it was difficult for them to decide which of the 500 should follow the order. Once I received their acknowledgement, I hurried to the second defense line. The survivors moved out of my way, letting out startled gasps or whimpering. They couldn't attack me, but at the same time, they couldn't cheer me on. To them, I wasn't an enemy, but they couldn't see me as someone on the same side as them. I wondered why I was risking my life for them. Perhaps I was feeling guilty, or at least feeling responsible, since I was the one who had attacked the Maejangdong leader. No, the reason wasn't that simple. I knew that the gang members, along with the Maejangdong leader, were beings that had to die. As long as there were beings like them in this world, there would be no peace or safety. I only did what I had to do, and I had to be prepared for the consequences. I realized that nothing could be more shameless than sitting around and hoping that the world would become a better place. I was going to fight for my family and fight for my alliance. The reason I had felt something toward Shelter Soul Forest wasn't that I saw them as part of a buffer zone, a breakwater, or I felt petty toward the survivors. It was because this was where Kim Hyeongjun's family was. Kim Hyeongjun had joined me in the battle for Maejangdong for the sake of me and my family. He hadn't participated because he wanted something from me. He came because we had formed an alliance, and he knew that I could be in trouble. That a wrong decision from me could put my family in Shelter Haeyoung under peril. I knew that I would have no right to live as a human being if I knew all this and still chose to ignore Kim Hyeongjun's family. I didn't care if others judged me or called me stupid. I was planning to make it through this rough world in my own way. I was going to fight for a better tomorrow. I reached the second defense line, and going up, I took a look at the whole situation. I saw an endless stream of red zombies. It seemed like my underlings were being pushed back. I wondered if I had wasted too much time taking care of the mutant. The moment I'd left the battlefield, things had taken a turn for the worse. I knew that my underlings would be wiped out if I didn't do anything immediately. I knew that, even with the reinforcements from Second Company, the situation wouldn't change much. I was more than aware that the enemy leader that had attacked my eardrums wouldn't have gone down without a fight. I frowned. If I don't get rid of the enemy leader, it'll just be a war of attrition. I knew it would be disadvantageous for me if this war of attrition ground on. I had to think. I needed to come up with a magic bullet to turn the situation on its head. My eyes fell on the Molotov cocktails rolling about on the floor. Zombies didn't feel any pain, but that didn't necessarily mean that they had resistance toward fire. I wasn't even hoping to kill them. As long as I got them to stop in their tracks, we would gain the upper hand. I quickly took out my notepad and wrote down some words. How many Molotov cocktails are left? I showed my notepad to the survivor standing next to me. He spluttered, eyes going wide. Clearly, a zombie trying to communicate with him was just too much to take in. I clicked my tongue and went over to Park Ji-cheol. He and the group leader were heading back to the barracks. As I grabbed his shoulder, he jumped and looked at me. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? I was thankful that he was looking out for me, but there wasn't any time for that. I wrote down a few words and showed them to Park Ji-cheol. Molotov cocktails. As I nodded, Park Ji-cheol turned to the guard leader next to him. How many more Molotov cocktails do we have left? The guard leader seemed hesitant to answer. Park Ji-cheol grabbed the guard leader by their collar and shook them. How many are there? Damn it. There are still some left in the storage room. Take them all out. Huh? Wait, you don't have the authorization to request things from the storage room. Can't you understand him? He says he needs them right now. Do you want everyone here to die? Park Ji-cheol shouted, pointing at me. The guard leader frowned and bit their lower lip. The group leader spoke, taking ragged breaths as she did so. Open the storage room. Group leader. The guard leader objected, clearly believing that the group leader had made the wrong decision. The group leader ground her teeth in anger. Didn't you hear Park Ji-cheol? Are you planning to let everyone here die? Well, no. Then open the storage room. Got it. The group leader entered the barracks, guided by the medics. The guard leader glared at Park Ji-cheol. I'll see you at the next meeting. You won't be able to get away with what you did today. You'll be held responsible for whatever happens today. Park Ji-cheol snorted and snatched the keys hanging on the side of the guard leader's clothes. Meeting? Screw your meeting, man. We'll die before the next meeting if we don't do anything right now. Park Ji-cheol clicked his tongue and muttered to himself as he saw the guard leader follow the group leader to the barracks. That idiot. As I watched the guard leader follow the group leader into the barracks, and hearing them say that Park Ji-cheol would be held responsible for what he did today during a meeting, made me understand why Park Ji-cheol would call the guard leader an idiot. It seemed that the guard leader had forgotten what they were supposed to be doing. It was difficult to tell if the guard leader was actually a guard leader or just the group leader's personal assistant. Park Ji-cheol shook his head, then spoke up. Let's get going. It's this way. I followed Park Ji-cheol to the storage room. As we approached the insect garden in the center of Seoul Forest, I saw a couple of guards on duty. As soon as they saw me, their eyes went wide, and they immediately pointed their guns at me and Park Ji-cheol. Stop, put your weapons away. It's me, Rescue Leader Park Ji-cheol. Who's the person behind you? Wait, isn't it a zombie? The insect garden was deep in the forest, and those here had no clue what had happened outside. Instead of answering, Park Ji-cheol showed them the keys he'd obtained earlier. There's no time to explain. Let us in. We can't let anyone in without the group leader's orders. The group leader's in critical condition. Come again. The guards exchanged wide-eyed looks. Park Ji-cheol didn't repeat himself, but barreled on. It's the group leader's orders. She gave orders to open the storage room under this man's request. But, that thing looks like a zombie, not a human being. He's our support. The guards looked at each other in confusion, not knowing whether to open the door or not. I took out my notepad and scribbled a message. We got permission from the group leader and guard leader. If you could step aside. I shoved my notepad toward them, and the guards looked at me with their mouths open. The fact that I was writing clearly boggled their minds, especially since there was no way that I was anything else besides a zombie. The guards were still hesitant and unconvinced. Park Ji-cheol pointed a finger and yelled at the top of his lungs, "You're not going to budge even when there are people dying outside at this very instant? How many times do I have to tell you that these are the guard leader's orders? We weary sorry." The guards finally made way for us. They put their guns down and stepped aside so that Park Ji-cheol and I could get through. I wondered if the guard leader had purposely not come with us. It seemed like the guard leader was certain that the guards wouldn't open the doors for us. The guard leader was putting the survivors in peril, leading them to death just to cling to the small and insignificant bit of power that he, as guard leader, possessed. The first person that had to be punished after this incident was settled was the guard leader. Thud. Shoop, shoop. The tightly shut storage room door opened, and Park Ji-cheol and I stepped inside. My jaw dropped to the ground as I looked at what was in front of me. Boxes upon boxes of Molotov cocktails were stacked up on the left side of the storage room. On the right side, there were boxes of K2 rifles. Next to these were magazines full of ammunition. There were even boxes of grenades as well. Even with this much stockpiled, the guard leader hadn't bothered to provide the survivors with enough ammunition, or a single grenade. My heart sank, and my expression fell. Park Ji-cheol cursed, his clenched fists trembling. He seemed to be feeling the same way. This fucking son of a bitch. The guard leader only gave out 2 magazines per person when there's this much here? And what was the guard leader thinking? Not using grenades. Is he planning to give them to charity or something? Park Ji-cheol ground his teeth and ran toward the guards that were protecting the storage room. I couldn't let Park Ji-cheol let his emotions control his actions. No good could come from him turning on the guards outside. I quickly followed Park Ji-cheol out. I needn't have worried, though. The words out of Park Ji-cheol's mouth were not what I'd expected. What are you all doing? Come in and help. The guards entered the storage room sheepishly, following Park Ji-cheol's orders. He slapped the guards on their backs and yelled at them to move faster. The guards moved the boxes of Molotov cocktails to the second defense line. I secretly took a grenade from the box in front of me and stashed it in my pocket, just in case something unexpected happened. As the boxes of Molotov cocktails were being stacked up at the second defense line, I wrote down some words on my notepad and showed Park Ji-cheol. Make sure nothing comes over the walls. What? We'll help out too. I waved my hand violently and wrote some more. You'll just get in the way. Park Ji-cheol frowned after reading what I had written. I wondered if I was being too stern and decisive. I felt sorry for Park Ji-cheol for my attitude, but at the moment, it was a fight between zombies. If the survivors joined in, the only thing they would be doing would be to hold me back. Park Ji-cheol, knowing this, remained silent. He let out a breath, then spoke again. We'll reinforce our defense until you get back. I favored him with a slight nod and gave orders to my underlings. 2nd Company, 4th and 5th Platoon, get over here and grab the Molotov cocktails. Grr. 2nd Company had joined up with 1st Company, and they were barely holding off the enemy attack. 4th and 5th Platoon came running to the 2nd defense line after receiving my orders. Park Ji-cheol yelled at a few of the survivors who tried to attack my underlings. Stop. The zombies painted in blue are not enemies. The survivors looked anxiously at my underlings that were standing in front of the 2nd defense line after Park Ji-cheol yelled at them. There was no time to explain. I handed the boxes of Molotov cocktails to my underlings and retrieved a blazing torch for myself before jumping down from the 2nd defense line. Follow me. Don't drop the boxes. I led my underlings to the left side. As we reached the walls the mutants had come over, I noticed that my underlings in the 1st platoon were almost wiped out. I desperately helped my underlings to get rid of the red zombies, then gave orders to the underlings that were holding the boxes of Molotov cocktails. Put down your boxes and go help the 1st platoon. As my underlings ran to assist their comrades, I took the torch and lit the Molotov cocktails, throwing them rapidly toward the red zombies that were behind us. Clink, crash. I had to start a fire on the left-hand side and make it slowly spread on its own. Thanks to the wind blowing toward Han River and the cool fall weather, the leaves caught fire pretty easily. I was planning to block their escape route and push them toward the Han River. It was impossible to fight them just by ordering my underlings to surround them. I knew we were severely outnumbered. I was going to block off the paths to the north and east with flames and push them toward the Han River, eventually blocking off the south side as well. The dry twigs began to crackle, and the fire quickly spread to other dried leaves. The small flames quickly grew in size. I kept on throwing the Molotov cocktails. The wall of flame grew bigger and eventually blocked off the north side. The red zombies could no longer attack us from there. To avoid the flame, the red zombies now had less room to occupy, and the ones from the east side started crashing into other zombies. I saw a glimmer of hope. I doubled my efforts to make the flames bigger. The fight was slowly leaning in our favor. My underlings overcame the numbers disadvantage and slowly made their way forward. We got this. With a small spark of hope within me, I gave orders to my underlings. 2nd Company, 4th and 5th Platoon, get behind me, and bring the boxes of Molotov cocktails. Grr. With their acknowledgement resounding in my mind, I moved over to the north side. The flame spread over Seoul Forest Station exits 2 and 3, past the movie theater and up to Jaeong-il Elementary School. The red zombies kept moving further south to avoid the flames. They were pushed all the way down to Gangbyeon Bukaro. A man was standing on a rooftop in the midst of all the zombie cries. The man had glowing red eyes, but the wrinkles around his eyes and mouth showed how old he was. He looked about to turn 60, or perhaps even older than that. The man was looking at what was unfolding with a frown on his face. Creak. A woman came through the doorway that led to the rooftop. The man flinched when he saw the woman, but then he bowed. You've made it. How's the situation? It's not that good. Huh? Really? Even with the Seongsodong leader personally leading the attack? That can't be true, can it, Mr. Seongsodong leader? The Dong leader stood there, unmoving. The woman stopped laughing and continued to speak. Are you saying Maejangdong wasn't taken down by some nobody? That there's a valid explanation for the fall of Maejangdong? We shouldn't underestimate our opponent. So you're telling me you can't beat them? My apologies. The Dong leader let his head drop, his face full of mixed emotions. The woman snorted and crossed her arms. You should know more than anyone what this battle means to you. Don't you, Mr. Seongsodong leader? I'm saying there's a limit to how many times I can let you off the hook. Next time, get the job done. The Dong leader's red eyes flared. He lifted his head and stared right into the woman's eyes. The Dong leader had a murderous look on his face. The woman felt the murderous aura and frowned back at him. Those eyes, are they supposed to mean something? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? The woman glared back with her glowing red eyes. The Dong leader unclenched his fists. As people get older, they sometimes suffer random spasms. Are you saying those eyes were caused by a random spasm? My apologies. It wasn't intentional. The Dong leader smiled slightly, and the woman looked him up and down with a dissatisfied expression. After a moment, the Dong leader spoke up. I'm sure you didn't come all the way here to talk about my promotion. The woman looked at the man doubtfully after hearing what he had said, examining his facial expressions. His gentle smile caused her to let down her guard, and she let out a sigh. You're aware that the 8th officer position is vacant? Yes, of course. Isn't that the reason why the 7th officer came all the way here to meet someone like me? It's thanks to your research on mutants, which turned out to be successful. Thanks to that, we're a step closer to realizing the Gangnam Project. At novel bin at. I'm flattered. The boss offered you the position of 8th officer in order to honor your contribution. Thank you. However, as you know, being an officer isn't all that easy. There was let's call it a proposal amongst the officers to check if you would be a good fit for the position of the 8th officer. Just a small test. The Dong leader's eyebrows twitched at the word test. Her words made him grit his teeth inside. After a moment, he took a deep breath and asked the 7th officer, "When you say test, are you referring to a test related to the mutants' combat abilities?" "Huh." The 7th officer snorted as she looked at the Dong leader, knowing how ridiculous and naive he sounded. She walked over to the Dong leader and whispered into his ear, "Don't pretend you don't know anything. Everyone knows how sly you are. And besides, I don't trust you." The Dong leader swallowed. The 7th officer smiled and went on, "Everyone wanted to put you to the test to see if you're really one of us, or a spy." The Dong leader smiled at the 7th leader's little threat. "I bet you proposed it, didn't you? Ha 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 ha. Is it because you're sly? Do you think you're pretty observant as well? You suspect me way too much. Have I done anything to get on your nerves?" Let's see. I'm just bored, that's all. You know what I mean." The Dong leader's eyebrows twitched. It was the most nonsensical reason he'd heard. But the Dong leader didn't dare let his agitation show. Instead, he steeled his expression further as he looked at her. The 7th officer shrugged. "If you can't conquer Shelter Soul Forest, I don't know what to report to the boss. Should I say something along the lines of, test failed, Songsu Dong leader not qualified for the position of 8th officer? Is there a reason you're treating me like this? Like I said, I'm bored. I know you're not someone who would go through all this hassle just because you're bored." The Dong leader wrapped up his sentence with a gentle smile. The 7th officer looked at the Dong leader, her expression clearly expressing what she was thinking. "Look at this sly son of a bitch." After a moment, the 7th officer smirked and nodded. She looked the Dong leader right in the face. "You know, I'm just curious. I'll ease your curiosity for you, if it's something I can answer. What are you curious about?" "You see, Dong leader, even the strongest and sturdiest shelters fell after 3 or 4 attacks. But Shelter Soul Forest hasn't fallen even after 5 attacks. Wouldn't you say that it's quite reasonable to think that there's someone amongst us that's looking after Shelter Soul Forest? Or am I the crazy one? I believe you're worrying too much. Nothing like that can happen in Songsudong under my control, right? And I know I can count on our Dong leader if there was an insider, right?" The 7th officer pouted her lips and nodded. Her expression suddenly turned bloodthirsty and she glared at the Dong leader. Her voice took on an eerie tone. "But you know, wouldn't the whole paradigm change if that somebody that was looking after Shelter Soul Forest was you, Mr. Songsudong leader?" The 7th officer shrugged and continued to speak. "Even since the Meijangdong incident, I've been going through every piece of information related to Meijangdong and its surroundings. However, I noticed something rather odd about the Shelter Soul Forest report. Was there something wrong with my report?" "You don't think there is? Even when we fail to secure a shelter, zombies with glowing red eyes like us don't die that easily. But the ones that attacked Shelter Soul Forest are apparently all dead. That's because Shelter Soul Forest has guns." Sure. But you know." The 7th officer trailed off and looked the Dong leader in the face. The Dong leader looked back at the 7th officer, his expression completely flat. Their short exchange was like the calm before the storm. After a moment, the 7th officer spoke again. "Songsu Dong leader, are you aware that you're a lot stronger than the other Dong leaders? In terms of land area, Songsudong is larger than the other districts. It only makes sense that more zombies with glowing red eyes would appear there, and I just happened to eat all of them. Look at you go. You sure are a smooth talker. That's what makes you more suspicious. It even makes me angry at times. I'll take that as a compliment." The Dong leader smiled faintly and offered a slight nod. The 7th officer frowned. "That smirk of yours. Let's see how long you can keep that. It'll be over for you if you can't conquer Shelter Soul Forest. Well, who has the right to judge me? What?" That moment, the 7th officer's red glowing eyes widened, and she glared at the Dong leader with murderous intent. The Dong leader replied with a calm smile. "Will you be judging me, 7th officer? You must have lost your mind, huh? Do you think you can judge me by yourself, 7th officer? Do you want me to kill you or something? You can control 1800 underlings while I can control 1600. And as far as I'm aware, you don't even have any underlings with you at the moment." The 7th officer clenched her fists at the Dong leader's unexpected statement. She kept her distance from the Dong leader and continued to speak. "Do you actually want to get into a serious fight with me? Ha ha ha." The Dong leader laughed boisterously, trying to ignore the 7th officer's question. He watched as his underlings were pushed all the way to Gangbayin Bukaro, then said calmly, "How dare I challenge you, 7th officer? I just made a joke, since I'll be the 8th officer soon. My apologies if you felt insulted." The 7th officer glared at the Dong leader, full of anger. The 7th officer felt uneasy at the Dong leader's constant shift in tone. She wasn't sure if he was on their side or an enemy. He towed the fine line between an enemy and an ally. "This old rag sure gets on my nerves." The 7th officer clicked her tongue and looked at the Dong leader's back. After a moment, the 7th officer let out a deep sigh from the bottom of her lungs. "It seems like I'm just wasting time. Meaning, I don't have time to goof around with someone like you that's only been in Gangbuk. The boss has given an order to us officers to focus on the Gangnam project. Well, that's a pity. The Dong leader let out a sigh, knowing that he couldn't play any more jokes on her. The 7th officer's eyes flared again. If you ever get on my nerves again, I'll make this place your grave. The 7th officer's pupils contracted into vertical slits, like a cat's. This time, it seemed as though she meant it. The Dong leader noticed the change in her and held his hands up. You win. But if the officers focus on Gangnam, who's going to bring down Shelter Soul Forest? You sly oldie. I do think we're done talking. Would it be okay if I take my leave first? What are you trying to do? As you can see, my underlings are being pushed back. Don't you think I should go help them out? The Dong leader pointed to his underlings, which had been pushed all the way back to Gangbayan Bukaro. The 7th officer wasn't done. I'm not going to let whatever happened today slide. You'll be punished for getting on an officer's nerves. Be ready to be responsible for what you've done. I'll suffer that punishment if I make it out of this battle alive. You know, I just want you to die. I'm glad we're on the same page. But as you know, this body of mine won't let me die that easily, even if I wanted to. The Dong leader chuckled and put his hands on his back. The 7th officer shook her head and muttered to herself, geez, I really don't like that geezer. Do you have anything else to say, 7th officer? What happened to the mutants that were with you? All 3 of them died. How about the 2nd stage mutant? It'll be joining me when I enter the fight, which will be now. Get it done right this time. And come to me before you report to the boss. Is there a reason I have to do that? The Dong leader tilted his head at her, and the 7th officer slammed her fist against the rooftop door. Cause you make me mad. The thick steel door was bent with one blow, the misaligned hinge and large fist-shaped dent showing just how irritated the 7th officer was. The Dong leader nodded slightly toward the 7th officer. She stashed her hands in her pockets. This is going to be the first time a 2nd stage mutant is going into combat. Write a separate report about the 2nd stage mutant. Got it, 7th officer. Then, break a leg. I don't care if you die or not. With that, the 7th officer got going. She kicked the bent rooftop door and disappeared, and soon after, the presence of the 7th officer was completely gone. Only then did the Dong leader rub his neck, letting out the breath he had been holding. The Dong leader tried his best to stay cool, but deep down, he knew that he could have actually died there and then if he and the 7th officer had gotten into a serious fight. The Dong leader looked at his underlings, which had pushed all the way back to Gangbayan Bukaro. Is this really the only way? The Dong leader's watery eyes swam with all manner of mixed emotions. He looked up at the night sky that had turned dark and slowly closed his eyes. He took in the cool river breeze and let out a deep breath. All the useless thoughts in his mind drifted away. After a moment, the Dong leader opened his eyes and muttered, let's see what they got. The Dong leader sent out an order in his mind. Mutants on the 1st floor listen up. Attack all the enemies in Gangbayan Bukaro. *****. A little more, just a little more. I kept on throwing Molotov cocktails toward the red zombies who had been pushed all the way back to Gangbayan Bukaro. Some of them had been forced all the way into the Han River, and were floating downstream with the current. I ordered my underlings to keep passing me Molotov cocktails. My plan was going smoothly as my underlings were moving in unison. There were now about 300 red zombies left. I had about 400 surviving underlings. It was safe enough to say that I had the upper hand. I kept on lighting the Molotov cocktails that the 2nd company brought me and threw them toward the red zombies, who were running around like headless chickens. We were on the verge of victory. Sweat trickled softly down my forehead, showing just how hard I'd worked to get to this point. A strange sobbing sound filled the air. At that moment, a disturbing cry tickled my ears. My eyes went wide at the sudden cry and I quickly looked around. It was an eerie and unfamiliar cry. It sounded like a human crying softly, but I had no clue how it could be so loud, since it didn't sound like the person was wailing. I wondered if it was because my senses were heightened, which made my hearing more sensitive. I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I wondered who could be crying so sorrowfully. I put down the Molotov cocktail I had in my hand and peered into the dark city. The sky seemed painted black, and I was swallowed by the pitch-black darkness. The traces of Molotov cocktails, along with the gasoline smell, stung my 5 senses. Sob, sob. I heard it again. It was coming from behind. I whipped around and peered toward where the sound was coming from. My eyes finally found the figure of a skinny woman. She was tottering in my direction. Her messy hair fell to her waist. She was so unimaginably skinny, and I couldn't fathom how long she had been starving. A survivor. I frowned and tilted my head. There was a survivor in the middle of a battlefield. I took a step toward the woman, not releasing my suspicion. After a moment, I heard her voice. Honey, honey, she said, sobbing. That moment, I saw the woman in the shimmering flames of the Molotov cocktails. I couldn't go any nearer after seeing her. I came to a halt. My legs stopped of their own accord, and I stood there like a statue. It made more sense to say that my mind was engulfed by confusion. The woman kept tottering toward me. Her feet drew my attention. The woman's hand, which was covering her face, sent danger signals shooting through my mind and chills running down my spine. Her feet were like sharpened blades, like sharpened skewers. Her fingernails were no different. And in between her sobbing, I could hear her giggle. I clenched my fists and roared toward the mysterious woman. Grr. I didn't do it to threaten her. It was an instinctive cry, like a wild animal crying out at an approaching predator, knowing that it was in danger. The tottering woman stopped in her tracks and looked at me. Her hands were covering her face, but I could see her mouth through her fingers. She was grinning from ear to ear. She was smiling. She was laughing, now that she had noticed me, with my glowing red eyes. A constant, high-pitched beep ran through my mind, like a heart rate monitor attached to someone that had flatlined. The sweat on my brow, which earlier on seemed to be heralding by victory, quickly turned cold. I didn't need anyone to tell me what she was. She was a mutant. That thing was a mutant. I gritted and threw the Molotov cocktail that I still held in my hand toward her. Clink. I knew I had thrown it with all my strength. But even though I wasn't that far away from the mutant had vanished. Clang, clang, clang. A constant clanking rang out, irritating my ears. Left. I followed the sound and desperately turned to the left. The moment I turned, I saw the mutant dashing through the flames to get to me at Novel bin at. Its arms were wide open, and its mouth was gaping. But above all, it had no eyes. There were no eyeballs in its eye sockets. Instead, they were two pits leading into an endless, dark abyss. Swoosh. The mutant's right hand came hurtling toward my face. I quickly leaned back to avoid its swipe, but its nails grazed my left cheek. It was fast. Its physical capabilities were beyond any of the other mutants I knew of. I backpedaled quickly, feeling the blood dripping down my cheek. I gritted my teeth as my hand got soaked with my blood. It had cut me pretty deep. Its entire body was a weapon. Clang, 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 clang. It didn't take a single second to recover, and charged at me. I knew I had to be careful. I knew I couldn't just attack it with my fists. My muscles would be shredded if I made the wrong move. In fact, I was pretty sure that my arm would get chopped off. I knew most swords wouldn't be able to get through my tough muscles, but this creature's nails were different. I looked at my underlings and gave them an order. Kill it. Grr. All of my underlings that were fighting the red zombies ran toward the mutant as one. The mutant, which had been closing in on me, titled its head and looked at my underlings, and I witnessed an impossible sight that made my jaw fall to the ground. My underlings' bodies were being sliced into two. I knew that each of my underlings were capable of handling at least 100 red zombies that belonged to Bates. But right now, they were being slaughtered by just one mutant. The mutant moved its arms and legs in a deadly dance as it sliced through my underlings. It resembled a dancing ballerina. It was a killer that only danced to kill others. At least, that's how I saw it. I couldn't figure out a way to deal with it. I knew I didn't stand a chance against a creature like that, since I had not prepared any plans in advance. At that moment, I looked down at my pockets. I remembered the grenade that I had snatched up earlier, just in case anything unexpected happened. I knew this was the right time to use it. I took out the grenade and followed the mutant's movements with my eyes. It rolled through my underlings, who all went down like bowling pins. The mutant danced away like petals drifting in the wind. Its movements were as smooth as flowing water. I knew I had to be cautious, because I only had one chance and I couldn't let it go to waste. I was well aware that it was impossible to go back to the shelter to get more grenades. There was a high chance that the survivors would be slaughtered by the mutant while I was trying to get more grenades. And no matter how many grenades I had, it wouldn't be easy to catch hold of a mutant that was moving this fast. It would be impossible for the survivors to pin down a mutant that possessed such agility. I only had one choice. Let's count on my regenerative abilities. There was no guarantee that a monster like this wouldn't show up at Shelter Haeyoung further down the road. Given what could happen in the future, I had to get rid of it here. Of course, I wasn't planning suicide. I wasn't going to die with it. It was time to gamble on my powers of regeneration and healing that exceeded what humans were capable of. I knew if I ran away right now, I wouldn't be able to move toward the brighter future I envisioned. I would trick myself into pretending that I was happy with the way things were, rotting away in self-satisfaction and the denial of what was really going on. That was why I wasn't going to run away. If there was a wall in my way, I would break it down and keep on moving forward. Even though my steps were merely baby steps, I knew that if I kept at it, everything I did would eventually result in the safety of my family. I wasn't planning to stop until the day both gang members and zombies were no more. I ran toward the mutant with the grenade in my hand. The mutant was focused on eliminating my underlings. I had to take care of it before it noticed me, before it chose me as its opponent. I crouched as I dashed toward it and stretched out my left hand toward its neck. Slash. A flurry of slashes appeared in front of my vision, and blood gushed from my left arm. The mutant didn't have eyes, but it sensed my presence through sound and smell. Its head turned all the way around and looked at me. Honey. With a frown, I kicked it in the side with my right foot. I heard a solid thud and felt the sensation of its ribs shattering through my shins. I'd landed a solid blow. The mutant flew to the left and rolled along the floor. It twisted its neck eerily and stared at me. It quickly got to its feet and spoke, as if its broken bones had no effect on it. It tilted its head while making an eerie, disturbing sound that I didn't want to hear. Honey, honey. Its smile disappeared, and its face crumbled into a frown. Kiaa? It was enraged. It howled and raced toward me. I clenched my fists as I looked at my left arm, which was still leaking blood. My grip wasn't as strong as it usually was, but it would probably be enough to hold onto it for a short while. As its disgusting face filled my vision, I threw a jab toward its face. It leaned onto its back and pierced my lower stomach using its sharp legs. It was an attack from an unexpected angle, but I'd been hoping for such a thing. I felt my abdomen being pierced, letting the cool river breeze flow into my stomach. I didn't let the chance slip by and grabbed onto its collar with my half-torn left arm. I let out a murderous laugh at novel bin at. I got you, you bastard. I had waited for this moment. The mutant, which had been darting all over the place, was now in my hands, absolutely still. I pulled the pin on the grenade in my right hand and shoved it into its mouth. As I forced my fist inside, its teeth broke and its jaw was dislocated. I could feel it trembling through my fingers. I could tell it was crying, but there was no sound because its vocal cords were blocked. This is going to hurt. As I tried to pull out my right hand, it tried to claw me in the face with its sharp nails. I twisted my upper body and avoided its attack, but because of that, the 2 legs that were in my lower stomach tore up my insides. Damn it. I grabbed my lower belly and desperately threw myself backward. However, twisting my upper body earlier on seemed to have caused the 2 legs that had pierced my lower stomach to slice through my spine. My legs weren't moving. I shoved a grenade down its throat, but now I couldn't get it anyway. I collapsed to the ground as if I'd tripped on a stone. At that instant, I quickly covered my head with my hands and gave a desperate order to my underlings. Everyone, get on top of me. Gur? My underlings piled themselves on top of me. 1 underling, 2 underlings, 3 underlings, 4 underlings covered me, before the world was engulfed in a wave of sound that shattered my eardrums and almost made me lose my mind. Amidst the sudden sensation, I noticed the night sky, the ground in flames, and my underlings flapping flesh. Everything seemed like it was in slow motion. Every moment was etched into my eyes and my mind like a Polaroid photo. As my body fell to the ground, I stared through unfocused eyes at the hazy world around me. I had no clue how many times I rolled over on the cold asphalt road. My mind was foggy from the constant ringing. I tried to move but couldn't. I was like a death row inmate whose hands and feet were tightly bound. As I tried to lift my head up, my vision spun madly, and I ended up jamming my forehead against the floor. I felt as though I were drifting, as if my senses could no longer perceive anything. My mind was losing a sense of reality. I felt an unexplainable sense of comfort, as if I was on a boat drifting on a gentle lake. I heard a faint voice. Someone seemed to be shouting toward another person, but I couldn't make out the words due to the constant ringing and the fogginess that engulfed my mind. I couldn't tell where the noise was coming from nor who was speaking because my eyes had lost focus. After a moment, my vision began to quiver, and I saw people running toward Gangbayan Bukaro. They held guns and were pointing them at me. I wondered if they were trying to shoot me. The muzzles flashed, and bullets flew over my head. I blinked and followed the bullets with my eyes, and I saw the red zombies. The survivors at the shelter had come to assist me while the red zombies that had been pushed back to the Han River were trying to come back to Gangbayan Bukaro to get me. I saw Park Ji-cheol's face among the survivors. He was crouched over and was running towards me. Hey you, are you alright? Wake up. I heard his voice. I heard Park Ji-cheol's voice. My heart grew lighter after hearing his voice. I was alive. I didn't die. I could still meet my family and my daughter. Park Ji-cheol examined the condition I was in, his face awash with anxiety. Hang in there. Leave the rest to us. Park Ji-cheol crouched close to the ground and grabbed onto my shoulders. While I was being dragged by Park Ji-cheol, I looked at my body with heavy-lidded eyes. I didn't have any legs. I saw flapping flesh beneath my knees, and there was nothing below my left elbow. I couldn't think logically anymore. My mind was swamped with thoughts. I looked at my dismembered body in a stupor, as though my soul had left my body. I could only think of one thing as I took in this unbelievable reality in front of me. I'll recover, right? My body should regenerate. Yeah, I know I'll recover. I was agitated, since I had never gotten this injured before. But deep down, I hoped that I would eventually recover, since I was still alive. I trusted in my body's capabilities and let go of Park Ji-cheol with my remaining right hand. I crawled over to the survivors myself. Park Ji-cheol bit his lips after seeing that I had come back to my senses. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. His voice filled the air around me. Keep at it. We're almost at the end. Right, we were almost done. This devastating battle was about to end. I crawled toward the survivors with the last remaining strength I had. Thud. A thick cloud of dust obscured my vision. I coughed and lifted my head up slightly. A red humanoid figure stood in the middle of the dust cloud. It was blocking the bullets flying its way using a steel door that had been bent. It looked down at me, and its red eyes flashed. It was the enemy leader. Of all the moments, the enemy leader had shown up when I was in no position to fight back. He observed me closely and then smirked. There's not a single easy day, is there? He was talking out loud. This meant that he had eaten a human's brain, which also meant that he was letting me know that he was part of the gang. My lips trembled, and I looked at him with eyes filled with ferocity. He tilted his head and looked at me. Don't just stare at me. Say something. You sly bastard. Huh? This young blood's got a rather foul mouth. The enemy leader stomped on my right hand. My right hand was crushed right in front of my eyes. As my eyes went wide, the enemy leader glared at me, his eyes filled with murder. His voice took on a shade of annoyance. Is this all you've got? Is mocking me the only thing you've got up your sleeve? You bastard. I know you don't feel pain anyways. Keep on going. I gritted my teeth and sank them into the enemy leader's shin. The enemy leader seemed surprised at my sudden attack, and kicked me in the body with his opposite leg. My ribs broke with a firm crack. Gar, HUP. I spewed out red blood. I felt nauseous and my shattered right arm was barely attached to my body. I coughed violently and my entire body trembled. The enemy leader frowned at my sorry state. What could a man like you do, with that kind of will? I felt miserable. My arms and legs had been blown severed, and not a single part of my body was unharmed. There was nothing I could do. The enemy leader gritted his teeth and kept on goading me. Aren't you here to save people? Don't you care if I kill everyone here? Are you just going to lie down there while I do that? I was frustrated that I couldn't do anything. My insides were raging at the fact that I couldn't do anything. I glared at the enemy leader in fury. Then the enemy leader clicked his tongue and went next to Park Ji-cheol, who was trembling for dear life. Park Ji-cheol was shaking violently and puffing away like a goldfish. I wasn't sure if his behavior was because it was his first time seeing a zombie talk, or because he had lost his mind, knowing that there was no more hope. The enemy leader sighed. It seems like you can't do anything. Then, is it okay for me to kill this man? Grr. I howled at the top of my lungs for him to stop, but the enemy leader merely looked sad. This young blood is pretty stupid too. He raised his foot. At any moment, he was going to stomp on Park Ji-cheol. He was abhorrent. I hated him down to his guts. I wanted to rip his legs off and twist his little pie hole. But right then, I was nothing more than an insect with its legs pulled off. I yelled, trying to avoid disaster. What? What do I have to do so that these people can make it out of here safely? Well said. It's actually not that difficult. You just have to join the gang. What did you say? I'm telling you to stop acting like a superhero. I'm asking you to become one of us. My eyebrows twitched at his offer. I was sure he'd just asked me to become a gang member. What kind of nonsense was he saying? On the other hand, though, it could be wise to temporarily accept his offer. I could act like I was on board with his proposal while I waited for my body to recover. Seeing my silence, the enemy leader snorted. Don't try to come up with some shitty plan of yours. Then the enemy leader looked over at Park Ji-cheol and kicked him toward me. Eat this person's brain in 30 seconds, if you would. That way, I'll know you've accepted my offer. You son of a bitch. If you do that, we'll keep our hands off of Shelter Soul Forest. Don't you think it's a pretty good deal? As I gritted my teeth, my lips trembling, Park Ji-cheol got up and spoke. It's not your fault. Park Ji-cheol's expression was that of a man who had given up on everything. The enemy leader was surprised by his statement. Seems like he's a brighter fellow than you. Park Ji-cheol glared at the enemy leader. It seems like you're old enough to know how the world goes around. Don't go back on your word. The enemy leader let out a boisterous laugh and looked back and forth between me and Park Ji-cheol. Seeing my hesitation, the enemy leader let out a sigh and started to count down. His countdown made my head begin to spin in circles. It felt like it was about to explode. My mind was anxiously trying to come up with a plan. As my mind grew more and more confused, the 30 seconds felt like a century. I couldn't think of an appropriate plan in such a desperate moment, and I felt my moral compass shift. Everything, including the sounds of gunfire and the enemy leader's voice, started to fade away. The only thing that was clear to me was Park Ji-cheol's scent, which tickled my nose. I wondered if it was really my only option. 8, 7, 6. He was almost done counting. My expression fell, and I gritted my teeth. No matter how hard I thought, there was no way out. I only had one option from the beginning. I stared at Park Ji-cheol next to me, my eyes filling with tears. Park Ji-cheol was seated in a lotus position, his eyes closed. He was ready to accept death. 4, 3, 2. Grr. That moment, I heard a throat-rending cry pierce its way through the pitch-black darkness. The sudden cry caused the enemy leader to halt his countdown as he looked around. Thud, thud, thud. The ground began to tremble. It sounded like an army of horses were galloping this way. I prayed that this new arrival was the person I was hoping would show up. I couldn't calm myself. I swallowed, tasting blood mixed in with my saliva, and looked toward where the sound was coming from. From afar, I heard twigs being snapped within the thick, lush forest. The hundreds of trees were shaking, which bolstered my hope. Finally, the beings that appeared through the forest pulled my soul back out from the deep abyss of despair. Like a ship making its way through the storm, like a monstrous tidal wave rushing this way, a purple tsunami was rolling in our direction, preparing to flood this place. My glowing red eyes flared as I fixed my gaze on a man charging toward me like a bullet. Grr! Kim Hyong-jun howled at the top of his lungs, charging in like a wild horse on the run. The survivors lost their wits, behaving like headless chickens. Who do we have to shoot? Those aren't colored blue. Then are they enemies? In their minds, the newly appeared zombies were enemies. The survivors pointed their guns at Kim Hyong-jun and his underlings. Park Ji-cheol, seeing all of this, yelled at the top of his lungs. Don't shoot. All the survivors were taken aback by Park Ji-cheol's yell. They still had their guns pointed toward the zombies, still nervous and not knowing what to do. Once the enemy leader noticed that no more bullets were flying his way, he threw away the steel door he had been using as his shield and yelled toward Kim Hyong-jun, "Stop." Kim Hyong-jun hesitated for a second after hearing the enemy leader's voice, but a frown appeared on his face and he increased the speed of his charge. A zombie that was capable of talking. To Kim Hyong-jun, that meant he was part of the gang, and Kim Hyong-jun had been hunting down gang members for a long time. He hated gang members with a burning passion. As long as Kim Hyong-jun knew what he was, there was no way he was going to leave the enemy leader alone. Kim Hyong-jun was enraged. Fearlessly, he charged straight for the enemy leader. The enemy leader desperately fell into a defensive stance, preparing to deal with Kim Hyeongjun's attack. The remaining red zombies and Kim Hyeongjun's underlings crashed together. PSHHH. As the battlefield turned into chaos, steam began to emerge from my flapping flesh. My blood started circulating more quickly, and my entire body began to heat up like a bonfire. My body started to regenerate. HAAA. As steam gushed out from me, Park Ji-cheol's eyes went wide. He was next to me, and placed his hands on my shoulders. Are you all? Oh, Jesus. Park Ji-cheol sprung upwards, his hand flying off my shoulder. He looked utterly surprised. After a moment, he stammered, Are you okay? You have steam coming out. Oh wait. Park Ji-cheol examined me from top to bottom, and his mouth fell open as he watched my legs begin to grow again. He'd lost his ability to form words. I let out more steam than usual, since my injury was far beyond normal. The steam rose in a thick cloud, which wrapped around me and blocked my enemy's view. I peered with my red glowing eyes through the darkness and assessed the entire situation. Carrying Park Ji-cheol, I regrouped with the other survivors. I whipped out my notepad and wrote a message. Go back to the shelter. I tossed my notepad at Park Ji-cheol, then threw myself back into the battlefield. The remaining red zombies were being relentlessly pushed back by Kim Hyeongjun's underlings. Where is he? Where is he? As my glowing red eyes flashed, my pupils contracted, and all my senses were heightened. In between zombies' cries, I heard quick, sharp, staccato thuds. This sound wasn't coming from the fight between underlings. It has to be from a fight between leaders. It was a sound that only colliding leaders could make. I traced the source of the sound and saw the enemy leader and Kim Hyeongjun locked in a fierce battle. Kim Hyeongjun was a wild animal, punching and kicking away like there was no tomorrow. He was a beast that had lost its mind, and was trying his best to beat the living hell out of the enemy leader. As the fight went on, he took a few hits from the enemy leader, who hurled counterattacks. I channeled all my strength into my thighs and calves and sprung toward them, kicking the enemy leader in the back of the head. Thud. Gar. The enemy leader's neck twisted and he let out a despairing cry. He was knocked to the ground, but swiftly picked himself up again. Kim Hyeongjun didn't miss his chance and was on him like lightning, aiming a punch at its solar plexus. The enemy leader was blown off the ground, and his ribs cracked audibly. A stream of red blood spewed from his mouth as he hung in midair. I seized the opportunity and grabbed his body, slamming him down. Crack! The enemy leader's shoulder blades and backbone shattered, his bones and joints snapping loudly. Kim Hyeongjun flew over the top of me and stabbed a foot into the enemy leader's stomach like a sharpened spear. As I raised my right hand to land the finishing blow, the enemy leader spewed out a mouthful of blood and yelled, Stop! I saw the enemy leader's hands trembling. It was making desperate gestures for us to stop. I couldn't help but frown as I looked at him waving his hands. His audacity drove me mad. When I was begging for my life, he'd smirked and toyed with me. But now, he wanted me to spare his life? And he wanted us to stop right now? I couldn't hold in my anger. I ripped off the enemy leader's left leg and asked while looking him in the eyes. Why? Can't you do anything? Hey. I tore off his right leg this time, shooting him a question as I did so. Is that all you got? Is begging for your life the only thing you can do now? Huh. I quoted what it had said to me earlier as my sweet revenge. The enemy leader's eyes were wide with fear, now that he was facing this insane version of me. He waved his hand violently and yelled, I'm on the same side as you. My hands, which were just about to rip off his arms, stopped in midair. The enemy leader didn't let his chance for redemption pass by. Words tumbled out of his mouth. The only reason Shelter Soul Forest remained safe until this day was all thanks to me. I gritted my teeth and looked at Kim Hyeongjun. He met my gaze and frowned. I grabbed the enemy leader's collar and smashed him to the ground again. What kind of bullshit are you trying to come up with? Goddamn, it's true. My daughter is in Shelter Soul Forest as well. Bullshit? You told me to kill another person, and this is what you come up with. I did it to keep my daughter alive. I needed to come up with an excuse, or perhaps a reason, to trick the officers. An excuse. A reason. After hearing what he'd said, I slowly let him down and unclenched my fists. Kim Hyeongjun looked at me incredulously. I looked back at him, and he frowned. Ah Jussie, are you really going to fall for this bullshit? You know it's not even worth listening to. When I remained silent, Kim Hyeongjun clicked his tongue and lifted his right leg high. As his foot plunged toward the enemy leader's head, I stopped him. Wait up. What do you mean, wait? Are you actually falling for his bullshit? I'm going to kill him after I hear all of the nonsense he's gonna utter. What? I got up and broke the enemy leader's arm. The enemy leader's elbow and shoulder joints shattered, and the flesh on his arms were twisted strangely. Putting pressure on the enemy leader's shoulders, I pulled both of its arms free. The enemy leader was finally in the same state I'd been in earlier, a torso without any arms and legs. I squatted in front of the enemy leader. You're dead meat if you try anything funny. What am I going to do, now that you've got rid of my arms and legs? I'm not in the mood for jokes. As I grabbed his hair and pulled, the enemy leader spat on the floor. You, mister. You ate a black creature's brain, didn't you? That unbelievable healing ability of yours. I know for sure that you ate a black creature's brain. How do you know that? Did you also eat a black creature's brain? Only the officers in the gang can eat black creature's brains. Because the boss controls them. What he said made sense, since the gang was throwing zombies with glowing red eyes as bait toward Hangdang-dong. I was well aware that they were keeping the rest under control. I frowned. Then how do you know about the healing abilities? You think you're a special snowflake or something? The enemy leader chuckled as he looked at me. I sighed and punched the enemy leader in the face. His lips burst, and red blood trickled down. I grabbed his hair and looked him straight in the eyes. Okay then, how many? How many of the gang members have eaten a black creature's brain? Tell me. The officers and the boss. How many officers are there? There used to be 8 officers, but now, there's only 7. If I die here, someone else will be the 8th officer. So you're saying that you're going to be the 8th officer? Yes, because I gained their trust. Why don't you believe me? The enemy leader coughed out blood, but his smile remained. I wondered why he seemed so relaxed. Perhaps he didn't know that I was ready to end his life. I frowned. You said earlier on that you needed a reason to trick the officers, right? Why, what are you curious about? Tell me everything you know if you want to make it out alive. Well, do you even have any intention of sparing me if I tell you everything? If you're cooperative enough. The enemy leader raised his eyebrows and stared at Kim Hyeongjun, who was still behind me. I don't think the one behind you thinks the same way. Kim Hyeongjun was looking at the enemy leader with anger. I smacked my lips. Hyeongjun, leave this to me. I'll tell you everything once I settle this. What? No, I want to be here too. Why? Don't you trust me? As I looked Kim Hyeongjun in the eyes, his expression turned to one of disgust, and he looked away. After a moment, he let out a deep breath. Don't let him get away alive. If you do, I'm going to think that you fell for whatever bullshit he made up. Don't worry. Kim Hyeongjun scratched his head and looked around, then smacked his lips. I'll go check on Jiicheol Ajasi and the survivors. Wrap up quickly, Ajasi. The red zombies were already just cold, dead bodies sprawled all across Gangbyeon Bukaro. Kim Hyeongjun walked toward the survivors, kicking aside the red zombie bodies that got in his way. He met up with Park Jiicheol, who started briefing him on what had happened. After I saw Kim Hyeongjun and Park Jiicheol together, I directed my gaze back at the enemy leader. Tell me everything you had planned out, and the secrets you know about the gang members. The enemy leader looked at me silently, then let out a sigh. How much do you know about the gang members? Do you think I don't know anything about the gang members? Then did you know that the gang members were initially a group for survivors? Did you know that? I frowned at the enemy leader. I wasn't sure if I'd heard that right. A group of survivors? My face betrayed my confusion. Seeing this, the enemy leader chuckled and continued. I knew it. You don't know anything. I frowned and grabbed his collar. If you're thinking about getting away by lying, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't even try to play such tricks on me. He sighed and shook his head. What good would it be for me to talk when you're not even ready to listen? Just kill me already. I bit my lower lip and started thinking. To be honest, I didn't know much about the gang members. First of all, I hadn't tried to get to know more about them, and the only impression I had of them was that they were a group full of monsters trying to eat survivors. The enemy leader noticed me deep in thought. He looked at me coolly. Didn't you ask me earlier to tell you everything I knew about the gang? I'll tell you just once. So you'd better listen up. The enemy leader looked up at the night sky and breathed in deeply. He smacked his lips and continued to speak. The gang was founded by 3 zombies. The 3 of them were best friends, and all of them were zombies with glowing red eyes. They call themselves the family. The name family comes from their desire to get along with other survivors. So what? Their main staging area was Jungno. Their group grew bigger as they continued to protect people from zombies. But then, at one point, the survivors began to quarrel amongst themselves. As I listened to the enemy leader, I couldn't help but feel sad. Kim Hyeongsok, Kim Hyeongjun's younger brother, had also fought for the sake of survivors, but had eventually turned into a black creature after feeling betrayed. I could tell what kind of trouble the enemy leader was talking about. Just a little bit. The enemy leader took a quick breath before continuing. Greed, the desire to have more than others, to stand above others, broke the system. And eventually, the survivors messed around with someone they shouldn't have. A person they shouldn't have messed with. Adat novel bin adat. I tilted my head as I asked the question, and the enemy leader let out a sigh. A person whose life these red-eyed zombies considered more precious than their own. The son of one of the zombies with glowing red eyes was beaten to death by the survivors. The enemy leader continued. The boy got some extra privileges just because he was the son of one of the members. They weren't amazing, but stuff like getting an extra egg every meal or getting one more potato than the rest. Nothing really special. I bet even one potato was precious to them. Huh? They should have understood his privileges, though. I mean, he was the son of one of the members that risked their lives to help them survive. I can't understand what the big deal was of him getting an extra potato. I could find no reply. Every time I tried to say something to defend the survivors, I couldn't help but feel sad and bitter, thinking about the boy. Before the world became like this, Korea used to rank 10th in the world in terms of GDP. Now, it was a country where people fought over potatoes and boiled eggs. The enemy leader clicked his tongue loudly and continued to speak. The one that lost their son. They started massacring the survivors in shelter Jongno, and soon went through a metamorphosis. Did it turn into a black creature? Yeah. It wailed horribly as it tore at its flesh. I won't be able to forget that moment until the day I die. The enemy leader bit his lip, his face full of anguish and bitterness. I could understand what he was feeling, even though he was an enemy. I remembered the time Mr. Quack had metamorphosed into a black creature. I could still hear and picture his desperate and hopeless wailing, along with his soulless eyes and his torn-up flesh. I tried my best to calm my expression. What happened afterward? At novel bin at. Like I said earlier, the gang had 3 bosses. One of them took all the responsibility. The greediest one ate the brain of the one that had gone through metamorphosis, then kicked the other boss out of Jongno. The family moved from a 3-leader system to a dictatorship. That's so reckless. And the survivors followed that boss. The weak have no choice but to follow when faced with absolute power. What does that supposed to mean? The boss of the family let everyone live, on the condition that they would act as dogs. The boss ordered the survivors to eat dead bodies. The survivors had to eat human flesh in order to survive and become a dog. His words riled me up. I couldn't believe the boss ordered others to eat human flesh. He basically gave them an ultimatum, to become monsters or die. I frowned and asked. Then all the dogs I knew so far, the ones that made it through shelter Jongno, the useless people that survived under the protection of the gang, they are where the dogs originated from. I rubbed my chin, lost in thought. The enemy leader said quietly. Why, you still can't believe what I'm telling you. Well, you forgot to mention the last one. You said 3 zombies came together to form the family. What happened to the zombie that got kicked out from Jongno? Well, about that boss. The enemy leader trailed off, his complicated expression shaded with bitterness. At that moment, I remembered something that the enemy leader had said earlier. He'd probably muttered unknowingly, but I'd heard him loud and clear. I won't be able to forget that moment until the day I die. I recalled the warring emotions on his face after he'd said that. I had to confirm if my theory was correct. Are you? The enemy leader nodded without saying a word and closed his eyes. It was him. He was one of the early members of the family in Jongno. I glared at the enemy leader, my eyes flashing. Why in the world did you run away? Run away? There wasn't any hope left there. It was a living hell, full of insanity and despair. My friend that ate the black creature's brain? My friend changed the moment they gained power. And you escaped so that you could spare yourself. Do you have any kids? The enemy leader asked me a rather odd question. So I didn't say anything and instead looked straight into the enemy leader's eyes. The enemy leader bit his lips and continued to talk. I lived as a Jiryoji Appa one all my life and lived every day in the hopes that my daughter would be happy. Being the person I am, do you know what I desired the most when I lost all hope in Jongno? You probably wanted to see your daughter's face. You're right. That's why I left Jongno with no regrets. Then why'd you stay in Jongno in the first place? If you wanted to see your daughter that badly, you should have gone to your daughter right after you turned into a zombie. I was nervous. I couldn't think of leaving Jongno when I knew there were zombies and monsters stronger than me all over the place. Are you saying you gained confidence after you lost hope in Jongno? I developed the mindset that I had nothing to lose. I took a leap of faith, hoping that I could see my daughter's face one last time before I die. You've got some nerve to be so shameless. You wouldn't know. Looking for someone, not knowing if they're alive or not. The anxiety of not knowing what would change in you if you happen to face an unbearable reality. You wouldn't know. The enemy leader's shoulders trembled a little. It seemed he was getting emotional. Just like the previous situation, I knew where the enemy leader was coming from. I, too, had wanted to see my wife badly a couple of months ago. I used to mutter to myself questions that I wanted to ask my absent wife, such as how I was supposed to survive through the hard times ahead of me. Each time I grew anxious, I would think about what she would have done. I wondered what would have happened if So-yeon wasn't with me. Perhaps I would have gone to Jamsil to look for my wife. Or I might have stayed where I was and died alone. I let out a deep, bitter breath. So, did you manage to find what you wanted in Songsu-dong? I'd be dead if I didn't find her, right? My daughter is alive. She's getting along with the people in Shelter Soul Forest. I had to survive. No matter what it took. The enemy leader frowned and his lips trembled. He looked like a man trying to contain his rage while keeping his tears in. His reaction made me suspicious. I wondered what made the enemy leader so resentful. I couldn't figure out what was making him mad. I smacked my lips. Then, why did you act as though you were a member of the family even after leaving Jongno? It was on the 5th day after I'd left Jongno, I believe, when a zombie with glowing red eyes came here, looking for me. A zombie with glowing red eyes. The zombie identified itself as a member of the family. Of course, I've never seen that zombie before. The current boss was recruiting zombies with red eyes and expanding the gang. That zombie told me about what was going on with the family. What changed? The family was being corrupted. I swallowed and focused all my attention on the enemy leader's story. He took a deep breath while looking into the night sky, as though recalling memories of that day. With a sigh, he finally began to speak. After I left Jongno, the family started to expand their territory. With Jongno at the center, the members of the family and their dogs turned Gangbuk into a paradise for themselves. The authority of the boss who'd eaten the black creature's brain was absolute. Well, can't you just eat a black creature's brain yourself? Why didn't you do that? You think it's that easy? To turn into a black creature, the one purpose driving a zombie with red eyes has to be destroyed. How in the world would I figure out the desire that drives every individual? Wait, did you say desire? My eyes narrowed after hearing the word greed. He said desire instead of hope. My expression grew puzzled. The enemy leader sighed and continued. No one knows the truth about the black creatures except for the boss and the officers of the gang. The zombies with glowing red eyes who are used as bait just know that black creatures are dangerous. That's it. Okay, keep talking. Also, the boss controls the black creatures in Gangbook. Ordinary zombies with glowing red eyes can't ever dream of having a black creature's brain. In fact, not even a dong leader can. It's a secret even to the dong leaders? Aren't dong leaders considered pretty strong, even within the family? It's pretty safe to say that. The boss appoints dong leaders for each area and gives them some authority. What authority? Absolute authority over their respected area. Everything seemed to fit together now. At that moment, I remembered what the enemy leader had said in desperation earlier on. The only reason Shelter Soul Forest has been safe until this day is all thanks to me. I thought that he was making stuff up to survive, but it seemed like this part, at least, was the truth. The enemy leader took slow, deep breaths before carrying on. In order to survive and protect my daughter, I had to become the dong leader of Song Sudong. Is that why you ate people? In order to gain their trust. You think eating a person is the only thing I've done? I did everything I had to do to survive. The enemy leader shook his head, a slight sneer tugging at his face. I looked him in the face, and could not find a retort. I had also vowed to do anything in order to protect So Yeon. I wondered if I was really that different from the enemy leader. Was it the fact that I had yet to eat a person, while he had? The more we conversed, though, the more we seemed to have in common. I looked up at the night sky and pushed away the useless thoughts that were cluttering my head with a sigh. If you're the dong leader of Seongsudong, wouldn't the boss know you made it out alive as well? The boss kicked you out, right? Yet the boss still trusts you. The boss only gets reports, and never moves on their own. The boss probably doesn't know that I'm even alive. Then why are you trying to become an officer? If you become the 8th officer, the boss will know that you're alive for sure. No, just because you become an officer doesn't mean that you have to meet the boss. As long as you report consistently, the chances of meeting the boss are slim to none. All I want is a black creature's brain. Once you become an officer, you can get one of the black creature's brains, which the boss will bestow on you. I'm planning to burn my bridges with the boss after I get a black creature's brain. The enemy leader's firm will was reflected in his eyes. Despite his calm voice, he had a murderous look, as if he was trying to release all the anger and resentment he had accumulated over time. I wondered what was causing him such pain. Love and hate? Resentment? Betrayal? It was hard to pinpoint just one emotion. Something beyond these emotions was fueling the enemy leader's need for revenge. Or maybe, he was feeling a sense of guilt over what he had done in the past. Maybe it was anger toward his ignorance, or the fact that he hadn't gotten rid of the boss of the family from early on. The boss would have fainted for at least a week when they'd eaten a black creature's brain. I wondered if the enemy leader was regretting missing the perfect opportunity to get rid of his former friend. Feeling uncomfortable, I looked out at the Han River for a brief moment as I organized my thoughts. I now had a clear picture of this so-called organization named the Family. I stashed my hands in my pockets and asked the enemy leader, "What was this reason that you mentioned earlier?" "Reason? When you ordered me to kill that person, didn't you say you needed to come up with a reason to trick the officers?" "That was because of the 7th officer. She's a real vixen. She said she would kick me out of the family if I didn't destroy Shelter Soul Forest. She doesn't trust me. What does you getting kicked out have to do with me? Why do you think there's no connection? Everything happens for a reason, and once you fit the missing pieces together, it all adds up to something in the end." I looked down at the enemy leader, my expression calm. He lifted his eyebrows at me. "A zombie came out of the blue and killed the Mejang Dong leader. Do you think an ordinary zombie with glowing red eyes could have done that? No, even a fool wouldn't fall for that. After all, killing a Dong leader isn't as easy as you think. In other words, the only conclusion is that someone out of nowhere had gotten extremely strong, extremely quickly. So you think it's related to the black creatures?" "Yes. Deep down, I'd hoped it would be a zombie that had eaten a black creature's brain." "How were you certain that that zombie was me? What grounds did you have to suspect it was me?" "Because you came running to protect Shelter Soul Forest. That's why I wanted to know how strong your will was and how strong of a person you were. I was curious if you would be able to keep that mindset of yours when your life was on the line, even when you were forced to go against your own beliefs." I couldn't help but wonder what kind of plan the enemy leader had after hearing all of this. "Your plans? Spit it out." "I was going to come up with a treaty to not attack Shelter Soul Forest, under the condition that you become a member of the family." "Huh? So you were planning to make me out as the zombie that's been protecting Shelter Soul Forest?" "You're right. I couldn't finish you off because you ate a black creature's brain, and I was planning to broker a non-aggression pact between the shelter and the family by recruiting you. Is that why you ordered me to eat a person? To prove that I was suitable to be recruited as a member of the family." "Right on." The enemy leader answered me with eyes full of determination. His answer caused me to feel uncomfortable. It seemed like there was a translucent barrier between me and the truth. I could see parts of it, but not the full picture. "Then, what were you going to do if, firstly, I'd gone ahead and eaten a person's brain, and secondly, if I hadn't eaten a person's brain? Is that a difficult question? If you'd accepted my offer, you would have become a member of the family like me, and if you refused, I would have just eaten your brain. I thought you said that you had to report to your superior. If you killed me, wouldn't that have meant that you'd have to conquer Shelter Soul Forest? That's also a no-brainer. I could just make up a report saying that I would be using Shelter Soul Forest as my food storage since I'd gotten rid of the enemy leader that was protecting it. Pretty easy, if you ask me. Wanajiryoji Appa, literally Goose Dad, is a South Korean term that refers to a man who works in Korea while his wife and children stay in a foreign country. He was a smart person. In a matter of seconds, he'd made moves while taking into consideration numerous possibilities. I now knew he was a person with a sharp mind. I also knew how worried he was about Shelter Soul Forest. However, I didn't like the fact that someone had to be sacrificed in order for his plan to work. It would probably start off with just one person, but I was certain that there would be more moments down the line when decisions had to be made in surprising and unexpected situations. There would also be times when compromises couldn't be made. If I compromised, one day, the compromises that I had made would drag me down and prevent me from moving forward. The survivors and I knew I couldn't live as a human anymore the moment the mutual trust between the living and the living dead was lost. I wondered if getting rid of the enemy leader and eating his brain was the right decision at the moment. I felt like there was a better solution than eating the enemy leader's brain, but I couldn't think of the perfect solution on the spot. I needed time to think. I looked at the enemy leader and gave orders to my underlings. Carry the enemy leader in front of me and follow me. Gur. The few remaining underlings I had came running toward me with their throat-rending noises. The enemy leader grew startled as they picked him up. What are you doing? Looking at his eyes, I could tell he was nervous. I looked him right in the eye at Novel bin Adat. I believe what you said, but something doesn't seem quite right. I'm going to tie you up and keep an eye on you while I think about what that is. I've told you everything. I've only told you the truth. I have no intention of tricking you. I know. You were honest toward me, and your plan was perfect as well. You're saying that's the problem? Being too perfect? Are you a believer of lies rather than the truth? It's not about believing in lies. Of course, it's not that I don't believe your story. I'm just not in agreement with that mindset of yours. What? I tilted my head. That mindset of yours. Depending on the situation, you have no qualms sacrificing others for your own good, right? The enemy leader sighed. Do you have an inferiority complex or something? Or are you just jealous of people who are smarter than you just because you're stupid? I can't believe what you're saying. What a fool. The enemy leader snorted and clicked his tongue. His reaction made me even more uncomfortable. I felt uneasy around him. An ordinary person would have violently waved their hands or firmly denied it. He should have denied it in this situation. But the enemy leader got on my nerves. Instead of refuting my observation, he got on my nerves to further complicate my mind. His thought process was definitely abnormal. I kept my expression neutral and continued to ask questions to figure out his real intentions. Do you know the reason why I can't trust you, even when I know you're telling me the truth? Parts of you remind me of myself. What kind of bullshit are you saying now? I could only think of one word after hearing your plan. What is it? Perfectionist. The enemy leader's eyebrows twitched. I looked at him as I rubbed my chin. Perfectionists are always occupied with their own thoughts, and they always have some secret, hidden intention that they won't share with others. What I'm saying is, it's impossible to really know what they're up to all the time. In order to deceive a person perfectly, you have to cover up the truth with numerous lies. Lies on top of lies, until it's almost impossible to differentiate the lies from the truth. And because you're just like me, it's even harder for me to trust you. You're nuts. So you're telling me that even you have secrets that you're hiding from the survivors, huh? You're right, I answered without hesitation. I hadn't told them about what would happen if I ate a person's brain. This was the one thing I couldn't tell them, even though they believed I'd revealed everything I knew. The enemy leader looked at me, his mouth opening and closing silently like a goldfish's. He seemed to be at a loss for words. I shrugged. Now I know what kind of person you are, and I just think that you're keeping a secret from me. That's all. You're very illogical. You can't even trust me when I'm telling you the truth. The emotions we have as humans sometimes make us illogical. We sometimes refer to them as gut feelings. You're going to put the survivors' lives and your future by following your gut feeling? Are you insane? I don't care if you think I'm crazy, but there's one thing I've learned during my lifetime. The enemy leader swallowed and looked at me. Although his expression seemed to suggest that he still considered me a fool, there was a slight tremble to his voice. It betrayed his nervousness, as though he were a mouse that had been caught by a cat. I smirked. Humans have instincts. And out of all the instincts, the strongest one is their survival instinct. What are you trying to say? That this gut feeling of mine is never wrong? The enemy remained silent, but his eyes widened. I looked away from him and gave orders to my underlings. Put him in the apartment right in front. Hey. His voice faded away. My underlings carried him on their backs to the apartment nearby. I then gave another order to my underlings. Cut off his arms and legs if they're about to regenerate. Make sure he stays the way he is right now. Grr. Once my underlings disappeared from view, I looked at the Han River, which had now been engulfed in darkness. I pondered over the story the enemy leader had told me. He constantly wanted me to understand his story. He tried to make me understand how he had been kicked out of Jongno, and emphasized the fact that he had come all the way to Songsudong to see his daughter. The way he crafted his story made it persuasive, and it was easy to empathize with his emotions as well. Because of this, I had fallen for it at first. But as I went over his story over and over again, one part of it didn't sit right with me. Even if I considered the part about Jongno as being true, what got me was the fact that he had dedicated his life to helping others even when his wife and daughter weren't there. There was something fishy about that. He mentioned that he was a goose dad, and that he wanted to see his daughter before he died. But it didn't make any sense for someone who was so desperate to find his daughter and wife to stay in Jongno when he knew they weren't there, didn't know if they were alive or dead, and wasn't aware if somebody else was taking care of them. It was unlike my situation, where I had others taking care of So-yeon. The earlier part of his story did not match with the later parts of it. I couldn't imagine a father with a child having a mindset like his. The enemy leader and I seemed to be similar to each other in certain aspects, but completely different in others. Perhaps the discomfort I had felt as I listened to him stemmed from this. I knew humans were afraid of things they didn't understand. And I couldn't understand the enemy leader. ******. I related the whole story to Kim Hye-yeongjun. Kim Hye-yeongjun fell into deep thought for a moment, then titled his head. What you said earlier. Is everything true? I think at least what he was saying is true. But I feel like the enemy leader is hiding something. It'd be best if we can use the enemy leader to lead us to the other members of this family. But we also have to consider the possibility of the enemy leader betraying us as well. You're right. Kim Hye-yeongjun caught right on. He came up with possible situations and explained his thoughts coherently whenever I gave him information. I was fortunate to have an ally like him. Kim Hye-yeongjun rubbed his chin and continued. He's the type of person that doesn't mind sacrificing others for his own benefit. If anything goes south, he might just use us as leverage and abandon us to the members of the family. Right. We have to think about the possibility that he could be considering using us as trophies. Well, we didn't really trust him from the beginning anyway. I'm not sure if it's because we met him as an enemy, or if something about him was strange from the beginning. I just can't tell. Kim Hye-yeongjun sat on the floor, lost in thought. I sat cross-legged in front of him and waited for him to speak. After a while, Kim Hye-yeongjun flicked his fingers. How about this? Go ahead. Let's try changing up the topic. Change the topic. I feel like we're focusing too much on the structure of the family, the boss, officers, and the enemy leader's emotional story. Do you think he'll let something slip if we speak to him about a different topic? I pondered his words deeply. Was he proposing that we ask the enemy leader some leading questions? Perhaps, in the course of the conversation, he would take the bait. I rubbed my chin, then said, I want to get some data about the mutants if possible. Mutants. Kim Hye-yeongjun arched his eyebrows and tilted his head. A lot had happened while Kim Hye-yeongjun had been unconscious. I told him about the mutants. His expression grew serious as he heard what I had to say. He smacked his lips. So you're saying that these zombies are evolving. They're evolving into a completely different species, even though their rational minds are completely dysfunctional. Well, I'm not sure about that. They seem to have the ability to learn. The way they fight completely changes the longer your fight with them drags on. Wait, what? They can even do that? Kim Hye-yeongjun didn't sound convinced. I smacked my lips, since I wasn't sure myself. I don't know either. That's why we need their data. Then, what happens if we eat the mutants' brains? I did think about doing that, but I didn't get the same drooling feeling. Drooling? The drooling feeling when we see the brains of zombies with glowing red eyes. Yeah, exactly. Looking at the mutant's dead body was like I was looking at an ordinary zombie corpse. I didn't get the same feeling that I do when I see zombies with glowing red eyes. When I killed the black creature, I couldn't help but drool as I looked at its body. It felt like my body had taken control of my mind and made me eat the black creature's brain. I had similar feelings when I killed zombies with glowing red eyes. Of course, my appetite wasn't as strong as when I'd taken down the black creature, but I couldn't help but think about feasting on their brains. However, I felt nothing whenever I looked at the dead body of a mutant. The reason I hadn't eaten the mutant's brain in Hyeonsan Park even after killing it was because my instincts hadn't kicked in at all. I could have eaten it of my own volition, but I was worried about the after effects. I didn't know what effects consuming the mutant's brain would bring. It could cause trouble, just as how humans could contract gastroenteritis or get an upset stomach by eating rotten food. Kim Hye-yeongjun massaged his temples gently and stayed silent for a while. I waited patiently, and he soon took a deep breath before speaking. That person. Where is he? You want to meet the enemy leader? Yeah, I got to see him. What about Shelter Soul Forest? Is your family safe? All of them are working together to conduct repairs on the interior of the shelter. My family is also safe. I nodded slightly and got up. Kim Hye-yeongjun got up as well, his expression taking on a hint of bitterness and embarrassment. And, Ajasi. Thank you. For what? For saving my family. I chuckled and slapped Kim Hye-yeongjun on his right arm. He rubbed his right arm and looked at me, dumbfounded. What are alliances for? I said it lightly, as though it wasn't a big deal. Kim Hye-yeongjun smiled faintly. I snorted, looking at him and shook my head. After a moment, he said, once we've wrapped up this incident, I'll introduce you to my family. Sounds good. I nodded and began to head toward the apartment where the enemy leader was. At that moment, Kim Hye-yeongjun blocked my way, as if he'd remembered something he wanted to say. Oh, Ajasi, I almost forgot. What? Did you perhaps have a weird dream after eating the black creature's brain? Dream. I tilted my head in confusion, and Kim Hye-yeongjun's expression grew puzzled. He seemed unsettled. No, how should I say this? I feel like I had a weird dream while I was knocked out, and I got extraordinarily strong after I woke up from the dream. After hearing the word dream, I recalled a fading memory of mine. I'd been fighting zombies with glowing red eyes on a rooftop in Maijangdong, trying my best not to die. But then, as the zombies with glowing red eyes retreated, I fainted and I had this strange feeling of floating across a vast empty space. It was a distant and hazy memory, just like a dream. During this time, I confronted the black creature and heard it whisper to me, "Make it through. For my brother and my family." I had no doubt that that was what it had said to me. My expression grew serious, and I frowned. Kim Hyeong-jun also seemed serious, and his expression took on a hint of puzzlement. I think I met Mr. Kwok in my dreams." "What?" I swallowed and repeated his statement back to him. "You saw Mr. Kwok in your dreams? Did this Mr. Kwok, who appeared in your dreams, try talking to you, by any chance?" "Huh? How did you know, Ajusi?" He muttered that he needed strength, that he needed power to protect Ms. Koo and the children. And, well, I got into a little quarrel as I spoke to him. I didn't know what to say to that. It seemed like Kim Hyeong-jun's prickly personality carried into his dream self. Kim Hyeong-jun scratched his head and continued to speak. "I won, in the end. Is that important? Maybe it was a pointless dream." Kim Hyeong-jun beamed like a fool and looked at me. I couldn't help but sigh, seeing just how naive Kim Hyeong-jun was. Sometimes it seemed like he was extremely smart, but other times, he seemed like a really simple fellow. I bit my lower lip and asked him another question. "Are you saying that Mr. Kwok admitted his defeat? The Mr. Kwok in your dreams?" "Yeah, he charged toward me while taunting me, in a way, asking me to try if I could. Like he was threatening me, you know. He came charging at you. Yeah, it was like I was absorbing him inside me. It was a very strange dream. After I came back to my senses, I realized that I was lying in the guard room in your shelter. I then heard my underling's signals and came running right away. Your brother also appeared in my dreams." "What?" Kim Hyeong-jun's eyes flew wide open, and he looked me right in the eye. He stuttered a little and asked, My little brother, Hyeong-sok appeared in your dreams?" "Yeah, he told me to survive." "Why?" I didn't know how to respond to that. Did he want me to die or something? I smacked my lips and stared at Kim Hyeong-jun. He shook his head, noticing that he had blurted out something wrong, and moved on. No, I'm sorry, Ajusi. I was too shocked, so I just blurted out some nonsense. Do you remember what I said earlier?" What?" "The stuff that the enemy leader told me. That it's not about hope, but desire." "Oh, yeah, I do remember. The reason we were able to turn into zombies with red glowing eyes. It might be because we have stronger desires than others." Kim Hyeong-jun nodded slowly, clearly paying attention to what I was saying. I scratched my sideburns and continued to speak. "The black creatures and the zombies with glowing red eyes. The two might be connected by desire." "Connected by desire. Once the zombies with glowing red eyes lose their desire, they turn into black creatures. Well, to say it more exactly, when their desire gets destroyed, they turn into black creatures." Yeah, at novel bin at. Then what in the world is a black creature?" Kim Hyeong-jun pouted his lower lip, his expression still serious. It seemed like he didn't know. I sighed. "Everything happens for a reason. Every problem has a root. Processes lead to results. Ajusi, explain it in easier terms. Desires all begin as small wishes. Once small wishes grow bigger, they become desires. And what does desire create in humans? What? Hope. You're right. Even for those living the crappiest lives, humans still strive as long as they have hope. And the black creatures, they have no hope whatsoever. What do you think is left for a human with no hope? Despair." Kim Hyeong-jun's eyes went wide, even though he was the one answering. After a moment, he stuttered and said, Then, is the black creature a blob of despair?" "Well, this is all speculation, but I think it's safe to assume so." "Then what did the Mr. Kwok in my dreams mean?" "Perhaps the black ones may not have disappeared completely." "What do you mean? Are you saying they're still alive?" "We ate their brains, though." "I'm saying that we ate their brains and their wills live within us." "I don't know, Ajusi. It seems like you have your head in the clouds with this one." Kim Hyeong-jun frowned at me. I shrugged and continued to speak. "Like I said, it's just speculation. Nothing's certain. But the creatures we met in our dreams, don't you think there's something weird about them?" "What about them?" "I met Kim Hyeong-sok after eating his brain." "You met Mr. Kwok after eating his brain." "If it happened to one of us, I wouldn't have given it much thought. But the two of us going through the same thing? I think it's hard to attribute it to chance." Kim Hyeong-jun shook his head, still unconvinced. I knew what I was saying seemed far-fetched, but at the moment, it seemed like my hypothesis was the closest thing to the truth. We were in a world full of zombies. The logic from the world before this one did not apply anymore. There was no such thing as reason, or doing the bare minimum. It was all about the survival of the fittest, where everyone had to strive to survive. Kim Hyeong-jun let out a deep breath and posed a question. "Then, what about the things they said in our dreams? Why would these creatures, who are full of despair, tell us to survive, to try to save others if we could? Why would they say anything along these lines? I'm not sure myself, but perhaps they were counting on us to create change." "Counting on us?" "They're creatures trapped in despair, but I feel like they're counting on us for some reason." I scratched my forehead as I answered, and Kim Hyeong-jun looked at me with a sour face. Jussie. What? You know, you were really cheesy just now. I chuckled and slapped Kim Hyeongjun on the back. Kim Hyeongjun rubbed his stinging back and complained. What happened to you, Jussie? It seems like someone picked up some bad habits while I was gone. Oh come on. What's up with you, acting all weak? I know you don't even feel pain anyway. You're just doing this because you don't want it to make it awkward, right Jussie? Alrighty, let's just get going. I stashed my hands in my pockets and headed toward the apartment where the enemy leader was being held. Kim Hyeongjun followed me, still mumbling to himself. Counting on us. But the thing was, I wasn't even sure about my theory as well. Thinking that a black creature that was trapped in despair was living within me gave me chills down my spine. Especially knowing that I had eaten its brain. But the message the black creature gave me wasn't something that a being in despair would say. Make it out alive. For my brother. For my family. I wondered if what it had voiced was its wish, its desire, or its hope. Whenever I killed a zombie, even if they were my underlings, they thanked me with a gentle smile. Perhaps whatever the black creature said was something along these lines. After all, the saying every cloud has a silver lining didn't come out of nowhere. I wondered if the black creature was counting on me to fulfill its hope, which it couldn't do while it was alive. I looked up at the night sky and took a deep breath. I looked up, seeing the stars shining in the pitch-black darkness, and thought to myself, I'll fulfill whatever you want. Help me in return. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I saw my underlings on the first floor when we got to the apartment where the enemy leader was being held. I made it past my underlings and entered the living room where the enemy leader was. The enemy leader was sitting in the center, his eyes hollow. The enemy leader sneered when he saw me and Kim Hyeongjun. Are you ready to have a serious conversation? No. We came because we wanted to ask you something. Go ahead. You have mutants under you. How'd you do it? Mutants, huh? Is that why you came to me? Stop with the bullshit and just answer my question already. The enemy leader burst out in laughter and shook his head. His eyes flared. I don't think I've heard an answer to my offer yet. Don't you think it's common sense to respond to my offer first? Common sense, my ass. You should be thankful that you're still alive. If you have no intention of accepting my offer, just go ahead and kill me. So you won't tell us about the mutants no matter what. Well, you gave my ego a big blow, you know? I feel like shit. You don't answer any of my questions, so I don't see a reason why I have to answer any of yours. The enemy leader smiled faintly and looked back and forth between Kim Hyeongjun and me. I just couldn't get used to his serene attitude. It wasn't easy to interrogate him even with his limbs cut off, since he didn't feel any pain. He also didn't fear death, so threats would not work as well. However, the enemy leader had made a big mistake from the start. His arrogance had led to a misjudgment. The enemy leader thought too much, and that had created gaps in his perfect story. He'd forgotten about the real problem while considering all the other possibilities. I smirked and posed him a question. So, you said you've been protecting Shelter Soul Forest all this time, right? Yeah. If you don't tell us about the mutants, Shelter Soul Forest is going to go down. Shouldn't that make you see my offer in a more positive light? Shelter Soul Forest will only be protected if I live, and you and I can get rid of the boss together. But you know what? Everything you say revolves around you. Now, what kind of nonsense? You don't care for others in the slightest. You lack a sense of selflessness, even toward your daughter. Don't you think you're excessively selfish? The enemy leader frowned for a moment, then snorted. Where are you trying to go with this? Data about mutants? I don't have to get them from you. I have plenty of zombies I can experiment with. I wanted to see if you were going to cooperate, or if you were going to be hostile toward me. Huh? So you had no intention of keeping me alive in the first place, then? Alright, kill me already. No. You can't just die like this. What? You said your daughter is in Shelter Soul Forest, right? As I smirked, the enemy leader's eyebrows twitched. I kept talking, but kept an eye on how the enemy leader's expression changed. Unlike you, I genuinely care about the survivors. The gang members might attack Shelter Soul Forest while research about the mutants is underway. And you probably need power to protect the shelter, don't you? Cut to the chase. If I kill your daughter, you'll turn into a black creature, right? What in the world? I feel like I could easily take on the officers if I eat another black creature's brain. I stopped talking and looked the enemy leader right in the eye. I saw his eyes trembling for the first time. He seemed to be lost in thought for a second, but then he quickly burst out laughing. You, killing a person? You should have just begged for the mutant data, you stupid idiot. Funny thing is, I never said I'd be the one eating it. What? I smiled while I looked at Kim Hyeongjun, who was right next to me. Kim Hyeongjun looked at me blankly while mouthing the word why. I looked at him and told him to nod. Huh? Okay. Kim Hyeongjun nodded calmly. The enemy leader saw his reaction and grew desperate. I was well aware that Kim Hyeongjun looked as cold as ice when his expression was calm. I knew he couldn't have heard our conversation, as my eyes hadn't met his while I was conversing with the enemy leader. The enemy leader ground his teeth loudly enough for us to hear from a distance away. Hey, we're done talking. He agrees with my plan. Wait, I'm not done with my story. Your daughter, what's her name? What? Well, we have to at least know her name in order to kill her, right? At this point, why do I have to tell you that? The enemy leader swallowed but smiled slyly. It seemed like he thought his daughter would be safe if he stayed quiet. I gave orders to the underlings standing next to me. You, carry the enemy leader and follow me. Gore. As one of my underlings hoisted the enemy leader onto their back, the enemy leader started rolling his eyes. It seemed like it was trying to come up with a witty plan. I pinched his cheeks. I mean, your daughter will probably recognize you. You son of a bitch. Remember what you said earlier? A blow to your ego? What will feel worse, appearing in front of your daughter as a zombie without arms or legs, or just telling us about the mutants? Your call. God damn it, you bastard. Oh no, don't swear. It makes you sound uneducated. I left the apartment after saying what I'd planned. My underling followed me, the enemy leader still on their back. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me slyly and asked, Ajusi, what did you tell him? I haven't even gotten to my part. I just saved us some time. What do you mean? We're going back to the shelter. If this man's daughter is still alive, she'll recognize him. What? I'm going to use his daughter to threaten him. If the desire driving this man is his daughter's safety, he'll turn into a black creature when his daughter dies before his eyes. Ajusi. Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes quivered. It seemed like he thought I was cold-blooded. I snorted. I'm kidding. I have no intention of killing his daughter. I'm just going to threaten him. And what if that doesn't work? Then I kill the enemy leader. As I answered, my glowing red eyes flared. Kim Hye-young-jun swallowed and nodded. We headed toward Shelter Seoul Forest's second defense line. There were a lot of people gathered in front of the defense line. The survivors were hard at work repairing the interior. Not a single one of them seemed to be taking it easy, but none of them were in a good state. This attack had cost many lives, and it seemed like facing the mutants had drained the hope out of them. The dead were covered with cloth, and laid out on the left side of the shelter. Mourners were wailing in front of them. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun, my expression bitter. He, too, was taking in the devastation with a look of sorrow. Hye-young-jun. A man from the second defense line came running toward us, calling Kim Hye-young-jun's name. It was Park Ji-cheol. Kim Hye-young-jun smiled gently and went to meet him. The two of them began communicating in sign language. My mouth fell open as I watched them. The two of them know how to communicate in sign language. If they couldn't communicate verbally, I supposed it made sense to use gestures instead. The two used sign language to express what they wanted to each other, unlike me, who always communicated to others through my notepad. After a moment, Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me. 92 casualties. Among them, 54 dead. How many people were there in total? There were 218, but now there are only a quarter who are fit. If we include the injured, more than half of the people here are immobile. This raid really got them good. I nodded, acknowledging Kim Hye-young-jun's report. What about the group leader? The group leader seems to be in the hospital as well. Hospital? There's a hospital here too. You know there's an apartment in Seoul Forest, right? The one up north. Oh, the one occupied by the rich. Yeah, they apparently modified that apartment and now are using it as a hospital. I couldn't believe it. A hospital. Did that mean there was a doctor here as well? I couldn't help but think of Kang Eun-jong. She'd been sick for the past couple of months. If I brought Kang Eun-jong here, we might be able to figure out what was wrong with her. And she would probably be able to get adequate care. I nodded vigorously and asked Kim Hye-young-jun a favor. Can you take care of the enemy leader for a bit? Where are you trying to go? To check out the hospital. I want to see how they're doing. As I desperately tried to get going, Kim Hye-young-jun tugged on my shirt. I turned around and saw him frowning. Take care of the enemy leader first. Priorities. Remember. I hesitated after hearing what Kim Hye-young-jun was asking me to do, but I quickly let out a sigh and nodded. Kim Hye-young-jun was right. I was worried about Kang Eun-jong's health, but the right thing to do was to deal with the culprit behind this whole incident. I saw a small platform next to the second defense line. It seemed like it was the place from which the guard leader gave orders. For now, though, I was going to use it as a stage to find the enemy leader's daughter. I placed the enemy leader on top of the platform while Kim Hye-young-jun called Park Ji-cheol over and briefly explained to him what had happened up to this point. After getting the whole picture, Park Ji-cheol called out to gather the others. Everyone, if I could have your attention. Park Ji-cheol's voice echoed around the area, causing everyone who was working in the area to gather around the platform. Once that was done, Park Ji-cheol asked a question. Is there anyone who recognizes the face of this man? The survivors frowned and narrowed their eyes as they caught sight of the enemy leader, with his severed arms and legs. It was rather disgusting and bizarre, seeing a zombie with no arms and legs looking out at them while shaking his head. Park Ji-cheol continued. If anyone knows this man, please raise your hand. Please do not hesitate to step up. Why do we care about him? Is he someone special or something? Yelled one of the survivors in the crowd, who seemed to be flustered about the whole dismal situation. Park Ji-cheol glanced at the enemy leader and then announced, he's the zombie leader that attacked his place. Hushed murmuring broke out after the crowd heard Park Ji-cheol's answer. Leader? A zombie leader. Zombies have leaders too. Wait, what? Are you saying they've been attacking this place on purpose? You didn't know, group leader. What is all of this going on in one day? And what are those creatures next to Park Ji-cheol? The survivors focused their eyes on Kim Hye-young-jun and me. As I cleared my throat and looked at Kim Hye-young-jun, he pretended to not notice my gaze. Instead, he smacked his lips and sighed. Park Ji-cheol seemed to sense where the crowd was staring and pointed to Kim Hye-young-jun and me. These two are the ones who came and saved us. They saved us? Aren't they zombies too? Just like earlier, there were disapproving voices in the crowd. The survivors began to protest louder. Let's get them. We have to kill them all. The monsters are evolving. What if they're mutants as well? I'd rather bite my tongue and die here instead of being saved by zombies. The survivors picked up stones that were lying on the floor and started hurling them at us. I could tell that these people absolutely abhorred zombies. They hadn't said or done anything when we helped them, but now that they knew they'd survived, they let their anger and hatred overflow. My blood started to boil at this incomprehensible situation, but I calmed myself after thinking about Kim Hye-youngjun's family. Ha 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 ha. Harsh laughter echoed around the area. All the survivors stopped what they were doing, their collective attention drawn to one specific place. It was none other than the enemy leader that had burst out laughing. The enemy leader looked at the survivors and shouted, "You filthy animals." His voice registered in the survivors' brains and gave them something new to be surprised about. What? That thing, right now, is it talking? It's a talking zombie. What in the world is going on? There's no way this is happening. As the survivors muttered amongst themselves, the enemy leader continued to rail at them. You idiots! You dare throw rocks at us when you should be throwing yourselves to your knees and begging us for your lives? That's why you filthy animals have no right to keep on living. This monster must be crazy. Kill this bastard. Get them. The survivors brandished their bamboo spears and unleashed a torrent of curse words, but none of them dared to come up to the platform. They were all looking at each other hesitantly, waiting for someone to make the first move. I shook my head as I watched them. This was the best shelter Soul Forest could do. This had happened because they had allowed random survivors in. As a group, they were unable to make rational judgments. I shivered as I recalled I'd almost trusted these people with my family's safety. I realized that creating a shelter of our own in Hangdangdong was God's will. Park Ji-cheol tried to bring down the simmering tension. Everybody calm down and listen to what I have to say. Wait, what's up with you? How dare you team up with zombies? Huh. That bastard might be a traitor. He must be insane to even be teaming up with zombies. Kill this bastard too. He's a traitor? Kill him. As I listened to their screaming, I frowned and couldn't keep my fists from clenching. I was about to lose my patience. The people here did not satisfy any of the 3 conditions that I required for survivors. The people here didn't deserve to live. They were no different from the dogs. Just like the enemy leader had said, they were no different from filthy animals. Kill them, kill them. They have to die. Some of the survivors began hurling stones at us again. A stone whizzed toward Park Ji-cheol's head. There was a loud crack, and Park Ji-cheol fell to the ground. Hup. Park Ji-cheol put his hand on his bleeding forehead and fell to the ground. My eyes widened as I watched him go down. I felt my vision go blurry. Beep. I had lost my grip on whatever sanity remained. Wrath engulfed my body. No matter how hard I tried to keep myself calm, my blood boiled, and I could feel my body quickly beginning to heat up. My body was burning. I felt like I was in a furnace. My flesh was screaming with anger. I felt like I was going to have a meltdown if I didn't unleash this anger I had right now. Gore. I let out my murderous intent in a throat-rending growl. I noticed the survivors' looks and the bamboo spears they were holding. As I walked toward them, gritting my teeth, Kim Hye-youngjun desperately moved to block my way. Ajusi, calm down. Are you telling me to forgive those fucking animals right now? Oh, Ajusi? What's wrong, Ajusi? Are you not feeling well? Kim Hye-youngjun was pale. He looked at me once over with trembling eyes. He didn't know how to react to my sudden change. I opened my eyes as wide as I could. If they're human, they should be acting like humans. Don't you see what these bastards are doing? Calm down, Ajusi. They just lost their families today. Look around you. There are dead bodies and broken walls. Do you think the people here can hold on to their sanity as well? Well, they're not willing to talk to us. What do you want me to do? As I frowned and glared at him with my glowing red eyes, Kim Hye-youngjun swallowed and blocked my path with his arms spread open. It didn't seem like he was going to back off anytime soon. I caught my reflection in Kim Hye-youngjun's red eyes. My pupils were dilated and my face was wrinkled. Despite my angry expression, though, I had a rather uncanny grin, which took me aback. I started to calm myself down after seeing myself. The heat and wrath that had engulfed my body started to cool down, like boiling water ceasing to bubble after being taken off the heat. My grin disappeared, and a forgotten memory drifted into my mind. The face I had just then was the same face I'd had when I'd confronted the zombie with glowing red eyes at the high school. I wondered if I would have enjoyed killing right then. I massaged my temples, perplexed by the way I was feeling. What's going on with me? My head sagged, and I peered at my surroundings through the corners of my eyes. I noticed the faces of the survivors. I saw faces of disbelief, anger, and fear toward zombies, all mixed together. Do you get it now? Just then, I heard the enemy leader's voice, off to the side. I blinked hard and stared at the enemy leader. He sneered at me. Nothing comes without a cost. If you gained the powers of the black creature, it's only natural that you would have to suffer something in return. What? I frowned as I glared at the enemy leader, and he sighed. Once you eat a black creature's brain, the desire that it carried will dwell inside you as well. And you have to be true to its desire. That's the price you pay for getting its power. What do you mean? It's easy to lose your sanity once your desire gets triggered. I'm not sure what desire the black creature that you ate harbored, but it seems like it didn't like people too much. I was struck dumb by what the enemy leader said. Kim Hye-young-sok, the younger brother of Kim Hye-young-jun, was a person that loved people fiercely, so much so that he had even founded the Survivor Rally organization. Although he ended his life because of betrayal and hatred toward the living, he was someone who told me to survive, even after becoming a black creature. Wait, survive. At that moment, a rather unbelievable and dangerous thought crossed my mind. There was obviously a condition behind his desire. He'd said, for my brother and my family. He probably hadn't told me to survive for no reason. By interpreting his words differently, I realized that he wanted me to fight for Kim Hye-young-jun and his family, and that meant that I was to get rid of anyone who would harm Kim Hye-young-jun and his family. The survivors here had not only thrown stones at zombies with glowing red eyes, but had struck Park Ji-cheol as well. They had harmed both Kim Hye-young-jun and Park Ji-cheol, which triggered a different desire within me. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead as I came to this conclusion. I wobbled at the sudden dizziness. My theory was being proven correct. The black creature's desire was dwelling within me, and when its desire was triggered, I would lose my sanity, and I would go berserk until I fulfilled its desire. A zombie with glowing red eyes trying to sustain itself with its desire, and a black creature that couldn't fulfill its desire on its own. The two desires coexisted within me at novel bin at. Now everything seemed to come together. I swallowed and posed a question to the enemy leader. What if one of the desires gets destroyed? The enemy leader smirked. That's when metamorphosis starts. The more desires that were within you, the more your physical abilities increased exponentially. However, your mind grew weaker in the process. Having just one of those desires destroyed was enough to turn you into a black creature. It seemed that devouring black creatures' brains wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. In fact, eating a black creature's brain was almost like taking a gamble. At least there was some good news. This desire of mine was almost the same as Kim Hye-young-jun's desire. I wouldn't have been able to survive even for a day if I had eaten the brain of a black creature that harbored the desire to kill humans. A chill ran down my spine as I reached this conclusion. However, there were still questions I didn't have answers to. When the enemy leader ordered me to kill Park Ji-cheol as a threat, I was able to remain sane, right? I'd been able to hang on to my sanity when I was put in the situation of either eating or killing Park Ji-cheol. I wondered if some sort of physical trigger had to be involved in order for me to lose my sanity. Now that I thought about it, my entire body had been engulfed in heat only after I'd seen blood trickling down from Park Ji-cheol's forehead. Even back at the high school, it was when enemies showed up and my underlings informed me that the Lee brothers were in danger, that I'd gone berserk and gotten rid of all the red zombies on the first floor. There wasn't any physical contact involved, but it seemed like I had to have direct knowledge. If I'd eaten Park Ji-cheol's brain, would I have turned into a black creature? I knew that, if Kim Hye-young-jun hadn't shown up at the right moment, I would have died on the spot or turned into a black creature. I wondered what would happen if I hurt myself on purpose. As I pondered the question, I came to the conclusion that it was considered an exception. When I slapped Kim Hye-young-jun on the back or arm, nothing happened. In other words, it only worked when a complete stranger did something. My head sagged, weighed down by all the thinking I was doing. Kim Hye-young-jun bent down and looked me in the face, asking me worriedly, "Jussie, are you okay?" "Huh? Yes, I'm fine. Sorry for startling you. What was that face earlier? And what was the enemy leader talking about? Let's talk later." I looked away from Kim Hye-young-jun and back toward the survivors. They were all frozen, looking back and forth between me, Kim Hye-young-jun, and the enemy leader. "What are you doing?" At that moment, I saw a group of people making their way through Seoul Forest toward us. The woman walking toward us was on crutches, her upper body wrapped in thick bandages. Group leader? Are you okay?" Park Ji-cheol called out to the group leader as he wiped away the blood trickling down from his forehead. The group leader looked around at the people around her, then back at Park Ji-cheol. "I asked you what you were doing here." "Well, I heard the enemy leader's daughter was here, so." "The enemy leader's daughter." The group leader frowned and then looked at the enemy leader, who was still on the platform. The enemy leader, with no arms or legs, met her gaze calmly. After a moment, the group leader frowned and said, "Stop doing whatever you're doing to sow chaos." "No, but it's an important matter. It's forbidden to call a gathering here without my permission. Don't tell me you've forgotten this already." The group leader glared at Park Ji-cheol. He smacked his lips, then looked to Kim Hye-young-jun and me for help. There was silence. The group leader drew her pistol from her waist and pointed it toward the enemy leader's head. I quickly moved in front of her to stop her. She shifted her aim to me instead. "I'm going to shoot you instead if you don't step aside." I didn't share the group leader's wishes. I told the enemy leader that I was going to kill him if he acted funny, but in reality, I needed his data on the mutants. Park Ji-cheol observed the confrontation with a look of confusion, but he quickly recovered and leaped to my defense. "Hang on a minute, group leader. There's got to be a reason why these two haven't killed this zombie yet. They probably need something from him. You can't kill him right now. Rules are made to be followed. According to the shelter regulations, Article 2, Clause 1, zombies found within the shelter should be killed the instant they are discovered. Are you ignoring this clause as well? But the situation's different now." "No, nothing changed. We made it through this fight, and all the zombies died. The remaining zombies in the shelter have to go." The group leader finished her sentence and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off with a terrific, ear-splitting blast, and the bullet flew straight past my cheeks. "This is my final warning. I'll put a bullet through your skull if you don't step aside. The group leader's voice remained icy as she reloaded her gun. I swallowed and looked at Park Ji-cheol, who seemed out of ideas as well. I caught his gaze and drew a square in midair, then gestured as though I were writing something. He gasped, realizing what I wanted. He swiftly passed me back my notepad and pen. I scribbled down some words and tossed my notepad toward the group leader. She looked at me disapprovingly for a moment, then lowered her gun and picked up the notepad off the ground. There's a bigger threat emerging. We have to combine forces in order to make it through. The group leader snorted while reading what I had written down. Emerging threat? Combine forces? You think you're some sort of savior or something? Despite her mocking tone, she tossed my notepad back at me. It seemed like she was asking me to elaborate if I had anything else to say. I sighed nervously and wrote some more. I'm sure you know why you can't just go ahead and shoot me. You know that you need our help. The group leader bit her lip after reading what I'd written down. After a moment, she gave orders to the person beside her. Tell the officers to be ready for a meeting right now. Huh? Group leader? How could you trust those monsters? They're saying there's imminent danger. We can at least listen to what they have to say. Well, if you don't have any other solutions, please refrain from coming up with excuses. My apologies. And you, on the platform, I'd like you to take part in the meeting as well. Once she'd said her piece, she went back the way she came without looking back once. The men who had accompanied her shouted to the survivors to go back to what they were doing. The survivors glared at us disapprovingly, and some spat on the floor while hurling curses at us. Park Ji-cheol, who observed their actions, looked bitter. I apologize on behalf of them. The people here are really against zombies. I nodded slightly, keeping my expression calm. Kim Hye-young-jun walked over to me. Jussie, should we tie up the enemy leader first before we take part in the meeting? Sounds good. As the saying went, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. As long as we were in Shelter Soul Forest, it was probably best to go along with the group leader. *****. We locked the enemy leader in the apartment again and I ordered my underlings to keep an eye on him. When we returned to Shelter Soul Forest, the guards hurried toward us and led us to the meeting room. The waterfront recreation room on the north side of Soul Forest was being used as a meeting room. I entered the meeting room anxiously. 11 people, including the group leader, were sitting in a circle. The group leader took a deep breath as Kim Hye-young-jun and I entered. The two folks will be joining our meeting for today. Aren't they zombies? They are. But they can think rationally. They also promised to provide us with information that we are not aware of. The meeting room erupted in hushed murmuring. The group leader had clearly expected that reaction. She slammed her hand on the desk and called for silence. The officers exchanged looks, unsure of how to react. The group leader pointed toward a couple of seats that were far away from the meeting table. I'm sorry, but if you two could take your seats over there. Kim Hye-young-jun snorted after hearing her request. She's just straight up keeping a distance from us. I can tell how badly they don't want to sit with zombies. It's not the best feeling, isn't it? What other choice do we have? I sighed and sat on a chair near the wall. After everyone took their seats, the group leader flipped through her documents before speaking. There were 92 casualties in this battle. Among them, there are 54 dead. Guard leader, what do you think about this battle? The problem was the mutants that appeared out of the blue. We should increase the height of the outer walls and conduct more research on these mutants. How much cement do we have left stored away? We won't have much left after we fix the interior of the shelter. The group leader was clearly unhappy at the guard leader's report. She directed her gaze toward the woman next to her at Novel bin Adat. The supply team should help out in the hospital after dispatching the minimum amount of people required for food distribution. We have to focus on treating the injured. Roger that. The same goes for the facility team. Got it. The group leader went through her documents again after receiving the officer's acknowledgements. She then turned to a man in a lab coat that had almost turned yellow. How are the medical staff? We're low on painkillers and gauze. Not to mention blood. What blood type are we talking about? We're low on RH plus B-type blood. The group leader seemed lost in thought for a moment, then looked at Park Ji-cheol. Rescue leader, please stop all rescue team activities and look into everyone's blood types. Yes, ma'am. We need RH plus B-type blood. If there's anyone that has this blood type, we'll give them meal vouchers in return for their blood. Yes, ma'am. The group leader and Park Ji-cheol, who had spoken rather informally outside, tried to keep their conversation as formal as possible during meetings. After a moment, the guard leader, who had remained silent while the rest had been speaking, spoke up. My apologies, group leader, but if I may, go ahead. As the group leader nodded, the guard leader glared at Park Ji-cheol. I believe rescue leader Park Ji-cheol has to be held responsible for what happened this time. All eyes fell on Park Ji-cheol. The group leader arched her eyebrows in puzzlement. If you don't mind elaborating. Rescue leader Park Ji-cheol broke the rule regarding access to the storage room. Only myself, the group leader, and the chief secretary have the right to access the storage room. He also hid the fact that he had close relationships with zombies when he entered this shelter. With that, the officers grew agitated. Several gave Park Ji-cheol sidelong stares, and they began to speak amongst themselves. Close relations with zombies. Then this incident happened because of Park Ji-cheol. Whoever it is, if they lied to get in here, we shouldn't take this matter lightly. Not a single person was taking Park Ji-cheol's side. It seemed like most of the officers held negative views toward Park Ji-cheol. The officers were taking advantage of this situation to settle the grudges they had toward Park Ji-cheol. Everyone, stop. The group leader slammed the table. The officers smacked their lips, their faces full of disapproval. The group leader looked at the guard leader. I gave them authorization to access the storage room. We were in a dire situation, and thanks to them, we were able to get rid of the enemies. However, regarding this relationship that you have with the zombies, I'd like you to clarify it for us. Park Ji-cheol let out a deep breath and closed his eyes as if he knew the time had come for him to confess. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. It was 2 days after the zombie apocalypse broke out. Park Ji-cheol explained the horrific events that followed the emergence of the zombies. ******. I was already aware of most of the things he mentioned. After the world had been turned upside down, Park Ji-cheol met Kim Hyeong-jun and Kim Hyeong-sok, who were fighting for humanity. He stayed with the two of them to gather survivors. Through Kim Hyeong-jun, he learned more about zombies with glowing red eyes, and he added that he focused on surviving every day, along with Kim Hyeong-jun. However, during their journey, a pregnant woman who was part of their group gave birth, which was why they came to shelter Seoul Forest, as they couldn't continue their nomadic lifestyle. The group leader asked Park Ji-cheol the question that was on everyone's minds. Why did you hide the fact you've been with zombies all this time? If I told you that I stayed with zombies, it was obvious that I wouldn't be accepted here. The officer seemed solemn when Park Ji-cheol gave his honest answer. All except one. The guard leader frowned and started yelling, well, the bottom line is that he lied to us and deceived us. What else are you lying about? I bet he's still keeping secrets from us. How are we supposed to trust someone like him? Most of the officers seemed to agree with the guard leader's assertions. The group leader ordered the guard leader to come down and questioned Park Ji-cheol. Rescue leader, are there any more secrets that you are keeping from us? No. Are you sure? If you're withholding anything, please tell us right now. If something like this happens again, you will no longer be able to stay in shelter Seoul Forest. If you really want me to talk about it, I do have some information about the black creatures. Black creatures. The group leader tilted her head, and Park Ji-cheol went ahead and told them all about the black creature. He explained in detail how Kim Hyeong-sok, Kim Hyeong-jun's younger brother, had turned into a black creature and the violent nature that the black creatures had. The guard leader could barely contain himself, his mouth frothing. Isn't he basically saying that the monsters in the back might turn into black creatures as well? God only knows when they'll turn. Calm down, please, the group leader demanded in an imposing manner, but the guard leader only shouted even more feverishly. You want me to calm down? This isn't the time and place to be calm. How am I supposed to calm down when these monsters are in the same room as me? God knows when they'll turn into something else. Aren't I right, everyone? The officers tried to get a sense of the room as the guard leader finished his tirade. I could tell they were trying to pick which side to be on in order to make it through this situation. Looking at them made me sigh. These idiots are officers? Come on. The officers here were nothing like the ones back in shelter Haeyoung. I sighed and stood. As I advanced to the table where the officers were sitting, some of the officers got up and started to back away. The guard leader shouted at the top of his lungs, veins popping out of his neck. Sit down. At novel bin at. I ignored the guard leader and took out my notepad to write. Once done, I tossed my notepad toward the group leader. The group leader frowned in disapproval, but she had no choice but to pick up the notebook I tossed her. She started to read the sentences aloud. I took care of the black creature. I'm here to lend you a hand, because of your incompetence. Is this what all the fuss is about? I'll give you 2 options. Either you go down the wrong path, or you join forces with me to save people. Your call. After the group leader read out what I had written, she carefully put down the notepad. The meeting room was dead silent. They didn't have much of a choice. My question was formulated with a clear and obvious answer to it. There was no better way to handle these people, who were acting based on their emotions and weren't thinking rationally. My words seemed to state that we would form an alliance, but it was clear who would be in charge. The guard leader pointed a finger at me, glaring furiously. Group leader, don't you remember how we made it this far? You think it makes sense for us to join forces with zombies? I hope you make a wise decision after thinking this through. A lot of people have their eyes on you. The guard leader, who was in his 30s at most, continued to prattle on. I glared at him with my glowing red eyes. He looked back at me and swallowed hard. He was trying to maintain a cool demeanor, but his quivering eyes and trembling fingertips betrayed his nervousness. After a moment, the group leader spoke. The reason why I asked you two to join the meeting. The group leader trailed off and slowly closed her eyes. Everyone in the room was waiting with bated breath. After a moment, she continued. Is to have a serious discussion about forming an alliance. Group leader. As the guard leader cried out, Park Ji-cheol, who had been sitting still, arched his eyebrows. Hey, aren't you aware that your voice has been pretty loud? Don't you know you're in a meeting? You just shut. Everyone, stop. The group leader cut them off with a shout and a frown. The guard leader backed off, gritting his teeth. Park Ji-cheol leaned against the back of the chair and looked at the group leader, with his fingers interlocked. The group leader let out a sigh before she continued. The zombies that attacked Shelter Seoul Forest so far. Was there ever a time that there were more than 2,000 of them? No one dared answer the group leader's question. The group leader looked at the officers and asked. Was there a time that they brought mutants? We have no clue how many enemies there are and no information regarding the mutants. The zombies are getting stronger and stronger by the day, even as we speak. The guard leader is also right. According to Article 2, Clause 1, we kill all zombies found within the shelter. But, tell me, why do we kill zombies the moment we discover them? Well, that's because they posed threats to the survivors. The guard leader offered the answer cautiously, and the group leader nodded and continued to speak. Did we create our shelter so that zombies can hunt us down? No, ma'am. The people here, didn't they build walls and arm themselves with guns and knives to protect their loved ones? Even though they are zombies, they are asking us to work with them to save people. Tell me, then, are they on our side or not? No one dared to answer the group leader's question. Park Ji-cheol, who had been keeping silent, answered her question. They're on our side. All the officers stared at Park Ji-cheol, but unlike earlier on, no one argued with him. The group leader nodded slowly and looked me right in the eyes. Please help us if you can. I want to save everyone here. I want to create a shelter where people feel safe so that incidents like the one that happened today won't ever happen again. I nodded vigorously at her answer. As she spoke, the guard leader looked back and forth between Kim Hyeong-jun and me, her eyes glinting with eagerness. Please tell us about the world of zombies. *****. The meeting went on for another hour. I explained the family, the dogs, and the survivor rally organization to them. Everyone in the meeting room was shocked and terrified at the same time. Once I was done explaining, the group leader interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on them. Her voice took on a puzzled tone. Then, are you saying that the enemy leader has information regarding the mutants? I nodded. Then I made a big mistake earlier. My sincere apologies. The group leader got up from her seat and bowed toward me. She seemed to deeply regret pointing a gun at me earlier. I accepted her apology with a slight nod. After a moment, she extended her right hand to me. My apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I'm the leader of Shelter Soul Forest, also known as Silence, Wang Jihai. I'm Lee Hyun-deok. The name of Shelter Soul Forest was Silence. Thinking about how the survivors here were forced to maintain their silence caused me deep sadness. Wang Jihai took a deep breath then asked. Regarding Shelter Haeyoung in Hangdangdong, which you mentioned earlier, I'd like to speak with the leader there. Could you please pass on the word? I'll bring him with me next time. I accepted her request, and she thanked me with a gentle smile. It seemed like the officers weren't satisfied with how things were going, but they couldn't go against their group leader. Wang Jihai looked like a woman in her early 40s. After the world had turned upside down, having makeup or decent skincare were both pipe dreams. Her laugh lines and the crow's feet around her eyes showed how much stress she had been through. Wang Jihai took her seat and spoke. With this, we'll wrap up today's meeting. Does anyone wish to bring up anything else? The other officers shook their heads and croaked out barely audible NOS. Kim Hyeong-jun came up to me and caught my shirt. I turned around. His expression was sorrowful. Did you have to talk about Shelter Haeyoung? I feel bad now. About what? I mean, it seems like your family was exposed because of mine, Ajasi. There isn't a distinction between your family or my family in this day and age. We have to combine forces. You just need to help if my family gets in trouble, you know. I nudged Kim Hyeong-jun in the arm with a chuckle, and he scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. To be honest, I hadn't brought up Shelter Haeyoung casually. I needed Silence's hospital and weapons. I knew there was only so much I could do to keep Shelter Haeyoung safe just by relying on my underlings. My people were adaptable and had quick minds, and so they needed proper weapons. It would be a big help if we could have access to Silence's arsenal and medical facilities. As I stepped outside the meeting room with Kim Hyeong-jun, I heard a voice calling from behind me. I turned around to see Wang Jihai. She looked around cautiously. Can I have a minute? She whispered. I titled my head in puzzlement, and before I realized it, Wang Jihai had grabbed my arm and dragged me along a narrow path. She took me to a secluded spot within the forest. Swallowing visibly, she said. Earlier on, you said the enemy leader's daughter was here, right? I nodded. Is there any chance I can meet the enemy leader? As I titled my head, Wang Jihai bit her lower lip, and distress colored her features. After a moment, she took out a crumpled photo from an inside pocket. It was rather faded. Thoughtfully, I took out my notepad and wrote a question for her. Are you perhaps the enemy leader's daughter? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I didn't think it warranted such a cold response. I smacked my lips out of embarrassment. After a moment, Wang Jihai spoke again, keeping her eyes locked on the family photo. The man in this photo, he kind of looks like the enemy leader. I'm not too sure, because I wasn't able to see him up close, but I feel like I need to examine his face. I took the family photo from Wang Jihai and looked carefully at the man in the photo. He was a man in an ordinary suit. His wife and daughter were on either side of him. The family in the photo wore the purest smiles. They'd clearly taken the photo to commemorate a special day. As I studied the man, I realized that he did indeed bear similarities with the enemy leader. However, the photo was rather old, and so I couldn't be sure. It was also hard for me to imagine how the enemy leader would have looked like when he was a human being, since I had only ever seen him with glowing red eyes and a big scar on his face. I gave Wang Jihai back the photo and took out my notepad. The daughter in the picture looks like she's in her mid-20s. Where's the woman in the photo right now? Wang Jihai looked startled. I titled my head in confusion, and Wang Jihai's expression grew sorrowful. Well, the thing is, you can't meet her anymore. In fact, no one can. She's dead. She's Su Haiyun. I flinched reflexively. Dead? Does that mean the enemy leader didn't even know that his daughter was dead? It seemed like Wang Jihai knew the woman in the photo. I assumed that the two had known each other before she died. Wang Jihai scratched her head. This is a photo of Su Haiyun with her family when she was 26. It's already been 11 years. She held on to this old photo until the day she died. How do you know each other? She was my friend. We went to college in the same year. I gasped after hearing the word friend. I had assumed Wang Jihai was in her early 40s, but she was actually in her late 30s. I felt momentarily sorry, but this wasn't the time and place to think about that. I quickly wrote down some words. I'll lead you to the enemy leader. Great. But could you keep it a secret from everyone else? Since this is a personal matter. Does she have a reason why she can't tell everyone else? However, I didn't probe her for details since she said it was a personal issue. After a while, Kim Haiyongjun approached me and tapped me on the back. What kind of conversation did you have? You seemed very serious, Ajasi. I think Wang Jihai might be related to the enemy leader somehow. What? Are you saying that she's the enemy leader's daughter? I couldn't believe that everyone reacted the same way. I chuckled at Kim Haiyongjun's observation. Seems like she and the enemy leader's daughter knew each other. We'll have to see if that's true or not. Oh, silly me. Well then, I want to go too. Sure, whatever. Oh, Ajasi. Hold up. As I tried to walk over to the enemy leader, Kim Haiyongjun blocked my way. The heads over there, don't they belong to zombies with glowing red eyes? What heads? Oh, you're right. Only then did I remember the 4 heads that I'd used for bait earlier on. I had totally forgotten about them, what with the enemy leader, mutants, and the silence meeting. It'd already been well over 3 hours, so I assumed that their heads might have lost their effectiveness. As I smacked my lips regretfully, Kim Haiyongjun beamed. Help yourself. I told you that some of them last up to 4 hours. No, right now I have to get to the enemy leader. Kim Haiyongjun clicked his tongue. You go help yourself while I take care of the situation. You don't think I can do that for you after you saved my family, Ajasi? Or do you think I'm unreliable? Kim Haiyongjun frowned unnecessarily as he glared at me. I snorted and nodded grudgingly. Only then did his smile return. I'll go tell the group leader that we should take a couple of days off. I'll keep an eye on the enemy leader. Thanks. Of course, Ajasi. Kim Haiyongjun smirked and nudged me in the elbow. He was right. It was foolish to let 4 heads go to waste. The right thing to do right now was get ready to hibernate and let Kim Haiyongjun take care of the rest. I took the 4 heads belonging to the enemy leaders and headed toward the building where my scouts were. I woke up in the middle of the day. I wondered how many days had passed. As I got up and looked around, I saw 2 of my scouts still looking toward Shelter Soul Forest. I massaged my throbbing temples and headed straight to Shelter Soul Forest. The wall that had fallen was thicker and higher than it used to be. I noticed purple zombies interspersed between the busy survivors. The survivors, who had been so antagonistic toward zombies, were now working side by side with zombies to repair the interior. I walked along the wall to get to the main entrance, where I saw Kim Haiyongjun and Park Ji-Jeol. Huh? Hey, over here. Park Ji-Jeol saw me first. I bowed slightly and went toward him. Park Ji-Jeol and Kim Haiyongjun came running toward me as well, and I quickly attracted the attention of the other survivors. Kim Haiyongjun looked at me straight in the eyes. Did you have a good sleep? How many days has it been? About 2 days? If you were unconscious for 2 days, it probably means that all 4 of the heads were still effective. I let out a sigh of relief, accompanied by a slight smile. I looked at Kim Haiyongjun. What happened to the enemy leader? We're keeping an eye on him. Adat novel bin adat. Did you tell the enemy leader what happened to his daughter? I'm keeping it a secret for now, since we're not certain that that's the case. Good. Let's go see him later, together with the group leader. I smiled slightly and didn't hold back on complimenting Kim Haiyongjun. Kim Haiyongjun smiled as if I was stating the obvious, and nodded. After a moment, Park Ji-Jeol looked at me and asked, I learned everything that happened between the 2 of you. So you formed an alliance with Haiyongjun. I nodded. Then I should introduce you to everyone. Ha ha ha. Park Ji-Jeol laughed heartily as he tugged me by my arm. I wondered what he was enjoying so much. I followed Park Ji-Jeol into the shelter and saw that everyone was staring at me. They all seemed vigilant, but the hate and resentment they'd shown toward me 2 days ago seemed absent. As I wondered what had happened over the past 2 days, Kim Haiyongjun walked over. They'll see you as someone on the same side now. What happened while I was gone? While you were unconscious, my underlings and I, did some stuff. We dug graves, carried bricks, and poured concrete to gain some trust from them. Kim Haiyongjun smiled widely as he communicated this with me. I chuckled and slapped Kim Haiyongjun on the back, acknowledging his good work. After following Park Ji-Jeol for about 5 minutes, I saw an apartment complex in the distance. Apartment A on the right was being used as a hospital while apartment B on the left was being used as a dormitory. I stopped by the hospital before heading toward the dormitory. It was bustling inside. People who seemed to be nurses were flipping through documents and running all over the place. The 2 men that were guarding the entrance pointed their guns at me. Who are you? How'd you get in? I was stunned by the sudden difference in attitude compared to what I had seen outside. Park Ji-cheol raised his voice and scolded the two guards. Lower your guns this instant. Rescue leader. How dare you point your guns at the person who saved everyone when you should be thanking him profusely instead? Huh? Well, we've never seen this red-eyed one before. It seemed like they recognized Kim Hye-young-jun but not me. At least they hadn't opened fire right away after seeing a zombie with glowing red eyes. It seemed like everyone had gotten a lot more comfortable with having zombies around over the course of 2 days. I gestured that it was no big deal, and Park Ji-cheol clicked his tongue and lectured the guards. How many times do I have to tell you that there are 2 friendly zombie leaders? Didn't that guard leader of yours tell you that? Oh, we didn't receive any information regarding their appearances. Our apologies. Still, you need to know how to read the situation. Can't you see that he's walking into the hospital with me? Our apologies. This is our job, so. The guards didn't know what to do. After all, they had probably been trained to open fire the moment they saw a zombie. I suppose I had to be satisfied by the fact that they hadn't fired at me the moment I'd appeared. Park Ji-cheol looked at me. Why did you come to the hospital? I took out my notepad. I want to meet a doctor. And to see the facilities as well. It's not the best. But then again, it would be strange to have a properly run hospital in this day and age, right? That's true, but there's someone who isn't doing well back at Shelter Haeyoung. So you want to see for yourself if you can trust this doctor? Ha ha ha, you sure are on top of everything. With a burst of laughter, Park Ji-cheol guided me to where the doctor was. There was a large resting area on one side of the first floor. There had been a sign in large letters, but most of the letters had fallen away. All the other letters except N and A were gone. As I entered, I saw numerous beds with patients lying in them, hooked up to 4 drips. Their bodies were all bandaged up. It felt like I'd been warped back in time. Here, the tragedy of 2 days ago was still fresh. After a moment, a man in a yellowed lab coat walked up to Park Ji-cheol and me. He was the man that had represented the medical staff. I remembered seeing him at the meeting. The man looked at me and Kim Hye-young-jun with a rather disgusted expression. Is there anything you wanted to say? Park Ji-cheol pointed his finger at me. This fellow wanted to see you. The doctor gave me a once-over, then smiled gently. I'm sorry, but there could be a risk of infection. Could you please wait outside? I understood why he looked at us the way he did. His cold attitude shouldn't have been a surprise, since we'd entered the hospital wing with filthy clothes. I nodded and went outside without a word. After waiting on a bench outside for a while, the man in the lab coat came out. He looked exhausted. He let out a sigh. Go ahead with what you wanted to say. I assumed he hadn't slept for 2 days, since he was taking care of the patients. The dark circles he had under his eyes showed just how much effort he'd been putting in. I quickly took out my notepad, since I knew better than to take any more time than necessary. I wrote down Kang Eun-jong's symptoms. The doctor carefully read what I had written down. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a slight groan. I think it's best if I see this patient face to face. Are they serious symptoms? I'm not sure, but given the symptoms you've listed, it seems like tetanus. Tetanus? She should have an infected wound on her. Did you check? As far as I know, no. I couldn't help but feel startled. Wasn't tetanus something that could be prevented with a vaccine? Well, of course, after the world had turned into this mess, getting a tetanus shot sounded like a gift from heaven, but it hadn't even been a year since the zombie incident. Did that mean that Kang Eun-jong hadn't gotten her tetanus shot before all of this happened? My mind was in overdrive again. I shook the useless thoughts out of my head and followed up with a question. After we saw her symptoms, we got whatever medicine would fit her needs. It's been over a month. Will she be okay? The doctor's eyes widened in surprise, but his surprise was quickly replaced by a frown. Over a month? Bring her here this instant. Park Ji-cheol's expression grew serious as well. Is it that serious? Don't take tetanus lightly. It's a deadly disease with a mortality rate of 50% if not treated early on. What? It's that dangerous. It's not a localized infection. It damages your nervous system as well. It starts off with muscle spasms, paralysis, and fevers, but after that it leads to shortness of breath, then paralysis of the respiratory muscles and a heavy strain on the entire system. You can imagine what could happen next. You die. The doctor nodded without saying a word. My jaw fell open. I was worried about Kang Eun-jong, but I was as worried for Kang Ji-suk as well. I knew he would collapse if something were to happen to her. I dashed toward the hospital entrance. Hey, where are you going? I heard Park Ji-cheol's voice calling from behind me, but I had no time to answer every question he had. I had to bring Kang Eun-jong over immediately. The roar of the wind filled my eardrums and the surroundings sped past me in a blur. I ran back to the Shelter Haeyoung with all my might. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I got back to Shelter Haeyoung in just 7 minutes. After I'd absorbed Kim Hye-young-suk's desire, my physical abilities were at their peak even while the sun was up. I wasn't affected by the rules of night and day anymore. I leaped over the shelter's fence and landed in the playground. Lee Jong-uk, who was feeding the hens, fell onto his bottom. Whoa, geez. You surprised me. Lee Jong-uk brushed off the dust on his hands and looked at me. I quickly took out my notepad and wrote down a couple of words. Where's Eun-jong? Eun-jong? Well, she's in her room of course, in apartment 104. I went straight toward apartment 104. Wait, what's going on? I heard Lee Jong-uk's voice behind me. I felt bad for leaving him without a reply, but I had no time to answer his questions. If Kang Ian-jong really had tetanus, just like that doctor had said, she should have gotten treatment within 2 weeks. However, it had already been a month. That meant that the situation was dire. I was the only one to blame. There was nothing we could do at Shelter Haeyoung. We had no medical knowledge or medical facilities. However, the fact that I couldn't do anything because of our given circumstances made me tremble with anger. If I was just a little bit smarter. If only I was a bit better. As a leader, and as a representative, I should have had a better plan. All I'd done was hope that she would get better with time, that she would overcome her illness by herself, that it was nothing more than a mere cold. That mindset had caused me to underestimate the danger to her life. I couldn't forgive my incompetence. Living as a hypocrite. I knew I had already done so much of that while I'd been a human being. I wasn't going to live this second life I'd been given in the same way. As I entered the living room, Kang Ian-jong was drinking some water. Kang Ji-suk and Han Sun-hui were there with her. She was as pale as she could be, and sweating even though the weather wasn't even warm. The dark circles under her eyes and her scrawny arms and legs made my heart ache. Kang Ian-jong looked at me worriedly. "Oh, So-yeon's father. Are you doing alright? I heard you just came back from Seoul Forest." She should have been worrying about herself. She was worrying about me, even though she was the one who needed treatment right now. With her small, weak voice, she had asked how I was doing. I felt so sorry that the tip of my nose stung. I whipped out my notepad and wrote down a sentence. "We have to get going right now." "Huh. You have to get proper treatment." Kang Ian-jong was dumbfounded after reading my sentence. I knew that a month of waiting was long enough. I didn't want her to wait any longer. I slung Kang Ian-jong onto my back and headed toward the front door. "So-yeon's father, So-yeon's father. Where are you going, Ajasi?" I heard Han Sun-hui and Kang Ji-suk's voices behind me. If I could speak, I would have explained the situation, but I knew that I had to take care of my responsibilities immediately. As I stepped outside, I saw Kim Hae-young-jun gesturing wildly at Lee Jong-uk. Kim Hae-young-jun beamed as he saw me. "Geez, I almost went nuts because I couldn't communicate with him. Why'd you follow me? Why'd you disappear all of a sudden? You have to at least tell me what's going on. I'll explain later." I tried to go over the wall with Kang Ian-jung on my back, but Kim Hae-young-jun noticed what I was trying to do and grabbed onto my shirt. "Take her guardian with you." "I'm her guardian. Then what about the people behind you?" I turned around to see Han Sun-hui and Kang Ji-suk looking at me nervously. I had no choice but to ask Kim Hae-young-jun a favor. "The boy over there, can you carry him? You should have been like that from the beginning, Ajasi." Kim Hae-young-jun chuckled and gestured for Kang Ji-suk to get on his back. The boy hesitated for a moment, but eventually climbed onto Kim Hae-young-jun's back. I took out my notepad from my pocket and wrote some words for Lee Jong-uk. "I'm going to the hospital." "Hospital? There's a hospital." I gave him a slight nod and leapt over the wall. Kim Hae-young-jun followed me, with Kang Ji-suk on his back. We sprinted toward Shelter Seoul Forest like track athletes. The wind was cold. I could feel Kang Ian-jong's warmth as she clung tightly to me to avoid the cold, stinging wind. Her forehead was boiling. I knew how much she'd been trying to act as if she was okay, that nothing was wrong, to not let others worry about her even though she had a fever this bad. I felt that warm heart of hers. I was so sorry, yet thankful, proud, and in awe of her attitude. I couldn't hold back my tears. I bit my lower lip and thought to myself, "It's all right. It's going to be all right now." She probably couldn't hear what I was thinking. "You don't have to go through the pain by yourself anymore." I kept repeating this as we made our way toward Shelter Seoul Forest. I leaped over the defense line of Shelter Seoul Forest and headed straight toward the hospital. As I entered the hospital, I saw Park Ji-cheol talking with the doctor. The doctor's eyes widened when he saw Kang Ian-jong on my back. "Is she the patient you mentioned earlier?" I nodded. "This way please." He led me to a cot. As I laid Kang Ian-jong down, he started to examine her condition. He placed his hand on her sides but then lifted her top a little bit while tilting his head. Her wound didn't seem too deep at first glance, but the area around it about the size of an adult male's hand was swollen. She was also terribly pale. The doctor looked serious as he took her pulse. He then looked me right in the eye. "How could you not know how bad her condition was, when you can see that she's this sick? She probably wouldn't have been able to walk on her own if she's this sick. Wasn't someone looking after her?" I couldn't say anything to him. It wasn't because I couldn't speak physically, rather, I had no excuses to bring up. As I let my head sag silently, Kang Ji-suk, who'd followed me in, spoke up. "Ajasi didn't do anything wrong." The doctor gave him a sidelong look. "And who is this?" Kang Ji-suk's reply was fierce, his eyes open wide. "Her guardian. Is she your older sister?" "Yes. Your sister has to get into surgery right now." "Huh? Is her condition serious?" "Well, she wouldn't be needing surgery if it wasn't serious." Once the doctor mentioned that Kang Ian-jong would need immediate surgery, Kang Ji-suk lost the fire that he'd had earlier on. He looked shocked, instead, and hung on to every word that the doctor was saying. Park Ji-cheol approached us, his eyes clouded with worry. "Do you think she can get better?" "Well, we have to give it a try. Her pulse is weak and irregular. We also have to consider the possibility of sepsis. Above all, tetanus is a disease containing strong toxins that can paralyze the nerves. The results will vary depending on her immunity. Is there anything we can do to help? Possibly more painkillers or anesthetic. Let me know if you need anything from us. I believe we're good on antibiotics. We have enough for treatment. If you insist on helping out, get us some painkillers or anesthetic. We're particularly low on painkillers. Painkillers? Got it. Park Ji-cheol nodded. The doctor examined Kang Eun-jong, muttering to himself as he evaluated her condition. Since the wound was left untreated for a long time. Let's see. Gentamicin? No. Ceftriaxone? No. The doctor frowned and contemplated for a minute, then called in some nurses that were passing by. 2 nurses came and he started giving them precise orders. Please prepare tetanus immune globulin, penicillin, and cephalosporin. I think it'll be better to disinfect the wound and remove the necrotic tissue first. Let's get the patient to the operating room. After he briefly explained the surgical procedure, they headed toward the operating room. He asked the nurses to bring muscle relaxants as they made their way to the operating room. They were clearly experienced, given their ability to diagnose a patient's condition so quickly and formulate the appropriate response. Very quickly, the nurses wheeled Kang Eun-jong over to the operating room. As I watched her being wheeled away, my legs gave out and I collapsed to the floor. Kim Hye-young-jun smacked his lips and looked me in the eye. Don't worry too much. She'll be okay. What if things go south? They say that doctors who are stingy with their words are the best at their jobs. I'd say he's pretty trustworthy, considering the fact that he could tell she needed surgery right away. I let out a deep breath while I slicked my hair back. He was right. There was nothing I could do anymore. I had to leave the rest to the doctor. Kim Hye-young-jun tapped my forearm lightly. Cheer up, Ajusi. There are still things we have to deal with. You're right. By the way, thanks for bringing Ji-suk. You know that wasn't a big deal, right? Kim Hye-young-jun grinned and stuck out his hand. I moved to shake his hand, then hesitated. His eyes widened in surprise and he hurriedly put his hands away. Goodness gracious, old habits are really scary. Kim Hye-young-jun smiled to brush it off and told me to get up. We both realized that, if we'd gone through with it, we would have both fainted. Even though we had taken Voss as allies, we would have triggered a serious headache if we had touched each other's palms. I laughed along with him and got up. Then I took out my notepad and wrote out a question for Park Ji-cheol. Where is the group leader? The group leader? She should be in the storage room. As I nodded and got ready to leave the hospital, I heard Park Ji-cheol's voice behind me. What do you want me to do? Kim Hye-young-jun answered him in sign language. The older man smacked his lips and sighed, then nodded. Ugh, guess I'll go repair the defense line. After we got things sorted out, we headed to our respective places. Kim Hye-young-jun and I headed to the storage room to meet the group leader, while Park Ji-cheol headed back to the second defense line. As we got to the storage room, I saw Wang Ji-hai going through some documents while doing an inventory of the storage room. She bowed her head slightly when she noticed me and came over to us. I bowed back at her and met her halfway. Wang Ji-hai looked around, then took us along a secluded path through the forest. Are you done taking care of the zombies? I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun. He shrugged. I told her that I went on patrol. And of course, the gang members made no moves. You even went on patrol. Well, I'm not the type of person to just sit around idly, you know, ... I smiled lightly and took out my notepad. Writing down some words, I showed them to Wang Ji-hai. Seoul Forest is safe. Thank God. Then we should take care of the enemy. Come with us tonight. I scribbled down more words before Wang Ji-hai finished speaking. She looked at what I wrote and nodded, a thin smile playing across her lips. I gave her a small bow and turned to go, but her voice stopped me. Oh, I heard that someone in your shelter is sick. Rumors did travel fast. It seemed like, in the short time since, the guards at the hospital had overheard the initial conversation between Park Ji-cheol and the doctor and reported it to Wang Ji-hai. She smacked her lips. Silence has a doctor you can trust. How about you bring her here for treatment? I wrote down more words after listening to Wang Ji-hai. We've already transferred her to the hospital. Already? The doctor said she urgently needed surgery. Oh. Wang Ji-hai nodded slowly then trailed off, subtly avoiding my gaze. She seemed to be hiding something. I titled my head and asked her a question to clear the air. Did you want to say something? Well, the thing is, we're not doing well on painkillers ever since this battle. We're extremely low on them. I'm sorry to ask you this, but I was wondering if you could get us some painkillers. Our current stocks will only last us for at most a month. I nodded without hesitation. Kang Eun-jong probably needed painkillers as well. There was no need to even think about this. Then Wang Ji-hai's face brightened. So you'll get them for us. Of course. But under one condition. Condition? Wang Ji-hai's eyes started to tremble. She might have gotten nervous because she was afraid I was going to ask her for something absurd. I pointed to the storage room in the distance and held out my notepad. I'd like some weapons from the storage room. I want the people at Shelter Haeyoung to have weapons as well, so that they can protect themselves. For that reason, I'd be happy to. Wang Ji-hai answered without the slightest hesitation. Did she need painkillers that badly? But even then, I couldn't understand why she would hand over firearms so easily, especially since they were so essential for survival. Unless she was getting supplies from somewhere. I thought about asking her about that, but I decided to be satisfied with our deal for the moment. I nodded, and Wang Ji-hai led me back to the storage room. She clearly wanted to hand them over since we were already nearby. I received 12 K2 rifles and 50 magazines from her one. I also got a box of grenades as a bonus at Novel Bin at. Wang Ji-hai flipped through her documents and spoke up. Let me know if you need more. We'll open the storage room for you anytime. This is enough for now. I showed her my notepad with a satisfied smile, and Wang Jihai smiled gently. Oh, we also have crossbows. Would you like any? My eyes widened at the word crossbow. I was hesitant to use firearms unless our lives were really at stake, because it could attract another zombie wave. Just thinking about what could happen if a gunshot went off at Shelter Haeyoung while I wasn't there gave me chills down my back. Seeing that I showed more interest in the crossbows than the K2 rifles, Wang Jihai grinned and asked the guard next to her, how many crossbows do we have? There are 12 crossbows that we made ourselves. And, well, 8 other crossbows were delivered. Is there a big difference in terms of performance between the ones we made ourselves and the ones that were delivered? No. The technicians put their blood, sweat, and tears into making them. Wang Jihai looked at me after hearing the guard's answer. The guard was extremely confident about their performance. The guard probably did so to forestall any comments I might have about their performance later on. As I listened to their conversation, however, I couldn't help but feel suspicious at their choice of words. Delivered. I was pretty sure that the word delivered meant that someone else had passed the items to them. I wondered if Shelter Silence was communicating with other shelters. I heard that most of the shelters in Gangbuk had fallen, but were there still some shelters left that I wasn't aware of? I opened my notepad to ask her about this, but then I put my notepad down after hearing Wang Jihai's voice. We don't have a lot of crossbows for ourselves, so I can't give you that many. How many do you need? Honestly, I want all of them. Wang Jihai burst into laughter at my blunt answer. She regarded me for a moment, then continued with a smile still on her face. It's nice of you to be honest. I very much prefer straightforward people like you, rather than beating around the bush. Then 4 crossbows with 10 arrows each. How does that sound? I don't want to be petty or cheap, but let's agree on 3. Okay then. 3 crossbows with 12 arrows for each of them. I figured that arrows wouldn't break easily unless we fired them into a hard wall or sheet metal. If we used them to take care of street zombies, we could easily reuse the arrows after confirming their condition. Wang Jihai nodded as if it wasn't a big deal. Alright, it's a deal then. She then instructed the guard behind her to bring the crossbows and arrows. After I checked them out, I held out my right hand to Wang Jihai. She grinned and accepted my handshake. She then whispered so that the guards could not hear us. Come to the hospital when the sun sets. We'll exit by a different way. It seemed like she wanted to take care of the matter related to the enemy leader from Songsudong that day as well. I nodded silently. There was no more time to waste. However, it seemed that even though Wang Jihai was the group leader, it wasn't easy for her to leave the shelter. I could sense that she didn't want to be noticed by the guards when she left either. I figured it was best to follow Wang Jihai's lead for now. When she tried to head back to the storage room, I caught hold of her shirt. She tilted her head and looked back at me. I carefully wrote down what I wanted to ask in my notepad. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with the guard earlier on. You said that the crossbows had been delivered. Where did you get them from? Oh. Wang Jihai trailed off and avoided my gaze. It seemed like she'd had no intention of telling me about it, but had accidentally let it slip while in conversation with the guard. She forced a smile and said, well, since you already heard it from us, I can't do anything about that. But I can't tell you about it right now. Is this something more important than the items you have in the storage room? Wang Jihai had openly given me access to the storage room. I assumed that this meant that we had some sort of trust in each other. I couldn't understand what she meant by not being able to tell me about this. I couldn't help but wonder how important this matter was. I looked at her sadly, and she smacked her lips. If you put it that way, then there's nothing I can say. But this is something I can't tell you without consulting with others first. Wang Jihai's answer convinced me of my hypothesis. The fact that it was difficult to make the call alone meant that she had to respect the opinions of others, which in turn meant that Shelter Soul Forest, Silence, had established some sort of network with other shelters. Having sorted out my thoughts, I did not probe any further. All right. My apologies. Then, Wang Jihai gave me a small bow and walked into the storage room. I watched her as she walked away. She's not the best when it comes to forming relationships. She was afraid to upset people even though she was a cold-blooded person with no mercy toward zombies. I hadn't heard of reinforcements coming from other shelters to help out Shelter Soul Forest. Even though I was helping them directly, I still couldn't gain absolute trust from Wang Jihai and the people here. Maybe, just maybe, an invisible wall existed between the living and the dead. Maybe she'll tell me when she fully opens up. I sighed and swallowed the sadness of feeling left out. The Daewoo Precision Industries K2 assault rifle, often referred to as K2, is the standard service rifle used by the South Korean military. It is the Korean equivalent of the M4 rifle. The moment I returned to Shelter Haeyoung with my underlings, carrying the supplies I'd obtained from Wang Jihai, Lee Zhongyuke came running toward me. It seemed he was dying to get an update on the situation. What happened? Is Ian Zhong okay? I gestured for us to talk inside. As we walked, Lee Zhongyuke glanced at my underlings. It seems like you lost a lot of underlings. Was the enemy strong? Unable to continue ignoring his questions, I took out my notepad and scribbled down some words. A lot happened, and I got a lot of information at novel bin at. Lee Zhongyuke's expression grew perturbed. I'm sorry to ask this, knowing that you just got back and haven't had time to rest, but is it okay if we have a meeting right now? I don't get tired anyway. Can you let everyone know? I massaged my neck and went ahead to the meeting room, my underlings in tow. I placed the boxes on the meeting room table and ordered my underlings to wait outside. Soon after, Li Zhongyuke came in. Behind him were Li Zhonghyuk, Choi Dehai, the principal, the elder, Han Senhui, and Shin Jihai. It seemed like the others decided to include Shin Jihai in the meeting as she was the leader of the university students from Daehyun-san Park. I'd only been away for 2 days, but I felt a rather strange feeling of comfort, as if I'd been transported to another world. This place was only 7 minutes away from where I'd been earlier on, running at top speed, but that place was a living hell full of sadness and despair, whereas Shelter Haeyoung had maintained its calm and peaceful daily routine. I knew it was a selfish thought, but I felt fortunate that my family was here. Reports of what had happened in the shelter over the past 2 days were placed on the table, and everyone took their seats. I took a brief look at the documents before we started our meeting. There'd been no major changes at Shelter Haeyoung. Things were still operating steadily, and no bad blood had developed between the inhabitants. The shelter was full of vitality. I assumed it was because we had more younger people than before, thanks to the college students. I put down the documents I was holding and wrote down some words on the A4 paper in front of me. We'll begin today's meeting. ******. Unlike our regular weekly meetings, I couldn't see this emergency meeting ending anytime soon. The main focus of our meeting was about Shelter Silence instead of Shelter Haeyoung. I had a lot to announce, and the fact that I had to write a lot to make everyone understand only served to lengthen the amount of time the meeting would take. When I'd explained everything that had happened, Li Zhongyuke was the first to speak. Then, Shelter Silence and us. Are we forming an alliance with them? I nodded. Can we trust them? I fiddled with my earlobes and gave some thought to Li Zhongyuke's question. Trust. It's too early to talk about trust with them. Well, you do have a point. They were people that abhorred zombies, but they aren't treating me or Kim Hae-young-jun with hostility anymore. I'd say that's a win for now. Well, that just doesn't clarify anything. Just because they don't treat you two with hostility doesn't necessarily mean that they consider you two as allies either. We'll have to build trust slowly. There are a lot of people there, right? Do you think everyone there is on board with this? As long as the group leader of Silence remains the group leader, there's a good chance that we'll be able to continue our relationship with them. I recalled the atmosphere in the Silence meeting room. Some of the officers, including the guard leader, had treated Kim Hae-young-jun and me like eyesores. But I knew they wouldn't be able to do anything stupid as long as the group leader and Park Ji-cheol were there. I had no intention of buttering up the guard leader when he didn't like me or Kim Hae-young-jun. I knew that'd be a waste of time and effort. My purpose was clear from the start. I was teaming up with them to take advantage of what they had to offer. The hospital and the weapons they had were two good enough reasons to form an alliance with them. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke spoke up. Do they know where we are? I only told them that we were in Hangdangdong. I didn't tell them our exact location. Li Zhongyuke sighed and crossed his arms, as if he felt uncomfortable deep down. He then asked cautiously, "You're not thinking about merging with them, are you?" Just asking. No, we're just allies because we have what each other needs. So, we get access to their weapons and hospital facilities. What did you offer them in return? Me. Li Zhongyuke frowned at my one-word answer. What do you mean? Are they going to use you as a tool or something whenever anything dangerous occurs? I volunteered to do so. What do you mean? Are you nuts? They were attacked by the gang members multiple times. Why do you keep on doing this to yourself? Kim Hae-young-jun's family is there. Li Zhongyuke sighed and shook his head after reading what I had written down. It seemed like he understood where I was coming from but wasn't really happy about it. So-yeon's dad, can I say something? He smacked his lips. I know that you're doing your best for us. You're loyal, have a sense of responsibility, and above all, everyone here knows that you are a good person. But, Li Zhongyuke trailed off with a frown. He let out a deep breath. You have to look after yourself too. Think about So-yeon. She's still young and she needs a dad. I looked around at everyone after hearing what Li Zhongyuke said. They all seemed to agree with what he was saying. As I looked into their faces, I began to think deeply. A person's sense of security could be divided into two parts, one that was provided by their families, and one that could be provided by others. No matter how much everyone treated So-yeon as their own daughter, there was a sense of security that only I could provide. Li Zhongyuke was telling me not to bite off more than I could chew and also to stay by So-yeon's side. My head sagged and I closed my eyes. I couldn't come to a decision right away. It seemed like every day presented a new challenge. The family now not only grew rapidly, but also had mutants. I knew if I took my eyes off of them, even for a moment, I wouldn't stand a chance against them. I was well aware that I wouldn't be able to handle them if they expanded, unless I got stronger. But at the same time, if I focused on keeping the gang members in check, I wouldn't be able to give as much attention to Shelter Haeyoung. I could leave the management of the shelter to Li Zhongyuke, but I had So-yeon to think about as well. I'd gathered people and created Shelter Haeyoung to help with So-yeon's emotional stability. It sure wasn't easy to maintain a balance between being a father and a leader. The duty I had as a father weighed heavily on my shoulders. No other role was as difficult as being a father. As I stood there silently with my eyes closed, Li Zhonghyuk, who was right across from me, quickly sensed what was going on and switched the topic. By the way, are there weapons in that box? I opened my eyes and nodded slowly. Everyone turned to the boxes on the table. Li Zhongyuke spoke up. Do you mind if I check them out? I nodded again and Li Zhongyuke opened the boxes eagerly, as if he had been waiting to do so. The first box contained K2 rifles. The second one had hand grenades, and the last box had crossbows and arrows. Li Zhongyuke's eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. Seeing Li Zhongyuke's face, the rest got up to check out the contents of the boxes as well. Everyone gasped and looked at me in surprise. As Shin Jihai reached for a grenade, Li Zhongyuke quickly grabbed her hand. Don't touch them. Huh? Why? Shin Jihai was surprised by his sudden action. Li Zhongyuke frowned at her. It's not some toy you can play around with. Shin Jihai pursed her lips and stepped back. Li Zhongyuke sighed and asked me a question. So Yeon's father, did you sign a slave contract with them or something? 1. When I tilted my head, Li Zhongyuke's expression grew complicated. How much are they thinking of abusing you? Don't you think you will be treated as a slave, given how much they're willing to give us? I put down reasonable conditions. What conditions? You are a weapon, but you're also a human life. Handing something like this over must mean that the conditions weren't ordinary. I agreed to get them some medicine. I told them about the situation that the hospital at Shelter Silence was facing. Li Zhongyuke quietly rubbed his chin. It seemed like he was lost in thought. Across the table, the principal offered a statement that helped to ease everyone's worries. In simple terms, the leader of Silence handed over these weapons to save their own people. At least that's what I think. Perhaps that was the best way to summarize the situation at that moment. Everyone nodded, grudgingly agreeing with the principal. It seemed like the principal's words had made them see Shelter Silence in a slightly more positive light. However, this wasn't the time to get sentimental. I had to get back to Shelter Silence before the sun went down, so I took a deep breath and got to the point. Could Zhongyuke and Mr. Principal sort out the items here? And make sure that you're extra careful so that the children don't have access to them. The two of them nodded after reading what I had written. I continued to write. Is anyone familiar with crossbows? Everyone remained silent. The result hardly seemed surprising. Well, how many people in Korea have ever used a crossbow to begin with? Then first of all, I hope you start getting used to using crossbows. I think we should only use firearms when Shelter Haeyoung is under attack. They're too risky to be used on a daily basis. Everyone agreed with me. I scribbled down another improvement that we had to make to Shelter Haeyoung on a piece of paper. It looks like we need to adjust the height of the wall. It's currently 3 meters tall. You want it even higher. I could see the surprise in Choi Dahai's eyes. Zombies with red glowing eyes could easily climb over walls due to their extraordinary physical abilities, but normal zombies couldn't. And from my analysis on how the members of the family fought, it seemed like the leaders did not lead from the front. The zombie I'd met at the high school and the Songso-dong leader were both like that. However, what worried me were the mutants. The mutants are different from the zombies that we've been dealing with so far. Silence's walls were also 2 to 3 meters high, but the mutants went over them easily. And the evolved mutants' physical abilities are beyond our imagination. Evolved mutants. Li Zhongyuke looked at me with a face that demanded an explanation as to what evolved mutants were. I informed them all about the mutant I had encountered at Gangbai in Bukaro. I couldn't forget how the mutant had slaughtered its way through my underlings. Given its quick movements, I had to assume that its ability to jump would be exceptional as well. The best we could do right now was to build higher walls. Once everything had been covered, I asked everyone if they had any more questions. From the silence, I assumed everyone had their questions answered. I nodded slowly and wrote on the A4 paper. We'll wrap up today's meeting here. ******. We left the meeting room as the sun was setting. I walked over to the wooden bench next to the playground and sat down for a while. I wanted to have some time alone. As I looked up at the sky, I felt my head clearing up a little. Huh? It's Daddy. At that moment, I heard So-yeon's voice behind me. I quickly turned around and saw her head sticking out over the balcony railing, waving her right hand at me. I quickly entered apartment 104. When I entered So-yeon's room on the 5th floor, I saw her and the other children playing on the balcony railing. I dashed over and pulled them down. I couldn't talk, so I had no choice but to use actions. The children looked at me in surprise, then they hung their heads, their faces growing sullen. Did they think they'd made me mad? I quickly took out my notepad and wrote down a message for them. You can't play on the railings. You have to play safely in your rooms. We're sorry. The children bowed their heads while pouting. I smiled gently and patted the children's heads. The children looked up at me with bright eyes, then looked sheepishly at So-yeon. So-yeon smiled brightly, her gaze going back and forth between me and the other children. Daddy, when did you get back? I just got back, sweetie. Did you rescue a lot of people today too? I heard So-yeon's question, and was lost in thought for a moment. As I stayed silent, she ran into the living room and came back with a sketchbook. Tada, look at this Daddy. So-yeon showed me a drawing in her sketchbook with a smile. I wondered what she was so excited about. There were a lot of smiling people in her drawing. In front of them, I saw a man standing with his arms folded, a triumphant look on his face. There was a large S drawn on the man's chest. He also had red glowing eyes. So-yeon giggled and said, "This is you, Daddy." A slave contract refers to an unfair, long-term contract usually in the context between Korean idols and their management companies. However, this term is commonly used when two people sign a contract where one has the upper hand. I grinned with delight while patting So-yeon's head. I took out my notepad and wrote on it again. Is this Daddy? Yeah, You beat up bad monsters and save people? Just like Superman. So, Daddy, you're Superman. I hugged So-yeon without saying a word. I felt her warmth. I felt like I didn't deserve this kind of love from her. I closed my eyes and remained there for a long while. I felt So-yeon squirming in my arms. She wasn't trying to escape my hug, but was trying to hug me even more tightly. As the subtle scent of her shampoo tickled my nose, I suddenly felt sad. I couldn't figure out why the shampoo's scent had triggered this emotion, but my heart felt suddenly heavy. I took out my notepad. So-yeon sweetie. Do you still like Daddy? Why wouldn't I like you, Daddy? You're my daddy. Well, Daddy's been too busy to even play with my sweetie. I'm all grown up now, and the uncles and aunts are nice to me too. I have a lot of friends. Then, you aren't lonely even when Daddy doesn't come back after going outside? I followed up with a rather sensitive question. I was worried that she might take it the wrong way. So-yeon stared blankly at the sentence I wrote, and after a moment, she turned her bright eyes to meet mine. Why isn't Daddy coming back? Of course I'm coming back. I'll come back quickly, since Daddy wants to see So-yeon. So-yeon scratched her chin with her fingers, her expression growing perplexed. It seemed like she didn't know what I was trying to say. I continued to write. Well, Daddy can't always come back early. When work gets hard, Daddy has to stay out late, maybe even a few days. Is So-yeon sweetie okay with this? How many nights will you be away? Unfortunately, Daddy doesn't know either. It could be a day, 2 days, or maybe a few months. So that's why Daddy wants to get permission from So-yeon to go. And you won't leave if I don't let you go. Daddy will stay here if So-yeon doesn't want me to go. I smiled as warmly as possible so that So-yeon wouldn't get upset. She pondered for a moment, then asked with a puzzled expression. If Daddy doesn't go out, can Daddy play with me? Yes, of course. Then what happens to the people outside if Daddy doesn't leave? Her voice was so soft, it was barely a croak. She fidgeted as she waited for my reply. Unfortunately, I couldn't think of a proper answer to her question. I couldn't be honest, but at the same time, I couldn't lie to her. I sighed and wrote down some words. Daddy thinks my So-yeon is the most precious thing in the world. You know that too, right, sweetheart? Yeah, but what about the people outside? Well, they'll have to figure something out on their own. Then no. So-yeon pouted her lower lip and turned away from me. As I put my hand on So-yeon's shoulder, she shook it off and grunted, as if she was unhappy with my answer. I wondered why she was suddenly acting this way. Was it because I said I wasn't going to save other people? My eyes fell on the Superman drawing she drew. I wondered if she was proud of me because I was like Superman. I scratched my forehead, not knowing what to do. So-yeon quickly turned around and picked up the sketchbook from the floor. She pointed to the man in the drawing. Daddy is Superman who beats up bad guys and saves good guys? Why won't you go and save other people? Daddy might come back late or might only come back after a couple of days if Daddy goes to save others. Is So-yeon okay with this? Yeah, I'm okay with it now. Her anger turned to sadness in an instant. However, her expression soon grew complicated. It seemed that she also didn't know how she was feeling about the whole thing. It seemed like she wasn't okay with me going out, but the fact that I wouldn't be rescuing others was more disappointing to her. I wondered if she was going back and forth between logic and emotion. She clearly understood the situation with her mind, but her heart wasn't on board. It seemed like she was processing several complicated feelings. I hugged her again. She looked awfully cute when she was thinking. I was proud that So-yeon had learned how to be understanding, and to care for others and their emotions. My So-yeon is becoming a more understanding person by the day. I stroked So-yeon's head. She finally spoke, her voice filled with regret. Daddy. I noticed that she was looking at me with puffy cheeks. As I tilted my head, her voice took on a sulky tone. Can you come back early and play with me after saving a lot of people? It finally felt like she was telling me what she really wanted. It seemed like she couldn't give up on either one of her options. I was grateful and proud that she had turned into an amazing person who knew how to express her feelings to others honestly. If that was so, I had to treat her as a proper human being, and not as a child. So-yeon. Yes. Thank you for being honest. Since So-yeon was honest with Daddy, Daddy will try to be honest as well. She nodded without saying a word and looked at me in the eyes. I smiled gently and kept writing. The monsters outside are getting stronger and stronger. If Daddy doesn't go and defeat the bad guys right now, the bad guys will get too strong for Daddy to do anything. What do you think will happen if that happens? What? The uncles and aunts that So-yeon likes will be in danger. I don't want that to happen, right? Daddy doesn't want that to happen either. So do you think it'll be better for Daddy to go and defeat the bad guys before they get stronger? She nodded again. This time, she nodded with a little more vigor. I stroked So-yeon's hair for a moment, then continued writing. Then, what should So-yeon do until Daddy comes back after defeating the bad guys? I don't know. You have to study hard, listen to your uncles and aunts, and if the uncles and aunts get scared, you have to help them feel better. Okay, sweetie? So-yeon pursed her lips and nodded. I pinched So-yeon's cheeks lightly, admiring her cuteness. She let out a cute little squeal, then hugged me. I patted So-yeon on the back to soothe her aching heart. I didn't feel comfortable either, knowing that I had to make my young daughter understand this situation at novel bin at. I remembered hearing about how maturing too quickly could adversely affect the emotional development of a child. I hoped that So-yeon wouldn't grow up like that. Soyeon rubbed her face against my chest. You have to come back in 10 nights at the most. I rubbed Soyeon's back instead of answering. There was a saying that time passed more slowly for children compared to adults. Even if you spent the same hour together, the hour would zoom past in an instant for an adult, while it was long enough to make a strong impression on a child. Soyeon was giving me 10 nights. What one learned when one raised children was that 10 nights could feel like an eternity for them. Maybe she meant that she wanted me to save that many people during the time I was away. My heart ached once again as I realized just how generous and kind Soyeon had grown to be. After a while, Soyeon looked up at me, large teardrops falling from the corners of her eyes. She held out her pinky finger. I smiled gently and promised her that, whenever I went out from now on, I would come back before 10 nights passed. And Daddy has to play with me when Daddy gets back. I nodded vigorously. I vowed to myself that I would keep this promise no matter what. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I quickly headed to shelter Silence. The sun had almost set, and darkness was just around the corner. As I got closer to Silence's hospital, I saw Wang Jihai and Kim Hye-Yongjun waiting for me. It really seemed like they'd reached as soon as the sun went down, as mentioned earlier. Kim Hye-Yongjun spotted me first and waved gently. Over here, Ajasi. You're here early. No, you're late, Ajasi. Did you have to wait long? No. Actually, I just arrived as well. Kim Hye-Yongjun smirked and scratched his head, as though embarrassed for acting like a jerk. I chuckled and looked at Wang Jihai, who was standing next to him. She looked slightly nervous. I understood why she would be. After all, even though she was the group leader, she was only human. I could tell that meeting the enemy leader face to face would be a nerve-wracking experience for her. I took out my notepad. Don't be nervous. We're here with you. Who says I'm nervous? Wang Jihai asserted, frowning at me. She pretended to be bold, but she couldn't hide the tremor in her voice. I smiled faintly and nodded. She looked around and dropped her voice lower. Follow me. We have to exit without anyone noticing us. If you see anyone, tell me. I planned on tapping her on the arm instead, since I couldn't talk. Kim Hye-Yongjun and I followed her lead, walking as quietly as we could. As we headed through the secluded pathway, we passed broken tree branches and tall grass. This definitely wasn't an ordinary passageway. We followed Wang Jihai for about 3 minutes, and found ourselves in front of a tall wall. She looked around, making sure that there was no one nearby. After a moment, she crouched down and began moving branches aside, revealing a hatch that led to a tunnel in the ground, barely large enough for a single person to squeeze through. She gave me a once-over and then asked, "Do you think you can get through?" I didn't understand why she would ask me such a question. I was going to dig my way out if I had to. Wang Jihai entered the hole first, followed by Kim Hye-Yongjun. I gritted my teeth as I passed through the tunnel. It was so narrow that most adult males would have trouble getting through. My physique didn't help at all getting through it. I struggled using my hands and feet to push myself through. I barely made it through to the other side. Wang Jihai chuckled while brushing off the dirt off my body. Hi Indiok, you can easily jump over a wall this height, right? I nodded. Should I have just told you to jump over instead? This woman had some jokes under her belt. I smacked my lips and forced a smile. Wang Jihai grinned. I'm just kidding. If you had jumped over the wall, the guards would have noticed. But from now on, you'll have to lead the way. I walked in front, trying to keep my expression neutral. Kim Hye-Yongjun glanced at my face. She got you good, Ajasi. Ha ha ha. Shut up. I shushed him out of embarrassment and hurried to the apartment. As we entered the living room, I saw the enemy leader, who looked a little tired. He looked at me, Kim Hye-Yongjun, and Wang Jihai, then smirked. You've started dating now. I snorted at the enemy leader's lousy provocation. Well, we all know that you won't be dating for sure. Ha ha ha. The enemy leader burst into laughter and shook his head. Wang Jihai tilted her head after seeing our interaction. That guy. Why is he laughing all of a sudden? I scribbled an answer for her. We look into each other's eyes when we communicate. When you communicate, you can tell what the other person is thinking just by looking into their eyes. I nodded, and Wang Jihai looked back and forth between Kim Hyungjun and me, unable to hide her surprise. I figured it'd be pretty fascinating for her. But since I couldn't explain it in depth, I looked back at the enemy leader. So, have you taken your time to think? About what? Did I even have a choice? Or are you asking how I've been all this time? If I have to give you an answer, I'm getting used to having no arms and legs since your underlings have been biting them off whenever they begin to regenerate. The enemy leader was acting as though nothing could affect him, just as I expected. I wanted to know how long he could keep his cool. I looked at Wang Jihai and signaled her to execute our plan. After seeing me nod, she took out the photo from her pocket and walked in front of the enemy leader so that he could see it. The man in this photo, it's you, isn't it? The enemy leader looked at the photo calmly, but a frown quickly spread across his face. His brazen attitude and cool demeanor disappeared, and he looked at us with cold, murderous eyes. The enemy leader fixed his glowing red eyes on Wang Jihai. Why do you have this photo? Wang Jihai gulped after looking at the enemy leader's face. After taking a moment to compose herself, she spoke. The woman in this photo, Soo-Hyun and I went to college the same year. Where is Soo-Hyun? Well, the thing is. Wang Jihai trailed off and then looked back at Kim Hye-Yongjun and me. We looked at her with encouragement and gestured to her to continue. Wang Jihai let out a deep breath and continued where she had left off. She died. In the previous fight. The enemy leader's eyes went wide, and he stared at the woman in the photo as if his soul had left his body. His mouth opened and closed silently, like a goldfish's. I wondered if he was too shocked to even say anything. I moved next to Wang Jihai and gestured for her to step back. I was being cautious, in case the enemy leader decided to go insane. Even though he had no limbs, he still had sharp teeth. We had to be prepared for anything. The enemy leader's lips twitched like a madman's. You're lying, right? Tell me you're lying. No, it's all true. Don't fucking lie to me. Bring Su Hyun to me right now. I slapped the enemy leader. Wake up, you bastard. Your daughter's dead. The enemy leader looked at the floor, his eyes empty. Then he looked up at me. Did you kill her? Is that how you want it to be? So it was you. You're the only one that wants me to metamorphose into a black creature. No, no. Are you lying about Su Hyun's death so that you can see me turn into a black creature? Ha, I knew it. So, Su Hyun is alive. Did you really think I would fall for this silly trick of yours? The enemy leader was having a hard time accepting reality. He grinned at me and Wang Jihai like a madman, as though he had figured out our machinations and was not going to be fooled by us. Wang Jihai stepped forward next to me. Her expression seemed complicated. She seemed to feel sorry for the enemy leader and his inability to accept the truth. She looked at him directly. In the last battle, Su Hyun was part of the ammunition distribution team. She wasn't doing anything dangerous. Despite the sorrow on her face, her voice remained calm. But zombie bodies started to pile up, and the second defense line was on the verge of collapsing. As she tried to get away, she was bitten by a zombie that came over the defense line. Don't lie to me. The second defense line didn't fall in the last battle. I killed the leader controlling the zombies right before the second defense line could fall. Why didn't you kill the leader a little earlier? Just because the second defense line didn't go down doesn't mean that zombies hadn't made it over. Stop coming up with all this nonsense. The enemy leader was yelling at the top of his lungs. The veins on his forehead were popping out, threatening to burst. His jaw was trembling, quivering with murderous intent. It seemed like he was ready to bite Wang Jihai at any minute. I stepped in front of Wang Jihai. Don't blame others for your foolish behavior. But that bitch is lying. No, no. Let's get something straight. You're the one denying reality. The enemy leader looked at me, grinding his teeth together so hard that I could hear them. I frowned, feeling the sadness and the complicated knot of emotion deep in my heart. I hate to break it to someone who's almost the same age as my father, but everything we said is true. You should have stopped the attack before it happened if you wanted to protect your daughter. You were naive. This can't be. This can't be. The enemy leader shook his head while repeating the same words as if he had lost his mind. Kim Hyeongjun came up to me and carefully looked into my eyes. Ajusi, something doesn't seem right. What is? He's not showing any signs of metamorphosis. He hasn't accepted the fact that his daughter is dead yet. He thinks we're lying to him right now. We need something more than just words. Indirect experience isn't enough to trigger his desire. As long as he didn't see his daughter's corpse in the flesh, the enemy leader wouldn't mutate. Kim Hyeong-sok had lost it after witnessing his girlfriend's death with his own eyes. Mr. Kwok had also lost his mind when he saw Ms. Ku's body. And according to the enemy leader, the former boss of the family had also lost their mind after seeing their son's dead body. I figured that he would only accept reality only when we showed him his daughter's grave. I looked at Wang Jihai. Is there a grave for your friend named Su Hyun? It's inside the shelter. If it's okay with you, could we bring the enemy leader inside the shelter? Well, then the guards would know that we sneaked out. We will go in through the main entrance with the enemy leader. You can go in through the tunnel first. We can meet in front of the first defense line. I figured the enemy leader would accept reality once he saw his daughter's grave. Wang Jihai nodded and left the apartment first, telling us to wait for 5 minutes before leaving. When she left the apartment, the living room turned dead silent. It was so silent, it felt as though time itself had stopped. Even the bugs had ceased their chirping. Frowning, Kim Hyeongjun broke the silence with a question. It seemed like the silence had made him uncomfortable. What are we going to do now? About what? Well, our priority is getting information about the mutants. If the enemy leader sees his daughter's grave, he's going to turn into a black creature. Then I just need to eat the enemy leader's brain. Are you going to eat another black creature's brain? You don't even know what his desire is. If he turns into a black creature after seeing her grave, we'll know that his desire was to protect his daughter. His desire would be perfect for me. I answered him calmly, eliciting a sigh. Ajusi. Do you know what kind of face you were making while you were saying all of that? Why do you look so sad, Ajusi? I made my way into the adjacent bathroom. A zombie with a sorrowful face stared back at me from within the mirror. I wondered if I'd unconsciously thought of Soyeon after hearing the words daughter and death. After listening to Wang Jihai's story, I'd tried to imagine the last moments of this woman named Su Hyun. I wondered what she'd been thinking when the zombie had come over the wall while she was handing out magazines. I couldn't help but wonder if she'd been scared, or terrified of her impending death, or even if she'd hoped that someone would come to save her. And if her father's face flashed before her eyes right before she died, would she have died resenting him? I knew something like this could happen to Soyeon any day. My heart sank at the thought that something like that could happen while I was away. I couldn't help but feel sad that Soyeon would think of me, and that she could resent me for not being there beside her when death was upon her. My head sagged with the weight of my sadness. Kim Hyeongjun walked into the bathroom. Let's go. It's been 5 minutes. Okay. I slapped myself on the cheeks and let out a deep breath. We headed toward the first defense line of silence together with my underlings and the enemy leader. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When we got to the first defense line, the guards there pointed their guns at us. Identify yourselves. Kim Hyong-jun put both hands on top of his head and walked toward the defense line. The guards squinted at Kim Hyong-jun, then let out a sigh of relief and made way. I followed Kim Hyong-jun and showed the guard what I had written down. Get me the group leader. Right now. It's an urgent matter. Yes. All right. The guard rushed to where the group leader was. Wang Jihai should have arrived back at her dorm by this time. In the meantime, we waited between the first and second defense lines for her to make her appearance. God damn, what are the odds? There goes my day. I heard someone walking toward us from the second defense line. As I looked in the direction of the voice, I saw the guard leader looking at me and Kim Hyong-jin, carrying his weapons. He spat on the floor. Dissatisfaction was still written all over his face. I sighed and shook my head. Kim Hyong-jun looked me in the eyes. Jussie, can't we just kill him later and pretend it was a mistake? What? It seemed Kim Hyong-jun had also heard what the guard leader had said. I looked at him with my eyebrows raised, and he smacked his lips. Okay, honestly, I don't like the guard leader. People like them aren't helpful, no matter where they go. But to kill someone? I can't believe you're saying this after you grilled me on whether I was really going to kill the enemy leader's daughter. No, you're comparing apples and oranges. The enemy leader's daughter was an ordinary person. But the guard leader considers us as something less than animals. I wouldn't be surprised if he used my family as hostages one day. Taking his family hostage? I knew that the guard leader was the kind of person who would easily do something like that. I slapped him on the forearm and smacked my lips. Kim Hyong-jun looked at me, not knowing why I'd hit him. What? Why are you hitting me? What are you trying to say? It means do whatever you want. Is there anything wrong with that? A sinister smile crept across Kim Hyong-jun's face. You don't like that person either, do you, Jussie? Instead of answering, I looked away. To be honest, after listening to Kim Hyong-jun, I thought it was right to kill him and disguise it as a mishap. If the guard leader threatened us by holding our families hostage, it was possible that Kim Hyong-jun and I could turn into black creatures. I couldn't help but think that it'd be nice to kill the guard leader when an opportune moment presented itself, since we couldn't just kill the guard leader without a reason. It felt like passing the buck to Kim Hyong-jun, but since he'd brought it up first, I was hoping that he would take responsibility for it. After chatting for about 10 minutes, I saw Wang Jihai walking toward us, flanked by some guards. Wang Jihai spoke in a calm voice. What are you doing here this late? She was acting, even though she knew everything. I cleared my throat and took out my notepad. There was something I wanted to check. The Silence Cemetery is not open to outsiders. Wang Jihai spoke loudly, so that everyone around us could hear. All the guards focused their gaze on Wang Jihai. I wondered if she'd done this on purpose to draw attention. I wrote more words in my notepad and showed it to Wang Jihai. You're acting right now, right? So, you're saying that the enemy leader's daughter is here, and that he's agreed to tell us about the mutants after he's seen her grave with his own eyes? Okay, got it. If that's the case, I'll cooperate. Wang Jihai continued to speak loudly, as if she wanted everyone around us to hear. The guards started muttering amongst themselves, nodding in agreement. It looked like she was trying to come up with a reason to let me, an outsider, enter the cemetery. Wang Jihai winked and gestured for me to follow her. I tried my best not to smile and followed her. After walking for about 5 minutes, I saw the cemetery a distance away. The cemetery was located in the heart of Seoul Forest. I walked around the cemetery, taking a look at the names written on the tombstones. It wasn't exactly how I'd imagined it. All they had were large, ordinary rocks that were probably sourced from nearby. As I kept on walking, I finally came upon the tombstone carved with the name Soo Hyun. I was able to confirm that Lee Soo Hyun had passed away in her late 30s after seeing her birth date. I looked at Wang Jihai, who also approached the tombstone and checked the name and birth date. She nodded, her face solemn. What seemed like one of Lee Soo Hyun's possessions had been placed beside her tombstone. There were a pair of old sneakers. I ordered my underlings to bring the enemy leader over. My underlings placed the enemy leader in front of the tombstone. He stared at the tombstone, shell-shocked at novel bin at. Her epitaph said the following. Lee Soo Hyun, who never lost her smile even when the world wasn't on her side. Rest in peace. After reading her epitaph, the enemy leader looked at the sneakers next to the grave and teared up. Even though he was an enemy, I thought it was only right to give him some time to himself. I took 5 steps back and observed a moment of silence for all the souls that were buried there. Kim Hyong-jun and Wang Jihai followed me. Her personal bodyguards also observed a moment of silence. I wondered if there was still a distinction between enemy and ally in the face of death. Death seemed to be the final doorway through which all of us had to pass one day. As I looked at the back of the enemy leader with his severed limbs, a tinge of sadness welled up within my heart. I stared at the enemy leader. As soon as I was done observing a moment of silence, I locked my eyes on him just in case he lost his sanity and went crazy. However, the enemy leader remained still as a statue. He didn't move a muscle. At first, I thought he wasn't moving because he couldn't, since his limbs were all severed. But then, I realized that he had even lost the will to make a last-ditch move. Just looking at his back, I could tell he had lost everything he cared about. After a moment, Kim Hyong-jun, who was beside me, looked me in the eye. Something's wrong. What now? His flesh isn't melting. He's not going through any changes even after he's confirmed his daughter's death. You don't think he lied to us, do you? I didn't have an answer. I wondered if it was because the enemy leader didn't witness his daughter die in front of his eyes. But at the same time, I realized that it didn't change the fact that she was no longer in this world. I couldn't figure out why nothing was happening to the enemy leader. I approached the enemy leader cautiously. He was crying silently. I sat near the enemy leader, about a meter away, and waited for him to speak. The enemy leader, who had been sobbing silently for a while, managed to collect himself. People are really cunning. I didn't say anything. I wondered what he was trying to say. The enemy leader sighed and looked up at the night sky, then closed his eyes. These shoes. These are the shoes I bought for my daughter when she came to visit on a weekend, about 4 years ago. I bought them for her even though she told me she didn't like sneakers. Back then, she told me she would never wear them unless a war broke out or something. But look at her. She did eventually wear them. The enemy leader smiled a futile smile. Back then, I was disappointed when she said she'd never wear them. But she eventually did wear them. I didn't say anything to him. It seemed right to just sit and listen. The enemy leader took a deep breath at novel bin at. How about it? Did I seem like a father who cared about his daughter? What? I'm sorry to say you're out of luck. My desire isn't to protect my daughter. I knew this from the beginning, but I just tried to act like it was. So you've been lying to me this whole time? Then what is your desire? The enemy leader did not answer my question. I wondered if he was still embarrassed to reveal his desire, even when we had come this far. I wondered what it would take him to open up. Hitting him? Or just giving him time? I grew extremely annoyed, but I knew the latter was the right choice. I knew there was a limit to solving problems through violence, especially when it came to those who weren't afraid of death, like him. As I waited patiently, the enemy leader shook his head and smiled faintly. He looked at me with eyes filled with tears. My desire is to have a sense of belonging. A tear leaked out from the corner of one eye. The enemy leader bit his lip and continued. I've been alone all my life. It was the same when I started my own family. The enemy leader had a melancholic expression. His heart seemed full of sadness. A sense of belonging. That seemed to explain his life as a whole. The enemy leader raised his eyebrows and continued. I didn't want to live as a Jiryoji Appa from the beginning. Life passed by, and as I worked every day for a better future, I was a Jiryoji Appa before I even realized it. I thought living apart would be temporary, but it soon became my reality. Tears began to fall freely from his eyes. He seemed so pitiful, crying while having no arms or legs. Feeling bitter, I smacked my lips and asked, so what? Looking back at my life, I realized that I was a poor, pitiful soul. In fact, I felt so pitiful that I didn't know what to do with myself. Then you should have just gone back to your family when you were still alive. If I did go back, who would put food on the table and a roof over our heads? My wife devoted her entire life to looking after our children. I wanted to send my children to good schools, good private academies, good colleges, and hire good tutors for them. I wanted to give them the world. Is that why you hid and ignored your true feelings? For that long, time is relative. For some, it feels like it goes by in an instant, but for others, it feels like an eternity. I got used to being alone, and I just happened to walk down that road in silence, without much thought. The long road came to an end when I died, and only then did I realize my inner desire. Is that why you couldn't leave the gang earlier? The enemy leader closed his eyes and nodded. After realizing that his desire was a sense of belonging, he fulfilled his desire by being part of an organization, this so-called family. But that got me wondering why he didn't mutate when he was kicked out of Jongno. I asked the enemy leader about it right away. The enemy leader bit his lip and hesitated for a moment, but then sighed and said, it's not like we wrote up a contract or something. On what grounds would my desire remain fulfilled? What? My leaving Jongno did not mean that my desire was shattered. I just need to believe that I left of my own will, and that I still was a member of the family. And you're saying that's possible. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it in the past. There's no way you can know a person's desire until you eat their brain after they've turned into a black creature. I nodded, and the enemy leader took a deep breath and continued where he had left off. There are also desires that cannot be shattered. In fact, it'd be more accurate to say there are some that are indestructible. There are more zombies with more fluid standards like me than zombies with absolute standards like you. So you'd better watch out. My mind started to swirl after listening to the enemy leader. The more I learned about these zombies with glowing red eyes, it only got more confusing. I felt as though I were navigating a labyrinth. I shook my head. I still had questions for the enemy leader. Then, why did you say you wanted to kill the boss of the family? That was a lie. I had no intention of killing the boss in the first place. It's true that I don't like the boss, but on what grounds would I kill the boss, especially since I hadn't done anything? Then why did you keep me alive instead of killing me? Did you really need a reason? I didn't lie about that. I had to trick the officers, and I needed a reason to protect Shelter Soul Forest since my daughter was here. But ultimately, I wanted someone who was in the same shoes as me, to stand with me. In the same shoes. A zombie with glowing red eyes that lived for humans, but one that had also tasted human flesh. His answer shocked me. To live for the sake of humans, but have to taste human flesh as well? I got chills all over my body. How long did this person spend alone for him to become the person he was right then? At that moment, I recalled an early conversation I'd had with the enemy leader back at the apartment. I told him that he was too selfish. I finally realized why I thought that way. Because of his loneliness, he had changed into the person he was in order to stay sane. I wondered if the enemy leader knew that what he was doing to stay sane was the most insane thing to do. You didn't have to be in the same shoes to understand each other. As human beings, being able to understand each other's differences and being able to come to a consensus when different opinions clash was achieved through communication. It seemed like the enemy leader had gotten so used to the loneliness that he'd given up on approaching others first, which caused him to be trapped in his own world. Even then, though, he unconsciously dreamed of a sense of belonging. I looked at the enemy leader. It wasn't your circumstances that made you feel lonely. It's on you. You didn't try to understand others. No wonder you had no choice but to live a lonely life. Think whatever you want. You won't be able to understand it, no matter how much I try to explain. Look at how you are right now. Who would understand you when you can't explain your own feelings clearly? Then should I go around telling everyone that I'm lonely at my age? The enemy leader arched an eyebrow. As I looked at him, I began to understand where he was coming from. We had lived in different eras. I've lived in an era where I was used to talking and having conversations, but the enemy leader was a man well past his 60s. Men from his era believed that staying silent and stoic was the right thing to do, and were taught that patience was a cardinal virtue. I wondered if the enemy leader had endured loneliness all this time because he didn't know how to communicate with his family members. I wonder if he'd been trained, in a way, to keep silent, as that was what he'd learned while growing up. The more I got to know about him, the more I pitied him. But that didn't give me a reason to spare his life. After all, he'd killed people, lied to me, and even ate human flesh. I looked at the enemy leader. I'm sorry, but I don't see a reason to spare you. I wasn't expecting you to. Since I now know my daughter's dead, I don't have any regrets either. The enemy leader closed his eyes, his expression serene. It's been a long, exhausting journey for me. I just want some rest now. Isn't there something you should be telling me before you go? Hehe, yes. What good would it be to hide anything from you anymore? The enemy leader shook his head, as though sensing the futility of life. He offered a faint smile. If you want to know about the mutants, look carefully into the zombies' eyes. Some of them won't look away from your glare. Those are the ones that have the capacity to become mutants. Have the capacity to become a mutant? What are you talking about? They start to realize. Realize what? Didn't you have a dream before you turned into a zombie? A dream? I did. In the dream, I felt like a transparent glass wall was blocking my way. The ordinary zombies you see were ones that couldn't break that glass wall. You can consider the ones out on the streets as zombies in their cocoons, still living out their dreams. When I nodded, the enemy leader sighed and continued, those that can become mutants. They are the ones that have realized that they were dreaming all along. So you're saying they're the ones who snapped back to reality? Like they got themselves together. No. What good would it be to just recognize that you're in a dream when you can't even break the glass wall? What do you mean? So you're saying that they're mutating into black creatures? Think before you blurt out anything. How can a zombie in a cocoon metamorphose when it hasn't even broken out from its shell? His nagging infuriated me. I frowned, then asked in a frustrated tone, then what is it? Nothing. If a chick doesn't break out of its shell on its own, it just dies inside. They are literally walking corpses. Aren't they already walking corpses? Have you ever ordered zombies to kill themselves? I couldn't answer the enemy leader's question. I never ordered any of my underlings to commit suicide. There were times when I had to kill my underlings, given their circumstances, but I never deliberately ordered them to commit suicide. Noticing my silence, the enemy leader raised an eyebrow. I know you're not the type of person to give such orders. If you order them to commit suicide, most of them will thank you. The zombies have terminal lucidity, but the ones that deserve to become mutants just follow orders without any change to their facial expressions. Those who deserve. Are they the ones that are emotionless and have no hope whatsoever? You're right. That's why they don't look away when you look them in the eyes. They don't even have survival instincts left in them. The enemy leader looked at me calmly. I didn't understand clearly what the enemy leader was saying, but I could vaguely piece it together. He sneered and continued, it seems like whatever I said was a bit difficult to understand. Let me give you an easy example. There's at least one TV drama or movie that you like, right? A TV drama I like. I used to have one. What do you do after that drama ends? I look for another one to watch. That's what they want. Another new drama. All they do is kill and eat humans and zombies in order to continue their dreams. At that moment, I remembered the mutant I'd seen at Silence's second defense line. The mutant had eaten the boy who was desperately looking for his mother, and then smiled horrendously while imitating the boy's voice. The pieces finally started to fit together, one by one. These mutants. They were similar to the black creatures, but had a different wavelength to them. They were perhaps even more corrupt than the black creatures. I had a lot to think about. The enemy leader chuckled and continued where he left off. If you want a mutant as an underling, you have to turn it into your underling before it mutates. The ones that are already mutants won't turn into your underlings, no matter how much you push them. I already know that. And among the mutants, there are some odd ones. Odd ones. I repeated his words as a question, raising my eyebrows, and the enemy leader continued in a calm voice. You will encounter some mutants that won't hunt for new dreams even after becoming a mutant. Those are the ones that meet the conditions to become a stage 2 mutant. When you say stage 2 mutants, are you talking about the one that showed up at Gangbei and Bukaro? That's right. Stage 1 mutants all mutate into similar appearances, but from stage 2 onward, their appearances vary. I don't know what makes them different, but stage 2 mutants look completely different from each other. How many stage 2 mutants do you have? I ordered one of them to kill itself, and you killed the other one. You ordered one of them to kill itself? Why would you do that? I was curious if it would follow my orders. It seemed like he'd been meticulous in his experiments with mutants. In order to have a mutant as an underling, the first and most important thing was to ensure the chain of command was intact. One could be killed by one's own mutant underling if it didn't obey orders. When I nodded, the enemy leader sighed and spoke for the last time. Since I told you everything you wanted, would you let me take my last breath? The enemy leader smiled a faint smile, one I had never seen before. It wasn't the fake smile he offered when he tried acting cool, but the smile of someone who had found peace and tranquility. It seemed like he'd really let go of everything. What he'd said was true, he didn't have any more regrets. I took a deep breath as I watched him. I then wrote down some questions I still had for him. Your desire hasn't been destroyed yet. Are you sure you want to give up? Are you sure you don't have any regrets? Don't make me even more miserable than I am right now. I titled my head, not quite catching what he meant. My expression seemed to demand some clarification from him, since the enemy leader smiled thinly before speaking again. I didn't turn into a black creature even after I realized that my daughter was dead. Who would forgive a foolish father like me? I can't even forgive myself. This means that the current me values being part of the family more than the fact that my daughter is dead. How heartbreaking is that? Desires are only desires. They can't be a reason to keep living. I don't want to be controlled by my desires anymore. At least let me decide how I want to meet my end. The enemy leader slowly closed his eyes and humbly accepted his death. I got up and took one last look at the end of the enemy leader. Looking at him made me think about a saying I'd heard a long time ago. Life is difficult, and sometimes you go down roads that you don't want to. Sometimes we believe that we're moving forward. That, by looking backward, we can understand how to move forward. But in the end, we end up retracing our paths, walking in an endless circle our entire lives. I prayed that in his next life, he wouldn't be tied down to the limits he set for himself. With that, I ended his lonely life. After talking to Kim Hye-young-jun, I decided to eat the enemy leader's brain. I slept for a full day after eating it, and finally regained consciousness around sunset the next day. As soon as I woke up, I tried out something I'd been curious about. The Song Sudong leader had been a zombie that could talk. Deep down, I'd hypothesized that I would be able to talk as well if I ate his brain. Gore. However, I could still only utter the disturbing, throat-rending noises. It was the same as when I'd taken care of the Maejangdong leader. It seemed like the problem lay with them being zombies, not with their powers. I smacked my lips in frustration and rubbed my throat with my right hand. I was getting more certain that the only way to regain my speech was to eat a human's brain. I sighed in disappointment. I shook my head and got up, then went straight to shelter silence to find Kim Hye-young-jun. I saw him far away, working on reinforcing the defense line. I walked over to him and met eyes with him without saying a word. Kim Hye-young-jun was startled and jumped into the air when he saw my face. Oh, what in the world? You surprised me? When did you wake up, Ajusi? I chuckled. It seems you're more or less done here. Let's go. There's something I want to show you. Something you want to show me. When I nodded, Kim Hye-young-jun hesitated and looked at Park Ji-cheol, who was next to him. The two then exchanged some words in sign language. I waited for them to finish their conversation. After a moment, Kim Hye-young-jun smiled. He seemed pleased. Let's go. I'm done talking. What did you two talk about? I told him I was going away for a while. And I asked him to take care of my wife and son. Oh right. He'd told me that he had a son. A newborn who had just turned 1. The feeling of going to work and leaving your child behind, when they were the most precious thing in the world. I could definitely empathize with him. I patted Kim Hye-young-jun on the back without saying a word. He recognized the meaning behind my gesture and smiled sheepishly. All right, lead the way. Let's get going. I took him to the zombie prison in Hengdangdong. He clicked his tongue after looking at the zombie prison. Did you make this while I was hibernating after eating the black creature's brain? Why, you don't like it. You know, Ajusi, you have a rather vicious side to you. Haha, I have to do what I have to do to survive. I answered him calmly and recruited more underlings. I'd gone to Seoul Forest with 1,000 underlings, but after the fight, I had fewer than 100 remaining. I realized that I had to recruit new underlings slowly, or else my brain wouldn't be able to withstand the pain. I decided to recruit 100 a day. Of course, I wasn't going to recruit just any zombie. I planned on recruiting zombies that had vision, and those that didn't look away when I looked at them. I knew that I wouldn't be 100% successful even if I recruited underlings that met the required condition, so I had to recruit all the ones that didn't look away in order to increase my chances. Kim Hye-young-jun and I devoted all our efforts to recruiting underlings and researching mutants. After about a week, we were able to make great progress with regard to mutants. Thanks to the information that the Song Sudong leader provided us, our experiments had gone smoothly. We didn't have any stage 2 mutants yet, but we were able to develop 6 stage 1 mutants. Actually, 5 first-stage mutants. One of the things we learned through our experiments was that one stage 1 mutant was as good as 50 underlings. I'd developed the ability to sense where my underlings were and the total number of them after I'd gotten rid of the Majang Dong leader. The moment I created a stage 1 mutant, I noticed that my total number of underlings immediately went up by 50. In that sense, 5 stage 1 mutants would be equivalent to 250 underlings. I ordered 50 underlings to fight a stage 1 mutant in order to measure the mutant's combat capabilities. Through this, I learned that mutants had better combat capabilities than the 50 underlings. The mutant's ability to learn was demonstrated even when it was fighting against 50 underlings. It seemed like it had decided to go for a brute force frontal assault at first, but as the battle dragged on, it began to come up with more efficient ways to deal with the zombies. It used its reach advantage, surrounding obstacles, and even utilized geographical features. However, as good as its outstanding abilities were, it came with a price. It had to eat a zombie brain at least once a week, no matter what. If not, it quickly devolved into viciousness. That was the reason why we had initially created 6, but were only left with 5. We weren't able to contain the mutant that had suddenly devolved into viciousness. After not eating a zombie brain for a week, the mutant lost its green glow and tried to attack me. I had no choice but to put it down. Once a mutant lost its green glow, it didn't regain its glow even after it ate a zombie brain. Once it lost its glow, it was free of the chain of command. Their superior abilities came at a cost. They were a lot more complicated to deal with, since they had to be fed constantly, and so having a large number of them would be a burden. It seemed wise to limit the number of stage 1 mutants and continue our stage 2 mutant experiments with the ones we had. I could currently command a total of 1,650 underlings. The number of underlings I could control had gone up by 250 thanks to the 5 brains I'd eaten over the course of the Soul Forest battle. Kim Hyeong-jun could control 1,550. Kim Hyeong-jun also ran stage 2 mutant experiments with 5 mutants. Of course, he didn't forget to stop by Shelter Haeyoung to report his progress in between experiments. Lee Jong-uk heard about the mutants' vicious tendencies and urged me to take care of myself. The others at the shelter were getting used to using crossbows while I conducted research about the mutants. Everyone practiced firing the crossbow for 3 hours a day, and the Lee brothers taught the college students how to handle firearms. The Lee brothers took on the responsibility of being reliable drill instructors to everyone, and offered emotional support as well. In addition, the elder taught the children and college students who'd grown up in the city about edible plants and plants with strong toxins. The elder also taught them about farming. It was just like the saying, life is an endless journey of learning. The children learned academic knowledge from the principal, strategic knowledge from the Lee brothers, and the means of survival from the elder. Of course, as it was still dangerous for children around Soyeon's age to handle firearms, they only learned about farming. The emergence of mutants and the Shelter Soul Forest battle had reignited the motivation of everyone at Shelter Haeyoung once again. For better or for worse, we were learning and growing through these incidents. Autumn, with its clear blue skies, smell of grass, and colorful leaves welcomed us. The gentle breeze that only blew at night was now replaced with a chill wind that blew day and night. I'd been living every day to its fullest, and hadn't even realized that a month had passed. In the meantime, I'd bolstered the number of my underlings to the amount that I'd had before the battle, and I even took care of one bait that had entered Hangdang-dong. I also started cleaning up Majang-dong, and brought back the zombies I'd caught there to the zombie prison in Hangdang-dong. It all seemed to be smooth sailing, but there was one exception. It was the experiments with mutants. I continued my experiments, and 6 stage 1 mutants seemed to be my limit. But no matter how hard I tried, I could not get a mutant to turn into a stage 2 mutant. I had no doubt that none of them looked away when we met eyes, and none of them had desires. But all of the mutants ended up vomiting blood and then fainting in the process of becoming a stage 2 mutant. Research regarding stage 2 mutants was as hopeless as it could be. However, thanks to that, I learned a new fact about stage 1 mutants. It was that stage 1 mutants seemed to cease wanting other desires after a certain amount of time. After a while, the stage 1 mutants remained under my command even though they hadn't consumed any zombie brains in 2 weeks. Kim Hyeong-jun and I continued our research on stage 2 mutants at the zombie prison located in Hangdang-dong, just like any other day. Gwae! Kim Hyeong-jun screamed and kicked the floor while I was concentrating on my research. I looked at him, wondering if he had finally lost it. What's the matter? Why isn't it working? Well, it won't start to work just because you get frustrated. At novel bin at. I made 5 stage 1 mutants within a week, but I haven't been able to create a stage 2 mutant for over a month. That's why you have to think calmly and rationally. Ha! Kim Hyeong-jun shook his head and let out a deep sigh. I was not different. Things were frustrating for me too. However, I knew that we wouldn't be able to just get stage 1 mutants to mutate to stage 2 mutants just because we got frustrated. After a moment, Kim Hyeong-jun spoke, his voice colored with frustration. Ajasi, do you think there was something that the Song Sudong leader didn't tell us? Something he didn't tell us? There's got to be something. It doesn't make sense for us to keep failing like this. Kim Hyeong-jun grumbled and sat cross-legged on the floor. I rubbed my chin and recalled the conversation I had with the Song Sudong leader. You're right. Stage 1 mutants all mutate with similar appearances, but from stage 2 onward, their appearances change. I don't know what makes them different, but stage 2 mutants look completely different from each other. I was able to easily create stage 1 mutants, thanks to the Song Sudong leader's explanation. However, the Song Sudong leader also didn't know much about the stage 2 mutants. I massaged my temples as I turned the question over in my mind. He said that appearances of the stage 2 mutants will change. What if this is related to desire somehow? The Song Sudong leader mentioned that the stage 1 mutants that stopped craving others' desires satisfied the conditions to become stage 2 mutants. Why would they stop craving others' desires? I massaged my stiff neck and recalled another thing that the Song Sudong leader told me. That's what they want. Another new drama. All they do is kill and eat humans and zombies in order to continue their dreams. If we equated dreams and desires, that would mean that stage 2 mutants had no desires or dreams. Desires, dreams, dramas. I tried to think about what the three had in common. Wait. Drama. My eyes widened. Sensing I was about to unlock the secret, I started to rack my brain. A sudden flash of inspiration struck, and an idea surfaced in my mind. When it came to desires, there were selfish desires and altruistic desires. Everyone had different dreams, and there were different genres of dramas. As I thought hard about it, I realized that I had only focused on the fact that their desires had disappeared, not necessarily on why they had disappeared. The reason they lost their desires, the reason they gave up on their dreams. Normally when a person gave up on something, it started when confronted by a harsh reality. However, I wondered what would make mutants, which were essentially zombies, give up. Something they couldn't do. Something they couldn't do on their own. No matter how much I thought about it, the most frustrating thing was not having the ability to speak. But then, why was communicating necessary? Because it was necessary to exchange opinions with others. Then what did these mutants want to say? What did they want to gain through acquiring the ability to speak? As I kept on asking myself questions, I finally stumbled upon some answers. Their opinions, thoughts, or personality traits. Since they were dead beings, I removed the concept of opinions and thoughts from the equation. I wondered if I had to take out personality traits as well. Wait, no. Personality traits could reflect their desires. Desires reflected their wishes, and wishes were reflected in their immutable personality traits. But since the Song Sudong leader had mentioned that mutants' appearances changed as they became stage 2 mutants, wouldn't it make sense to understand their personality traits in order to figure out their characteristics? Thinking about it that way, it didn't seem like the mutants got rid of their desires. Instead, it seemed more like they developed a craving for a specific desire. They probably couldn't recognize who had similar personality traits as themselves, as they couldn't communicate. I wondered why this was the reason for them giving up. Perhaps they got sick and tired of filling up their desires with ones that didn't fit their personality traits. Okay, this totally makes sense. It was like a person who stopped going to the movies, they only played romance movies, while the person wanted to watch a mystery. The stage 1 mutants that we kept under control by feeding them zombies on a regular basis gradually lost their viciousness over time. It was as though they were getting sick and tired of watching movies that weren't their type, or having dreams that didn't fit their personality traits. None of the 6 stage 1 mutants I currently had looked away when I looked at them. This meant that all satisfied the conditions to become stage 2 mutants. There's no way. I wondered if these mutants that couldn't talk didn't look away from me, not because they were soulless zombies still in cocoons, but because they wanted me to figure out their desires and personality traits. I couldn't help but wonder if they were waiting for me to discover their overriding personality trait and give them appropriate orders. It wasn't entirely wrong to think of these zombies as being in cocoons, with nothing inside them, but these stage 1 mutants had the ability to learn. The ability to learn was a part of rational thought. Now, this meant that the zombies themselves had the ability to figure out their personality traits on their own. Everything up to this point was pure speculation, but my numerous failures had taught me one thing. I just need to test it out. Just thinking about what could happen wouldn't lead me anywhere. I actually had to put them into action. The phrase actions speak louder than words was what I needed to hear. I also realized that whatever the Song Sudong leader said about them wasn't the answer, since he wasn't sure about stage 2 mutants himself. I suddenly felt like I was a student again, preparing to answer questions in an examination. But before I wrote down anything, I knew I had to read the question first. Personal taste, huh? They're more demanding than I thought. They vomited blood and died if you didn't respect their individual preferences. I walked over to my mutants, trying to calm my rapidly beating heart. I approached the mutant in the very front. It stared blankly at my face, unmoving. I looked at it for a while as I pondered over the situation. So how exactly do I figure out its personality trait? As I stared at the mutant, Kim Hyeong-jun walked up to me. What are you doing, Ajusi? I think I figured it out. How to get a mutant to its second stage. How? Kim Hyeong-jun looked at me, eyes bright with curiosity, asking me to spill it out. I told him my theory with an uncertain face because that's exactly how I felt about my theory at the moment. Kim Hyeong-jun listened carefully to my theory and then continued with a slow nod. That seems more than possible. But how do we figure out their personality traits? That's the part I haven't figured out. How about we just ask? Ask. As I titled my head, Kim Hyeong-jun shrugged. I mean, ordinary underlings understand the commands we give them through our minds. Aha. And the mutants follow our orders. Okay, so, ask them what they want. Kim Hyeong-jun said it in an extremely casual manner, as if he didn't know what the big deal was. I sighed and tried to formulate a retort. After thinking about it, though, I figured that his way was the most appropriate way to get what we wanted. I've been staring at the stage 1 mutants so far. I never tried talking to them. I wondered if it was actually going to work. I looked at the mutant right in front of me and gave it a shot. What do you want? At novel bin at. The mutant's upper body started to quiver after it heard my question. I grew cautious at the mutant's unexpected reaction and carefully backed away. Kim Hye-young-jun, who was standing next to me, also stepped backward with surprise on his face. The mutant shook for a while, but then it sagged its head. Its facial expression seemed to suggest that it had given up. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun. He looked back at me, his expression mirroring mine. Jesse, what's going on? I don't know either. I was going to ask you. Can trembling be a desire? You actually think that makes sense? I clicked my tongue loudly and looked at the mutant again. Judging by the futile expression on its face, it seemed like it didn't know how to explain or express its desire. I decided to skip this mutant and come back to it after I tried the other mutants. I went ahead and asked the same question to the remaining mutants. One of them showed an unusual reaction. It sat down and stood up repeatedly, and also did sit-ups. I tilted my head at it. You want to exercise? Kiaa. The mutant let out a monstrous cry that pierced through my eardrums, its eyes swiveling all over the place. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun, who chuckled. Jesse, can exercise be a desire? Wouldn't you say it's possible if its wish was to be fit? In good shape. And you're telling me someone thinks about being in good shape right before they die? I mean, if someone thought they were bitten by a zombie because their body was weak, I'd say it's more than possible. Okay, let me ask my mutants. My underlings and Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings were about 100 meters apart. We kept them apart for safety reasons, just in case they got into a fight if they were all clustered up together. It wasn't worth the risk. Kim Hye-young-jun ran to his mutant underlings and looked at them. It then seemed like he was asking them all sorts of questions. I observed them from a distance. His mutants' reactions weren't that different from mine. Kim Hye-young-jun's mutants also shook their upper bodies or repeated incomprehensible actions. One of his mutants showed unusual behavior. The mutant sat on the floor with its long legs folded, holding the other zombies around it in its arms. After witnessing this, I rubbed my chin and thought about what I'd seen. Does it want to hug other zombies? I wondered what its behavior meant. I couldn't understand why it was holding other zombies in its arms. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me from where he was. He didn't seem to know what was going on either. Jesse, can you hear me? Yup. I can hear you pretty clearly when you look into my eyes, even though we're far apart. What do you think this means? Isn't it like maternal love? Or paternal love? Something along those lines? Or does it like being with others? Since the Seong-sudong leader also wanted a sense of belonging. Are you saying it has the same desire as the Seong-sudong leader? Then why did this one turn into a mutant, while he turned into a zombie with glowing red eyes? He probably broke the glass wall, but this one probably failed to do so. Oh, gotcha. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his forehead and seemed to agree with what I was saying. He sighed. This is harder than I expected. It feels like playing charades, back at one of my retreats in college. I burst into laughter at Kim Hye-young-jun's joke. It kind of reminded me of my college days as well. I remembered going on retreats and playing all sorts of drinking games as we drank the nights away. Back then, a TV show that aired on one of the channels made a big impact on the college retreat culture for college students. One of the games they played on the show was charades. It was a game where one person had to act out the meaning of a word or phrase, while everyone else had to guess what the word or phrase was. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his head and looked at another mutant. I watched him with a faint smile. After a moment, the mutant next to Kim Hye-young-jun started doing sit-ups. My jaw dropped to the floor. I dashed over to Kim Hye-young-jun. Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes darted back and forth between the mutant and me, his face full of surprise. Wasn't this what your mutant was doing earlier? Yeah. I looked closely at Kim Hye-young-jun's mutant. The purple stage 1 mutant finished its sit-up routine and was looking at us serenely. I told Kim Hye-young-jun and his mutant to wait a moment, and quickly went to retrieve my mutant that had performed the sit-ups and sit-to-stand exercises earlier. I looked at my mutant and gave it an order. Show me again what you did earlier. My mutant rolled its countless eyes, then did sit-to-stand exercise followed by sit-ups again. Kiaa. Kim Hye-young-jun's mutant let out a howl and came rushing toward my mutant. It all happened in a flash. We both looked at our mutants, eyes wide at the unexpected development. Before we even knew it, the two beasts seemed to be overcome with madness and began biting each other viciously. Stop, stop, stop. But the mutants did not listen to us. Their movements weren't ordinary. They were biting each other fiercely, and it seemed like they didn't plan to stop until one of them was dead. Kiaa. Kia. We stood there like statues, observing the carnage, as though time had stopped for us. They seemed like two enormous, vicious dogs tearing at each other. It was impossible to stop fierce dogs from fighting without a leash. I knew that we would get hurt while trying to stop their fight, unless we stopped them with the thought of killing them. After a moment, the most unbelievable thought crossed my mind. Just as Kim Hye-young-jun was about to dive in to stop their fight, I chimed in. Just leave them for now. Are you nuts, Jesse? One of them's going to die if we don't do something. That's how it has to be. What? Kim Hye-young-jun frowned, at a loss as to what to do. I swallowed, then continued. This might be the way they evolve. Once they realize that another zombie possesses the same desire, the only way to grow into a stage 2 mutant is to get rid of the other and become the sole survivor. Kim Hyong-jun took a moment to realize what I meant, then bit his lips and took a step back. Their battle started to get even more intense. Because they had the ability to learn, they began to understand each other's patterns, and their strategies changed accordingly. Bones. Kim Hyong-jun ordered the other underlings to stand back so that they wouldn't get caught up in the fight. Their fight lasted for 20 minutes and finally ended when one of them suffered a bite on the neck and went down like a tree felled by lightning. The victorious mutant tore off the defeated mutant's head without the slightest hesitation. Kiaa. It let out a monstrous roar of victory and then started munching on the head. It wasn't just eating its brain, like what Kim Hyong-jun or I would do. It was eating the entire head. Kim Hyong-jun and I carefully observed the victorious mutant as we calmed ourselves down. After finishing the head, the mutant smiled widely. Soon after, it twisted its body in an extreme way and curled up. The mutant's skin started to change. Rip, 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 tear. Ryip. Its flesh melted while its bones shattered. Its melted flesh stuck to the floor like molten iron oozing out from a blast furnace, and its shattered bones started to come together. After this transformation, all that was left of the mutant was a structure that resembled an egg. Kim Hyong-jun observed the entire process, then stuttered. Is that an egg? Did the bones form an egg? You can't tell what's going on. What just happened? What do you mean? You're mutant one. I answered in an unamused tone, and Kim Hyong-jun raised his eyebrows. Ah Jussie, you're salty, aren't you? Oh geez, come on. I'm not. No, you're definitely salty. Is it because my underling won? Well, I can't help the fact that my underling is stronger. I believe I owe you an apology for that. Kim Hyong-jun kept up the teasing and let out a giggle. I gave him a stern glare, and he smacked his lips and got back to the point. Geez Ah Jussie, it's a joke. Why'd you gotta be so serious about it? I know it's because your underling attacked first. Damn, Ah Jussie, you are salty after all. Kim Hyong-jun chuckled and nudged me on the arm. I shook my head and smacked my lips. I was hoping to get a stage 2 mutant deep down, but Kim Hyong-jun's mutant won. I couldn't help but feel slightly bitter. However, his mutant wasn't done mutating just yet. It was too early to relax. Kim Hyong-jun looked me in the eyes. How long do you think we'll have to wait? I don't know. I didn't get to hear about how long it would take. Just having the stage 1 mutant turn into egg form was already a big success. It hadn't vomited blood and died, like the others before it. I wondered what was happening inside the egg. I was curious about how the mutant would turn out. We looked on with nervous excitement as we waited for the egg to hatch. *****. Almost 4 hours had passed since we first saw the egg. Suddenly, the egg, which had remained stationary throughout the 4 hours, shook a little. Huh? Ah Jussie, didn't it just move? Yeah, it moved. We got up and cautiously walked toward the egg. Soon after, the egg started to crack. 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 A thick arm burst out from the right side of the egg. It was thicker than an average adult male torso. Cracks appeared all around the surface of the enormous egg, and a gigantic mutant emerged from within. My jaw dropped to the ground after seeing the mutant in its entirety. It was a whopping 3 meters tall. Its upper body and arms were as thick as a baobab tree, and its trapezius muscles reached all the way to its neck. Its skin looked hard, so hard that even a knife would not penetrate. At first glance, it seemed to be purple, but after squinting, I noticed that its skin was a silvery hue. Kim Hyong-jun clapped, a thrilled expression on his face. Ah Jussie, check this out. Yeah, I hear you. It's too big for me to ignore anyway. It's green? This thing is green to me. Yeah, it's purple to me too. I chuckled at Kim Hyong-jun, seeing him grinning with joy as he ran around checking out his stage 2 mutant. I could tell how enthusiastic he was about his mutant. After a moment, he started giving his stage 2 mutant orders. My jaw dropped to the ground after seeing what it was physically capable of. It performed a vertical jump that was 7 meters high, and its running speed was beyond my imagination. It did a 100-meter dash in less than 5 seconds. In addition to all this, its strength was mind-boggling. It pulled out a telephone pole with its bare hands as if it was a mere stick in the ground. I suddenly wondered whether I would have survived if the Song-Sudong leader had brought this stage 2 mutant with him when we first met. But of course, no matter how good its overall physical ability was, it paled in comparison to mine or Kim Hyong-jun's. Its movements were sluggish compared to the zombies with glowing red eyes who had specialized movements. On strength alone, though, it was superior to me or Kim Hyong-jun. I bet my bones will shatter instantly if it lands a direct hit on me. As I was lost in thought, the stage 2 mutant suddenly fell to the floor and started muttering to itself. Losing. Gains. I looked at Kim Hyong-jun in surprise. Kim Hyong-jun looked back at me, his puzzled expression displaying the same amount of surprise. He looked at the stage 2 mutant again and gave it an order. Then the stage 2 mutant stood there and stomped the ground repeatedly in petulant displeasure. Kim Hyong-jun looked at me, at a loss as to what to do. What should I do, Ah Jussie? Why, what's going on? This mutant. It's like a Mustang. Mustang? What are you talking about? Like the car. Mustang. It's got good power and all, but its fuel efficiency is awful. It runs out of energy after just a few simple tasks. I looked at the stage 2 mutant after listening to Kim Hyeongjun's explanation. It was rubbing its lower belly with a dissatisfied expression. As I looked at it, I thought to myself, is it asking for food? I looked back at Kim Hyeongjun. What does it eat? The stuff you already know. Zombies or humans, probably. Is it feeling hungry after that little bit of moving around? I don't know either. I'm not sure if it's acting this way because it used a lot of energy during its mutation process, or just because it moved around. Kim Hyeongjun scratched his head, his expression clearly showing his bewilderment. The stage 2 mutant picked its bulky body up off the floor and shouted at Kim Hyeongjun. Losing. Gains. The mutant crumpled in grief. It jumped up and down on the spot and continued to wail out the same phrase. It wasn't that Kim Hyeongjun had lost command over the creature. The mutant was merely acting like a 3-year-old child asking for a toy. The ground shook every time it jumped. It sure was heavy. I now realized why the Song Sudong leader had ordered one of his stage 2 mutants to commit suicide. Kim Hyeongjun unwillingly ordered some of his underlings in front of the stage 2 mutant. The stage 2 mutant looked at Kim Hyeongjun while sucking its finger. It smiled and repeated its phrase as a question. Losing. Gains. When Kim Hyeongjun smiled uncomfortably and gestured for it to eat the underlings, the stage 2 mutant grabbed the zombies with its large palms and shoved them into its mouth. I couldn't help but click my tongue at its behavior. Its existence was a burden. It was a black sheep. Kim Hyeongjun looked like he was about to cry. What should I do, Ajasi? I think I got myself a glutton. What do you mean? It's because your mutation's strong. I smiled and stashed my hands in my pockets. Kim Hyeongjun narrowed his eyes and smacked his lips. Ajasi. What? You really are narrow-minded. You know that, right? Hey, it was a joke. Why are you all serious? I snorted and gave him a lopsided grin. Kim Hyeongjun let out a deep sigh and shook his head. The stage 2 mutant inhaled 3 zombies instantly and sat down again, satisfied. It hadn't just eaten their heads. The zombies Kim Hyeongjun gave it were nowhere to be seen. It had eaten every part of them. I looked at the smiling stage 2 zombie. I had no idea what to do, or what to do next. Despite its powerful appearance, it acted like an immature child. Kim Hyeongjun massaged his temples as if he was having a headache and sighed continuously. *****. Kim Hyeongjun spent days in the zombie prison, trying to gain knowledge about the stage 2 mutant. The stage 2 mutant had some intelligence, the intelligence of a 3-year-old boy. It also jumped up and down in one spot like a mad beast if it wasn't fed at least once a week. Stage 1 mutants also needed to be fed once a week, but after a period of 3 to 4 weeks, they stopped asking for food as they prepared themselves to become stage 2 mutants. I wondered if it was okay not to feed stage 2 mutants after the same period of time. Kim Hyeongjun was betting on this possibility because its continuous complaining exhausted the mind and body of whoever was next to it. Its damned muscle loss. Listening to it made me feel like I was going to develop a neurosis. The stage 2 mutant also asked for food whenever it completed a command that required it to use its physical abilities. It was like a child asking for a snack after finishing their homework. Long story short, it had to be fed periodically once a week, to be precise, and after it followed your orders, you had to give it a treat as a reward. While Kim Hyeongjun was growing his knowledge regarding the stage 2 mutant, I finished cleaning up Maejangdong. There were no survivors in Maejangdong. Perhaps Mr. Kwok, Ms. Koo, and the children they had been protecting were the last survivors left in Maejangdong. I created a second zombie prison in an unknown apartment located in Maejangdong once we ran out of space at the zombie prison in Hangdangdong. I didn't have the capacity to manage 2 prisons. It took around 200 underlings to act as guards for a prison, but having 400 of my underlings as guards was terribly inefficient. So Kim Hyeongjun ended up managing the second zombie prison in Maejangdong. While I was organizing the documents for Shelter Haeyoung's meeting, Kim Hyeongjun came up to me. By the way, Ajasi. What? When are we going to get that medicine? Oh shoot. I forgot. I remembered that I had a deal with Wang Jihai, the leader of Silence. I'd agreed to get her medicine in exchange for the weaponry I got. I assumed that Silence would be almost out of medicine, since it had already been a month since we'd made the deal. I massaged my neck and asked Kim Hyeongjun. Is there a large hospital around here? I want to get them a large supply while I'm at it. There's a university hospital at Konkuk University Station. Konkuk University Station? The one next to Songsa Station. Yeah, it's not even that far from Seoul Forest. I knew Konkuk University Hospital. I had totally forgotten about our deal despite there being a university hospital within reach, as I'd been completely engrossed by my mutant research. The mutants had occupied my mind so much that I hadn't been able to think of anything else. I nodded and got up, then looked at Kim Hyeongjun. Do you want to go together right now, if you have the time? I'm cool with that. But one thing though, do you think it'll be okay to leave Moodswinger by itself? Moodswinger? Who's that? You're not talking about the stage 2 mutant, are you? Yeah, don't you think it's a good nickname? Kim Hyeongjun sniffed with a hearty smile. I couldn't help but admire Kim Hyeongjun's naming skills. Not in a good way, but not in a bad way either. I refrained from mentioning anything about him naming his underlings. I mean, he had the right to call his underlings whatever he wanted. I scratched my sideburns. You fed it yesterday, right? So it'll probably be quiet for a week. No. Adat novel bin adat. Then let's get this done in 3 days and return. If we take longer than we anticipate, do you mind if I come back first? I get nervous even if I take my eyes off it for a split second. Then you should make it wait for you at Meijangdong, like me. I had 5 stage 1 mutants on standby in Meijangdong. I'd prepared a place for them as far away as possible from shelter Haeyang, in case the mutants caused a problem while they were in Hangdangdong. Kim Hae-yongjun snapped his fingers, and his expression lit up with realization. He gave a quick nod. Let's get going. We put the second stage mutant in the zombie prison in Meijangdong and hurriedly over to shelter Seoul Forest. On our way, Kim Hae-yongjun asked me a question. Ajasi, did you see Moodswinger's face? What about its face? Didn't it look sad? When I thought about it, it had indeed made a sad face when we put it in the zombie prison, as if it didn't want to be separated from Kim Hae-yongjun. I smacked my lips. So what are you trying to say? That despite the way it acts, it still has a soft heart. You already feel attached to it, don't you? I asked my question with a slight smile, and Kim Hae-yongjun replied with a sheepish one of his own. At first it felt like raising a 3-year-old, but now it feels like raising a puppy. A puppy. Yeah, it sits when I tell it to sit, stands up when I tell it to stand up, and lies down when I tell it to lie down. And the way it asks for treats, don't you think it's kind of cute? I didn't know what to say. He sure had unique preferences. I wondered if he had forgotten that the treats he had been feeding the mutant were humans in zombie form. Or perhaps he just didn't think much about that fact, now that the world was like this. I sighed and shook my head. Kim Hae-yongjun's expression grew slightly somber. I know I sound strange, but I just feel bad for Moodswinger as well. Feel bad? Do you even have any idea how many people it's killed so far? Well, it didn't kill people of its own will. If you interpret it that way, Moodswinger is no different from the members of the family. Kim Hae-yongjun kept silent after that. I let out a sigh and started running forward again. I knew where Kim Hae-yongjun was coming from, but it was nothing more than useless sympathy. At the end of the day, zombies were zombies, and there was no way they could coexist with humans. Even a zombie like me who possessed a human mind couldn't get along perfectly with other humans. It'd be a waste of time to keep going down the list of reasons why zombies couldn't coexist with humans. After a while, Kim Hae-yongjun asked another question. Ajasi, what are you going to do once the members of the family are wiped out? Why are you asking this? I'm just curious. After the creatures that threaten humans disappear, don't you think we'll be the threat? I stopped in my tracks and looked at Kim Hae-yongjun. He stopped as well and met my gaze. My expression grew serious. Where are you going with this? I didn't mean it in a bad way. I'm just. Then what is it? Are you going to start killing people after all the members of the family are dead? It's not that, Ajasi. Then, what you just said. What's that supposed to mean? I questioned Kim Hae-yongjun with a frown on my face. His expression grew uncertain, and there wasn't much confidence in his tone. I'm just curious about my ending. I could find no reply to his reason. So, he was thinking about his ending. Going back to his question, I don't think I'd ever thought about the end of my life. Not only as a zombie, but even when I was a human. I'd never thought about my last moment. I always put my family's happiness first, and believed that was the right thing to do. I imagined that I would one day grow old, retire, and end my days with my wife next to me. Of course, I'd always thought of it as something that would happen far, far into the future. I'd never thought about this deeply until this moment. After a while, Kim Hae-yongjun spoke. As long as our brains don't get destroyed, we'll have eternal life thanks to our bodies. I'm just wondering how it'd be to live like this forever. I think it's not too late to think about that after we're done dealing with the gang members. We might even die in the process of getting rid of them. That makes it one less reason to think about it right now. I answered him calmly, and Kim Hae-yongjun sighed and smacked his lips. After a moment, he scratched his head. Sorry, I didn't think it would turn out to be that serious. It's all right. I reassured him, and Kim Hae-yongjun smiled a bitter smile. I just want to leave a mark to show that I lived through this world. That I tried this hard, that I fought for the sake of humans, and that, through these marks, others will know what I've done. I faced Kim Hae-yongjun squarely without saying a word. He looked away, as though he felt guilty for saying something wrong. His thinking couldn't be further from the truth. I was so proud of Kim Hae-yongjun for having such considerations. I slapped him on the back pretty hard. He then looked at me, surprise in his eyes. Why did you hit me? Because I'm proud of you. Huh. Kim Hae-yongjun grumbled and looked away. I followed his gaze with a hearty smile. Are you sad that other people won't be able to remember you? Well, it's not particularly that. They'll remember, I'm sure. Kim Hae-yongjun looked at me with a sour face. I wasn't that much older than Kim Hae-yongjun, but he really was going through a lot at a young age. I favored him with a soft smile. My daughter and your son remember us. Their memories will become history. Kim Hae-yongjun grinned and slapped my forearm as if he felt embarrassed after hearing the word history. He glanced at me as if I'd said something unusual and unexpected. Ajasi, so you do know how to say one or two good things too. No, you're hearing nice things because you're a good person yourself. Whoa, Ajasi. I wasn't expecting you to compliment me this much. I feel so flattered. Kim Hae-yongjun cleared his throat while giggling. I snorted and focused on walking again. I could tell that Kim Hae-yongjun was in a better mood as he followed me. Just like the saying good people keep themselves close to good people, there were a lot of good people around Kim Hae-yongjun. I also wanted to remain a good person to him. Not because I wanted to look good for others, but to be proud of myself, and to become a father that So-yeon wouldn't be embarrassed or ashamed of. As we entered Shelter Silence, located in Seoul Forest, Park Ji-cheol was the first to greet us at Novel Bin At. After exchanging a few words with him, we headed straight to the hospital. As we entered the rest area, I saw the doctor lying on the couch, his face exhausted. The doctor got up when he saw us. "What brings you here today? How can I help?" As I tried to take out my notepad, the doctor gently massaged his temples. "Oh, of course, you must be here for Kang Eun-jong." I nodded. I hadn't even had the chance to write down the reason I was here. The doctor continued to speak as he massaged his stiff neck muscles. "Well, she's out of the woods. What's important now is how strong her immunity is. Is there any way we can help? I did hear from the group leader that you two were getting medicine for us. Is what she said true?" "Yes. Please tell us the type of medicine you need. I'll go with you too." I was speechless at the doctor's response. In fact, it was probably more accurate to say that I was stunned. Bringing the doctor with us, that would be dangerous. It wasn't too difficult to protect people when on the defense, but having a survivor with us while we were the ones on the offensive was a different story. I wasn't sure if I could ensure his safety, since there was no way of telling what would happen in the outside world. Noticing my silence, the doctor smiled gently. "If you walk towards Songsu Station from here, you'll find a university hospital. Konkuk University Hospital. I'm sure you've heard of it. I'm trying to bring back medicine and some equipment from there. I know where you're coming from and how you're feeling at the moment, but you should think about the patients here. There are nurses here as well, and I think it's only right for me to personally see what medicine we will require from there. We can't be responsible for whatever happens outside. I heard that the Dong leader of Songsu-dong died. If so, there shouldn't be any threats out there, right? Konkuk University Hospital is part of Wyeongdong." I showed him my notepad with a serious expression on my face. The doctor scratched his sideburns. "Then, are you saying there's a zombie managing Wyeongdong as well?" "I'm not sure, but it's very likely. The members of the family have assigned a Dong leader for each district." The doctor fell into deep thought, his face troubled. I wasn't sure why and what he was contemplating about. I didn't see a reason why he had to go. All he had to do was write down the medicine he needed on a notepad so that Kim Hye-young-jun and I could bring them to him. But then, the possibility occurred to me that he might have other intentions in the back of his mind. I wrote down my suspicions and carefully showed my notepad to the doctor. "Do you have other intentions in mind?" "Haha. No, that's the message I was trying to get delivered." The doctor smiled shyly and looked away. The way he acted made me even more suspicious, so I wrote down a follow-up question. "Be honest with me, doctor. I'll keep it a secret from everybody else." No, I really don't. You know that neither Hye-young-jun nor I can talk. And we're technically outsiders. We don't have to report everything back to the group leader, like everyone else here does." The doctor seemed to contemplate what I had written down. The moment I saw him considering this, I knew he had another reason for wanting to go with us. However, it seemed like his reason wasn't good enough for him to be allowed to go outside. I didn't know the ins and outs of Shelter Silence, but I knew that the survivors, in other words, the residents, couldn't go outside. The only people that were allowed to go outside were the rescue team and some of the members of the guard team. This restriction also applied to the group leader. I waited for the doctor's answer. Eventually, he looked around and said in a low voice, "My younger sibling is still outside somewhere." I frowned the moment I heard the words younger sibling. It must have been months since they've seen each other. I knew that the chances of his younger sibling being alive was slim to none. I also couldn't wrap my head around the fact that he would come to the shelter by himself and leave his younger sibling outside. I wrote out my doubts and showed the doctor my notepad. He let out a deep sigh. "I used to work at Konkuk University Hospital. I escaped the hospital with my colleagues, but I couldn't go back home for my younger sibling. Back then, my colleagues and I weren't even sure we were going to make it. What are the chances that your younger sibling would still be at home?" Well, on that day, my younger sibling was supposed to be having a round of drinks at our place. I wasn't going to be home that day because I was on night shift, so I had no problem with my younger sibling doing so. "And you haven't seen your younger sibling since then?" "Yes. I told the group leader several times that I wanted to bring my younger sibling here, but every time I asked about the progress they'd made in retrieving my younger sibling, they would only tell me that they're trying their best." "Why don't you trust the group leader and wait patiently? It's already been 2 months. The doctor, who had never lost his cool before, shouted. I stayed silent, and the doctor slicked back his hair. "Don't tell me you don't know the meaning behind trying their best. I always tell my patients' guardians that I'm trying my best when I'm not certain if the patient is going to make it or not. Then you would know how the group leader feels when she says that to you." "No, honestly, I don't know. I really do try my best to treat patients and to take responsibility for what I say. But the group leader? Have you ever seen her send a guard or rescue team to get my younger sibling?" The doctor was frowning. I couldn't tell during the meeting, but the doctor harbored hostility toward the group leader. He bit his lower hip and continued to speak. "My younger sibling has the body of an adult, but the soul of a child. After our parents passed away 2 years ago, my younger sibling acted like everything was fine, but I knew that they were crying under their covers every night alone." I let out a sigh and wrote down some words after hearing the doctor's words. "Where is your younger sibling?" Apartment Complex I in Songso 2GA Apartment 106, Unit 1203 is where I lived with my younger sibling. And what is your younger sibling's name? It's Kim Jae-bin. I wrote the name Kim Jae-bin on my notepad. I then showed the doctor another sentence I'd written down. No matter how much you insist, we can't take you with us. Please trust me with this and wait here. The doctor sighed, his expression glum. The doctor was silent for a moment, then nodded, realizing that there was no way to persuade us to take him with us. After a moment, he started writing down things on the notepad I'd handed to him. He was listing down the medicine he needed. I've written down all the antibiotics, painkillers, and anesthetics we need. You have to bring them back without fail. I wondered if I had offended him by saying that we wouldn't take him with us. His attitude had turned a little cold. I nodded slowly as I looked through the various types of medicine he had listed down. It seemed like these two sides of him, the responsibility he felt as a doctor toward his patients here, and his worry about his younger sibling, were at war with each other. I knew it'd be better to demonstrate my sincerity with action rather than offer him words of consolation. I nodded vigorously and wrote one last sentence in my notepad. Don't worry and hang tight. I will bear the responsibility of bringing your younger sibling back while you take care of the patients here. The doctor pursed his lips as he read my sentence, then looked at me for a while. After a moment, he let out a deep breath. This promise. You must keep your word. I nodded instead of answering. When I retrieved my notepad and tried to leave the hospital, I heard the doctor call out to me, "Hey." As I turned around, he smacked his lips. Now that I think of it, we haven't introduced ourselves to each other. My name is Kim Byung-jin. I chuckled while I walked toward the doctor. I then wrote my name on my notepad and showed him. I'm Lee Hyun-deok. Mr. Lee, please bring back my younger sibling. I looked into Kim Byung-jin's face and nodded. Getting medicine was a deal I'd made with the group leader, but it seemed like I'd picked up a side quest along with this quest to obtain medicine. Despite this, I didn't feel any additional pressure. Instead, I was eagerly hoping for the best. I stepped out from shelter silence, praying and hoping that Kim Jae-bin would be alive, and that I would be able to see Kim Jae-bin alive with my own eyes. Kim Hyung-jun asked me a question after we left the shelter. It seemed like he'd been waiting for the right timing to ask it. "Ajasi, don't you think we have to decide where we want to go first?" I nodded and replied. Apartment Complex I in Songso 2GA is on the way to Konkuk University Hospital anyway. Let's stop by the apartment first then go to the hospital. And if this somebody named Kim Jae-bin is alive, what are you going to do then? We'll have to take Kim Jae-bin with us. That's what I'm saying. So you're planning to take Kim Jae-bin to Konkuk University Hospital with us. We'll just check if Kim Jae-bin is alive or not. If Kim Jae-bin's alive, we can order our underlings to protect them while the two of us go to Konkuk University Hospital. Kim Hyung-jun nodded and dropped the subject. Then he looked into my eyes again. How many underlings did you bring? 400, not including the mutants. Same, I got 400 too. We should be fine then. What if we get into a fight with the Wangdong leader? Wangdong is smaller than Songso-dong. It's only about a quarter in terms of size. Are you saying the Dong leader's strength is related to the size of the district? Kim Hyung-jun snorted, his face suggesting that he found my assertion ridiculous. I didn't think much of his mockery and replied, I'm sure. How sure? I saw it on the map. What map? Kim Hyung-jun tilted his head as though demanding an explanation. I then told Kim Hyung-jun about the map of Seoul I'd gotten at the high school. Kim Hyung-jun listened intently to my story, then paused before speaking again. So Wangdong was an area marked in green. Yeah, it was probably pushed back by all the other surrounding neighborhoods since it's a small district to begin with. And what were the other districts colored? Kim Hyung-jun asked, slight agitation showing on his face. It seemed like he was nervous deep down. I knew I had to calm him down first before we did anything else. Songso-dong and Maejangdong were orange. Songso-dong was orange? But the Dong leader of Songso-dong was much stronger than the Dong leader of Maejangdong. It's a pretty outdated map, so perhaps the information hadn't been updated. The Dong leader of Songso-dong was supposed to become the 8th officer. So, it's probably right to think of Songso-dong as a red area. Or perhaps even more than that. I tried to speak as calmly as possible to make it seem like it wasn't a big deal, hoping to relieve some of Kim Hyung-jun's anxiety. However, his expression remained nervous as he followed up with another point. Then it's possible Wangdong is no longer a green area. Okay, sure, but it's orange at best. I mean, we got rid of the Dong leader of Songso-dong, and he was in charge of an orange area. Besides, he was basically an officer of the family. Orange areas no longer pose a threat to us. What colors are the surrounding districts? Gunja-dong, which is next to Wangdong, is also green. Both are small in terms of size. The other districts nearby, like Jaeangdong, Gyeoidong, and Junggakdong, were orange. Kim Hyung-jun considered this for a moment, before he sighed and spoke up. I hope you're not wrong. Just like the members of the family, we've also gotten stronger. So no matter what the map showed, things couldn't have changed that much. I trust you, Ajasi, mumbled Kim Hyung-jun. I wondered if anyone would trust his words, given the face he was making right then. I slapped Kim Hyung-jun on the back and laughed lightly. No matter what happens, you have me. You good now? Kim Hyung-jun smirked. I think I should be the one saying that. Have you already forgotten that I saved you when you were struggling against the leader of Songso-dong? After all I'd done to relieve his anxiety, he was now the one teasing me. I shook my head, disarmed by his playful and joyful mindset. Kim Hyeongjun began to walk forward with vigor, calling out, "How long are you going to stay there? Let's get going." Okay. I snorted and followed Kim Hyeongjun. He seemed serious at times, but he was also light-hearted and always lively. I was glad that I'd been able to form an alliance with him. Having him as an ally helped ease my mind. Perhaps I'd been able to keep moving forward while fighting against the members of the family because I had Kim Hyeongjun next to me. If Soyeon and everyone back at Shelter Haeyoung were like a lighthouse that shone brightly, reminding me where I belonged, Kim Hyeongjun was like a compass that pointed me in the direction I had to go next. *****. Kim Hyeongjun had already taken care of the zombies around Tuxium Station. Thanks to him, we were able to get to Songsu Station in a more relaxed manner, without having to care much about our surroundings. However, as we got to Songsu Station, we saw zombies roaming the streets. We killed them mercilessly and headed for apartment complex I in Songsudong. Kim Hyeongjun cracked a zombie's head in front of him and spoke up. "Ajasi, if the leader of Songsudong was still alive, how strong do you think he would have been by now? And why do you ask that? Because there are so many zombies around. Well, in that case, how about us? We each have a zombie prison." You do have a point. Kim Hyeongjun shrugged and looked around. After a moment, he pointed at an apartment complex. "Is that apartment complex I? That's apartment complex L. Apartment complex I is behind it, so keep your eyes open from now on. The two are next to each other." I nodded. Kim Hyeongjun nodded back, and his glowing red eyes flared. It seemed like he was heightening all his senses to the point where he could sense a mouse squeaking in the dark. He moved forward cautiously, his head moving from side to side. I also heightened my hearing and sense of smell, my own glowing red eyes flaring. I was much more sensitive to the air around me. A musty smell was coming from the apartment complex. If I was able to smell this kind of smell outdoors, I knew that people had been living there until recently. At that moment, I felt something extremely foreign, something new that I hadn't felt before. I stopped in front of Kim Hyeongjun. "Hyeongjun, isn't it strange here?" I looked around. There aren't any zombies here. Kim Hyeongjun looked around as well, his eyes widening. There were more than enough zombies wandering outside, but for some reason, there were no zombies within the complex. The difference was stark. It felt as though some unseen force was preventing zombies from entering the complex. Kim Hyeongjun leaned against a wall next to him. "Should we hide for now? Let's hide our underlings, at least." Kim Hyeongjun nodded and sent his underlings to apartment 103, located in apartment complex L, which was right next to us. I gave the same order to my underlings. After confirming that his underlings had all gone into apartment 103, Kim Hyeongjun asked me a question. "Do you think there are survivors here?" There's no way that the leader of Songsudong would have protected survivors. Well, he did protect Shelter Soul Forest. That was because his daughter was there. Besides, do you actually think that was protection? It was more like surveillance. He was keeping his eye on them. At novel bin at. As I clicked my tongue, Kim Hyeongjun scratched his sideburns and smacked his lips. After a moment, a possibility flashed into my mind. Kim Hyeongjun noticed the change in my expression and tilted his head. "Why, is there something wrong? You wouldn't think that this place is like a dormitory for the dogs, would you?" Kim Hyeongjun nodded, seemingly impressed by my observation. "You have a point, Ajasi. I think that's a possibility. It even smells like that here." "What do you smell? Can't you smell something like tap water through the musty smell?" I wrinkled my nose and sniffed the surroundings. I could indeed smell tap water through the musty smell, but I couldn't tell if I actually smelled tap water, or if Kim Hyeongjun's words made me more sensitive to the smell. I wondered if the smell of tap water was an important clue that could lead to something else. I looked at Kim Hyeongjun with a serious expression. "No, you're right. I can smell tap water in the air. Do you think it indicates anything?" "That's the smell that people who don't wash themselves give off." Kim Hyeongjun replied with an equally serious expression. I looked at Kim Hyeongjun and my face darkened. It was a rather outlandish claim. I wasn't sure if he was being serious or not. When I frowned, Kim Hyeongjun waved his hand vigorously. Hey, Ajasi, you were just about to say something bad, weren't you? I could tell by your eyes. Then don't come up with nonsense that'll make me say something bad. What does not washing have to do with tap water? Wait, Ajasi, you don't know? People who don't wash regularly smell like tap water. And how do you know this? Well, I didn't really wash myself that often when I was in school. Kim Hyeongjun gave me a thumbs up as if he was proud of his past. I massaged my temples and sighed at his shameless pride regarding his days as a dirty kid. On the bright side, it seemed like we had concrete proof that this place was definitely being used as a dormitory for the dogs, so I was happy to let this one slide and move on for now. I sat down and thought for a while. Whether this truly was the smell of tap water or not wasn't what mattered right now. The doctor had said that his younger sibling was in apartment 106 in apartment complex I, which was right next to us. And if this place was actually the base for the dogs, that probably meant that Kim Byung-jin's younger sibling had either become a dog, or became their food. I closed my eyes, my expression troubled. Kim Hyeongjun sat next to me and shook me by my shoulder. I looked at Kim Hyeongjun. He was staring straight ahead, his eyes glowing like a hunter eyeing prey. I looked in the direction he was staring at, and I saw two people who obviously looked like dogs. Both of them were men, grumbling away while scratching their bodies. I sharpened my hearing and eavesdropped on their conversation. Then what's going to happen now? How am I supposed to know? A new Dong leader will probably come. What about Soul Forest? What's going to happen to the guys over there? I don't know, you bastard. Are you going to keep on bothering me with these questions? I'm already annoyed that I've been losing so much hair. Isn't losing hair good for us? It means you're eating less. As the guy on the left let out a weak laugh, the guy on the right started swearing. That's why starving to death is the perfect fate for you, you fool. Can't you see that it's the perfect timing to change everything up, or even get rid of us? Especially since there are fewer of us now, and the fact that we're not even aware of what's going to happen with the Dong leader. Oh snap, I didn't think of that. What I'm saying is that our lives depend on whoever is installed as the next Dong leader. Then what should we do now? We have to pray that the Dong leader is alive. The two walked past apartment complex L into apartment complex I. We stealthily followed the pair. After a moment, they began to converse again. Hey, aren't we supposed to get food together? We are, but what's the point of getting food when there's no Dong leader? We have to get food regardless. What if the Dong leader gives us shit for not restocking the food when he comes back? Goddamn. Maybe I should just kill everyone and kill myself while I'm at it. Hehe, kill everyone else except me, then. This fucking idiot. Just go round up some people to help out. And don't forget to bring rope. As I eavesdropped on them, I looked at Kim Hyeongjun. He was looking back at me, and it seemed like there was something he wanted to say. Jussi, how about we follow them instead of killing them? I agree. The food they're talking about. They're probably referring to survivors, right? I'd say it's very likely. This might be the chance for us to figure out where they store their food. I kept my eyes on them as I calmed my rapidly beating heart. After a moment, the guy who'd gone to get help came back with 4 other dogs. They had long coils of rope slung over their shoulders. They shared several dumb jokes and began to walk. We shadowed them as quietly as we could. They walked over to the dumpster located within the complex and started smearing something all over their bodies. I squinted and noticed that they were smearing zombie blood over their bodies. The dumpster was full of severed zombie limbs, and the dogs were using them to smear blood all over themselves. I didn't feel sick or nauseous even after breaking zombie limbs, but seeing them smear blood from dead zombie bodies onto themselves made me feel disgusted. Smearing the blood of someone who just died onto your own body was disgusting in itself, but these dogs were smearing blood from a dead zombie's body, a zombie that had died gods knew how long ago. Smearing blood from a decaying corpse onto yourself was something that nobody with a sane mind could do. As I frowned and looked away, I saw Kim Hyeongjun retching next to me. Kim Hyeongjun wiped his mouth and spoke up. They're insane. That's why they're dogs. Putting zombie blood on their bodies. That probably means that their food storage is outside, huh? We know for certain that it's not in either apartment complex L or I. I frowned and spat foul-tasting saliva onto the floor. I could tell that Kim Jae-bin was not here. If these dogs had taken control of the apartment complex, Kim Jae-bin couldn't have survived, unless he had turned into a dog himself. Until we surveyed their food storage area, there was no way of telling if Kim Jae-bin was alive or not. We shadowed the dogs as they moved onto the streets. They were moving stealthily along a path with no zombies, which made it likely that they had already secured a safe route to their food storage. I watched their movements and then turned to Kim Hyeongjun. They've probably done this hundreds of times. I bet they could even do this at night with their eyes closed. The dogs that attacked Soul Forest had entered through tunnels carrying arrows, crossbows, and army knives, but the guys in front of us were casually roaming through the streets with clubs. Nevertheless, they seemed comfortable and unruffled. They were probably used to this, having done it over and over again. After about 15 minutes of following them, the dogs, who had been silent up to then, exchanged a few words. Are we almost there? No one died on the way, right? Making silly jokes, they entered the subway station. I couldn't help but be surprised when I read the sign above the subway entrance. It said, Line 7, Konkuk University Station Exit 3. Konkuk University Hospital was to the left of the subway entrance. Kim Hyung-jun also looked around, then raised his eyebrows. Wait, Jussi, isn't this Konkuk University Hospital? Yeah, they kind of led us here, huh? Kim Hyeongjun smiled faintly, as if we'd marked one thing off our to-do list. However, I sensed something strange. There were countless zombies camping in front of the hospital entrance. The way they had gathered suggested that someone had intentionally blocked off the hospital entrance, as if they were trying to keep survivors away from the hospital. This strangeness made me suspicious. I rubbed my chin and took a closer look at the surrounding terrain. I took in the zombies that were all gathered up together, the subway transit station, the hospital, and the university. After thinking about it for a while, I realized why this place was being used as a food storage. This place was basically a maze. Kim Hyeongjun walked carelessly toward the subway entrance. I quickly stopped him. Wait. What? Why? We're at a geographical disadvantage here. Huh. Look at the hospital entrance. Kim Hyeongjun saw the crowd of zombies, then looked at me with his head tilted to the side. It seemed like he didn't understand what I was trying to say. I sighed. Konkuk University Station is a transfer station. Lines 2 and 7 intersect, and you can even enter Konkuk University Hospital via the underground linkway. Can't you tell by the zombies gathered by the hospital entrance? No, not really. This place is built like an ant's nest. But they've only blocked off one entrance. So it's probably safe to think that the other entrance is a trap. Even if the other entrance isn't a trap, there are way too many entrances through the subway to the hospital, excluding the hospital's main entrance. There's no way of telling where the survivors are, exactly, and there's a high chance that we could either get lost or lose the dogs if we follow them in. Kim Hyong-jun nodded with his jaw dropped to the ground as if he had finally caught on to what I was trying to say to him this whole time. I then pointed at one of the entrances for Konkuk University Station Line 2 across the intersection. It's difficult to keep your eye on all the entrances to Line 7, and we can't even see all the entrances to Line 2 from here. There's even an underground linkway to the hospital, so there's a chance they might slip away through the rear exit of the hospital. There's a rear exit as well. Konkuk University Hospital is connected to Konkuk University. If you go out through the rear exit of the hospital, you can also leave through the front or back entrances of the university itself. There's no way we'll be able to track down the dogs again once we lose them. Then why can't we just follow them and kill them right now? What if they use the survivors as hostages? Are you going to endanger the lives of the survivors as well? Kim Hyung-jun scratched his forehead with a troubled expression. I let out a sigh. Focus, Hyung-jun. The survivors' lives are at stake. So what do you want to do? We shouldn't be the ones going in. We should wait for them to come out. So you want to keep an eye on every entrance. As of now, that'd be the safest thing to do. You never know what can happen underground. I'm not sure if there are lights down there, and you can't see anything in a subway when there's no light. It's better to wait here than to lose them in the process. You're right. If there's no light, it'll probably be difficult to tell the survivors and dogs apart too. Kim Hyong-jun smacked his lips and lost himself in thought for a moment. With another smack of his lips, he continued. Let's get our underlings first. You keep an eye on all the entrances and exits of Line 2. I'll keep an eye on Line 7 and the back door of the hospital. Got it. We ordered our underlings that were hiding in apartment complex L to come to us immediately. After about 2 minutes, I saw 800 underlings appear a distance away, making their way quickly toward us. As per our earlier agreement, Kim Hyong-jun headed for Line 2. We both placed underlings with vision on nearby rooftops so that we could keep an eye on each other, and I monitored all the entrances related to Line 7 and the rear exit of the hospital. Being patient took a toll on me, and the endless waiting made me nervous. During this time, which felt like an eternity, I focused my senses on the entrance of Konkuk University Hospital and exit 3 of Line 7. I waited and waited for something to happen. After about 30 minutes of waiting, I received a signal from one of my underlings. Motion detected. I quickly got up and ran to the underling that had sent me the signal. As expected, they hadn't come out of exit 3. The underling that had sent me the signal was watching the rear exit of the hospital, which faced the university. I went around to the rear exit via the main road instead of going past the hospital's main entrance so that I could avoid the dogs. As I neared the rear exit, I saw the dogs with 6 survivors. The survivors were tied up, linked together like a chain of sausages. The dogs were dragging them somewhere. The dogs didn't take them to either the front or the back entrances of the university. Although they were dogs, they were still human. They took an indirect route that ran along the parking lot and next to the biology department. It seemed they were wary of the street zombies as well. I knew better than to attack them. It was far too dangerous for me to do so. I knew I had to wait until they were further away from the survivors. Thud. The sudden sound of footsteps drew my attention. They were rather loud, as if someone was stomping on the ground to avoid tripping. Startled, I quickly looked to the side. My eyes landed on Kim Hyong-jun. Sorry. Were you surprised? Keep your head down. I furrowed my brow and refocused my attention on the dogs. They had stopped in their tracks and were looking around cautiously. I wondered if they'd heard Kim Hyung-jun's footsteps. Kim Hyong-jun quickly crouched down next to me. I hope we didn't get caught because of me. No, we haven't been caught yet. But we can't let our guard down. We have to wait until the dogs and survivors are separated enough. Do you think the dogs will move further away from the survivors? I mean, their job is to watch over the survivors. But it's not like we can attack them right now either. I furrowed my brow. Kim Hyong-jun sighed and spoke up. Ajusi, I'm going to play a trick. A trick. Ajusi, just do as I tell you to do. Okay, what do you want me to do? Follow me, and look angry. What? Kim Hyong-jun got up and took a deep breath, and soon started walking slowly toward the dogs. Hey. No matter how hard I yelled at Kim Hyong-jun, there was no way he was going to hear me. I had no choice but to follow him. I couldn't figure out why he was acting so rashly today. I wondered if it was because it was his first time rescuing survivors. I knew that Kim Hyong-jun wasn't usually such a foolish guy. Stop. The dogs were taken aback when they saw us. All of them raised their clubs and started looking at each other, trying to figure out what they were going to do next. I stopped worrying and decided to play along. I had no choice but to go with his plan, since we'd already exposed ourselves. Kim Hyong-jun ignored their orders and walked toward them slowly with his hands behind his back. I followed him with a furious expression. When he was about a meter away from the dogs, he stopped walking and looked at me calmly. If both sides are in an awkward situation, the side that doesn't panic wins. What? Ajusi, you're going to act like my superior from now on. You have to act adamant and be angry no matter what. Hey, acting isn't really my Just frown, Jesse. Kim Hyeongjun quickly glanced at the dogs after he was done talking. They seemed stunned, not knowing how to react. After a moment, one of the dogs, the most muscular one amongst them, stepped out. The man took a look at Kim Hyeongjun and me and then swallowed. He asked Kim Hyeongjun a question. Are you perhaps the new dong leader? Kim Hyeongjun furrowed his brow and kicked the man in the shin. He screamed in pain and limped away, then quickly bowed and said loudly, "My apologies, dong leader. I'll make sure I don't make the same mistake again." My jaw unconsciously fell open after seeing what was unfolding in front of me. I sensed the other dogs staring at me, and pretended that I was yawning and staying calm. I went back to frowning again, and the dogs looked at each other in confusion at novel bin at. Kim Hyeongjun ground his teeth audibly. Grr. This caused all the dogs to start apologizing, bowing deeply from the waist. The first dog that had bowed was trembling, his legs quivering visibly. He seemed too scared to even lift his head. Kim Hyeongjun placed his hand on the man's shoulder, and the man took a deep breath and straightened his back. After a moment, Kim Hyeongjun looked at me. Jesse, go to the survivors and pretend to examine their faces. You want me to keep this expression? Yeah. Pretend like you're examining prey. I wasn't on board with this part of the plan, but Kim Hyeongjun's plan seemed to be working, so I decided to go along with it. I frowned and walked in between the survivors. Sob, sob. I could hear the survivors crying. Their hands were tied up with rope. None of them even thought of fighting back or escaping. All they did was avoid my gaze and look down. I looked at Kim Hyungjun after taking a brief look at the survivors. What should I do now? Come here and hit me. Hit you? Where? The face or stomach? Anywhere. Just hit me, and look threatening. I couldn't help but sigh. He was really making me do things I wasn't comfortable doing. But then, I heard the dogs swallowing collectively after they heard my sigh. I wondered if they were nervous. I walked in front of Kim Hyeongjun and hit him in the stomach gently, apologizing as I did so. Kim Hyeongjun groaned and fell to his knees. I don't think I hit him that hard. I sighed and furrowed my brow, feeling sorry and confused. The dogs each clasped their hands tightly together and looked down. I wondered if my expression was evoking even more fear in them. I gave the dogs a sidelong glance, then squatted in front of Kim Hyeongjun. Hey, Hyeongjun, what do I do now? Jesse, go stand with the survivors. I had no clue what kind of plan he had in mind. No matter how hard I thought, I couldn't figure out where this was going. But I walked toward the survivors anyway. Kim Hyeongjun stood slowly, his face a mask of pain. He took several deep breaths, clearly trying to control the pain. He then grabbed the dog in front of him by his collar and started shaking him violently. I'm sorry. The leader of the dogs apologized reflexively. Kim Hyeongjun glanced at the survivors and shoved the leader again. Grr. Dong leader, are you unhappy with the ones we brought? Do you want other ones? Kim Hyeongjun widened his eyes in fury and nodded violently. We'll bring more of them right now. Please wait a moment. The man gestured to his subordinate to follow him, and they headed toward the rear exit of the hospital. I could hear the dogs speaking in agitated tones as they walked away. How many humans are there left? There are 7 of them. Bring them all. What? Then what about next time? Then what? Do you want to die here, right now? We have to please the Dong leader right now if we don't want to die. There's no proof that those 2 are Dong leaders. Can't you tell just by looking at them, you bastard? They have red eyes, and they recognized us right away. And so what if they're not the new Dong leaders? They couldn't even talk. I bet they're hungry as hell. We don't have the time to think about this and that. As the man who seemed to be the leader berated him, the dog that was trailing behind them snuck a look at us. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "You're right, the Dong leader of Seongsudong is dead. That's why they sent 2 Dong leaders this time. You get it now? You fucking idiot. Damn. No wonder you're the leader among us. You stupid bastards. Can't even read between the lines. If it weren't for me, everyone would have died over there." As the 2 dogs entered the hospital, Kim Hyeongjun secretly looked at me. I noticed his gaze and looked at him. His face was serene. Now this is what you call improvisation, Jesse. Kim Hyeongjun's plan left me speechless. I was amazed by the fact that he had come up with something like this in such a short time. I never imagined that the conversation we'd eavesdropped on at apartment complex L would come in so handy. Kim Hyeongjun gestured for the remaining dogs to follow him. All of them followed him obediently, their faces full of fear. He lined them up against the hospital wall and took turns slapping them on the head one by one. The dogs all said the same thing when they got hit, even though they had no clue why they were getting hit. My apologies, Dong leader. At this point, Kim Hyeongjun was just bullying them. Moments later, the 2 dogs that had gone back into the hospital came back out, dragging the remaining survivors behind them. There were 7 survivors being dragged along, tied up with rope. They all wore dazed expressions. One of the survivors, who was crying, spluttered, Why are we being taken as well? I thought you only needed 6. Hey, say one more word if you want to die. The leader of the dogs slapped the survivor on the head. It seemed like they always took 6 people at a time as food. Now that 7 more survivors had been dragged out, the 6 survivors next to me started muttering amongst themselves. They, too, were taken aback by the fact that 7 more people had been brought out, despite there already being 6 outside. Suddenly, one of these 6 survivors, a man, grabbed onto my shirt and whispered to me, Hey, why are you ordering everyone else out? Huh. Just take us. I know 6 people are enough. He appeared to be in his 50s. The man continued speaking while keeping an eye on the dogs. Just take us. I beg you. As I stayed silent, the man started looking around desperately. After a moment, he grabbed my hand tightly. Let me ask you a favor since I'm going to die anyway. My boy is over there. Please save my son. I'll do anything. Please? I beg you? The man's face began to darken. It wasn't because he was angry. He was tearing up. He was begging me to save his son. I took out my notepad and wrote down several words carefully so that the dogs couldn't see what I was writing. You said you'd do anything? Yes, yes. If you can save my son. I'll do anything if you promise me you will save my son. Are you willing to do anything, no matter how difficult? The man nodded instead of answering. I could see the firm determination in the man's eyes. It seemed like he was even willing to give up his life if I ordered it. I remained still. The man kept moaning at me to save his son. At that moment, a man in his 20s, who was among the 7 new arrivals, shouted, "Father!" The man that was holding my shirt looked at him. The leader of the dogs swung a fist into his face. How many times do I have to tell you to shut up? The man in his 50s shouted at the leader of the dogs, his eyes swirling with fury. Hey you son of a bitch. It seemed like watching his son being beaten had caused him to lose it. The leader of the dogs snorted at the man's insults and walked toward him. The leader offered me a slight greeting, then slapped the man in his 50s. Are you acting out now that you know you're going to die? I won't forgive you even after I die. Ha ha ha. The leader roared with laughter and knocked the man to the ground. He began to attack the man, kicking and stomping on him, sending dust flying everywhere. When the man in his 50s fell to the ground, all the other survivors who were tied to him lost their balance and were dragged to the ground as well. Their brows furrowed in agitation. As the man continued to suffer the abuse, the other survivors seemed unable to take the sight of it anymore, and cried out, letting their frustration out. Stop please, stop. That's enough. Why do you keep on hitting us? Why? Unfortunately, the man wasn't able to fight back, since he was tied up. All he could do was cover his body with his 2 skinny arms. The leader of the dogs frowned at the other survivors. Look at these worms squirming on the ground. You worms need to be taught a lesson as well. He went around and began indiscriminately kicking the 6 survivors on the ground. As the survivors continued to scream, the man in his 20s, who was witnessing the whole thing, shouted at the top of his lungs. He was so furious, I could see the veins on his neck about to burst. Don't hit them, you son of a bitch. What? Did you call me a son of a bitch? The leader of the dogs ground his teeth and turned around after hearing the man in his 20s insult him. But then the man in his 50s, who was already a wreck, gasped violently and grabbed his ankle. Please, don't go after him. He's still young and feisty, you know? He doesn't know any better. The leader of the dogs kicked the man in the face and spat on his face. Shut up. How dare you speak, when you're nothing more than food? The man in his 20s continued to hurl vulgarities at the leader. The leader of the dogs walked in front of the young man and then snapped his fingers as if he had just had a realization. Wait a second. I shouldn't be doing this. If this feisty son hasn't done anything wrong, that means his father is the one to blame for his bad manners, right? The dog leader kicked the man in his 50s lightly to get his attention. Since the son hasn't done anything wrong, it's only right that the father gets hit instead, right? He made the man in his 50s stand up so that the younger survivor could see him clearly, then started pounding the older man, grinning as he did so. In the end, the man in his 20s couldn't hold back his tears and begged the leader of the dogs to stop hitting him. Blood was dripping from the lips of the older man, his lips had been split. Despite the severe beating he was taking, he looked at his son and said, I'm alright, Hyen Bin. Dad's fine. What do you mean, you're fine? How can anything be alright when we know we're all going to die here? The son bawled, tears flowing freely down his face. The dogs grinned at each other and howled with laughter. They were enjoying this horrific situation, treating it as entertainment. As the man in his 20s kept going, the dog next to him kicked him in the stomach. The man in his 50s ground his teeth audibly. His trembling hands seemed terribly pitiful. I knew he was trembling with fury, but I also knew that he would be feeling pathetic inside, because he knew he couldn't do anything to change the situation. I knew more than anyone how he had to be feeling right then. I sighed and looked at Kim Hyeongjun, who was near the wall. He was watching the whole situation calmly. When he noticed that I was looking his way, he smacked his lips. Ajusi, do you have some sort of plan or idea in mind? Why, I mean, you haven't done anything even after seeing all of this happen, so I assumed that you had something else planned. I sighed and nodded. He was right on. I felt bad for the survivors, but I wanted to see if they had the will to survive. If they had already accepted death and lost all hope, no shelter out there would accept them. Taking them to Shelter Haeyoung would be risky as well. I wasn't sure what they would do to my people at Shelter Haeyoung if they weren't willing to pull in the same direction. Leaving these people there with them would only give them more to worry about. Seeing all that had transpired, though, I was now certain of one thing. They all had the will to survive. And they were worth saving. Perhaps it was harsh for me to be the judge of whether their lives were worthy or valuable. But I had to know whether these people were still alive, emotionally and rationally. I let out a quick breath and communicated with Kim Hyeongjun. Alright, let's get to work. I'll take care of the guys standing by the wall. Ajusi, take care of the 2 there. As I nodded, Kim Hyeongjun stretched his tight shoulders. Ajusi, whenever you're ready. I nodded slightly and walked over to the leader of the dogs. He was grinning as he went back and forth between the man in his 50s and the man in his 20s. Is this thing enjoying this situation? Genuinely. I tapped the leader on the shoulder with my finger, and he looked back at me with a bright smile. My apologies. You see, these ones really don't listen. They needed some training. Will you be going straight to your dorm? When I nodded, he smiled broadly and spoke to the subordinate next to him. You, take charge of the 7 people over there and bring them along with you. I'll take care of these 6. The subordinate tilted his head. Just the 2 of us. The leader looked at me, then whispered, can't you see that those guys are being punished over there? Do you want to go over there and join them? Oh. The subordinate looked over at his fellow dogs, who were under Kim Hye-youngjun's control, and then nodded. He gripped the rope that tied the 7 people together and waited for the leader's command. The leader clicked his tongue and glanced at me as he took hold of the rope that tied the group of 6 survivors together. He flashed another dazzling smile. Haha, off we go, then, dong leader. At novel bin at. I smiled a satisfied smile and patted his head. He looked away with a shy smile, as if surprised by my unexpected gesture. He immediately bowed deeply from the waist and began to spout gibberish like a top-notch bootlicker. Dong leader, I'll do my best to serve you from now on. Yes, you should be doing your best. You should always aim to do your best when you have a goal to achieve. But I knew that this guy had never ever tried his best in his lifetime. I could tell that he had lived a life full of excuses in order to survive. He'd probably survived up to this point by mocking others when they were doing their best, while employing his sneaky tricks to survive. So, it was time for him to die for the people who had been trying their best to live. I grabbed the dog leader's head with my right hand. He froze, unable to do anything. I could almost hear his eyes rolling, as though he was trying to pull out yet another sleazy trick from up his sleeve. I held his head firmly in my right hand. I knew this creature wouldn't be able to turn around or move its body. At the same time, he couldn't get annoyed, get away, or ask me questions. He no longer had the upper hand. I slowly applied pressure to my grip. Only then did he realize that things were terribly wrong, and started tearing at my right arm with his hands. He tried pinching and hitting my arm. He was trying his best to escape my grasp. He was like a cockroach that had been flipped over onto its back, trying its best to get its legs back under it in order to survive. However, I knew that no matter how hard he tried, there was no way a human could overcome the strength of my right arm. I watched him struggle pitifully. This is what doing your best is. I imagined how nice it would be if I could say this to him out loud. Arg? Fuck. Let go. He finally started cursing and screaming. I knew he'd be even more terrified because he wasn't able to straighten up. I could tell that this dog was fearfully staring death in the face as it looked down at the ground. He was probably trying his best to deny reality, thinking that there was no way he would die like this, that this could not be his end. I tightened my grip as slowly as I could, so that this dog leader would die as painfully as possible. Arg? Arg. Crack. At last, his skull imploded with the wet sound of a watermelon bursting. His 2 arms, which had been clawing at me for dear life, went limp, and his entire body twitched for a moment. I spat on the floor, furrowing my brow as I felt warm cerebral fluid trickling down my fingertips. All the dogs looked at me in bewilderment. They were the definition of a brain fart. I could tell that their minds were completely muddled. They probably couldn't understand or accept what had just happened in front of them, despite seeing the whole thing unfold. Before they got back to their senses, I dashed toward them and punched the dog that was holding the rope in the face. The dog's face was crushed and he fell to the ground. Kim Hye-youngjun moved as though he had been waiting for this. He attacked the dogs who were standing against the wall. We took care of all of them in an instant. The survivors stopped crying, and all of them looked at me as though their souls had fled their bodies. I stared at the survivors, my red eyes flashing. None of them had any idea how to deal with this situation. I took out my notepad and slowly wrote down some words. You can relax now. The survivors stared blankly at what I'd written. No one dared to speak. The man in his 20s looked at me. Who are you? As I continued to write, I tried to smile as warmly as I could to assuage their fear. I'm part of the rescue team. The eyes of the young man widened in confusion. Rescue team? But you're a zombie. No matter how hard I look. But rescue? Huh. His reaction was perfectly natural. A zombie saying that he was part of a rescue team was more than enough to boggle the mind. I looked at Kim Hye-youngjun. I'll calm them down. You go ahead and do some scouting. Got it. Kim Hye-youngjun smiled happily and leaped onto the rooftop in one go. Only after I'd untied the ropes that were binding them did they finally realize that they had survived. They all started wailing out loud. And I decided to wait until they calmed down. The survivors shed tears and began to calm themselves down. I led the survivors to Konkuk University Hospital just in case an unexpected zombie wave came. The man in his 50s held his son in his arms and wiped the tears from his eyes. The son, in his 20s, patted his father on the back and smiled awkwardly, as though embarrassed by the whole situation. I didn't want to interrupt their father and son moment, but I knew better than to forget why I was here at novel bin at. I wrote a short sentence in my notepad and showed it to the man in his 50s. Is there a Kim Ga-bin here? Ga-bin? Oh, Ga-bin should be. The man in his 50s looked around and then called out one of the survivors. Hey Ga-bin, can you come here for a second? As the man in his 50s called for Bin, a woman who seemed to be in her 30s stood up, wiping away her tears. I looked at the woman and tilted my head. Kim Bin was a woman. I'd assumed that she was a man, given the way Kim Byung-jin had been talking about her. I walked toward her and showed her my notepad. Is your name Kim Bin? Yes. That's me. Kim Bin answered while she wiped her tears with her hand. I tried to lay the situation out for her as calmly as possible, so she would not be overwhelmed. I just need to check a couple of things with you, so I'd appreciate it if you could cooperate. Oh, yes. Do you have a brother? Brother? Yes, I do. Can I know your brother's name? It's Kim Byung-jin. Kim Bin looked at me nervously, but I let out a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. I'd finally found her. Kim Bin was alive. With a deep breath, I released my pent-up worries and wrote down some words on my notepad. Your brother, Kim Byung-jin, has been desperately looking for you. Huh. I'm here because Kim Byung-jin asked me to find you. Her eyes widened as she read what I'd written down and quickly covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. Soon after, tears of relief trickled out the corners of her round eyes and rolled down her face. The survivors around us looked back and forth between me and Kim Bin. Bin, what's wrong? What's going on? My brother is alive. What? He's been looking for me all this while. Kim Bin collapsed to the floor, bawling out tears of joy. It was as though the floodgates had been thrown open. The two of them had probably been unaware if the other was alive or not. It wasn't that Kim Byung-jin had been looking for her that made her happy. Kim Bin couldn't hide her joy at the knowledge that her brother had been alive this whole time. Looking at her caused my heart to grow sad for some reason. It was said that emotions were often passed from a person to those around them. I supposed that this was no different. Her actions had clearly touched me as well. As I scratched the tip of my nose in sorrow, the other survivors came up to me and started asking if their families were alive or dead. I couldn't answer all their questions. So instead, I opened my notepad. There is a shelter nearby. Your family may be there, but don't bet on it. Given the current situation, it was the best answer I could give them. *****. With the hopes of the survivors buoyed by the fact that they might be able to meet their families again, I went through the entire hospital to get the medicines Kim Byung-jin had asked me to get. I stuffed my bag full of medicine until it was about to burst, then took several plastic bags that were in the hospital and filled them up with plenty of clean gauze and disposable syringes. When I'd gotten everything Kim Byung-jin wanted, I returned to the central hall where the survivors were. Kim Hyung-jun had returned, and was communicating with them. The more time Kim Hyung-jun spent with me, the more he came to resemble me. He'd picked up my habit of having a notepad and pen on him at all times. He was able to communicate smoothly through sign language when he was with Park Ji-cheol, but whenever he met other people, he couldn't communicate unless he had a notepad as well. Perhaps, it was only natural that he would carry one as well. Kim Hyung-jun was smiling as he held the notepad and pen in his hands, communicating with them. It seemed like Kim Hyung-jun was better at talking to strangers than I was. As I watched him, I thought that it would be better to leave the job of reassuring survivors to him. I walked toward him, both hands full of stuff. Kim Hyung-jun took a while to get up, as if he hadn't been aware of my presence. What, did you already pack everything, Ajasi? I went and got everything while you were goofing around. I answered him with an annoyed look, and Kim Hyung-jun smiled weakly and scratched his head. He laughed. I'm not good at finding things. Instead, I was reassuring the survivors. Okay, good job. I gave him a forced chuckle. Kim Hyung-jun took the black bag from my right hand. I'll carry this. Are we going to head out right away? Yeah, that would probably be best. The sun will set if we wait around any longer. Kim Hyung-jun nodded vigorously, then went to the survivors. He then took out his notepad and told everyone that it was time to move. The survivors seemed to grow nervous at the fact that they were going to go outside. Seeing their anxiousness, Kim Hyung-jun smiled warmly and wrote down a few words. Every single survivor looked at me after reading what he had written down. I looked at Kim Hyung-jun, wondering what he had written down. He looked back at me with a smirk. What did you tell them? I told them you're the leader, Ajasi. I told them nothing bad will happen as long as you're here. Oh, I see, passing the buck to me as well, huh? I snorted and shook my head. At the same time, though, it felt reassuring as well, because it meant that I could help everyone feel reassured. We lined up the survivors into 3 lines and recalled our underlings that were on guard duty. I placed some of my blue-colored underlings in between the survivors and surrounded them with the rest of my underlings, along with Kim Hyung-jun's underlings. I assumed that this would hide the survivors' smell. After all the preparations, I looked at Kim Hyung-jun. Ready? Of course. All right, let's go. We headed toward the rear exit of the hospital. When we emerged onto the main street, I noticed some zombies walking around. Kim Hyung-jun and I sharpened our senses and dealt with them. I'd ordered my underlings to deal with all the zombies that approached the survivors, but they were hard-pressed to deal with zombies who jumped down from the buildings, so we had to keep a close eye on the survivors to make sure they were keeping up with us. We crossed the main street and went through a food street, then came upon a rather clean road. It seemed like this was the route that the dogs used the most, out of all the other narrow alleys around. I looked at Kim Hyung-jun. We'll get to Songsu Station if we keep going straight. We're still in Wyeongdong? I can't tell where the boundary between Songsu-dong and Wyeongdong is. A main road will show up if we keep going this way. Once we cross that, we'll be in Songsadong. Kim Hyong-jun nodded and heightened his senses, keeping an even closer lookout. It wasn't easy to guess where zombies would pop out from, with all the narrow alleys around us. Honestly, zombies didn't pose a threat to us, so it would have been safer to walk along the main road. But we didn't do so because of the Dong leader of Wayangdong. We would be easily spotted by scouts if we walked along the wide main road. I knew that we would not be able to protect the survivors if the Dong leader of Wayangdong attacked us in an open space. Let's just quietly leave Wayangdong like this. I gestured for the survivors to move closer. Even when I'd been cleaning up zombies in Hengdangdong and Meijangdong, these narrow alleys had been the hardest to clear out, because it was impossible to tell where and how the zombies were hiding. Some of them came out of the sewers, others jumped up after pretending to be dead, and a lot of them hid behind obstacles, so I hadn't been able to notice them right away. There weren't that many zombies when we first entered the food street, but quickly, more and more zombies began to approach us. It seemed like we were no longer on the safe path that the dogs used. The survivors had begun to sweat more, and thus the sweet smell of flesh began to get stronger. I could only imagine how strong the smell of the survivors would be for the street zombies, as it was almost the only thing I could smell as well. More and more aggressive zombies gathered as they smelled the sweat of the survivors. Kim Hyong-jun and I made our way forward as we took care of more than 40 zombies. As we kept on going, we finally came to the Dongalaro and Songsu intersection, which was the boundary between Wayangdong and Songsudong. I let out a tense, nervous breath. We'll be in Songsudong once we cross this road. Why did it feel like such a long time for us to get here? It definitely didn't feel like it took this long when we first came here. Grumbling, Kim Hyong-jun let out a sigh of relief as well. I patted Kim Hyong-jun on the back and told him that we only had to push on a little bit more. I turned to look at the survivors, and noticed that they were encouraging each other while they watched Kim Hyong-jun and me. Everyone was doing their best. I looked at the survivors and smiled gently. I wanted to say the following words to them. Everyone, there's just a little bit more to go. Keep it up, please. I assumed that the survivors had been starving for a long time. Their limbs were bony and I could see shadows underneath their cheekbones. However, they were offering thin smiles of support and encouragement to each other, as if they were finally feeling safe. I wanted nothing to happen from that moment until we got to our destination. I just wanted to get to our destination safely and soundly. I knew it was going to be hard on them, but I hoped that they could all rely on each other as they followed me. I looked straight ahead again and set a vigorous pace. Just then, Kim Hyong-jun stepped in front of me and started looking around warily. I looked around as well, my red eyes glowing in response to Kim Hyong-jun's sudden reaction. I couldn't tell why he was acting this way all of a sudden. I wondered if something had appeared. Kim Hyong-jun swallowed and gave me a cautious glance. Jussi, you didn't feel it. I tilted my head. Kim Hyong-jun sniffed, then spoke. There's something strange with the air. There's a different smell mixed into it. I sharpened my sense of smell. A strange scent tickled the tip of the nose, drifting along with the cool autumn breeze. I raised my right hand and ordered everyone to stop. This smell. I could tell there was something off about this smell. The smell of survivors was sweet to zombies, but this smell. No matter how much I tried to think of something else, I just knew that it was the smell of perfume. I looked at Kim Hyong-jun. Wait here for a minute. I'll check the surroundings and come back. Okay. Kim Hyong-jun looked at the survivors and pointed to a convenience store right in front of them. The survivors crept into the convenience store. I ascended to the rooftop of the building on my left and looked around, squinting. The smell of perfume, with the world in this state. Were there any perfume stores nearby? No, that wasn't right. I hadn't smelled this on the way to Konkuk University Hospital. The senses of zombies with glowing red eyes grew more sensitive as they got stronger. The more they focused, the sharper their senses were, and right now, I could smell people from 100 meters away. I knew I was correct in thinking that I smelled pungent perfume. After a moment, the cool autumn breeze tickled my nose again, bringing the strong scent of perfume with it. I looked in the direction from which the wind was blowing. My eyes landed on a man and a woman holding iron pipes. They were moving slowly as they looked into nearby stores. Survivors. Out of all places, they didn't seem like dogs, nor did they look like survivors that had been captured by dogs. I couldn't help but wonder where they come from. I crouched at their unexpected appearance and kept my gaze on them. They began to converse. They don't have them either. No, someone's already gone through this place. Ha, what do we do now? We're out of the food we brought as well. Let's hide first. The sun's going to set soon. You want to sleep here? You know it's too dangerous. You never know when and where zombies will appear. Then what? How are we supposed to get back to the shelter? I furrowed my brow as I listened to their conversation. Shelter. I was positive that they'd said the word shelter. I was also positive that they weren't people from Shelter Silence, since Shelter Silence strictly monitored their people and restricted them from going out. The way they were speaking, it seemed like these two could enter and exit their shelter easily. Wait, does that mean there's another shelter around here? I smacked my lips and paid close attention to their conversation. The man holding the iron pipe sighed and slicked his hair back. How much of the perfume do we have left? We're almost out. I guess we can't use perfume to hide our smell anymore. All the more reason why we should go back to the shelter. You know that zombies are even more active at night. That's what I mean. How do you think the two of us will make it back? Think before you speak, alright. As the man raised his voice, the woman teared up. Then what? I don't want to die like this. Ha. The man let out a sigh and gently massaged his temples, then slightly opened his bleary eyes. Soo-hyun, I know you're very scared right now, but you have to listen to me. We can't go back right now. The rest of the food team has probably gotten back by now. Hansol must have noticed that we're missing. And what if Hansol notices? How would Hansol know to come here and find us? Everyone with us was killed. Hansol will be able to track us down by following the dead bodies. I was able to get a rough idea of their overall situation after listening to their conversation. The two belonged to the food team of some shelter, and it seemed like their group had been attacked by zombies on their way to get food. The rest of the people in their group were killed, but these two were able to escape and end up here. I rubbed my chin and thought for a moment. They might be useful. I'll keep them alive. I believed the next step toward survival would be sharing whatever information we had with each other, but I knew better than to jump in front of them right now. It was obvious that they would start attacking me before I even had the chance to write down anything in my notepad. People who were agitated were hardly reasonable or logical. I started to explore whether there was another way to approach them. How can I talk to them peacefully so that nobody gets hurt? Ka? Just then, a cry rang out, piercing my eardrums and causing my head to ring. I looked at where the cry was coming from, and my eyes landed on a zombie that looked red standing on a rooftop about 300 meters away. It had noticed the two survivors and was sending out a signal. I felt cold sweat trickle down my forehead. They'd been caught. They'd been caught by one of the Wangdong leader's scouts. The two started panicking after hearing the zombie's cry. What is that? It's a zombie. No, that's not what I meant. Why in the world is it howling like that? I watched the two of them with a furrowed brow. I should have known that they would get caught the moment they raised their voices at each other. I hadn't paid as much attention as I should have to the surroundings, as I was absolutely focused on their conversation. Stomp! I heard footsteps right next to me. As I quickly turned my head, I saw Kim Hyeongjun looking at me. What's going on, Ajasi? There are survivors here. What? As I pointed toward the survivors, Kim Hyeongjun furrowed his brow. So the two of them got caught, huh? I should have known it would happen when they raised their voices. I let my guard down. Stupid bastards. Let's get into hiding. They're none of our business. Kim Hyeongjun tried to walk away from them immediately. When I grabbed a hold of his shirt, he looked at me in confusion. Ajasi, are you going to put our people at risk for these useless bums? The two of them said that they came from a shelter. What? There must be another shelter nearby. Kim Hyeongjun seemed to hesitate after I mentioned the shelter. He sighed. Shelter, huh? Where is it? I don't know either. But I do know that there's no harm in keeping those two alive. Saving those two when we don't even know what kind of zombie the Wangdong leader is? No way, Ajasi. Have you forgotten that we didn't bring many underlings with us? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of rumbling footsteps came from the direction of the Konkuk University entrance. Both Kim Hyeongjun and I immediately looked in that direction. There were about 700 zombies making their way toward us through a Kazanaro. The enemy could mobilize 700 zombies that were ready to fight. If they had 1 to 200 underlings posted as scouts or performing other duties, that meant the enemy leader probably had a limit of controlling 900 underlings. As I looked at the enemy forces calmly, Kim Hyeongjun looked at me. Is that all they have? I told you we're in a green area. But still, the enemy's too weak. They're too weak. It feels like a trap. There's the enemy leader over there. I pointed at the zombie with glowing red eyes amongst the zombies. Kim Hyeongjun looked at the enemy leader silently, then smacked his lips. It'd be stupid to back away even after seeing the enemy leader, right? Make up your mind. Are we going to save those two or not? Honestly, I think I can take care of the enemy leader on my own. Huh? Where'd the scaredy cat Kim Hyeongjun from earlier go? Who said anything about being scared? Kim Hyeongjun looked at me as though I'd said something ridiculous and quickly jumped down to the street below. I snorted and followed him. With the two of us blocking the main road, the 700 zombies that were running in our direction stopped in their tracks. After a moment, the zombie with glowing red eyes walked out from the crowd. The enemy leader looked at me and Kim Hyeongjun with a sour face. Who the heck are you guys? Damn, even you can speak. I chuckled as I offered the enemy leader a provocation. The enemy leader seemed taken aback by my unexpected reaction, but then furrowed their brow. Hey, it seems you're misunderstanding something. Are you just letting your mouth run without knowing what this place is? Wangdong. Realizing that I knew exactly where we were, the enemy leader continued in a boastful tone. So you're attacking me even though you know I'm the Dong leader of Wangdong? I looked at Kim Hyeongjun after listening to the enemy leader. It's confessing that it's the Dong leader right off the bat. Hyeongjun. Well, Ajasi, this just makes things a whole lot easier. Then there's no possibility that these are decoys, or that there are reinforcements coming. Can I kill it? Let's keep it alive for just a little bit. You know, just in case it lets slip some information. I shrugged at the enemy leader's boastful and arrogant attitude. You're the Dong leader of Wangdong. Huh? You idiots. I'll accept your apology if you get down on your knees at once. What? Are you too scared to even say anything now? It seems like you guys also found prey as well, but unfortunately, since you met me, you're gonna have to hand them over to me this time. The thing is, I'm not a big fan of zombies with glowing red eyes. The enemy leader was performing a monologue while aiming pathetic threats at us. I scratched my head at this absurdity. I think you're the one with the misunderstanding. I'm doing this because I know you're the Dong leader of Wayang Dong. Do you want to die? Boo-hoo. Why should I be scared of you? I snorted and looked at the enemy leader. With clenched fists, the enemy leader walked toward me. It got right in my face, standing with its weight on one foot as if it was some badass gangster. What group are you part of? I'm not sure if you're aware of the Survivor Rally organization. Survivor what? The enemy leader tried to act cool, picking at its ears. Then the enemy leader titled its head and glared at me, looking like an absolute scumbag. I smirked and offered up a warning. Remember this, big pal. The Survivor Rally organization is going to replace the family in the future. This son of a bitch, how dare you talk shit about our family? You know what? Never mind. You won't even have to remember that. 'Cause you're going to die here. You bastard. The enemy leader's eyes flashed, sending a punch flying at my face. I turned my head to easily avoid the incoming fist and then kicked my opponent in the stomach with my right foot, putting all my strength behind it. The enemy leader's spine snapped like a twig. The enemy leader collapsed helplessly to the floor and looked at Kim Hye-young-jun, its face a mask of confusion. Huh? It made stupid and incomprehensible noises as it tried to get off the ground, as though it had momentarily lost its mind. With its spine snapped, its lower body wasn't functioning properly. I could tell that the enemy was confused by this strange feeling, one they had never felt in their lifetime. As I walked in front of the enemy leader, it looked at me like a deer in the headlights. I wondered if it had just started to feel fear. Hey. Wait a minute. Wait. Have you ever seen a thief stop when they're told to stop? My eyes flashed and I clenched my fists. With one blow, I broke his skull. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his cheeks as he watched the enemy leader's pathetic demise. It must have seemed utterly absurd to him. How did a guy like this become a Dong leader? I told you, we're the ones that got stronger. I think the baits you took care of in Seoul Forest were stronger than this. Seoul Forest was like an advancement test for the Dong leader of Seongsu-dong. Only the areas that are marked red will be a challenge for us. In fact, the areas marked in red might not even be that challenging for us anymore. I don't think we'll face any worthwhile enemies unless the officers of the family come after us. I calmly wiped the blood staining my right hand on my clothes. Kim Hye-young-jun smacked his lips. Well, there goes another one for me. Wait, do you want to eat their brain? It's fine. You should eat it since you took care of it, Ajasi. Kim Hye-young-jun stashed his hands into his pant pockets and looked at the 700 zombies in front of him. After a moment, he looked back at me as if a question had popped into his mind. Ajasi, do you know what happens to these guys? What about them? The total amount of underlings you can have. Aren't you already at your maximum? Only then did I understand what Kim Hye-young-jun was talking about. At that point, I could control a maximum of 1,700 underlings, and I had already recruited the maximum number of underlings from the zombie prison. I would only be able to recruit 50 additional underlings if I ate the enemy leader's brain here. However, the enemy leader had more than 700 underlings. I wondered how many of them would come under my control when I ate the enemy leader's brain. As I thought about this, Kim Hye-young-jun smiled. What are you so worried about, Ajasi? Just go for it. What if something goes wrong with my body? Well, yeah, you have a point. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his head, his expression growing confused. So far, I had never faced a situation like this. After every hard-fought battle, I'd grown stronger by eating the enemy leader's brain. This was the first time I had overcome one this easily, so I wasn't exactly sure how to view this situation. Kim Hye-young-jun sighed and spoke. Let's take care of the survivors first. Besides, these guys, they'll probably stay like this until tomorrow anyway. How do you know that? The first time I killed a zombie with glowing red eyes, I left its zombies as they were because I didn't feel like eating a brain. And then, the next day, they all turned into street zombies again. Their physical abilities also decreased as well. I was lost in thought for a moment after hearing about Kim Hye-young-jun's experience. I knew that brains could last between an hour and 30 minutes and up to 4 hours. On the other hand, the command instinct that the leaderless underlings were under seemed to last for a whole day. I wondered what the reason behind this was. It seemed only right that this command instinct should disappear when the brain's efficacy wore off. As I stood there, deep in thought, Kim Hye-young-jun wandered in front of me. Hello, Ajasi? Can you hear me? You're distracting me. What? I furrowed my brow, and Kim Hye-young-jun mirrored my expression. At novel bin at. Let's get the survivors to the shelter already. The sun's about to go down. Are you just going to stay here and think all day? Okay. I sighed and cleared away the useless thoughts in my head. I took a deep breath to relieve the tightness that I felt, then walked with Kim Hye-young-jun toward the place I'd last seen the mysterious survivors. As we reached the place where I'd first seen them, I saw them still holding on to their iron pipes. The two of them were whispering as they looked at the motionless scout on the rooftop. Hey, why do you think it stopped all of a sudden? How am I supposed to know? It just started doing that out of the blue. Isn't that the signal that calls a zombie wave? The cry was different. If it was a zombie wave signal, the cry would sound more like a resonance. But the sound it made earlier wasn't like that at all. You never know. If it actually was for a zombie wave, then what? Should we wait here until the zombies come? The two of them argued nervously, their bodies stiff. In fact, they were so nervous that they didn't even notice me and Kim Hye-young-jun walking toward them. The man shook his head and spoke to the woman next to him. Let's hide for now. Staying here won't do us any good. Where exactly should we go? Just follow me. Let's go back the way we came. The man took the woman's hand and turned around. At last, our eyes met unintentionally. The man's eyes widened and with a whimper, he instantly collapsed to the floor, his eyes rolling to the back of his head in shock. He fainted when he saw my face. The woman next to him stood as still as a statue, unable to look away. I scratched my head in embarrassment and showed the woman the sentences I had written on my notepad. I'm part of Shelter Haeyoung and Shelter Silence. If I could have your cooperation for a moment, please. Her name was Choi Soo-hyun. I couldn't help but feel a sense of heartache because the Songso-dong leader's deceased daughter also had the same name, even though they had different last names. It wasn't easy explaining to Choi Soo-hyun about us, given her flustered and frightened state of mind. I tried to calm her down as I attempted to explain everything to her. I just barely managed to, and she was on the verge of fainting when I was done. With a hand resting against her forehead, she asked me a question. So, you're saying that you two are zombies that are fighting for the sake of humans, right? I was surprised at how quickly she understood what we were trying to communicate to her. When I nodded, Choi Soo-hyun sighed and spoke. You mentioned something about coming from a shelter earlier. Are you two managing shelters as well? Let's say we're cooperating. Cooperating. Choi Soo-hyun pulled her bangs back with her right hand while fanning herself with her left hand to calm herself down. She pointed to the man who had fainted. So this person is Wang Deok-rok. He's the team leader of the food transportation team. Team leader? That's how we address him. I wondered why he was called the team leader for a second, but then realized that each shelter probably had its own system of rank and decided to move on. Shelter Haeyoung also had teams for everything, but none of that meant anything because Shelter Haeyoung's system was one where everyone worked together. On the contrary, Shelter Silence used the term group leader instead of team leader. The differences between each shelter were quite surprising. The sun began to fall below the horizon. We asked Choi Soo-hyun if she was willing to continue our conversation at our shelter, since talking on the streets was dangerous. She nodded vigorously and tried to get Wang Deok-rok up. However, there was only so much a woman like her could do to get someone as chubby as Wang Deok-rok up by herself. Eventually, I hoisted Wang Deok-rok onto my back. Choi Soo-hyun looked at me. I'm sorry. I hope he's not too heavy for you. I replied with a forced smile. In the meantime, Kim Hye-young-jun retrieved the survivors who had been hiding in the convenience store, and we resumed our journey to Shelter Silence. When we arrived at Silence, the golden sun had completely set, and the dark blue sky welcomed us. The days were getting shorter. When we reached the gates of Shelter Silence, the guards noticed we had survivors with us and quickly opened them. The guard leader looked at us with a rather bitter and dissatisfied expression. In moments, Wang Ji-hai, the group leader, and Kim Byung-jin, in his yellowed lab coat, came running toward us. Kim Byung-jin and Kim Jae-bin shared a tearful reunion. As Wang Ji-hai kept her eyes on them, she asked us what had happened outside. I laid Wang Deok-rok down on the floor and began to write in my notepad. I retrieved the medicine as promised. We found survivors in the process and brought them back here. There were still survivors in Songso-dong. They were taken hostage by the dogs. I found them in Wyeongdong. Wang Ji-hai nodded slowly, her lips pressed together tightly. I wondered what she was thinking. Despite not being able to accurately deduce her thoughts, I noticed the subtle smile on her face and assumed that she didn't have any negative thoughts on the matter. After a moment, Wang Ji-hai looked down at Wang Deok-rok, who was lying next to me. There are two surprisingly clean-looking people among the survivors. Were those two also held hostage by the dogs? We found these two on our way back. And there seems to be another shelter nearby. A shelter? No way. The shelters we have been in touch with. Wang Ji-hai trailed off and looked at Choi Soo-hyun, who was standing beside Kim Hye-young-jun. She strode toward Choi Soo-hyun and asked, "What's the name of your shelter?" Sorry. I could tell that Choi Soo-hyun was clearly taken aback by the unexpected question. Wang Ji-hai looked at Choi Soo-hyun from head to toe. If you can't tell me the name and location of the shelter you're from, I'll have to ask you to leave. Don't you think that's pushing it a bit? Even the sun's down. Answer my question if you don't want to get kicked out. Wang Ji-hai was trying to intimidate Choi Soo-hyun, who looked away in the hopes of getting away without answering her question. However, it didn't take long for her to speak. Shelter barrier. It's in Gunjadong. Wang Ji-hai's eyes widened when she heard Choi Soo-hyun's answer. She drew the pistol from her belt and pointed it at the other woman's head. Her sudden action alarmed me, and I tried to stop the situation from escalating further. However, Wang Ji-hai shouted at the top of her lungs, "Don't move." I was taken aback by the sudden change in her attitude. Her brow furrowed in anger, and she asked Choi Soo-hyun a question. You're a dog, aren't you? Dog? No way. Shelter barrier disappeared 2 months ago. My jaw fell open when I heard what Wang Ji-hai had said. In contrast, Choi Soo-hyun's face grew dark. You don't even know what happened, she mumbled. What? Wang Ji-hai raised her eyebrows, and Choi Soo-hyun frowned at her. Don't just blurt things out when you have no idea what happened. Okay then, how about you explain what happened with that mouth of yours? I'll blow your head off right here right now if you try anything funny. Wang Ji-hai didn't seem like she was going to compromise unless she got the answer she wanted. Kim Hye-young-jun snuck a glance at me. Ajusi, don't you think we should stop those two? I think the group leader is being reasonable. We did bring them here without permission. I think the right thing to do is to just observe what happens for now. I answered him calmly, and Kim Hyung-jun smacked his lips and shrugged. After a moment, Choi Soo-hyun spoke up. 2 months. You're right. We were raided by zombies 2 months ago, and a lot of people died. Most of the officers, including the leader of the shelter, died, and those who survived were scattered. I, too, had to leave the shelter in order to survive. I was able to get away with a couple of others. Wang Jihai was focusing intently on Choi Soo-hyun's story, but her finger that was resting on the trigger didn't seem like it was going to relax anytime soon. Choi Soo-hyun's expression soured at Wang Jihai's cold reaction, but she continued. At that time, one of the people I'd escaped with was bitten by a zombie. So what? The person who was bitten was Do Han-sol. Before the world became like this, Do Han-sol was my co-worker. The people I'd escaped with had different opinions about what to do with Han-sol. The fact that they had taken sides on this issue showed just how disastrous the situation must have been at the time. I assumed that there were 2 opinions, either kill Do Han-sol, or try to save him. It was already a difficult world just to survive in. And besides, it would have been even more difficult to make up your mind if you were being chased by zombies. Choi Soo-hyun sighed and continued talking. I chose to try to save Do Han-sol. In the end, we couldn't come to a consensus, so we were further split up. What does this have to do with shelter barrier? Just cut to the chase. If you're trying to get away with some bullshit story, today's not the day. Wang Jihai showed no sign of backing down. Instead, she pressured Choi Soo-hyun even harder. She pressed the muzzle of her gun against Choi Soo-hyun's forehead, who closed her eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Do Han-sol. He awoke as a zombie with glowing red eyes, just like the 2 of you. After we saw him in that state, we thought we were goners and regretted not killing Do Han-sol when we had the chance. But Han-sol was different from the other zombies. Wang Jihai bit her lower lip and stopped asking her questions. It seemed like she knew what was coming next. I also knew what she was going to say next. Choi Soo-hyun smacked her lips. Han-sol. He could turn zombies into underlings. After that, Han-sol gathered the scattered survivors again and fought to reclaim shelter barrier. And we won. We killed the Dong leader of Gunjadong and reclaimed our home. That's the current shelter barrier. Wang Jihai finally lowered her gun and let out a breath. Despite putting her gun down, her frown still remained. It seemed she still harbored suspicions regarding Choi Soo-hyun. After a moment, she asked the other woman the question that was on her mind. So, are you saying that this person named Do Han-sol is managing shelter barrier right now? These 2 used the word cooperating, but in our case, managing seems like the right word. Without Han-sol, our shelter would probably collapse in no time. And when did Do Han-sol start managing the shelter? Less than a month. I heard that our old shelter had been in contact with other shelters before it collapsed. But I never knew this shelter would be one of them. Choi Soo-hyun sighed and let her head sag. Wang Jihai stayed silent for a few more heartbeats, then rubbed her stiff neck and spoke. Then why were you in Wayangdong when you should be in Gunjadong? Because we're short on food. Then what is this person named Do Han-sol doing? Shouldn't Do Han-sol be looking for food for you people? Han-sol's busy dealing with these guys who call themselves members of the family, who are constantly attacking Gunjadong. There's no way we could ask Han-sol to search for food on top of that? I found myself lost in thought as I listened to Choi Soo-hyun. Kim Hyung-jun approached me and said cautiously, Ajasi, I think Gunjadong is. Yeah, I know. It's in danger. I cut him off because I knew the answer. He nodded, his expression dark. If Gunjadong hadn't gone down after several attacks, it was only a matter of time until the members of the family joined forces to take over Gunjadong. The members of the family. I wondered what they would be doing. They had attacked Seoul Forest in order to solve the Maejangdong incident. It was possible to consider shelter silence in Seoul Forest and shelter barrier in Gunjadong as being in the same situation. I couldn't help but think about the possibility of a full-scale invasion of the Gunjadong shelter by the members of the family. And since the Dong leader of Seongsudong had been mobilized for the invasion of shelter Seoul Forest, it was most likely that forces from Jeonggakdong would act as the advance party, since they were north of Gunjadong. The concern was that Jeonggakdong wasn't a small district. According to the map I had, Jeonggakdong was an orange area. On top of that, Myeongdong, located just north of Jeonggakdong, was red. I wasn't sure how strong this person named Do Han-sol was, but if the Dong leader of Jeonggakdong joined forces with the Dong leader of Myeongdong and attacked Gunjadong, they would be wiped out in no time. I opened the notebook and quickly wrote a message. This person named Do Han-sol. I'd like to meet them. Choi Soo-hyun nodded as she read the message on the notepad I handed to her. Wang Jihai, who was standing next to her, frowned. You can't do that without my permission. Since you brought survivors from shelter barrier to shelter silence, I see this as an issue between survivors. Don't you? Did I say I was going to meet the survivors there? Wang Jihai seemed to hesitate after hearing my question. Do Han-sol was a zombie. I wasn't going to meet survivors. I was going to meet a zombie, which made this an issue between zombies. I felt sorry for Wang Jihai, but I had no intention of backing off. I opened my notebook and wrote some more. I'm not part of shelter silence. You have no right to give me orders. Then what are you trying to do by meeting Do Han-sol? I'd at least like to hear your reasoning behind this. Wang Jihai crossed her arms and stared hard into my eyes. I started writing in my notepad without hesitation. I'm going to meet Du Hansol, and if Du Hansol meets my standards, I'm going to form an alliance. An alliance? This person named Du Hansol. No, this zombie named Du Hansol. You're thinking about forming an alliance without knowing anything about this zombie beforehand, and without any plans. If Du Hansol is fighting against the members of the family, we have nothing to lose by forming an alliance. It's just like the saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Especially when it comes to zombies that protect survivors. It'd be different if Du Hansol is holding the survivors at shelter barrier as hostages. What if these two are controlling the survivors with this zombie named Du Hansol supporting them? Or, what if these two were scouting all the way to Wangdong? There was nothing wrong with her argument. But to me, this was nothing but Wang Jihai's imagination. I couldn't criticize her for thinking in such a way, or say anything against her speculation. As the leader of a group, it was only right to consider every possibility. I calmly showed Wang Jihai the sentences I'd written down in my notepad. Isn't that all the more reason to meet Du Hansol? We can't jump to conclusions without seeing Du Hansol first. Wang Jihai sighed, her face a mask of disapproval at Novel bin at. I wondered if Wang Jihai's caution and her tendency to prioritize safety at all times helped her become the group leader of Shelter Silence. I knew where she was coming from. I could tell that she was trying to avoid any missteps. However, there was a saying that not being willing to make mistakes was being irresponsible, as it merely led to inaction. Being overly cautious was no different from living under a rock. After wrapping up, we parted ways. Choi Soo-hyun and Wang Diakrok moved to Shelter Silence's accommodations while Wang Jihai headed to the meeting room to inform the others. The survivors filled out some simple paperwork in order to join Shelter Silence, then followed Kim Byung-jin to the hospital. Kim Hye-young-jun and I went back outside to take care of unfinished business. What are you going to do? It's already been an hour. I think it's safer if we don't eat it. I stared at the head of the Dong leader of Wangdong that my underling was holding, lost in thought. Kim Hye-young-jun rubbed his chin, then clenched his fists as if he had made up his mind. I'll eat it. And what if something happens to you? If anything happens, kill me, Ajasi. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I frowned at him, and Kim Hye-young-jun's expression soured. Something like this can happen anytime. Are you really going to overthink it and get anxious every time? Well, risking your life for something that's not worth it is the stupidest thing to do. And what if nothing in particular happens? If we don't take the chance, we might be losing our opportunity to get stronger. Let's just throw it away, please. Well then, why'd you even bring it in the first place? Didn't you bring it because you still wanted to eat it, Ajasi? I kept on telling him to throw it away instead of eating it. Kim Hye-young-jun avoided my gaze, acting hesitant. Suddenly, he snatched the enemy leader's head away, giving me no chance to stop him. Hey! My eyes widened as I tried desperately to stop Kim Hye-young-jun. But he gulped the enemy leader's brain down, and just like that, it was already in his stomach. Kim Hye-young-jun smirked as I looked at him. I'm going to sleep now, you idiot! You crazy bastard! As I peppered him with swear words, he started swaying from side to side, as if he was about to fall asleep any second. In moments, he collapsed to the ground helplessly. I got to Kim Hye-young-jun before his head hit the ground and started slapping his cheeks. No matter how hard I slapped him, he showed no intention of waking up. Now what am I supposed to do if you just go to sleep like this all of a sudden? We were supposed to meet Du Hansol the next day. He really knew how to make things more complicated than they had to be. You foolish bastard. I sighed and looked around. Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings were standing motionless in front of the first defense line of Shelter Silence. I sighed continuously out of frustration. There was only one reason why I was frustrated with Kim Hye-young-jun's unexpected behavior. It was because of the Stage 2 mutant in Maejangdong, aka Moodswinger. I had no clue how Moodswinger would react if something happened to Kim Hye-young-jun. I resented Kim Hye-young-jun for making such a foolish choice without even considering the possible risks. Left with no other choice, I hoisted Kim Hye-young-jun onto my back and carried him to the building where my scouts were. After laying him down on the rooftop, I gave orders to my underlings. You two, let me know when Hye-young-jun wakes up. At Novel bin at. Grr! The scouts answered with their throat-rending cries, and I hurried over to Maejangdong. Instead of watching over Kim Hye-young-jun, I knew my priority at that moment was to observe Moodswinger. If Moodswinger went through any changes, that would majorly disrupt everything I'd done so far. On the same day, sometime in the night, 7 people sat in a meeting room in a building in Jongno. After a moment, a man opened the meeting room doors and stepped in. The others rose from their seats and bowed deeply from the waist. The man walked over to the seat at the head of the table and gestured for everyone else to take their seats. As the 7 people sat down, the man seated at the head of the table spoke in a low voice. Reports. A woman among the 7 stood. The Gangnam project is going smoothly. The mutants are currently gathered in Bamsum, and are scheduled to enter Udo 2 days from now, on October 31st, at 6 o'clock in the evening. And who's in charge? Officers 1, 2, and 3 have been assigned as the advance party. Officers 4 and 5 will form the reinforcement team and arrive on the following day, November 1 st. The man nodded silently, then sighed. And the mutant research. All Dong leaders have fully committed their efforts to making Stage 2 mutants. Didn't the Dong leader of Songso make 2 of them? The Dong leader of Songsudong ordered one of them to commit suicide in order to figure out if he could command it, and the other one was confirmed dead along with the Songsudong leader during the Battle of Shelter Soul Forest. The man sitting at the head of the table put his head in his hands and remained silent for a while. The other officers in the meeting room swallowed and waited for him to speak. After a while, the man in the head seat sighed. And the Songdong-gu situation? You don't have to worry too much about. Bang! The man at the head of the table slammed the desk, glaring across the room. The other officers quickly lowered their heads. The man ground his teeth audibly. You've been repeating the same damn words over and over again for months now, that they're a bunch of wussies, and yet you still haven't taken care of them. My apologies. We will deal with it as soon as possible. How many Dong leaders have you lost contact with? Meijiangdong, Songsudong, and Gunjadong. Except for Gunjadong, all the Dong leaders were strong. The Dong leader of Songsudong was supposed to become the 8th officer. But you're saying he got wiped out by a nobody? You expect me to believe this? The man seated at the head furrowed his brow, and the woman who had been making her report smacked her lips. Then, I'll take care of this nobody. 7th officer. The man at the head of the table cut the 7th officer short. The woman swallowed and looked at him. He tilted his head with a frown. Do you think you can handle this nobody alone? The 7th officer's eyebrows twitched. She clenched her fists as if he had wounded her ego. The man massaged his temples gently, then looked at the man sitting across from the woman. 6th officer, which area are you managing? Myeongdong. Myeongdong. Then you're close to Gunjadong. No, I'll take care of this nobody. The 6th officer replied with a bow, but the man at the head of the table waved his hand in opposition. No, go with the 7th officer. With the 7th officer? That might delay the Gangnam project. And the man at the head of the table narrowed his eyes, and the 6th officer swallowed and fell silent. The man at the head of the table stood. I'll join up with the reinforcement team for the Gangnam project. 6th and 7th officers, focus on Songdong-gu. We can't let any internal problems arise while our full focus is on Gangnam. The officers acknowledged him vigorously with faces full of determination. The man at the head of the table looked at the officers and continued to speak, his eyes open wide. Proceed without any setbacks. Whoever makes a mistake, just kill yourself on the spot. If not, I'll find you and kill you myself. No one dared to offer a retort. Unlike the officers, whose eyes glowed red, the man in the head seat had eyes that glowed blue. However, it wasn't a clear or bright blue. Looking into his eyes was like falling into a never-ending hole. The man's eyes were like mirrors reflecting an endless abyss. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I observed Moodswinger all night, but nothing significant happened. I wondered if I'd been overreacting earlier. Moodswinger had been staring at the sky the entire night, its mouth hanging open like an idiot, and nothing changed when the sun rose either. Moodswinger didn't ask for food or harass the other zombies. It stared blankly at the sky as if amazed by the flow of time, as if it was watching a movie. It didn't make significant movements other than occasionally scratching its back or bottom. He's up. The sun was at its zenith when I finally got the message I'd been waiting for. I headed to Soul Forest at once. After about 12 minutes, I caught a glimpse of the building in which Kim Hyeongjun was resting. When I got to the rooftop, I was met by Kim Hyeongjun's startled face. Geez, you surprised me, Ajusi. I looked at him calmly, and Kim Hyeongjun put his hand on his aching forehead. How many days has it been? Half a day. Kim Hyeongjun nodded his head and stretched, clearly happy with how little time had passed. He then smacked his lips. Did anything happen? That's what I wanted to ask you. Do you notice any special changes in your body? Not really. It feels pretty similar to when I'd eaten other brains. After a moment, he gasped in surprise. I tilted my head, and Kim Hyeongjun said in wonder, 1600. What are you saying? 1550 was my maximum number, but now it feels like I can control 1600. It made sense that the total number of underlings he could control would increase by 50 after he ate the enemy leader's brain. However, the real question was what had happened to the rest of the enemy leader's underlings, since it had had more than 700 underlings. Realizing that I could check on this myself, I ran towards Wyeongdong. When I arrived at Wyeongdong, I saw zombies blocking a Kazan road. Some of them were purple, while some of them were colorless, just like regular street zombies. Kim Hyeongjun, who had followed me, looked at me. So it seems like my underlings are randomly chosen according to the maximum number of underlings I can control. Well, in that case, what a relief. But check if there are 50 underlings in purple here. Wait, why? I couldn't help but get annoyed at Kim Hyeongjun's stupid question. If there are more than 50 underlings here, that means some of your underlings back in Hengdangdong have turned back to ordinary zombies. Oh, okay. Kim Hyeongjun responded to my anger with a puzzled expression and started checking. I pressed a hand against my aching forehead and took a deep breath. After a while, Kim Hyeongjun came back, rather exhausted. There's 50 here. Are you sure? I checked 3 times. Kim Hyeongjun gave me a sidelong glance. It seemed like he had no clue why I was angry. Although I admired his determination to get things done, I thought it was a good time to lecture him about the need to consider all the possibilities and risks before making a move. He used to think everything through, but with the Konkuk University Hospital incident and now this one, things had changed. I had to say something about his strategy of just going for it. I knew it'd be dangerous for me and him in the long run. It was a relief that everything had worked out, but the unimaginable would have happened if he'd lost his command and control of the second stage mutant. When I finished telling him what was on my mind, Kim Hye-young-jun sagged his head in silence. I could tell that he was sincerely sorry for his mistake. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun, all wilted, and sighed. Let's just move on since nothing bad happened. I'm sorry, Ajasi. It's alright. I'm the one who left the option of eating the brain on the table anyway. I was the one who'd brought the enemy leader's head, so I was also at fault. People who did drugs were a problem, but the people who sold drugs were a problem as well. As I smacked my lips, Kim Hye-young-jun came up to me, pouting. I'm sorry. You're good. Please accept my apology. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me, his eyes as round as Puss in Boots. He was truly acting like a baby at this point. I snorted in disbelief and shook my head. Kim Hye-young-jun suddenly smirked. You're really not angry anymore. You little. Yes. Alright. I'll make sure to be more careful in the future. I'll make sure nothing like this happens again. I clicked my tongue and headed back to Seoul Forest. I thought Kim Hye-young-jun was following me, but he quickly stepped in front of me. Shouldn't we take care of the zombies here? Are you just going to go? Wait, why? Cause. That's what we should do. He did have a point. I didn't feel too comfortable leaving zombies gathered together like how they were. They could pose a threat to the remaining survivors in Wyeongdong, and there'd be nothing good for us if another zombie with glowing red eyes recruited them. Kim Hye-young-jun and I walked toward the zombies blocking a Kazan road. I stared at the zombie in front of me, and it looked blankly back at me. Rest in peace. I clenched my fists and hurled a punch toward its face. Just before my fist smashed into its face, though, I couldn't help but stop. A chill went down my spine, and my upper body shivered involuntarily. I looked straight into the zombie's face. Why isn't it looking away? The zombies that were blocking a Kazan road, they weren't looking away from me or Kim Hye-young-jun. We were not in command of them, and yet they were staring at us with empty eyes. One Puss in Boots is a cat from the movie series Shrek. He has a famous scene where he looks at Shrek with round, watery eyes. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun. Stop. Kim Hye-young-jun set his right foot down and moved over to me. Why did you stop all of a sudden? These zombies. They're not looking away. That caused Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes to widen, and he examined the zombies. Zombies that didn't look away were primed to become mutants, which meant that all 650 zombies here could turn into mutants. With the chain of command broken, the zombies here had become soulless beings. Kim Hye-young-jun swallowed. Should we move them to the zombie prison? Yeah, let's do that. It wasn't every day you could get your hands on zombies that didn't look away. The reason Kim Hye-young-jun and I had struggled with the mutant experiments for over a month was that it was difficult to find these kinds of zombies. I snuck a glance at Kim Hye-young-jun. I'd scolded him for what he had done just a while ago, but somehow, he'd managed to procure us some good samples. For now, I knew the best thing to do was to keep my mouth shut. *****. After getting my underlings to move zombies that were blocking a Kazan road to the zombie prison, I told my prison guards to keep an eye on them. By the time we finished all our work, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Kim Hye-young-jun and I entered shelter Seoul Forest rather late. Choi Soo-hyun, who had been anxiously waiting for us, came running toward us as soon as she saw us. She looked back and forth between Kim Hye-young-jun and me. Why'd you come so late? Her anxiousness told me that something had happened. I tilted my head, and Choi Soo-hyun sighed. Han-sol was here. Han-sol came all the way here alone. Where is Han-sol? Han-sol is tied up right now. The group leader said I couldn't meet Han-sol until you came. Lead the way please. Choi Soo-hyun ran off after reading my notepad. I followed Choi Soo-hyun and saw a group of guards gathered outside the warehouse. The guard leader spat on the floor when Kim Hye-young-jun and I appeared. Where have you been? I had something to do. I bet you did. The guard leader sneered and rolled their eyes. My eyebrows twitched reflexively. Then Kim Hye-young-jun stopped in front of me. Let's not listen to that bastard. We only need to talk to the group leader. Hye-young-jun. Yeah, make sure. You kill that bastard later. I furrowed my brow as I spoke, and Kim Hye-young-jun smirked and patted my back. Soon after, Wang Ji-hai, who was in front of the warehouse, spotted us. Over here, Lee Hyun-deok. As I walked toward Wang Ji-hai, the guards who were blocking the way stepped aside. Wang Ji-hai looked around and whispered to me, my apologies if you were offended by what we did. But this is what we came up with during our emergency meeting. So I had no choice but to tie Han-sol up and keep him here. Wang Ji-hai was being unexpectedly gracious, which made me suspicious of her. Just the day before, she had been screaming furiously. I wondered what had gone through her mind to cause such a change in attitude. I stared at her calmly, and she smacked her lips. You told us not to intervene in problems between zombies, right? This is the best we could do to cooperate. I'd sensed this in her before, when she gave me the crossbows and firearms, but she sure did value relationships. I nodded and wrote in my notepad. So what happened? Han-sol came to the shelter this morning. The guards at the gate didn't open it, as instructed. But then, Han-sol climbed over the wall. I couldn't say anything after listening to Wang Ji-hai. There was nothing to chastise her for. There was a clause in shelter silences regulations that any zombies found within the shelter would be shot immediately. Considering this, Han-sol was lucky enough not to have been shot. I scratched my forehead, momentarily lost in thought. Jumping over the wall without permission. Seems like Du Hansol has quite the personality. I could kind of guess what kind of person Du Hansol was. I sighed and wrote in my notepad. Could you open the doors? I'll talk to Du Hansol. Wang Jihai read what I'd written and then gave the order to the guards guarding the warehouse. Open the doors. The tightly shut doors swung open, and I saw Du Hansol inside, tied to a wooden chair. Du Hansol raised his chin and stared at my face. He hardly seemed perturbed. Instead, he smirked as though he'd been expecting me all along. So you're the captain. I'm definitely not their captain. An alliance would be a better word. He was a man who appeared to be in his early to mid-30s. Du Hansol looked me up and down, then sighed and let his head sag. He flashed his red glowing eyes and got up from the chair. The ropes that were tying him down snapped like flimsy threads, and the back of the chair splintered. The guards, who were observing the exchange, quickly aimed their guns at Du Hansol, but I raised my right hand to signal them to stop. Wang Jihai saw me and quickly issued her own orders. Lower your guns. Whoever opens fire. There's no way for me to help you out. Du Hansol snorted as he watched their exchange, then looked at me. You're allied with these people. What do you want? What do I want? These people took my friends. I'm here to take them back, of course. I peeked behind me and saw Choi Soo-hyun standing beside Kim Hye-young-jun. I gestured for the two of them to move closer. Choi Soo-hyun observed Wang Jihai's reaction then quickly ran to Du Hansol. On the other hand, Kim Hye-young-jun looked me in the eyes. I'll look after the people here just in case. I nodded without speaking. Du Hansol looked at Choi Soo-hyun. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? I'm okay. How did you get here? How did you know we were here? At that moment, my eyes widened and I stepped between Du Hansol and Choi Soo-hyun. This man. He could talk. Du Hansol furrowed his brow as I stepped in front of Choi Soo-hyun. What do you mean by this? You ate a human, didn't you? So, I grabbed him by the collar. I couldn't stand his audacity. He looked at me as if I was being ridiculous. Whoa, we've got a noble in the house. Why? Do I look like a member of the family to you? Why'd you kill that person? What was the reason? Should I have done nothing when a man's going around with a knife in his hand? I'm sure there was a reason the man was holding a knife. I frowned at him. Du Hansol narrowed his eyes and shook my hand off. Don't bark as though you know everything when, in fact, you don't know anything. Before I kill you, then tell me why. Otherwise, I won't help you. Help? Who? You? Help me. Du Hansol raised his eyebrows condescendingly. He looked at me from head to toe. You seem like you live under a rock. I can't be patient forever, you know. A rock. Why, are you getting mad? I laughed. This man was being ridiculous. Du Hansol pointed at the rope on the floor. I cooperated as much as I could, and I don't want you to disturb me anymore. What do you think? It seemed like he'd cooperated by letting the survivors tie him up even though he could have easily snapped them. While I thought his gesture was praiseworthy, I couldn't let that attitude of his slide, especially if he was coming at me like this right from the get-go. I reached out my right hand, offering to shake hands. Du Hansol snorted at my gesture. What's this all of a sudden? You want to make up for something? I shrugged, and Du Hansol clicked his tongue. What a weird audacity. With that, he went for my hand without thinking twice. That moment, a stinging current passed through my fingertips and up into my brain. I furrowed my brow and looked at Du Hansol's face. I felt a dull ache, but it wasn't painful. It was a slight tingling feeling, like being pricked by a needle. On the other hand, Du Hansol screamed, his eyes rolling toward the back of his head. Ayah! He then fell on his knees and his entire body started to tremble. Let go. Du Hansol gritted his teeth, barely able to look up at me. He writhed in pain and pulled at his hair with his left hand. I didn't let my frown slip. Living under a rock. I'm sorry, please let go of me. Are you willing to cooperate? Du Hansol nodded violently with his eyes tightly closed, as if he didn't even have the energy to answer. I released my grip and let out a deep breath. As I took in slow, deep breaths, the tingling feeling in my fingertips faded away. Du Hansol lay flat on the floor, sucking in deep, ragged breaths. I heard the survivors discussing what had happened amongst themselves. What are they doing all of a sudden? I have no clue, but I think Lee Hyun-deok just knocked him down with his grip. You fool, how could anyone cause that to happen to another man by using grip strength alone? After a moment, Kim Hye-young-jun came over and tapped my shoulder with his finger. How is he? Can you tell? Vaguely. I can't tell exactly, but I think he's weak. Ajasi, you know that was a bit too much for him. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at Du Hansol, who was having trouble even straightening his back. His face was contorted in a grimace. Choi Soo-hyun shook Du Hansol's upper body anxiously, not knowing what to do. Hansol, wake up. Choi Soo-hyun, all flustered, shouted at me at Novel bin at. What did you do? Huh? What in the world did you do to him? He was getting worked up so I calmed him down. Choi Soo-hyun read my words while on the verge of bursting into tears. There was nothing more I could tell her at the moment. Hansol. A familiar voice came from the entrance to the warehouse. It was Wang Deokrok, who had regained consciousness. Wang Deokrok slid in front of Du Hansol and looked at me straight in the eyes. Don't do this to him. He's not a bad guy, he's a good guy. I didn't know how to explain this situation. I wished that Du Hansol would get up and say something. I looked at the two humans and smacked my lips. After a moment, Du Hansol supported his upper body up. Du Hansol coughed and rubbed his aching forehead. He widened his eyes and blinked, shook his head vigorously, then looked at Wang Diakrok and Choi Soo-hyun. The woman hugged him and burst into tears, while Wang Diakrok patted him on the back repeatedly while asking if he was alright. Du Hansol nodded blankly then looked at me in the eyes. Just now, what did you do to me? I don't know how much you know, but this world isn't as straightforward as you think. Du Hansol looked at me with fear in his eyes, his lips tightly closed. There was a lot to teach him. I sighed and looked at Kim Hyeongjun. He's short on manners, but I think it'll be fine to form an alliance with him. What do you think? I think it'll be fine as well. Judging by the way Choi Soo-hyun and Wang Diakrok are acting, he doesn't seem like a bad guy, although he does have an attitude problem, like you said. And you know that people don't lie through their actions. We seem to be on the same page. I nodded instead of answering. Kim Hyeongjun stashed his hands into his pockets and looked at me. I'm going to let you decide, Ajasi. In the meantime, I'll send everyone else away. Wait, why? Just in case the alliance fails. You never know, right? He had a point. If the alliance failed, it was safe to say that Du Hansol had no intention to live his life for the sake of humans. I told him to usher everyone else outside. Kim Hyeongjun nodded slightly and walked in front of Wang Jihai with his notepad. After a brief exchange, the guards went away. As the guards dispersed, Wang Jihai approached me cautiously. I know this is a zombie thing so I don't have a say in this. But I'll be waiting with my guards, 50 meters away. I hope you understand. If that helped her feel better, I wasn't about to deny her request. I nodded. Wang Jihai bowed lightly and left the warehouse. When Kim Hyeongjun finally closed the warehouse door, I looked at Du Hansol. Listen carefully to what I'll be saying from now on. I saw his Adam's apple move violently. He looked at me nervously. I took a deep breath and sighed. I'm willing to form an alliance with you, based on how you react from now on. An alliance? Why would I form an alliance with you when I don't even know what kind of person you are? Do you want to protect people from the members of the family? Yes, of course. Do you want to protect your family? Du Hansol glanced at Choi Soo-hyun, who was next to him, and nodded. His expression reflected his determination. I looked at him with a satisfied smile. Then answer my questions as honestly as you can from now on. I looked into Du Hansol's face. Why did you eat a human? The guy was a traitor. Don't beat around the bush. Tell me exactly what happened. I furrowed my brow as I put the question toward Du Hansol, who grimaced and mumbled under his breath. After a moment, he sighed. The reason I was bitten by a zombie was because of that traitor. When we escaped shelter barrier, I was guarding the escape route, making sure that everyone got out. It was the last emergency exit left for us. Du Hansol calmed his voice before continuing. I couldn't hold the zombies back any longer, so I tried to close the emergency exit. That's when the traitor appeared. My full attention was on Du Hansol. He put his right hand on his forehead and gritted his teeth, as if the traumatic memory of that day had come to mind. He began to grow emotional. I had to make a choice. Either give up on him and close the emergency exit, or draw the zombies' attention elsewhere. And you choose the latter. Yeah. I don't know why I made that decision back then, but at that moment, all I could think about was saving the others. For some reason, I was running toward the zombies before I knew what I was doing. It was definitely not an easy thing to risk your life to save others, especially in a dangerous and uncertain situation. Du Hansol's decision was praiseworthy, but realistically speaking, it wasn't the best choice. Du Hansol took a quick breath. If we'd dealt with the zombies around me, we all could have made it out alive. But the traitor just ran without assisting you. Du Hansol nodded, his expression difficult to read. I rubbed my chin and fell into deep thought. I now understood why he bore so much hatred toward this traitor. However, to wake up as a zombie and eat the traitor, that was unacceptable. Some could question what the issue was, now that we were in a world where there were no laws, rules, or morals. However, in the world where I chose to put my faith in, there was still morality. Even though this traitor's actions were wrong, in the end, it was still Du Hansol's choice to run toward the zombies. I crossed my arms. You said earlier that you killed the traitor because they were holding a knife, but it sounds to me like you just killed the traitor out of hatred for their betrayal. I'm not done talking. Du Hansol glared at me. His earlier words surfaced in my mind. Don't bark like a dog as if you know everything when in fact you don't know anything. It seemed like a lot had happened to him, even after waking up as a zombie with glowing red eyes. I closed my lips and nodded. I was being impatient. I calmly told him to continue, and Du Hansol closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His fists were still tightly clenched as he recalled what had happened to him. Clearly, his anger regarding the incident had yet to abate. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. They were full of hatred. That bastard sold my people to the dogs. My brows knit together when I heard his words. I expected him to say that the traitor attacked his people, but selling them to the dogs was way beyond my imagination. I tilted my head in confusion, and Du Hansol ground his teeth and continued with his story. That traitor bastard never trusted me in the first place, and maintained a connection with the dogs. However, to become a dog, you have to eat human flesh. This traitor didn't want to do that. Wait a minute, let's get this sorted out before we move on. So you're saying, the traitor stayed with you even though they had no trust in you and your people? Du Hansol nodded. The traitor didn't want to eat human flesh, but was reluctant to rely on me as well. They seesawed back and forth between both positions. After a while, the number of people who went out to get food started to decrease steadily. 4 people disappeared every week. That made me suspicious. Well, you can't discount the possibility that they could have been taken down by the zombies on the streets. I took care of all the zombies in Gunjadong and Nungdong. However, even after doing so, I didn't feel comfortable, so I drew up my own map and instructed them to take the safest route possible. After doing all this, it still made no sense to me that 4 people could disappear every week. Not just once or twice, but every time. I couldn't find a counter to his argument. If Du Hansol had drawn up this map himself and plotted a safe route, he would have set up escape routes where his people could hide in case of an emergency. However, if 4 people continued to disappear each time, it wasn't wrong to believe that there could be a traitor within. Du Hansol let out a deep breath. You know the saying, give someone enough rope and they'll hang themselves? The traitor finally dug their own grave. Unanimously, the rest of the people in the shelter decided to publicly execute the traitor bastard. And that's when the traitor started swinging away with the knife. Exactly. If I hadn't killed him, other people would have gotten hurt. Having heard all that had happened to Du Hansol, I felt the urge to throw up. Some individuals were just that despicable. I finally understood why Du Hansol had mocked the guards of shelter silence. Du Hansol. He had no faith in anyone except for his own family and friends. It didn't matter if they were humans or zombies. He had closed his heart to anything else that was alive, in order to protect shelter barrier. Now that I had a better understanding of Du Hansol's experience and background, I knew I couldn't treat him roughly. I gently closed my eyes and thought for a moment. After a little while, I squatted in front of Du Hansol. I know I might not be in the position to ask you this, but do you have any intention of trusting people again? You want me to trust people? Du Hansol snorted and looked away. He then frowned and looked at me. His face. It was not one of anger or hatred. Through his furrowed brow and trembling eyes, I saw a glimpse of unknowable sadness. After a moment, Du Hansol continued to speak. It sounded like he was trying to get something off of his chest. You have to be suspicious of people. Humans, you can't trust or rely on them. Then what about Choi Soo-hyun and Wang Diakrok? Those 2 are exceptions. And the reason is, because those 2, they tried to save me until the end. So in the end, you're saying that they have to make sacrifices for you. I smacked my lips, and Du Hansol frowned at me. He started to get riled up, and seemed to think that I was being ridiculous. Me, forcing them to make sacrifices? That was not my intention at all. Aren't you saying that you'll only treat those who tried to save your life as humans? You can't interpret it that way. Tell me if I'm wrong. My tone grew firm, and his lips trembled. I slicked my hair back and continued. I'm not trying to save everyone either. Then what are you trying to do? I'm fighting for those who don't give up on their lives, those who don't feed off others, those who don't lose hope, and those who don't force others to make sacrifices for them. Du Hansol bit his lips and remained silent. After a while, Du Hansol let out a long, protracted sigh. If my misjudgment puts my people's lives in jeopardy, we will help. I looked into his eyes seriously. Du Hansol hesitated for a moment after hearing my answer, then glanced at Kim Hyeongjun, who was standing in front of the warehouse door. Kim Hyeongjun, who had his arms crossed, tilted his head at the sudden glance. Du Hansol looked closely at Kim Hyeongjun then smacked his lips. That person, is he trustworthy? We don't prove such things through words. We demonstrate it through actions. If I ally with you, what happens afterward? I'll be honest with you. I took a deep breath, then sighed. We're going to erase all traces of the family. Do you think these members of the family are the root of all evil? The root of all evil? That's not the right expression. Especially since no one knows what other kinds of beings there might be in this world. But if I had to decide what the root of all evil meant to me, I'd say it would be any being that tries to pose a threat to my family. Then, if I form an alliance with you, will I have to fight against these members of the family as well? They won't leave you alone, even if you don't want to fight. Du Hansol looked at Choi Soo-hyun and Wang Diakrok as he listened to what I had to say. The 2 of them were looking at us nervously. Their eyes betrayed their anxiety. A flood of emotion ran across Du Hansol's face. After a moment of hesitation, he took a deep breath and gave me his answer. I want to form an alliance with you. I saw the determination in his eyes. I looked at him and smiled gently. Starting from now, hold my hand and think of only one thing. What? That you will fight to protect your family. That you will fight for those who are willing to live as human beings. Du Hansol swallowed and nodded, his eyes bouncing back and forth between Kim Hyeongjun and me. We met eyes and held each other's hands. *****. We opened the firmly closed warehouse door, and Wang Jihai, who was with the guards, ran toward me and Kim Hyeongjun at Novel Bin at. So what happened? Wang Jihai looked back and forth between Kim Hyeongjun and me, urging one of us to answer her. I smiled lightly and opened my notepad. We formed an alliance. Oh. Wang Jihai finally smiled and let out a sigh of relief. After a moment, she looked around and asked, "Where's Du Hansol?" "He's inside, speaking with Choi Soo-hyun and Wang Diakrok. I need to see him." The moment Wang Jihai tried to walk toward the storage room, I grabbed her arm and shook my head. "Leave him alone for now." He probably thought that Choi Soo-hyun and Wang Diakrok were dead. He must be feeling relief at finally being able to speak with them again. I don't think it's the right time to confront him with questions. Wang Jihai's expression was troubled, but she acquiesced to my point of view without reply. After a moment, Kim Hyeongjun asked, "How'd you do it, Jesse?" "Do what? What do you mean?" "Form the alliance, of course. I just did what I learned from you. But why did I also become allies with him as well?" This was something beyond my ability to explain. When I formed an alliance with Du Hansol, I experienced the throbbing headache again. It seemed as if it was something we had to go through every time. However, Kim Hyeongjun, who was guarding the storage room entrance, had begun to tug at his hair, as though he too was suffering from a throbbing headache. When I forged the alliance with Du Hansol, Kim Hyeongjun had automatically become a member of the alliance as well without having to go through the process himself. I couldn't figure out the reason behind this. Kim Hyeongjun smacked his lips. "Geez, I don't like where this is going." "What?" "The fact that you seem like the leader now." I rolled my eyes at Kim Hyeongjun. I thought something was truly troubling him when he said he didn't like where this was going. Kim Hyeongjun stashed his hands into his pockets and mumbled under his breath. "But I'm the president of the Survivor Rally organization. Are you salty about that?" "Not at all, Jesse, not at all." Kim Hyeongjun got all grumpy and tried to walk away. I snorted and moved to block his way. "Hey, you have to at least tell me where you're going." "I'm going to go see my son." "You happy? Didn't you say you were going to introduce me to your family the other day?" "I haven't seen them yet." "I haven't introduced you to my family." "Yeah." Kim Hyeongjun scratched his sideburns, staring blankly ahead. Then he smacked his lips. "All right, then let's go together." "Yes, dear leader." Kim Hyeongjun glared at me sullenly. "You're making fun of me, aren't you?" I shrugged and pretended that I didn't know what he was talking about. Kim Hyeongjun slapped my forearm and started grumbling again. When he acted like this, he seemed like nothing more than a naive, innocent child. I couldn't understand why becoming the leader was such a big deal. We chatted as we headed toward Shelter Silence's dormitories. Kim Hyeongjun had 8 people who were close to him, including his wife, son, and Park Ji-cheol. All of them took turns holding my hand and expressing their gratitude. They all bowed to me, thanking me for protecting Shelter Silence, for taking care of Hyeongjun, and thanking me in advance for what I would do in the future. I returned their bows, feeling embarrassed and awkward. While I was exchanging greetings, Kim Hyeongjun was holding his son in his arms, a vibrant smile on his face. Looking at him, I couldn't help but recall a memory of mine, from the time I was still alive. It was a memory of a time I was smoking with my office manager. "Oh, so I heard through the grapevine that you became a father. Did you also hear the news? Hi Indiok, you were quite the guy before you got married, but now you're done for good. Haha. Did you say it was a daughter?" "Yes, that's right, sir. You've got quite a future ahead of you, don't you?" My office manager slightly smiled and patted my shoulder. As it was awkward for me to smoke with my office manager, I kept on nodding with my back hunched down. Not caring if I was comfortable or not, my office manager looked up at the blue sky and continued. "Have you ever heard of the saying that a person is strong because they have nothing to lose?" "Yes, I have. That's why I'm not getting married. That way, I'll have nothing to lose and nothing to be afraid of." Ha ha ha. My expression was confused, but I forced a smile and went along with my office manager. However, my office manager, who was usually ill-mannered, tapped his cigarette on the ashtray and grimaced. He lost his usual demeanor, and spoke to me in a low voice devoid of confidence. "But the thing is, when you're young, the saying is true. You're stronger if you don't have anything to lose. But when you turn 50, it's no longer true." Yes, just looking at the people around me proves it. Even though I feel sorry for the guys who get whipped by their wives. At times, I'm kind of jealous. Maybe the saying that a man matures when he gets married is true. That's how I feel, the older I get. I have nothing to lose, which ironically made me weaker. I feel empty. And no matter what I do, there's no joy to it. I studied my office manager's face carefully. That face that drove me mad every day. For some reason, it seemed terribly lonely that day. The officer manager chuckled. "Congratulations with all my heart on becoming a father." "Thank you, sir." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't know why I recalled my office manager's face when I saw Kim Hyeongjun. Perhaps it was because their expressions were so contrasting that I felt sympathy for him, even though I had completely forgotten about him until now. I didn't know if my office manager was dead or alive, but he wouldn't be able to feel what Kim Hyeongjun was feeling until the day he died. I looked blankly ahead and sighed. "You're not strong because you have nothing to lose, you're strong because you have something to protect." The reason people were strong was because they had nothing to lose. Perhaps it came from the spirit and confidence they had while they were young. Everyone in their 20s was full of energy, and it could even boil over into arrogance. However, everyone was equal in the face of the passage of time, and everyone grew old. Maybe my office manager. Perhaps he needed a place to go back to every day. Not to a dark, lonely apartment after work, but to a family that welcomed him with open arms. Perhaps the reason Kim Hyeongjun and I continued to endure without dying in this miserable world, the reason why we hadn't lost our hearts or mindset after witnessing all these terrible moments, was because we had a place to return to. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a brief meeting with Kim Hyeongjun's inner circle, I left the dormitory to meet Du Han-sol. Lee Hyun-deok. At that moment, someone called me from behind. I turned around and saw Kim Hyeongjun's wife running toward me. She went through her pockets eagerly and then handed me several things that were wrapped up. You said your daughter's name was Soyeon, right? Give these to Soyeon, please. I carefully looked at the things Kim Hye-youngjun's wife was giving me. There were 8 candy balls and 3 lollipops. I wondered why seeing candy, which I'd never cared about before, could make me so happy. I could already imagine Soyeon's face, smiling brightly at the candy. I smiled wholeheartedly and bowed to her, expressing my gratitude. She offered me a bow in return, smiling softly. Then, she grabbed my hand as though she'd just remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. Hye-youngjun said something about meeting at a prison in an hour? He said some prison, at novel bin at. I nodded continuously, signaling to her that I knew what she was talking about, and that she did not have to explain any further. I had already spoken with Kim Hye-youngjun, and made plans to meet at the zombie prison in Hangdangdong in an hour's time. Kim Hye-youngjun had insisted on going over right away, but I'd stopped him. I wanted to give him time to spend with his family, just for a little bit. I offered Kim Hye-youngjun's wife one final bow, then headed straight to the warehouse where Do Hansol was. When I reached the warehouse, I saw Do Hansol conversing with Wang Jihai. As I approached the two, Wang Jihai called out to me as though relieved that I had arrived in the nick of time. Perfect timing. We were actually looking for you. I tilted my head, and Wang Jihai pointed at Du Hansol. Hansol has something to say to you. Just yesterday, she'd shouted his name in agitation, but now she was saying it with calmness. I smiled and looked at Du Hansol, assuming it was just a regular conversation. But when I saw Du Hansol's serious expression, I quickly put away my smile. What's going on? There's another zombie that lives for the sake of humans. My eyes widened of their own accord when I heard his statement. A zombie living for the sake of humans. Didn't that mean that there was another zombie with glowing red eyes that was taking care of another shelter? I wet my dry lips and asked. And where is this zombie? Do you know Gwangjangdong? Gwangjangdong. Are you talking about the Gwangjangdong that you enter after crossing Shinho Bridge? Yeah, that's the one. I listened to what he had to say and got lost in thought for a moment. I wondered how Du Hansol had come across this information. As I looked at Du Hansol suspiciously, he sighed and said, "They're one of the people that escaped with me when shelter barrier went down. And they became a zombie too. We were both bitten around the same time. They wanted to escape Gunjadong even before being bitten. After turning into a zombie, that person said that they would go to Gwangjangdong. How likely is it for that person to have established something in Gwangjangdong? If they left right after they turned into a zombie, they were probably killed by one of the gang members. No, they're alive. I met them on my way to find Su Hyun and Wang Diakrok. If you met them on your way, you mean you met them this morning? Yeah." I tilted my head and furrowed my brow. No matter how I looked at it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. To the east of Gunjadong was Nungdong, and to the east of Nungdong was Gyeoidong. Assuming that Gunjadong and Nungdong were safe since Du Hansol had them under control, he couldn't simply ignore Gyeoidong, as Gwangjangdong was surrounded by Gyeoi-1-dong, 2-dong, and 3-dong. There was no way for anyone to get to Gwangjangdong without entering the family's territory. It was highly likely that anyone trying to get to Gwangjangdong would be noticed by the Dong leader of Gyeoidong. Just getting to Gwangjangdong was a tall order, but returning seemed unimaginable. In addition, there had to be a Dong leader in Gwangjangdong. Clearly, something wasn't matching up. As I continued to eye him suspiciously, Du Hansol smacked his lips. "I know you don't believe me, but they're alive, and they're not part of the family. How can you be sure of that? They told me to prepare for an attack by the family. That makes it even more suspicious." Huh. Du Hansol furrowed his brow while looking at me. I took in a quick breath and sighed. How would this person know this, unless they have connections with the family? I was told that the troop deployments in Gyeoidong had changed. All the troops were moved to the border with Nungdong and Wyeongdong. Hey, I can't even understand why that person went to Gwangjangdong in the first place. You said that they left the moment they turned into a zombie. How did they get through Gyeoidong? Du Hansol seemed lost in thought, perhaps only just realizing that something was indeed amiss. After a while, he said skeptically, "If they went around Tuxium Hangang Park." When you say Tuxium Hangang Park, do you mean Jaeangdong? Jaeangdong, south of Wyeongdong, facing the Han River. Yeah. Escaping Gunjadong, then going to Jaeangdong through Wyeongdong? That's even stranger. You think the scouts that the Dong leaders of Wyeongdong and Jaeangdong posted were just standing around twiddling their thumbs? As I questioned his theories, Du Hansol smacked his lips and looked away. After a moment, he grimaced. "All right, I surrender. You're right. That's more than suspicious. However, when I met this person back at Wyeongdong, they still had a good heart. They really cared and were worried about shelter barrier. You guys met in Wyeongdong? Yeah, that's also suspicious. Why would someone who was going off to live on their own in Gwangjangdong make their way all the way to Wyeongdong?" I trailed off, my eyes going wide. An unbelievable thought had just appeared in my mind. I tilted my head and asked Du Hansol. "This person had information about the family and was worried about you?" "Yes. This person. Were they close to anyone when they escaped Gunjadong?" "No. Does that matter?" I nodded with certainty after he said they were alone. "Where is this person now?" "Why, what is it?" "We have to kill this person." Huh. Du Hansol's eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. I scratched my forehead, still slightly puzzled, and continued. "This person is a bait. ******. Most of the baits that were members of the family were low-level associates. They were in charge of reconnaissance and scouting areas and served as food for the black creatures. Of course, the Bates didn't know they were considered as food. There were no black creatures in Wayangdong, but there were plenty of reasons to send scouts. Kim Hyeongjun had eaten the brain of the Dong leader of Wayangdong. Even though it had only been 24 hours, the family was already trying to figure out how they had lost contact with the Dong leader of Wayangdong. They sent a bait to check out what was going on in Wayangdong, and it seemed like this bait had somehow run into Du Hansol. The bait had probably lied to get out of the situation. It was probably easier for the bait as they knew Du Hansol. It seemed like this bait had mixed a little bit of truth into his story to throw off any suspicion. This little nugget of truth. It was probably the attack that the family was preparing to launch. They were moving faster than I had expected. In fact, it wasn't just about the speed at which their plan was being executed. It was the scale of it, and the unpredictability as well. I thought that it would be enough to pay attention to the Dong leaders of Jeonggakdong and Myeongdong, but it seemed like the Dong leader of Gyeongdong was also taking part in this attack. Which also meant that I couldn't take Jeongdong, which was to the south and facing the Han River, out of the picture as well. If Jeongdong and Gyeongdong also took part in the attack, it didn't seem like the attack was going to be limited to a single Dong. This sign heralded a bloodbath that was soon to happen in Gwangjingu. 1. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, despite the cool weather. If the Dong leaders of Gyeongdong and Jeongdong took part, they would surely have their eye on Shelter Soul Forest, and judging by the fact that they were mobilizing baits, it seemed like the officers had already received their orders from the boss. We were going to have a full-scale war with the officers of the family, and we had no way of figuring out the number and quality of their troops, and whether or not they had mutants. I swallowed and looked at Du Hansol. Listen carefully to what I say from now on. Why are you suddenly being so serious? What's a bait? My expression hardened, and Du Hansol sensed the situation and backed off a little. I knew I didn't have the time to go through everything, so I decided to talk in an assertive, commanding tone. I knew we had to move faster than the family. I looked directly at Du Hansol in the eyes. Bring all the survivors in shelter barrier over here before the sun goes down. What? Bring them here, since we can't stop the family there. What do you mean? It was almost impossible to defend Gunjadong. The Jeongnanshan blocked off the west side of Gunjadong, making it impossible to secure an escape route that way. And if the gang members attacked from the north, east, and south at once, there was absolutely no chance of surviving their attack too. I opened my mouth wide and screamed in frustration. Hurry up! If you want to save them, hurry. Grr! Wang Jihai, who was standing next to me, stared blankly at my face, startled by my sudden roar. One gu is the equivalent of a district in Korea. In the case of Seoul, Korea, each gu comprises multiple dongs, or wards. 2 Jeongnanshan is one of the tributaries of the Han River, which passes through Songdong-gu, Jeomhodong, and Songso-dong. Du Hansol quickly got back to his senses and ran to Gunjadong. I ordered some of my underlings to follow him, remembering to order them to signal me if they came across any red zombies. Wang Jihai looked around at the unfolding situation, not understanding what was going on. What's going on? Why'd you send Du Hansol away when we're not even done talking? Du Hansol will bring the survivors of Shelter Barrier here. Okay, wait, no. How many survivors do they have? We're actually good when it comes to food. But why'd you make a decision without even consulting me, Mr. Lee Hyongdeok? She seemed stunned, but I had no time to answer all of her questions. I opened my notepad and scribbled as quickly as I could. The family will conduct a large-scale raid in a few days, not only against Gunjadong, but Shelter Silence as well. Wang Jihai swallowed hard after seeing what I had written, then asked me in a flustered tone. What do you mean? A massive raid? The members of the family in Gwangjingu are gathering. I assume it's because of the death of the Songso-dong leader. Regardless, I can't let you get away with making decisions regarding issues like this on your own without even discussing it with me. Either join forces so that we can fight off the family, or perish fighting alone. Your call. Wang Jihai bit her lips and stayed silent. She probably realized it wasn't the time to argue about who was right or wrong. Wang Jihai brushed her bangs aside and sighed. With a scowl, she asked, "What do you want us to do? Do you have any explosives?" Wang Jihai hesitated for a moment after she read the word explosives. I kept my gaze on Wang Jihai, who crossed her arms and looked away. However, it didn't take long for her to reply. You asked about the crossbows before, right? I nodded, and Wang Jihai took a breath and continued. We got them from the survivors in Gangnam. I couldn't help but be surprised to hear her mention Gangnam. Survivors, in Gangnam at Novel Bin at. The Han River Bridge was down. I thought all the bridges had collapsed, and there was no way to get into Gangnam anymore. Wang Jihai bit her lip and continued. We, Shelter Silence, used rafts in the past in preparation for attacks by the members of the family. Some people rendered us assistance back then. And those people were survivors who were in Gangnam? Wang Jihai nodded in answer. She looked around quickly, then whispered, "This is a secret. Please don't let anyone else hear about this." May I ask why? The survivors of Gangnam. They have no intention of letting us join up with them. If the others find out about this, it'll only create more chaos. Yet they provided you with weapons, despite their intention not to accept other survivors from here? It was because the situation in Gangbuk was worse than in Gangnam. The people in Gangnam, they don't completely trust us. They think of us as a buffer between the infected and the uninfected. I was so dumbfounded, I was at a loss for words. I couldn't believe that I'd been in the dark all along. I found myself getting unreasonably angry. Something had seemed rather odd. All the K2 rifles and magazines, grenades, and crossbows piled up in the warehouse felt like objects from another world. I should have noticed it earlier. I massaged my temples and let out a heavy sigh. Wang Jihai grimaced. My apologies for not telling you earlier. However, I do have some rather unhelpful information as well. The survivors in Gangnam have plenty of weapons. If we try to cross the river, they'll fire upon us. Then, the weapons. How did you get the weapons? On the third Saturday of every month, I go out into the Han River on a raft, between 1 and 3 in the morning. The survivors in Gangnam send out a boat as well. That's when I receive the weapons. I mulled over Wang Jihai's story in silence. I wasn't sure if humans were naturally selfish, or if this selfish situation had corrupted humanity. I couldn't blame the people of Gangnam for anything. They weren't accepting people from Gangbuk for the sake of their own safety, but they were supplying weapons out of a guilty conscience. It would have felt far better to be able to denounce them freely, but the weapons they provided were so precious in our current situation that I couldn't say anything bad about them. I shook my head violently to banish my emotions, then desperately scribbled into my notepad. So are you saying you can get explosives? Do the Gangnam survivors have explosives? These are the people who blew up the Han River Bridge. They'll have some. Can you get them by tomorrow morning? That's impossible. At all times other than the third Saturday of every month, they consider any living creature floating on the Han River as an enemy. The third Sunday of this month passed just last week. We'll have to wait for another month at least. Since we were in an emergency, it probably wasn't worth risking our lives for something that wouldn't work. I had to scrap the plan that employed explosives and come up with another one. I flipped to the next page of my notepad and wrote down a question. Do you have a map? A map of Seoul. When I nodded, Wang Jihai told me to follow her and led me to the third defense line. There was a large tent set up in front of the third defense line. As we entered the tent, I saw the guard leader, along with a couple of guards. They quickly got on their feet when they saw Wang Jihai. She ordered them to vacate the tent for a moment, and the guards obediently followed. However, the guard leader narrowed their eyes and asked, What is going on, group leader? Do you have a map of Seoul? The guard leader retrieved a large map from the corner and spread it on the desk. They then crossed their arms and gestured at the map with their chin, subtly hinting that they would be staying to listen in on what was going on. There was no time to fight this battle, so I looked at the map of Seoul and opened my notepad. Shelter Silence is well hidden. However, it's not suitable as a defensive base. What do you mean? Look at the terrain around the shelter. There are wide roads, single-story buildings, not enough places to take cover, and nothing to block the enemy's line of sight once they come into range. This means that they'll have an advantage when they launch a full-scale attack. We've made it up to this point. Well, this attack will be on a totally different scale. How long do you think this place can hold them off when they're crashing in from all sides like a tsunami? Then what's your plan? We have to deploy all our forces outside. Wang Jihai's eyes widened as she read what I had written. The guard leader gave my note a sidelong glance, and immediately flew into a rage. What kind of bullshit plan is this? I schooled my features and looked at the guard leader. The guard leader grew hesitant and backed off slightly. However, their glare remained, as if their anger hadn't totally abated. All the guard leader could do was get angry, since they didn't have the courage to dispute me. The guard leader was pathetic. I pointed to Songsu 1 GA 2 dong and Songsu 2 GA 3 dong with my finger. Wang Jihai looked at the areas I had pointed out and asked, Are you saying we should mount our defense in these areas? I scouted the terrain in these areas on my way to get medicine. Zombies are physically different from humans. Also, the physical abilities of underlings change depending on the strength of their leader. Wang Jihai nodded as she carefully read the sentences I wrote. The areas I pointed out are suitable for urban warfare. They won't be able to run at full speed in cramped alleyways. They'll get tangled up, scraped, and squashed together, and ultimately get in the way of each other. You do have a point. The surrounding villas are also extremely close to each other, so the rooftops can be used as an escape route for survivors to escape. How likely is it for them to take over the rooftops? If they take over the rooftops, the tables will turn right away. I raised my eyebrows at her. Have you forgotten about me, Hai Yongjun, and Du Han Sol? Wang Jihai quickly nodded in acknowledgement. I continued to write in my notepad. You and Hai Yongjun will be in charge of Songsu 1 GA 2 dong and Songsu 2 GA 3 dong. And what are you planning to do? I will be in charge of Songsu 2 GA 1 dong in the south with Du Han Sol. Got it. Is there anything else you needed? I'd like to have some grenades. If the family brings mutants, there's no way of getting rid of them other than grenades. Wang Jihai wet her dry lips. Are the mutants that strong? Zombies with red eyes are like radar stations. They have zombies as underlings and have excellent mobility. And the mutants? You can think of them as armored vehicles advancing into enemy lines. Wang Jihai nodded and let out a sigh. It seemed like her mind was slightly overwhelmed. The guard leader, who had been listening into our conversation closely, approached me with a rather strange expression, as though he'd figured out some secret plan that I'd been hiding, even though I really didn't have any. Hold it right there. The guard leader carefully examined the map, then frowned. You want to use us as human shields? This guard leader had clearly dropped all pretense of being respectful, and was merely blurting out whatever came to mind. I frowned in disagreement and tilted my head, and the guard leader pointed to the map with a finger. They'll stop by Gunjadong and then enter Songsudong. Then, of course, all the forces will be concentrated on Songso 1GA 2 Dong and Songso 2GA 3 Dong located in the north. And you're saying that you will be in charge of Songso 2GA 1 Dong in the south? I nodded calmly. The guard leader clicked his tongue violently. So you're saying your underlings are more important than our lives? This son of a bitch. The guard leader grabbed my collar, and Wang Jihai shouted, "Stop." Her voice was truly unique. It boomed like a foghorn. She closed her eyes gently and took a deep breath. After a moment, she opened her eyes and looked at the guard leader, then at me. "Li Haiyandiak, you'll have to explain this part of your plan." I appreciated her calmness. Shelter Silence was fortunate to have her as a leader. I picked up my notepad again and wrote down my explanation. I've calculated how fast zombies move. In the case of my underlings, it takes them around 10 seconds to run 100 meters. Since my underlings aren't limited by their physical abilities, it'll take them less than 2 minutes to get from Jiangdong to Songsudong. The guard leader swallowed and frowned. Judging by the look in the guard leader's eyes, they didn't seem dissatisfied with my explanation. Rather, it seemed like the speed at which zombies could move had scared them. Considering that the national record for the men's 100-meter dash was just over 10 seconds. These zombies were moving at incredible speeds. The first enemy leaders to enter Songsudong will probably be the Dong leaders of Jiangdong and Guidong. Where do you think they'll be entering from? It has to be from the south, where you're in charge. Wang Jihai's reply was immediate, as though she'd been waiting for the question. She already knew what my plans were. However, it seemed like she had asked me to explain it to her and the guard leader one more time, because the guard leader couldn't help antagonizing me. I nodded and continued to write. "We cannot let them surround us. If that happens, we won't stand a chance against them. I'm planning on getting rid of the Dong leaders of Jiangdong and Guidong first, then make my way around the south." "Make your way around the south, as in go through Gunjadong to intercept the members of the family entering through Songsudong, right?" I nodded at Wang Jihai's question. "The Dong leaders of Junggokdong and Myeongdong will scour through Gunjadong and go through Wayangdong to get to Songsu 2GA 3 Dong, where you're in charge. While you buy time using a full-scale battle, I'll go after their leaders." Wang Jihai nodded and looked at the guard leader, who was next to her. The guard leader kept silent, clearly left with nothing to rebuke me with. "How long are you going to stay like that?" asked Wang Jihai. "Sorry. Did you not hear the plan?" "Oh, I did." "Then get on it." Wang Jihai bolstered her order with a fierce glare, and the guard leader rushed out of the tent. As the guard leader disappeared, Wang Jihai sighed and placed her hand on her throbbing forehead. I knew this was a good opportunity to ask the question that had been lingering on my mind for so long. Why did you choose that person as the guard leader? There weren't that many people here when I made my decision. And if I removed the guard leader now, all the officers loyal to them will probably go against me. I smacked my lips and patted Wang Jihai on the shoulder. She seemed to be going through a lot. As the days got colder, the sun began to set earlier. It began to go down by 5 in the afternoon, and it would be pitch black by 6 o'clock. Du Hansol arrived at Shelter Silence around 8 o'clock with the survivors from Shelter Barrier in tow. All of them made it safely to Shelter Silence, thanks to Du Hansol's protection. He had brought a total of 38 survivors to be housed at Shelter Silence temporarily. When Kim Hyeongjun and I received news of Du Hansol's safe return, we went out to deal with the remaining zombies in Songsudong. Kim Hyeongjun had taken care of most of the zombies on the streets, but there were still some hiding in the buildings. Our cleanup operation in Songsu 1 Dong and Songsu 2GA 3 Dong went deep into the night, as the last thing the guards at Shelter Silence needed was zombies sneaking up behind them while they were in combat with the forces of the family. The guards of Shelter Silence were on full alert, as no one knew when the family would launch their full-scale raid. They put extra effort into reinforcing the guard forces and increased the number of sentries at night. Kim Hyeongjun and I returned as the tense darkness gave way to the rising dawn. Wang Jihai greeted us with exhaustion on her face. It seemed like she hadn't been able to sleep at all. "Are the streets clear now?" When I nodded, the guards of Shelter Silence, who had been preparing overnight for the battle to come, formed up behind me. There were 50 guards with me, all armed with plenty of magazines and grenades secured to their belts. With that, we headed out. Kim Hyeongjun matched my pace and asked me a question. "Ajusi, aren't you being a little bit too demanding today? You already seem to be going so hard on everyone." My face hardened. "Then when do you think is the proper time to go hard on them?" Kim Hyeongjun smacked his lips. "I just think that everyone's going to be exhausted before the fight even begins." "Well, there's nothing we can do to make the situation better, is there? They've got us." I furrowed my brow. "No, they don't. It's not like we're responsible for their lives. Stay focused. We're no heroes." Kim Hyeongjun looked straight ahead again, his expression growing bitter. How could I even think of taking a break when I hadn't been able to see my baby girl, Soyeon, in such a long time? I'd wanted to meet Soyeon after dealing with the Dong leader of Wayangdong. But because Kim Hyeongjun ate the dead leader's brain, I had to go and watch over the mutant in Maejangdong, then head back to meet Du Hansol. I dearly wanted to see Soyeon. The pieces of candy that Kim Hyeongjun's wife had given me were still in my pockets. I scrunched the candy wrappers. "I can't be late." I'd promised Soyeon that I would return within 10 days, but I had no clue how long we had to keep up our vigil. I went to my designated location, hoping that everything would be resolved within a week. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I turned on the walkie-talkie Wang Jihai had given me as I waited in Songsu 2GA, 1 Dong, and her voice came over the walkie-talkie. We're not detecting any movement from this side. How's the situation over there? I handed the walkie-talkie to Do Han-sol. I deliberately brought Do Han-sol with me instead of Kim Hye-young-jun, as he could speak. Nothing here too. Do Han-sol handed the walkie-talkie back to me, then looked into my face and spoke cautiously. My apologies. For yesterday. It's okay. I waved it off. His respectful tone, which he hadn't used before, seemed to suggest that he was opening up to me. I matched his respectful tone. Do Han-sol smacked his lips, as if there was something still bothering him. Your name? You said you were Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, right? Yes. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Do you remember what the world was like before all of this happened? I couldn't help but let out a sigh. I wondered where he was going with such a question. I looked at Do Han-sol calmly. I don't believe it's the best idea to talk about something like that in our current situation. But it's not like there's anything else we can do at the moment, is there? We cannot let our guard down, even for a split second. You seem to be a bit on edge. I see you're not much of an entertainer. Do Han-sol smacked his lips and looked away. A sensitive person? A boring person? I supposed it was true that I wasn't really a funny guy. I didn't talk much, nor did I enjoy hanging out with others. I was the type of person who found joy in staying at home on the weekends, and I brushed off the loneliness that I felt by going to the movies alone, or by reading a book. The person who had changed me was my wife. When I first met my wife, I thought she was a noisy and annoying person. She would send me daily text messages at 8 o'clock, as regular as an alarm clock, causing my phone to beep and frustrating me to no end. Whenever I picked up my phone out of annoyance, I always saw the same message. How was your day today? Her message didn't say much, but before I knew it, this message slowly became what I looked forward to. I couldn't sleep at night, worrying if something had happened to her, if she was busy, or imagining the worst when my phone didn't beep at 8 o'clock. My wife was loving and sincere, and soon she became my everything. When I started to date her, my perspective on the world began to change. Everything that I thought of as useless began to seem alive, and glow with a gentle pastel light. My days began to become full of smiles. And after I married my wife, I was showered with continuous days of happiness. When we had Soyeon, I learned, for the first time in my life, what tears of joy were. Every day was busy, hectic at times, and I barely had time to rest. However, when compared to the life I'd had before, going to the movies alone, the hectic life I was living was much more valuable, beautiful, and full of happiness. And this wife of mine, she was in Gangnam. My wife who taught me what life was all about. She was in Gangnam. Gangnam, which I'd thought had been destroyed for good, was a place with survivors, and in fact, they'd established a safer system of living as compared to Gangbuk. With all this in my mind, it was hardly strange that I would be slightly on edge. I furrowed my brows and let out a sigh. Do Han-sol swallowed and spoke up. Are you okay? I looked over at him, and he cleared his throat and asked silently, as though whispering. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. The reason I asked if you remembered what the world was like. The survivors, they all look exhausted. I wonder if you remember that we both would feel fatigue when we were both human. The leader of silence stayed up all night. There's no way everyone can give their all. When I heard Do Han-sol's words, Lee Jong-uk's face swam into my mind. Previously, when I'd been grinding away without taking the time to rest, he'd said something to me while the two of us were alone in the meeting room. Your body doesn't naturally tell you that it needs to rest. You have to make time to take a rest. Take it easy at novel bin at. There's a saying that, even in the midst of war, flowers bloom and love would fill the air. Perhaps I was taking out my nervousness and frustration on others. I realized that I might have forgotten the realities of human living, even while I was wishing to live in harmony with others, now that I had gotten used to this zombie body of mine. I pressed my fingers gently against my temples, momentarily lost in thought. I needed a moment to clear my mind. I handed the walkie-talkie to Do Han-sol and asked him to pass on my words to the others. Tell everyone to rest, but tell Kim Hye-young-jun to be extra vigilant. Got it. Do Han-sol nodded, and a smile finally broke across his face. I had totally forgotten about what I had promised myself, even though I was the one who'd said that I would be fighting for the sake of others. My head sagged dejectedly, and Do Han-sol spoke up. We still think and have the hearts of humans, despite the fact that we look like this. I understand where you're coming from. I looked at Do Han-sol without saying a word, and he smiled thinly. I know how difficult it is to stick to your original convictions. I don't know if I have the right to say this, but it's nice to see you contemplating. It makes you seem like a person that tries their very best, even though they know they're not perfect. I nodded slowly as I listened to Do Han-sol. I'd figured him as an emotional person, but now, looking at him, it seemed like he had a mature side to him as well. I was fortunate to have formed an alliance with Do Han-sol. There were zombies packed on Bamsum, in the middle of the Han River 1. The northern end of Sogong Bridge, which led toward Bamsum, was also teeming with zombies. The blue-eyed zombie that was overlooking everything from a distance away, looked at the first officer next to him and asked, how many mutants are there? There are 80 stage 1 mutants and 1 stage 2 mutant. 1, huh. The head of the family furrowed his brow, then sighed. And the plan? I'll lead my underlings to the southern end of the Sogong Bridge, and the second and third officers will follow behind me. After that, we will unleash the mutants and go after their weak spots. And did you secure the way to Sogong Bridge? The first officer pointed to the stairs on Bamsum. As you can see, sir. It was an enormously tall stairway. Both the northern and southern ends of all of the bridges across the Han River had been destroyed. However, when it came to Sogong Bridge, the part that connected it to Bamsum was the only part that had been destroyed. It seemed like there hadn't been enough explosives to get the job done. Because of this, Sogong Bridge became Ground Zero, the launching pad for the Gangnam operation. The head of the family crossed his arms. The stairs will decrease our mobility. I told you loud and clear to build a mound. Why'd you bother to make stairs instead? A mound might not be able to withstand the weight of our underlings, and would eventually collapse. But with stairs, we don't have to worry about that? And are you sure you can keep your word? Yes, sir. The first officer answered without the slightest hesitation. The boss took a deep breath and nodded slowly, then looked over at the second officer. Second officer, have you received any reports on the situation in Gwangjin-gu? It seems that the 6th and 7th officers are mobilizing in an orderly manner. They have already gathered the Dong leaders together, and mobilized the Bates as well. It seems like someone did their preparations. Did they say they'd be fine without mutants? Yes, but it seemed like only the 7th officer's lures were mobilized, because the 6th officer's lures were wiped out during the battle at Shelter Soul Forest. The lures were units that reported directly to an officer. And this was the reason why the 7th officer had intervened in the Songsu Dong leader's business, since her own units had been part of the Shelter Soul Forest raid. That was all the more reason for her to bash him for not getting the job done. The boss of the gang crossed his arms and nodded, then muttered to himself, "Today is going to be one hell of a day." The first, second, and third officers, who were beside him, remained silent. The boss looked at them. And at the end of a hard day, we should smile, am I right? Although the boss was smiling, there was an icy edge to his voice, frigid enough to send chills down the spine. The officers shivered. The boss had no intention to coddle or comfort. There was nothing but ice in his voice. The other officers swallowed and answered vigorously, "Yes, sir. If I ever get to the stage where I can't laugh comfortably, I'm not going to feel very good. So everyone, do your best. Am I clear?" The officers bowed deeply from the waist. A proud, complacent smile spread across the boss face. Failure was not a possibility for him. Let's roll out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sun was a tiny sliver of light above the western horizon, and the sky was already a dark, inky blue. I took out my walkie-talkie and looked at Du Hansol. The sun's starting to set. If you could tell everyone to get focused, that'd be great. There's no need to be so formal. I nodded without saying a word. Du Hansol smiled and checked the status of the walkie-talkie. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? There was the sound of static, followed by a reply. I can hear you. Go ahead. It was Wang Jihai's voice. Du Hansol wet his parched lips and continued to speak. Has anything happened over there? Nothing major to report. Li Hyundiok has requested that we commence the operation. All right. After hearing Wang Jihai's answer, I looked at Du Hansol. I don't know what's going to happen once I go into Jiangdong and destroy their camp. What did I tell you to do if the gang members ignore me and come here instead? I have to push this fellow over here, right? As he answered, Du Hansol pointed at my underling, who was next to him. Du Hansol could command a total of 900 underlings, which was a lot less than what Kim Hyongjun and I could control. I was leaving an underling with Du Hansol in case the enemies broke through his lines. If Du Hansol was unable to keep the enemy at bay, he would push my underling, who would then send me a signal. I nodded vigorously and got up. I had no intention of playing along with their games from the beginning. I wasn't going to wait for them to come. Instead, I was going to make the first move. The family was the one sparking the war, but the start and finale of the battle belonged to the Survivors Rally organization. We would be the ones remembered as victorious. One Bamsum is a pair of islets located in the Han River in Seoul, Korea. It means Chestnut Island in Korean. There was no way of telling how many forces the members of the family had gathered up in Gwangjin-gu. Considering that there were 4 Dong leaders and an officer, and all the underlings they could control, I assumed there would be well over 5,000 of them. I knew that we would be overwhelmed by their numbers if all of them raided Songsu-dong at once. That's why I planned to wear them down a little by attacking their camp before they could attack us. I was certain that the Dong leader of Gyeongdong would react first if I attacked Jiangdong. Counterattack, or bolster their defenses? That was the question. I planned on making sure the Dong leaders had to make tough decisions at each juncture. I wanted to sow chaos. The Dong leader of Gyeongdong would have to adapt to the new situation. And just like a zombie should, the Dong leader had better live up to the nasty fight I was bringing him. I took a deep breath, then gave orders to the underlings behind me. Everyone, advance. Grr. All of my underlings, who had been hiding in the surrounding buildings, poured out into the streets, filling the air with their throat-rending cries. I walked into the middle of the main road, over 1,000 zombies at my back. 1,250 zombies? Among them were 5 Stage 1 mutants. Adat Novel bin Adat. I had all my underlings with me, except for 100 that were managing the zombie prison, and another 100 that were defending Shelter Haeyang. I had no clue what this Dong leader of Jiangdong was like, but I knew that they had to brace themselves for what was about to come. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As I approached the border of Jiangdong, I began to sense a chill in the air, which complemented the dreary atmosphere. Amongst the thick layers of dust and shards of broken glass, unrecognizable objects were scattered all over the place. There were absolutely no traces of people, and all I could see were marks of pain, indicating just how much devastation this place had gone through. My glowing red eyes flared, and I heightened my senses. I became acutely aware of my surroundings. I leaped onto the rooftop of a 4-story building in front of me to get a better vantage point, crouching down as I scanned the area. My eyes landed on a crowd of zombies that were about 400 meters away. 1,000? No, 1,400 of them? The zombies that filled the street were all glowing red, and 2 zombies of a different build were conversing in the middle of the crowd. Although I couldn't hear their voices, they were nodding and exchanging hand gestures, which suggested they were zombies with glowing red eyes. One must be a Dong leader. But then what about the other one? I assumed that there would only be one zombie with glowing red eyes, but an expected guest was there as well. I decided to monitor the situation instead of attacking. I guessed that the other one might be a signaler, who was reporting back to their officer. I crept as silently as I could into the darkness, trying to get close enough to hear their voices. After passing a pile of stinking garbage, I headed further into the dark alleyways of the city. I made it as close as 50 meters, laying flat on the ground and focusing all my attention on my hearing. Said. Then, when we should. Even though I had heightened my hearing as much as I could, their conversation was not completely audible. The only thing I could hear clearly was when either one of them laughed at the top of their lungs. Judging by the way they were laughing, I assumed that they weren't preparing an imminent attack on Songsudong. I couldn't help but grin as I watched them with their guard down. I entered the building on my right and examined the surrounding terrain. To the north was a middle school, and at the southern end, I saw Tuxium Park, which was at a lower elevation. The fact that they were waiting on the southern side of Nungdongaro made it clear that this was the vanguard that would be attacking Songsu 2GA, 1 Dong. There were 2 enemy leaders, commanding about 1,400 underlings. I was surprised that there were 2 zombies with glowing red eyes, but it wasn't too much of a hindrance to my plan to intercept the vanguard before they attacked. I gave orders to my underlings that were waiting at the border of Jiangdong. Stage 1 mutants, move south to Tuxium Park. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Company, wait for my orders. After giving them orders, I could sense and visualize them moving along their respective routes. When my mutants arrived at Tuxium Park, I gave them additional orders. Mutants, advance north along Nungdong Road. Kill all the zombies that look red along the way. After receiving the order to advance, the mutants roared out throat-rending cries and advanced along Nungdong RO1. The building I was in gave me an overview of the whole area. I noticed the 2 members of the family looking toward Tuxium Park once they heard the monstrous cries. The mutants leaped over buildings using their long limbs and crashed into the enemy lines, moving swiftly on all fours. Having been caught off guard, the forces of the family tried to respond to the threat without even having the time to get into formation. Even though I was the one who gave them the order to attack, I was still surprised by the amount of force these Stage 1 mutants could bring to bear. Since one mutant could easily take on 50 zombies, it was difficult to envision just how overwhelming it would be for the enemies to handle 5 mutants together. Zombie limbs flew into the air, and the main road was splattered with zombie blood. I quickly snapped my attention back to what I had to do, and urgently gave orders to the rest of my underlings. 1st Company, join the mutants, and 2nd Company head north, all the way to Akazenaro. Tell me when red zombies appear from the east side. 3rd Company, stay where you are and kill all the zombies that try to enter Songsudong. As I gave the orders, each company moved off in unison. I had 500 underlings in each company, but the 3rd Company was only at half strength. Therefore, instead of throwing the 3rd Company into battle, I used them as guards to secure my territory. I held back from entering the fray and continued to observe the situation. As soon as the 1st Company joined the fight, the forces of the family rapidly began to decrease. My 500 underlings, with the mutants leading the charge, easily overwhelmed the 1,400 enemy underlings. When I noticed that the scales were tipping in my favor, I snuck in behind the enemy's main forces. If the leaders knew what they were doing, they'd probably order the retreat at any second. I was planning to go after the leader's head as they pulled back. Grr, kwae, kwa, kiaa. The cacophony of zombie war cries echoed through the dreary streets. Nungdongaro, which had been covered in dust, began to flood with zombie blood. The 2 zombie leaders noticed that they were fighting a losing battle and started to flee. It seemed like they were abandoning their underlings and retreating before it was too late. I did not let this chance slip by, and raced out of cover to stop them. The 2 of them halted as I appeared in front of them, blocking their path. They exchanged uneasy glances. I charged toward the enemy leader to my right. As I hurled a punch toward the enemy leader, it reflexively bent its upper body backward. It avoided my punch. Doubt crept into the corners of my mind. I quickly stepped back and observed their movements. The 2 of them controlled a total of 1,400 underlings. If that were the case, then given their physical capabilities, it would be difficult enough for them to even follow my movements with their eyes. But how in the world? The 2 looked back and forth nervously. Then the zombie on the right spoke to the zombie on the left. Report back to the 7th officer. Roger. The zombie on the left quickly jumped onto the roof of a building. The signaler. I couldn't let that zombie go. As I tried to chase the fleeing zombie, the zombie on the right flashed toward me. It reached me in an instant, and I quickly dodged to the side, my eyes widening at its sudden movement. Smash! Its fist went through the wall behind me. Its arm didn't break even after destroying the wall, which meant it had to be a leader that could command at least 1,000 underlings. Right then, I finally understood the situation. One zombie was here to act as a signaler, and was not accompanied by any of their own underlings, while the zombie in front of me was the Dong leader of Jiangdong, and was controlling the 1,400 underlings. I looked straight into its eyes and asked, "So you're the Dong leader of Jiangdong? Huh? This bastard shows up from the middle of nowhere and tries to fuck me up." It looked me up and down. "Wait a minute. It's you, huh? The one that killed the Dong leader of Meijiangdong and Songsudong. Don't you worry, you'll be joining them soon. Judging by your movements, I don't doubt that." It accepted its death somewhat easily. I furrowed my brows at its reaction, and it continued with a smile. "It's kind of obvious, if you think about it. The Dong leader of Songsudong was stronger than me, and if you beat the Dong leader of Songsudong, I don't really stand a chance, don't you think? Then stop trying to fight back. No. Given how things stand now, I think the only chance for me to survive is to keep you in check for as long as I can." As I frowned and glared at the Dong leader of Jiangdong, it sneered at me. "The guy that just ran away is going to come back with the Dong leader of Guidong and the 7th officer. Till then, you're gonna have to deal with me." Well, that's not part of my plan. I sprung from the ground, my red eyes flashing. I charged toward its torso in an instant and shattered its ribs. It coughed up blood and flew into the building behind it. I followed up with punches to the face and chest. The zombie leader coughed out dark red blood and hurriedly covered its face with its arms. I tightened the muscles in my legs and kicked its arms. Crack! My strike shattered its arms, and my shin drove straight into its Adam's apple. The zombie leader let out a strangled cough, and its pupils dilated as if its eyes were going to burst. Tears of blood flowed out the corners of its eyes. It slumped against the wall of the building, croaking out a final few words. You bastard." As I raised my right fist, it looked at me with eyes full of fear. Black creature. The zombie leader slumped to the side before it could finish its sentence. It died before I could even land my final blow. I wondered how it could tell that I had eaten a black creature without having seen my regenerative ability. I shook my head violently and stomped on its lower body with my right foot. I knew that it wasn't the time to be distracted by these useless thoughts. I let out a deep breath and gave orders to my underlings. "First Company and mutants, hide yourselves in Tuxium Park. Everyone else, hold your position. KRRR?" I jumped onto the roof of a building, hearing my underlings' confident replies. As I looked around, my eyes fell on the signaler, who was already a fair distance away. I had to catch it. I couldn't let it escape, no matter what. I ground my teeth audibly and channeled all my strength into my legs. I felt my Achilles tendon lengthen, and my thigh muscles bulged as if they were about to pop. My focus was totally on the signaler's back. The surroundings around me blurred. My eyes were locked onto my retreating prey. My pupils narrowed, and my zombie instincts, which had been suppressed by my rational mind, took over. Crack! I leaped forward instantly, using the guardrail on the roof as a platform. The more I focused on my prey, the faster my blood began to circulate throughout my body. All my senses sharpened like never before. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushing past my ears got louder and stronger, and each step I took was filled with such force that it seemed as if I was trying to smash a hole in the ground each time. Even though I wasn't injured, steam leaked out from my mouth. I felt a tingling shudder run through my body. This feeling, this thrill, it felt like joy to me. Before I knew it, I had caught up to the signaler, and its head was in my palm. It took in a sudden breath and screamed at the top of its lungs. I smashed its face against the outer wall of the building in front of me, steam streaming out from my lungs. Crack! The dreadful sound of a human skull being crushed echoed through the dreary streets. I could not calm myself. Even though I had gotten rid of the enemy, the tingling feeling inside me had no intention of going away. Instead, my zombie instincts cried out for more prey to hunt and slaughter. Unable to shut off this thrill I felt inside, I began to feel angry. I clenched my fists to regulate my emotions, but it was difficult to tamp down on the heightened emotions in me, and the constant ringing in my head only amplified my killer instinct. I covered my mouth with my trembling hands. I had to calm down somehow. I had to suppress my zombie instincts. I had relied too much on my instincts to catch the signaler. I bit into my right arm with my sharpened teeth. My flesh tasted fishy. I ground the bones in my hand between my sharp teeth. I tightened my grip and closed my eyes tightly. Only then did my heightened emotions slowly begin to subside. I sighed and slumped to the ground, descending into madness to kill my enemies. That was something I could do when the officers showed up later on. But right now, I had to stay rational and hold on to my consciousness. The real fight was just about to start. The suffix ro indicates a road or street in Korean addresses. In this case, they are advancing along Nungdong Road. Backhand index pointing left. I hoisted the corpse of the signaler onto my back and returned to my underlings. I laid its body next to that of the Dong leader of Jiangdong, then took a deep breath and stretched. I checked on my remaining troops and realized that I had lost nearly 150 underlings from the first company. All of my stage 1 mutants were alive, but one of them was seriously injured. One of its arms had fallen off, and the flesh covering its abdomen had been torn to shreds. I wondered if mutants lacked regenerative abilities. I tried to keep my mind open to possibilities, and looked around at the motionless zombies that littered the area. The Dong leader's underlings had lost their commander, and were all looking up at the sky blankly. I pointed to them and gave orders to the injured mutant. Eat. Ki. Ah. The mutant tottered toward the zombies. Using one good arm, it grabbed onto one head after another and stuffing it into its mouth. At novel bin at. The mutant showed no signs of stopping. I wondered if it was because I hadn't given it specific orders on how many to eat. After eating about 10 zombies, a dark red-colored bone started to grow from the stump of its missing arm. The more brains it ate, the more the bones continued to grow. As the bone took form, ligaments, muscles, and flesh began to grow around it as well. After it had finished eating about 30 brains, its wounds completely disappeared, as if it had never been injured in the first place. Kiaa? The mutant let out a raspy cry and looked me straight in the eyes. The mutant that had just regenerated seemed triumphant, unlike the other mutants. Its skin color was also darker than the others. It was miles away from being a black creature, but I could vaguely tell that it had grown stronger than before. I looked at the newly strengthened mutant. You're the mutant leader from now on. Kia. It rolled its countless eyeballs and looked at me from top to bottom, then lay flat on the floor and went completely still. I wondered if this was its manner of showing that it had accepted its role as the mutant leader. As I watched its behavior, the gears in my mind began to turn. I need to make more mutants. So far, I had limited the number of mutants because of the potential threat and pressure of having to constantly feed them zombies. But the stage 1 mutants hadn't asked for zombies for over a month, and yet I was still able to maintain my command over them. And since they regenerated any body parts they lost after eating zombies, they were superior in every aspect compared to regular zombies, especially when it came to combat. If normal zombies were just ordinary soldiers, these mutants were like generals. I organized my thoughts and headed to the rooftop again. The city was engulfed in darkness, and it was impossible to tell anything apart. I jumped across the rooftops and found a vantage point that overlooked Jiangdong. It was possible that other zombie leaders had hidden their underlings nearby, just as I had left my underling with Du Hansol. After an hour-long search of Jiangdong, however, I did not come across any red zombies. I let out a sigh of relief and headed for Songsudong with my underlings in tow. When I got to Songsutu Ga, 1 Dong, I saw Du Hansol's face peeking out from a rooftop. He jumped down to the first floor in an instant and approached me. How did things go over there? It went as planned. Did you take care of the Dong leader of Jiangdong? I nodded, and Du Hansol let out a burst of admiration. Wow, you, sir, are really amazing. You've earned my respect. Well, things aren't looking too good though. Pardon. I assumed that all the officers would head toward Gunjadong, but it seems like they're at Guidong. I recalled the words the Dong leader of Jiangdong had said before I killed it. The guy that just ran away is going to come back with the Dong leader of Guidong and the 7th officer. Till then, you're gonna have to deal with me. This meant that the 7th officer was close to Jiangdong, and since the leader had specifically mentioned Guidong, the 7th officer was most likely stationed in Guidong. Du Hansol scratched his sideburns and thought for a moment, then smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry but I'm not following. The forces from Jiangdong and Guidong were supposed to be the vanguard for this attack. However, there are officers involved in these areas. Something doesn't add up. I looked up and tilted my head, and Du Hansol mirrored me. It seemed like he had no idea what I was talking about. I sighed and continued to speak. They're targeting Gunjadong first. But why is there an officer taking part in the Songsudong raid? There's clearly something fishy about this. Then, Du Hansol swallowed, as if he had finally understood what I was trying to say. Then there are. I nodded. Yeah, probably. There are at least 2 officers. Du Hansol's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish, and he put his right hand on his forehead. For someone like Du Hansol, who had barely been able to handle a Dong leader, officers were beings that he didn't dare challenge. And there were 2 of those beings taking part in this attack on Guangjingu. This was also the reason why I hadn't gone to Guidong after dealing with the Dong leader of Jiangdong. I would have been in trouble if I had advanced all the way to Guidong and encountered the 7th officer. If the Dong leader of Guidong snuck behind my back while I was dealing with the 7th officer, it would have been a piece of cake to take me down. I had to get stronger. I had to get stronger somehow to win this battle and turn Guangjingu into a safe zone. I looked at my underlings behind me and spoke up. If any red zombies show up, hold them off at all costs. Make sure not a single one makes it through. Gur? Satisfied by my underlings' answering cries, I grabbed the 2 corpses on the ground. Du Hansol watched me pick the 2 corpses up and came up to me. What are you trying to do? I'm going to eat a brain. Pardon? What if they come in the meantime? The earliest they'll come is tomorrow night. They'll probably notice that the Dong leader of Jiangdong is dead tomorrow morning. I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm only going to eat one. It was weaker than me, so I'll probably pass out for half a day at most. Du Hansol swallowed as he listened to my answer. He then pointed to the 2 corpses in my hand. Then the other one. Do you mind if I eat its brain? There's no way you can. I'm sorry. Du Hansol's head sagged, his expression growing bitter. I wondered if I'd answered him too forcefully. He seemed dejected. I chuckled and spoke. It's not because I don't trust you. No, not at all. I was the one who crossed the line. I didn't have any ill intentions in mind when I asked. I thought it would help if I became a little stronger. Thank you, but you can't eat this one's brain. In fact, no one should right now. This one had underlings with them, but the other one was just a signaler. I didn't have the chance to identify the signaler's underlings. Oh, judging from the signaler's movement speed, I'm guessing that it probably had at least 700 underlings. What do you think will happen if its underlings are in enemy territory when we eat its brain? They'll know that Jiangdong was attacked. I smiled lightly and nodded. Du Hansol returned a smile of his own. I didn't know you were thinking that far ahead. I still have a long way to go to catch up to you. I wasn't any different. If Hai Yongjun hadn't helped me, I would have already been dead. Haha. Anyway, double your efforts in keeping a lookout for the enemy. I ordered my underlings to kill any red zombie that appears. But they can't make decisions for themselves, so, got it. Du Hansol straightened his back. His reply was full of vigor. I chuckled, then took the corpse of the Dong leader of Jiangdong and disappeared into the darkness. *****. The next day, I woke up squinting. The sun was right above me. I tossed and turned on the old couch that I'd found on a random rooftop to get back to my senses. As I awoke, I noticed the cool breeze blowing gently on my cheeks. I massaged my stiff neck and headed straight to Songsa 1GA, 2 Dong. When I returned to where I'd left Du Hansol the night before, I saw him holding a walkie-talkie. Then what would you like to do? I think it'd be better for us to strike first. Pardon? That's a no-go. I'm currently waiting for Mr. Lee Hyundeok. I poked him in the shoulder with a finger, and he turned around in surprise. Oh, did you sleep all right? What's going on? Well, the thing is, Du Hansol filled me in on what had happened the night before. He told me that the gang members' underlings were deployed along the borders of Songsudong. It seemed to be a reaction to losing contact with their signaler. They seemed to be quick on their feet with everything, and now that they seemed to have raised their DEFCON level, they were moving at a speed that exceeded my expectations. I furrowed my brow as I looked at Du Hansol. How many zombies do they have? About that? I don't think it'll be an easy fight. I asked him to explain the situation in detail. Du Hansol sucked on his lower lip for a moment. I think they have well over 4,000 zombies. What? My jaw dropped to the ground. That number was beyond belief. I swallowed. Are the ones heading to Gunjadong with them as well? Are all the family's forces together? Well, there's no way of knowing that. I clicked my tongue and gestured at the walkie-talkie. Pass on my words. Du Hansol nodded, looking into my eyes while picking up the walkie-talkie. Mr. Lee Hyundeok is telling me that we shouldn't attack hastily. We need to wait. Is he up now? Yes, he just joined me. Then tell him this. That there aren't any zombies with glowing red eyes among them, so we're going to go ahead and attack them first. I waved my hands furiously after hearing what she said. Wang Jihai had gotten the situation all wrong. It was the complete opposite of what she presumed. Not being able to identify any zombies with glowing red eyes didn't mean it was okay. In fact, it meant the complete opposite. In order to know how strong the zombies were and what they were capable of, it was essential to first determine how many zombies with glowing red eyes were controlling them. I told all of this to Du Hansol. He nodded, then spoke into the walkie-talkie again. He's asking if there are any mutants. There are no mutants in sight. I clenched my fists when I heard that there weren't any mutants. This changed the entire situation. The opponents had a lot of zombies, but we had mutants. I had mutants, but Kim Hye-Yongjun had even stronger mutants, since Kim Hye-Yongjun had 5 stage 1 mutants, along with Moodswinger. I tapped Du Hansol on the shoulder. Mr. Lee Hyundeok is looking for Kim Hye-Yongjun. Go ahead and speak. He's right next to me. He's looking for a person named Moodswinger. I beg your pardon? I could tell that Wang Jihai was bewildered. Judging from the fact that there was silence on the other end, I assumed Wang Jihai and Kim Hye-Yongjun were communicating through his notepad. A little later, I heard Wang Jihai's voice. He said that Moodswinger is still in Meijangdong. Mr. Lee Hyundeok is asking Kim Hye-Yongjun to bring Moodswinger to him. He's asking if that'll be okay. But who is this Moodswinger? I could tell that Wang Jihai was annoyed by this jargon that only me and Kim Hye-Yongjun could understand. But I had no time to explain everything to her. I looked into Du Hansol's face, and he briefly summarized what I'd communicated to him to Wang Jihai. He's saying that the fate of this war depends on Moodswinger. Alright, I'll let this pass for now. But Kim Hye-Yongjun is telling me to relay to you that he won't take the blame for whatever happens. I do have a question. This person named Moodswinger, they won't happen to hurt us in any way, right? Du Hansol didn't reply, because I didn't say anything. Gore. Gaye. I heard zombies howling from a Kazanaro, far far away. Their cries echoed around the area, causing my 5 senses to prick up. I looked straight ahead. Du Hansol, who was next to me, had a puzzled look on his face. What is it? What is this sound? I headed toward the rooftop of the building to my right. I stood atop the 8-story building and looked out, and my eyes were greeted by a sight that made my jaw drop. An enormous, endless wave of red zombies was advancing our way. The war had started. I anticipated that they would move when the sun went down, but instead, they'd initiated the war while the sun was still at its zenith. I cried out to Du Hansol, who was on the rooftop of a 5-story building across from me. Grr. Du Hansol gave me a startled expression. I looked into his eyes. They're coming. Get ready. Du Hansol nodded vigorously and shouted into the walkie-talkie. Prepare for battle. 1 DEFCON refers to Defense Readiness Condition, an alert state used by the United States Armed Forces. It has 5 levels of readiness, each level corresponding to a different readiness level. The lower the number, the lower the readiness. Backhand index pointing left. Stomp, stomp, stomp. I heard their footsteps approaching. The ground rumbled and my senses started to tingle, stimulated by the overwhelming sound. I could hear Du Hansol swallow. I saw him trembling, the walkie-talkie still in his hand. When I touched his shoulder, he jumped in surprise. I wondered how nervous he had to be, to react so sensitively to even the slightest touch. Don't be nervous. I'll take care of the strong ones. Mr. Lee Hyundiok. Du Hansol trailed off, then schooled his features into an expression of determination and gave me a sharp nod. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. The moment they came within our reach, I looked at Du Hansol and nodded. Du Hansol shouted into the walkie-talkie as if he'd been waiting eagerly for it. Fire in the hole. Moments later, explosions rocked the northern side of a Kazanaro. The guards in Songsu 2GA, 3 Dong were hurling grenades toward the zombies. We didn't have explosives to plant on the streets, but grenades were enough to hold them off. However, the zombies entering Songsu 2GA, 1 Dong showed no signs of surprise, and rushed toward me and Du Hansol after hearing the explosions. I gave my underlings a signal to attack as I jumped down to the first floor. Since we were outnumbered, I couldn't just sit around on the rooftop and give orders. I had to reduce the number of zombies somehow, or I had to kill the enemy leader. Grr! A zombie came running toward me, waving its arms madly. I grabbed its head at once and smashed it into the ground. Crack! The enemy leader hadn't shown up yet, but I couldn't go easy on them. I knew that restraint would only cost me more of my underlings' lives. My eyes flashed, heightening all my senses. In order to become stronger and faster, I increased the rate of circulation of my blood. My inner instincts were stimulated by my heightened senses and rapidly flowing blood. Pshhh. Kia. Steam poured out from my mouth. My pupils constricted, and a constant ringing inside my head triggered a feeling of ecstasy throughout my body. The thrill I felt in the midst of this intense situation caused joy to erupt within me. My glowing red eyes flashed. Grr. I roared at the enemies and charged toward them like a raging bull. I cracked the heads of the zombies in front of me as if I was splitting apples in half. The tremors shooting up from my fingertips into the rest of my arms no longer felt abhorrent. I'd been through many similar situations, and each of those instances had contributed to making me the monster I was. The adversities I'd suffered became the foundation for my growth as a zombie, but like a double-edged sword, it had also slowly carved away the humanity within me. I bore down on the enemy forces like a raging wave. No matter where I turned, all I could see were zombies. A zombie reaching out its hand toward me, a zombie charging at me with its mouth wide open, a zombie with severed limbs. I twisted my upper body at an angle that was impossible for any other living being, and tore their limbs apart. More. I wanted more to slaughter. I wanted more deaths. I wanted to move faster. My zombie instincts were nothing but pure violence, and they started to take over my body. I tore off the street sign at Songsu intersection and swung it toward the zombies. I had no time to deal with these zombies one by one, zombies that believed they held the advantage purely because of their numbers. The smell of fresh zombie blood made my nose twitch, further stirring up the madness inside me. I hit everything and everyone that came my way. I didn't come up with a reason, didn't care to justify my actions, I was only concerned with smashing everything that stood in my way. Thud! Something blocked the street sign that I was wielding. My gaze fell on a zombie with glowing red eyes, who was holding the tip of the sign with its hand. It's you motherfucking bastard. I couldn't help but smile after hearing its voice. The enemy leader had made their appearance, drawn by the chaos that I'd created. I rushed toward it like a beast that was starving to death. Its eyes grew wide, and it twisted its upper body aside. I noticed early on that it had planted its right foot behind as it twisted its upper body, and was able to anticipate the direction in which it was going to dodge. I quickly twisted my head, stretching my neck and baring my sharp teeth. It gasped and grabbed onto my face with its hands. It was dead. I reached out to grab its arms, pulling it toward the ground. It lost balance and fell to the ground. I didn't let the chance slip by, sinking my teeth into its neck. Dong leader. A voice cut through the chaos, calling for the Dong leader. I turned to see where the voice was coming from, and saw 2 zombies with glowing red eyes. Their frightened faces almost made me drool with anticipation. I straightened my upper body and stared at them. My thirst was insatiable. I always knew that the zombie vanguard had to be decimated before the real, tense fight could begin. I couldn't be more thankful that the enemy leaders had appeared in front of me of their own accord. They seemed to hesitate for a brief moment, but quickly looked at the zombies around them and began to give out orders. All the surrounding zombies converged on me at once. I lowered my upper body and clenched my fists. This was exactly what I wanted as well. Whoosh. At that moment, I sensed a murderous glare fixed on me. I looked up instinctively and saw a pair of glowing red eyes shooting toward me like a falling meteor. I realized that it was aiming straight for my head, and quickly threw myself backward. Bang! The impact threw up a huge cloud of dust, and pieces of asphalt exploded outward in all directions. I squinted, trying to make out the unknown being hidden within the cloud of dust. The killing intent that was trained on me sharpened my 5 senses, and cold sweat trickled down my forehead. The madness that had peaked within me was quickly wearing off, and I tried my best to hold on to my sanity. This brief moment felt like an eternity. The sudden surge of emotion wore off, and I could hear a constant, high-pitched whine in my mind. I knew intuitively that the being that had crashed into the ground in front of me was not to be taken lightly. I saw a pair of red eyes flash within the thick dust cloud, and before I knew it, the being launched itself toward me. My eyes went wide, and I quickly twisted my body. The lethal attack that had been aimed at my stomach flashed inches wide. I knew it would have gotten me if it had landed. As I lost my balance and stumbled, the zombies nearby stretched out to grab me in unison. I was like a fly caught in a spider's web, being tugged around left and right. I quickly braced my lower body to regain my balance, and before I knew it, a pair of glowing red eyes were right in front of me, the arms of the zombie that they belonged to flashing toward me. It was a woman. Her pupils were thin vertical slits. She wore thick makeup in an attempt to cover up her bluish complexion, and she was grinning widely. Hup. I took in a breath and pulled the zombies that were biting my arms in front of me. Her fingertips pierced through my two makeshift meat shields and speared into my solar plexus. I fell backward, my eyes wide with shock. Reddish blood oozed from the deep cut just below my chest. I got up and wiped the blood off my stomach. Now I was certain. This woman was an officer. As soon as I was injured, the ringing inside my head had intensified, and the high-pitched whine was even clearer than before. I couldn't let this fight drag on. In fact, there was no way that I could continue the fight under these circumstances. I couldn't fully focus on the officer, not with all these other zombies grabbing onto me left and right like leeches. The odds of defeating the officer here were slim to none. The wise move would be to momentarily retreat from enemy-held territory. I knocked aside the zombies around me and flicked my gaze across the area, taking in my surroundings. I didn't see any tall buildings, but I saw the tracks of Line 2 passing right above my head. Crouching down, I sprang into the air. The officer, who was watching my every move, followed me instantly. I landed on the rail tracks and saw a train leaning halfway over the tracks, suspended by wires. The scene perfectly depicted the world that we'd inherited. I looked into the officer's face, and she smirked. "You've got some moves under your belt. Pretty impressive. Are you an officer of the family?" "I'm the 7th officer." The 7th officer's tone was cold, and she was no longer smiling. She seemed to have an authoritative side to her. We were 50 meters apart. Judging from her movements I'd seen, she seemed to be roughly as strong as me. I kept an eye on her, slowly feeling the tension growing between us. My hair stood on end, and my nerves were on the edge of fraying. I knew that letting my guard down even for a split second or giving her the slightest chance would end with my death. At novel bin at. Wham! The 7th leader launched herself off the ground and hurtled toward me. I braced my lower body and kicked out at the 7th officer's face as though trying to kick away a mad dog. The 7th leader leaped into the air to avoid my strike. I tracked her with my eyes, trying to calculate where she would land. No matter how strong her physical abilities were, I knew it was impossible for her to switch directions midair. I intercepted her as she landed, grabbing her by the waist and slamming her to the ground. She tried to kick me, hurling a stream of vulgarities in the process. As her right foot flew toward my chest, I grabbed it and slammed my shin into her knee. There was a strange pop, and her leg bent in a rather bizarre way. Pressing my advantage, I tightened my grip on her broken leg and threw her across the tracks and into the derelict train. Crash! The train flipped over as she crashed into it, and her body was thrown to the ground below. I pondered whether to jump down after her. However, I realized there was little point in doing so, with all the zombies down there. Thud! The 7th officer leaped back onto the tracks and began to tie up her messy hair. "You're dead meat." The 7th leader gnashed her teeth and spewed hot steam out her mouth. The Dong leader of Song Sudong was right. The officers had eaten the black creature's brains, and so they also had amazing regenerative abilities. Her broken leg had already healed itself, and steam was coming out from her body. My red eyes flashed, and I forced my blood to circulate more quickly. PSHHH. We both could sense that there was no going back. Spewing steam, we charged at each other. Her fingertips, nails painted red, brushed my jawline. I twisted my head aside and went for her left leg, tripping her up. The 7th officer stumbled, but she quickly grabbed me by the collar and dragged me down. My upper body was pulled downward mercilessly, like an iron bar drawn to a magnet. Her knee crashed into my face. Pain blossomed from the tip of my nose, knocking me senseless. The 7th leader kept at it, raining punches down on my face, my sides, and my abdomen. Slash! I gasped as a vicious stab pierced through my stomach. I grabbed onto the arm that had gone through me and gritted my teeth. I twisted her elbow so that it bent in the opposite direction, but she leaned to the left to prevent her right arm from breaking. I saw the opening and raised my right foot. I locked the 7th leader's neck between my calf and thigh and slammed her to the ground. I could hear the bones in her neck crack as her face was hammered into the tracks. Her forehead slammed against the metal tracks with a clear ringing sound. I raised my right foot again and slammed it down into her shoulder as I pulled her right hand out from inside my stomach, ripping up my insides further. The 7th officer was still down. I threw away her right arm and kicked her in the face. Even with all the blood gushing out of her forehead, she instinctively twisted her head to the side and bit down on my ankle like a crocodile trying to kill off its prey. Like a piece of meat on the butcher's block, my foot was sheared off at the ankle. I limped and fell over, and the 7th officer threw herself on top of me, her teeth closing in on my neck. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bang, 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 bang. Cover them. Gunfire filled the air around Songso 2GA, 3 Dong. The guards had occupied the high ground, but a mound had formed as the dead zombie bodies piled up. Fear was rising in the hearts of the guards that were shooting at the zombies. The pile of dead zombie bodies slowly grew as tall as a 4-story building, and the zombies began to spill over the balcony railings and into the buildings. Kim Hye-youngjun's underlings had split off to the flanks, trying to hold off the zombies from advancing as much as they could, but the zombies charging in from the front were too much for the survivors. Wang Jihai, who was observing the situation, shouted to her guard team, "Retreat, retreat, everyone, up onto the roof." Wang Jihai held the exit as the other guards flooded past her to safety. 3 guards hadn't heeded her order, and were still defending the windows. It was possible that they'd been unable to hear her because the constant explosions had dulled their hearing. Wang Jihai nailed the zombies trying to get through the window in their heads and ran toward the 3 guards. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear the order to retreat? Come, now." One of the guards shook off her hand and shouted something. Immediately, Wang Jihai noticed the telltale marks of zombie bites on them. All 3 men who were still defending the windows had been bitten by zombies. As Wang Jihai looked at them in stunned panic, one of the men grabbed her by the collar and dragged her to the exit, shoving her through the door. "Go, damn it." Bang! The man slammed the door shut. Wang Jihai stared at the tightly closed iron door, her hands trembling. "Ayoff! Stay away, stay away." The others on the other side of the door were going through a living hell. The people she had laughed alongside just a few hours ago were having their lives ripped away from them. She knew that going up to the rooftop was the logical thing to do, but she could not shake the intense emotional desire to save the others. She lay there, frozen, as her mind and heart warred on. "Group leader." Park Ji-cheol's shout came from behind her. He grabbed Wang Jihai, hauling her off the floor and helping her up the stairs to the rooftop. Tears flowed down her face, and she muttered constantly to herself along the way. "I couldn't save them. I couldn't save any of them. I couldn't do anything." Park Ji-cheol furrowed his brow and yelled, "Get back to your senses." Grr! Zombies were rapidly advancing on them from the other hallway. The first and second floors should have been securely barricaded to prevent such a thing. It seemed that they had come into the building through the 3rd floor windows. Park Ji-cheol pushed Wang Jihai toward the emergency exit and desperately picked up the gun he had put down earlier. Bang, 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 bang. His rounds blew through zombie foreheads with his gun in semi-automatic mode. However, the zombie horde showed no signs of stopping, stepping over their dead comrades as they raced toward him. Park Ji-cheol quickly lowered his gun and headed for the emergency exit. Once through, he immediately shut the door. The sound of scratching, pounding, and snarling could be heard through the iron door. Park Ji-cheol, his back braced against the iron door, shouted at Wang Jihai, "How long are you going to stay like that?" Wang Jihai finally straightened and wiped away her tears. She tightened her grip on her K2. "Let's go." Her eyes were full of determination. Park Ji-cheol nodded, his lips pressed tightly together. They ran toward the rooftop, clearly knowing what to do next. They made their way up the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. The door leading out to the rooftop was beckoning them. Standing just outside, the guard leader was giving orders. Once the guard leader heard footsteps making their way up the stairs, they took a look behind, and closed the door without any hesitation. Wang Jihai hammered her fist against the iron door, utterly astonished by the absurdity of the situation. "Guard leader, guard leader." However, no one responded. Park Ji-cheol noticed what was going on and joined in as well. He yelled so hard that the veins in his neck were popping out. "You fucking bitch." But no matter how much the 2 of them shouted, the guard leader didn't open the door. It was as if the guard leader had been waiting for this moment. Grr! The zombies were now only 1 floor below them. It seemed like they had taken down the iron door and made their way into the emergency stairwell. Park Ji-cheol tightened his grip on his K2 with his trembling hands and aimed his weapon down the stairs. His fear and anger were almost overwhelming. Wang Jihai unclipped something from her belt. "Cover your ears." "What?" Wang Jihai pulled the pin on the grenade and tossed it down. The 2 of them instinctively flattened themselves against the ground. Bang! The entire building shook as if an earthquake had struck, and cement dust was blown everywhere. Wang Jihai coughed as she peered down to the floor below. There was a thick cloud of dust, almost too thick to see anything through it. Park Ji-cheol just about managed to stay conscious, and joined her in looking for the zombies. Most of the stairs had been blasted away, and the zombies that were trying to make it to the rooftop had fallen all the way to the ground floor. However, some of the zombies had jumped across the large gap and were crawling up to the other side of the blasted stairs. Despite the damage done to the stairs, it seemed impossible to completely cut off the zombie advance. Wang Jihai pointed her gun at the zombies and fired desperately at them. Bang, bang, bang. Her muzzle flashed incessantly, and the echoes of her shots were deafening within the enclosed space. Firing in a tightly closed area like this stairwell was harmful to the survivors. The desperate fight for their survival had begun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thud, 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 thud. A stage 2 mutant came walking in from Tuxium Station. Once Kim Hye-youngjun saw Moodswinger, he beamed as if he already knew something good was about to happen. Moodswinger. Losing. Gains. Moodswinger's expression grew puzzled as it saw all the zombies gathered at the intersection of Songsu Station. Moodswinger sucked its fingers and stared blankly at Kim Hye-youngjun. Kim Hye-youngjun pointed to the red zombies that were within range and gave it an order. Moodswinger, knock down all of them. When it was given orders, its eyes suddenly changed. Mood Swinger reached its right arm out and began to move. Thud, 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 thud. Each time Mood Swinger's foot hit the ground, it cracked the asphalt and sent chunks of debris flying in all directions. As it stormed forward, it started to pick up speed. The sight of it was terrifying. It was an enormous, hulking monster that was 3 meters tall, but was capable of covering 100 meters in 5 seconds. Crack, crack. Losing. Gains. Mood Swinger's penchant for destruction was out of this world. It swept its arms about, leaving almost nothing behind wherever it struck. With its arms, thick as baobab trees, it crushed zombie bodies, smashed their bones to bits, and blasted them to pieces. Zombies were flung mercilessly left and right, smashing into buildings and splattering like mosquitoes at the impact. Kim Hye-young-jun's jaw fell open as he took in the destructive power of Mood Swinger. It was like an armored tank, wading into a horde of enemies that were only armed with bamboo spears and crushing them. Kim Hye-young-jun smiled. Eat as many red zombies as you want. Having received the go-ahead to gorge itself, Mood Swinger's smile widened, and it began to swipe away at the zombies even more vigorously. With that, Kim Hye-young-jun scaled a tall building to survey the situation elsewhere. As he redistributed his forces, he noticed 2 survivors running across the rooftops. He saw the guard leader and a mysterious man running for their dear lives, not daring to look back. Where are they going? Kim Hye-young-jun ran toward them. When Kim Hye-young-jun leaped in to block their way, the guard leader fell backward in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost. Kim Hye-young-jun took out his notepad and quickly wrote down some words at novel bin at. Where's the group leader? Dead, the guard leader stammered. Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes grew wider, and he continued to ask questions. Where's Park Ji-cheol? He was with the group leader. He probably died with her. And where are you going? What about the others? There's no hope. We have to get back to the shelter right now. Kim Hye-young-jun frowned as he listened to the guard leader. He looked over at the other unknown man, who shifted his eyes and looked away. Kim Hye-young-jun could tell that they were lying to him. He looked at the unknown man and asked him a question instead. Are the others dead as well? Oh, no. Are the others dead? Yes or no? No. Then you're telling me that you two are leaving everyone else behind to die while you two bastards are running for your lives? Kim Hye-young-jun gritted his teeth, and the unknown man pointed his K2 rifle at him. Don't get in our way. Step aside if you don't want your head blown off. The muzzle of his rifle was shaking violently. The mysterious man had lost his sanity, and was now like a startled dog running around in circles. Kim Hye-young-jun's body trembled violently as he realized how pathetic this man was. He leaped in front of the man and planted a fist into his abdomen. Phew. The man vomited blood and collapsed on the spot. Kim Hye-young-jun bit off the man's head without the slightest hesitation. He crunched down on the man's skull, and his Adam's apple moved violently. Ha! Kim Hye-young-jun smiled at the guard leader, as if he had just eaten a sweet, fluffy pancake. The guard leader screamed at the top of their lungs. Ah! You killed a person. This bastard killed a person. Ha! This motherfucker. Kim Hye-young-jun crouched in front of the guard leader. I never did like you. Heek. You should thank Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. If it weren't for him, you would have been dead a long time ago. By my hand, of course. If you want to make it through this alive, tell me where the group leader is right now. I would like to see her body to verify if she's dead, at least. Asterisk. My eyes went wide, and I hurriedly raised my right arm to block the 7th officer's mouth with my elbow. As she sank her teeth into my right arm, I smacked her across the temple with my left hand. Her pupils quivered and I felt her grip loosen for a split second. I kept at it and punched the 7th officer in the face once again. The 7th officer leaped back, her left hand going to her forehead. I knew that hitting her in other areas of her body would not cause pain, but the temples were adjacent to the brain, so my strike must have made her feel something, at least. The 7th officer shook her head violently as though trying to regain some sense of composure, then she glared at me, panting heavily. I propped my upper body up and spat, trying to rid my mouth of the fishy taste. I had trouble focusing my vision. I couldn't tell if it was because my nose had been shattered earlier. PSHHH. Steam began to gush from the stump of the 7th officer's right arm. Similarly, my injuries also began to emit steam. I wondered who had the upper hand if we weren't able to regenerate, and had to continue to fight in our current states. The 7th officer, with no right arm? Or myself, missing one foot at the ankle, a flattened nose, a mangled right arm, and a hole through my stomach? I had to buy time somehow. Given the state of things, I knew that continuing the fight would be terrible for me. The 7th officer, realizing that she had the upper hand, rushed toward me before my body had the time to regenerate. With both of us still a mess, she obviously held the advantage, as her body was less of a wreck than mine. I gritted my teeth and sent out orders to my underlings through my mind. Mutants, to the rail tracks this instant. I realized that I didn't have to fight the 7th officer one-on-one. I had to make use of my mutants to regain the advantage. The enemy's vanguard did not have any mutants amongst their ranks, and the ordinary ones couldn't climb up to the tracks that were 15 meters above the ground. I had mutants, and it was time to use them to my advantage. Before I knew it, the 7th officer was in front of me. Her glowing red eyes flashed, and she threw a punch at my stomach. I knew that if I got punched in the stomach again, my ribs would shatter, and my breathing would be severely hampered, especially on such a cold and windy day. I quickly turned to avoid her attack. It didn't help that I was missing a foot at the ankle. I was barely able to move around. I just managed to sidestep her attack, but I lost my balance again and collapsed to the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, the 7th officer raised her left foot and slammed it toward my face. Thud. I hurriedly rolled aside to avoid the deadly stomp. However, I could not hold off the attacks that followed. The 7th officer fastened her legs to my upper body to hold me still, and used her left arm to rain blows onto my head and chest. I tried my best to avoid her attacks, as though she were playing whack-a-mole. However, it was impossible to dodge all of her attacks. The 7th officer's fist connected with my face again, and I could feel my vision and mind grow blurry. I coughed up blood, trying to follow her movements through my blurry vision. With each hit, I lost some ability to dodge the subsequent ones. My face was becoming numb. My mind and body began to sink into a deep abyss, devoid of pain and despair. I wondered if I would die if I fainted right then. Kiaa. At that moment, my 5 mutants made their way up to the tracks and came running toward me at once. Their appearance gave the 7th officer some pause, but then she started hitting me harder, getting even more worked up. Die already, you bastard. She was right. If I died, she wouldn't have to deal with the mutants. Perhaps she believed she'd made a wise decision, but in the current situation, hers was miles away from being the right one. If she couldn't kill me within 10 seconds, she would have to retreat and buy time for herself to regenerate. I stopped trying to defend myself and stared directly at her fist, which was aimed right at me. The 7th officer smiled, probably thinking that I was exhausted, and drove her fist straight down into my face, trying to put an end to our fight. Ding! I twisted my head and avoided her punch. Her fist hit the solid metal tracks below my head. I wasn't about to let the opportunity slip, and clamped my jaws around her wrist. Her eyes went wide, and she desperately tried to pull her hand away. But the harder she tried, the deeper my teeth sank into her flesh. I looked at her through the corner of my eye, my mouth still clamped onto her wrist like a vice. The 7th captain raised her right foot and let out a monstrous scream, as if she had lost her mind. She was about to crush my face. Just then, my mutants arrived and bit into her upper body. Gwaye. The 7th officer was now dealing with 5 mutants. I propped my upper body up with my trembling left arm. I knew my mutants were strong, but once her body regenerated, I knew the tables would turn right away. After all, I'd been able to easily take care of 3 Stage 1 mutants back in Shelter Soul Forest. My blurry vision barely swam into focus, and I flew toward the 7th officer. The 7th officer was busy dealing with my 5 mutants, and she seemed to miss the fact that I was racing toward her. She exposed her vulnerable side to me. Without the slightest hesitation, I bit into the 7th officer's neck. She screamed at the top of her lungs and went into a panic, twisting her entire body around and trying to fight back. I bit down even harder, my glowing red eyes flashing. I was never going to let go, no matter what. Sack. I was finally able to rip out her neck. Gaa. Ka. Kaa. The 7th officer collapsed and began to squirm and struggle. The mutants stopped their attacks and looked at the 7th officer twitching. Blood gushed out of her neck like a fountain and soon soaked the rusty train tracks. I spit the bitterness from my mouth and wiped away the blood smeared across my lips. Even with my nose in the state it was, I could smell the pungent blood. As I limped toward the 7th officer, my mutants made way. I panted while I looked at the 7th officer's face. The 7th officer's eyes were full of hate, even in her last moments. I wondered where this hatred was directed at. Me, or the world that had gone mad, or to the people in general, who had adapted to the madness of this world. But all that didn't matter anymore. I was the last one standing. Farewell. I clenched my fists and sent the 7th officer to her eternal rest. How much longer do we have to wait? Wang Jihai yelled as she put a bullet through yet another zombie's head. You think unlocking a door is that easy? Park Ji-cheol threw the hairpin he'd been using to the floor and started hammering at the doorknob with the stock of his rifle. The 2 of them were trapped, unable to go up or down, and they were growing increasingly anxious. To make matters worse, they were starting to run out of bullets. Click click. With her rifle now empty, Wang Jihai mounted a bayonet on her rifle and started bayoneting the zombies hanging onto the stairs in their eyes. Gaa. A zombie jumped on top of Wang Jihai. Her eyes grew wide, and she swung her bayonet to intercept it. The blade pierced directly through its chest, causing it to squirm and struggle. The zombie's weight bore Wang Jihai to the ground. Its slimy, sticky saliva dripped onto her face. Group leader Park Ji-cheol, belatedly recognizing what was going on, ran to assist Wang Jihai. He smashed the stock of his rifle into the zombie's temple, and the creature swayed side to side before collapsing to the floor. Wang Jihai quickly propped herself up and stabbed the zombie in the eye with her hunting knife. The zombie's body jerked once, then stopped moving. Are you alright? You didn't get bitten, did you? Wang Jihai shook her head to indicate that she was unharmed, and turned around. Immediately, she realized something was wrong. The zombies were no longer moving. The zombies that were trying to leap across the broken stairs seemed to have instantly turned into plaster statues. Wang Jihai shook her head vigorously and blinked multiple times, trying to make sense of the scene in front of her. Thinking that her mind was playing tricks on her, she examined the zombies over and over again. However, no matter how many times she looked, the zombies remained still as stone. Park Ji-cheol was no different. He was taken aback by the unbelievable situation. He couldn't understand why these zombies that only knew slaughter had stopped moving. Rattle. The iron door leading out to the rooftop opened. Wang Jihai and Park Ji-cheol both turned toward the door at the same time, not knowing how they would react to another unexpected surprise. Thankfully, it was Kim Hae-yongjun looking for them. He snorted while looking at them. I knew you two were alive. Park Ji-cheol's eyes widened as he saw Kim Hae-yongjun walk toward them. Hae-yongjun. Yes, Ajusi. How are you speaking? As Park Ji-cheol looked at him in puzzlement, Wang Jihai, who was next to him, spoke up. Let's talk about that later. First and foremost, do you know why these zombies stopped moving all of a sudden? I think the enemy leader got killed, Kim Hae-yongjun replied with a shrug. Wang Jihai placed her hand on her forehead as if she had trouble understanding what was happening. If the enemy leader is down, does that mean Mr. Lee Hyun-deok killed one of the leaders? When Kim Hae-yongjun finished her sentence for her in an affirmative tone, she let out a sigh and sat down on the floor. Park Ji-cheol swallowed to soothe his dry throat and croaked out a question. Does that mean the war is over now? We can't be sure at the moment. It's possible that there are more enemy leaders. More enemy leaders. Yes, that's what Hyun-deok Ajusi told me. There is a possibility that the enemy has more cotters. Where is Mr. Lee Hyun-deok? We have to go look for him. Let's get going. There's a lot to take care of. Kim Hae-yongjun gestured for them to get moving, and disappeared out onto the rooftop. Park Ji-cheol helped Wang Jihai up and they followed Kim Hae-yongjun. A cool breeze welcomed the three of them as they stepped outside. Park Ji-cheol took a deep breath and smiled gently. The clean air felt like refreshing dew. As the two of them followed Kim Hae-yongjun to the other side of the rooftop, they saw the guard leader tied up with a length of rope. Wang Jihai narrowed her eyes at the guard leader. Park Ji-cheol ran to the guard leader and hurled a fist at them. You bastard! How dare you call yourself a human being? You're no different from an animal. Park Ji-cheol spat and gritted his teeth as the guard leader fell onto their side. Wang Jihai calmed down Park Ji-cheol and asked Kim Hae-yongjun what had happened. I caught them as they were getting away with one of their men, their successor. Then where's this successor? Before Wang Jihai finished her sentence, Kim Hae-yongjun pointed a finger at his lower belly. Wang Jihai hesitated at his gesture, then asked cautiously. You're not saying you ate him. What was I supposed to do when he pointed a gun in my face? Wang Jihai smacked her lips and stopped. She knew Kim Hae-yongjun had a sound reason to do what he did. She brushed her bangs away from her forehead and looked down at the guard leader. Why'd you do that earlier? Do what? What? I'm asking why you closed the door to the rooftop earlier. The guard leader trembled, and tried to avoid answering Wang Jihai's question. She clicked her tongue and looked at Kim Hae-yongjun, but managed to calm herself down and continued. You will no longer be the guard leader from now on. You will also be banned from entering shelter. Silence. I'll leave you to them. Kim Hae-yongjun shook his hand and stashed his hands in his pockets. To the guard leader, her words were no different from a death sentence. The guard leader's eyes widened. Group leader? You can't do this to me. Don't you know how long we've known each other? Is this really what you want to do to me? We went through thick and thin together. We were at death's door. Don't you remember? You surely can't do this to me. Please. At death's door my ass. You damn bitch. Do you think you're almighty or something? Do you think you're going to get your... Wang Jihai lashed a foot out, catching the guard leader in the groin and cutting off his tirade. The guard leader gasped and started rolling on the floor. Wang Jihai asked the remaining guards around them. We'll take a vote. Those who think we should forgive the guard leader's wrongdoings and accept them back to the shelter, raise your hands. Just as she expected, no one raised their hand. Wang Jihai glared at the guard leader, who was rolling on the floor. Well, it seems like this is the end for you. No one has faith in you. Hey, group leader, Wang Jihai. Wang Jihai headed to the opposite side of the rooftop without looking back even once. Even though she'd spoken harshly to the guard leader, it was easy enough to see that she wasn't fully uncomfortable with what she'd just said. Park Ji-cheol read her mind and tapped Kim Hae-yongjun on the shoulder. She'll need some support, don't you think? You go ahead, Ajusi. When Kim Hae-yongjun nodded, Park Ji-cheol went off after Wang Jihai, his mind full of worry, trying to come up with a way to console her. Kim Hae-yongjun crouched in front of the guard leader. Now, how should I take care of you? Hey, I didn't close the door on purpose. I swear. So it's okay to kill people if it wasn't on purpose. I didn't kill anyone. Standing aside and doing nothing is just as bad. Kim Hae-yongjun chuckled. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. You aren't? Really? Of course. Even shit like you can still have a use, you know. Wait, what? The guard leader looked around, confusion in their eyes. At that moment, a large shadow passed over the rooftop. A man was flying toward them. Bang! The man landed on the rooftop, cratering the ground beneath him and throwing up the smell of musty cement. Kim Hae-yongjun looked at the man's face and grinned at the guard leader. Talk to him, not me. Asterisk. I looked at Kim Hae-yongjun's eyes. What happened to the other members of the family? Du Han-sol took care of one, and I took care of the other. I recalled the two enemy leaders who'd been looking around cluelessly before the 7th officer accosted me. Judging by the fact that the surrounding zombies weren't moving, it seemed like they had lost their connection to the two leaders. I nodded, but suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. But hey, you're talking out loud right now. Oh yeah, something happened in between. Elaborate. Kim Hye-young-jun filled me in on the incidents that had happened while I was gone, and my brow began to furrow. After I listened to everything, I let out a deep breath, then looked over at the guard leader, who was all tied up. The guard leader looked at the other guards and shouted, "Are you guys really just going to watch? They're zombies? Do you think it makes sense to join forces with zombies? Wake the fuck up, you bastards." The guards looked back at the guard leader with blank expressions. A few spat on the floor while swearing. Looking at them, I took another deep breath, then looked at Kim Hye-young-jun. "So you have the guard leader tied up like this so that I can eat them? I mean, I've caused you some nuisance, so consider this as a gift from me." I chuckled and shook my head. Kim Hye-young-jun sure was a funny fellow. I picked the guard leader up and went over to the next building, which was empty. I had to eat a brain that belonged to someone who was alive. And I didn't want to show the survivors what I was about to do. I thought this was the least I could do for the survivors that were risking their lives to defend this place. After I confirmed that there was no one around, I threw the guard leader to the ground. The guard leader moaned in pain and immediately began begging for their life. As I looked at the guard leader's face, covered in tears and snot, the shred of humanity left within me suffered a deep blow. I looked at the guard leader with pity in my eyes. The guard leader quickly realized that my conviction was wavering, and tried to take advantage of it. "Hey, you don't want to do this either, do you? You're a person, after all. Do you know how wrong it is to kill another person?" "I do. If you give me a minute, I'll tell you all about it." I frowned and slapped the guard leader on the cheek. The guard leader cried out in pain and collapsed on the floor, blinking at me in surprise and looking back at me with a bewildered expression. It was indeed heartbreaking for me to lose some of my humanity. I would have to deny myself and trap myself in an endless abyss of despair. However, after all that had come to pass, I had formed another clear belief, a creed of sorts. Just like at the end of a tunnel, I saw a ray of hope in the pitch-black darkness. My creed was this: to save humans that were actually human. I wasn't going to go against this belief of mine until the day I closed my eyes. And anyone who went against my belief, whether that someone was a human or zombie, would not be spared. Without hesitation, I bit off the guard's head. *****. When I returned to the rooftop again, Kim Hye-young-jun spoke up while looking at the bloodstains around my mouth. "How did it taste?" "Knock it off." My tone was cold, and Kim Hye-young-jun clicked his tongue as if I was being a party pooper. There were no red zombies around. All the other zombies were still as stone, as if they were robots that had run out of juice. Despite this, I knew better than to let my guard down, because the Dong leader of Gunjadong hadn't shown up yet. I knew we had to strengthen our lookouts until the family's reinforcements showed up. Soon after, Wang Jihai and Park Ji-cheol returned to the rooftop. It seemed like they'd managed to calm themselves down after having faced such a tense situation. Wang Jihai asked for an explanation of what had happened, and I answered as much as I could. I told her about how I'd taken care of the Dong leader of Guidong and the 7th officer. After Wang Jihai heard what I had to say, she said, "Then, you're saying that their attack isn't over yet, right?" "I'm not sure, but that's most likely. Do you have an estimate of how long it'll take for the reinforcements to show up?" "Well, that all hinges on how fast they get through Gunjadong." At novel bin at. Wang Jihai's expression grew confused, and she seemed lost in thought for a moment. Finally, she looked me in the eye. "So, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, is this your actual voice?" "Yes. It's nice to hear it. Your voice." I gave a slight nod. She was subtly implying that she understood that I'd eaten a human brain, and that she would be acknowledging me as a person and not a zombie anymore. Shelter Silence, which had been extremely hostile toward zombies, had finally let me in. I looked back at the zombies around us. "I think it's better if we clean these up first." "The zombies. It's dangerous to leave so many zombies out like this. They'll turn into ordinary street zombies and roam the streets again after a day. Then should we kill them right now? No. We have to eat the enemy leader's brain, which will let us recruit more underlings. I think it's best to move the remaining ones to the zombie prison of ours." Wang Jihai nodded, her lips tightly closed. It seemed like she was going to go along with whatever I put forward, since she knew she didn't have a say in the affairs of zombies. I watched the sun setting, then spoke to Kim Hye-young-jun. "I think it's best if we eat them as soon as possible. There's no point in postponing it." Kim Hye-young-jun shook his head. "Nope, I'm not going to eat anything." His reply was unexpected. I raised an eyebrow at him. "Give my part to do Hansol." "Why?" "The vanguard of the family's forces were wiped out. The family lost contact with them, and the reinforcements would notice this soon. I bet the attack will begin either this evening at the earliest, or tomorrow at the latest. What if we are both still sleeping then? At least one of us has to be ready." Kim Hye-young-jun smiled widely and slapped my forearm. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun with a mixture of gratitude and apology. Kim Hye-young-jun frowned and continued. "Oh no, don't look at me like that. After all, I'm a married man. I swear I'm going to hit you someday. Try me. I dare you." I burst out laughing at Kim Hye-young-jun's latest attempt to get on my nerves. I smiled lightly, and Kim Hye-young-jun smiled back. "You go ahead and eat. I'll go and get Du Hansol. Thanks. But don't wake up too late, you know." "I'll try." I looked at my mutants, who were on the first floor of the building. "Carry the corpses and follow me." My mutants followed me, carrying the heads of the 7th officer and the Dong leader of Guidong.